Chapter 1. The Desolate Domain. Here in the epic's long past, once lay the center of the celestial, profound Tao continent, indeed the very heart of the entire Taishan realm. In those days, it was known as the Celestial Domain, the residence of the Liu family, the foremost imperial clan of the Taishan realm. The Liu family. That was the most illustrious imperial lineage of the human era, flourishing eons ago. At its zenith, it boasted 7 great emperors within its ranks. However, such prominence also rendered the Liu family a target of envy and trepidation among the lords of the various forbidden zones. They feared that the Liu family might produce a being surpassing an emperor, thereby rendering the forbidden zones mere relics of history. Thus, as the human era drew to a close, a cataclysmic upheaval unfolded, the most significant dark turmoil in history. 33 lords of the forbidden zones emerged concurrently, unleashing an unbounded wave of slaughter upon the world. Moreover, they deliberately scattered, launching assaults upon the 3,000 Tao continents from 7 distinct directions. Even a fool could discern that this was a strategy aimed at isolating and defeating the 7 imperial ancestors of the Liu family. Yet, in response to the calls of the multitude and the prayers of the populace, the 7 imperial ancestors of the Liu family resolutely stepped forth, dividing into 7 paths to confront the lords of the forbidden zones. A brutal war raged for a century, shattering countless stars and obliterating numerous realms. Ultimately, all 33 lords of the forbidden zones were slain. However, the Liu family suffered equally grievous losses. The 7 supreme imperial weapons of the Liu family were utterly destroyed, and all their immortal elixirs were expended. By the end of the conflict, only one of the 7 imperial ancestors remained. 7 ancestors departed. 6 ancestors returned. Yet, the returning 6th ancestor bore wounds that were nigh impossible to heal. Merely a few years later, he succumbed to his injuries, perishing within the ancestral hall of the Liu family. From that moment onward, the Liu family was left in a state of disarray. Fast forward to today, countless epochs have passed, and the ravages of time have eroded the land. The once magnificent celestial domain has now become the most desolate of wastelands. The Liu family, once a mighty imperial clan, has long since dwindled to a mere 3rd-tier clan under the banner of a martial dynasty, residing in the eastern part of the desolate domain. At this moment, in the Great Zhou dynasty, one of the northern border states Lingzhou, Feiyun City, a gray-robed elder, exuding an air of defiance, soared into the sky. Under the fearful gazes of the martial artists of Feiyun City, he strode across the clouds. As the gray-robed elder receded into the distance, the martial artists of Feiyun City dared to retract their gazes, turning their attention to the family that the elder had previously threatened. The Liu family has truly faced countless calamities of late. First, the current family head, Liu Qing, and his wife mysteriously vanished while on an expedition. Now, Liu Qing's eldest daughter, Liu Yuer, has also gone missing within a secret realm. Many martial artists of Feiyun City whispered among themselves, casting sympathetic glances at the elderly figure standing before the Liu family gate, whose stature, though still formidable, revealed signs of stoop. The elder's name was Liu Ming, the father of Liu Qing and the previous head of the Liu family. Yet, in light of the disappearance of his son and daughter-in-law, he had no choice but to step forward, shielding the Liu family from the storm, providing shelter for the younger generation. Regrettably, the impending tempest was too great for a single practitioner of the profound realm to withstand. The earlier gray-robed elder was an elder of the prominent Shen family from Lingzhou, commanded by an ancestral figure of the divine bridge realm, named Shen Yun. His visit to the Liu family was upon the orders of the Shen family's ancestor, intending to take Liu Qing's 3rd daughter, Liu Linger, as a concubine. It is said that the Shen family's ancestor, Shen Ba, practices the dark arts of yin-yang supplementation. Few of his wives and concubines survive beyond 3 years. Alas, if it were not for the unfortunate incident befalling Miss Liu Mingyue, the Shen family would not be so audacious. Liu Mingyue was Liu Qing's eldest daughter, and after the disappearance of Liu Qing and his wife, she had become the new pillar of the Liu family. Her talents surpassed even those of Liu Qing. Though still quite young, She had already displayed the bearing of a prodigy, having been accepted as a disciple by the Purple Moon Cave Heaven, renowned as the foremost sect in the eastern desolate region. Though she was merely an outer disciple at present, the name of the Purple Moon Cave Heaven alone was sufficient to instill fear in the likes of the Shen family. However, news had arrived just last month from the Purple Moon Cave Heaven, informing the Lu family that Lu Mingyue had recently gone missing during a secret realm expedition. Upon receiving the news, the Lu family had not yet had time to mourn before the Shun family pressed forward, demanding the younger daughter, Lu Linger, be taken as a concubine. Though Lu Linger was the youngest, she possessed an extraordinary intellect and was already targeted by the Shun family's ancestor. Initially, he had been wary of Lu Qing, and later, he feared the backing of Lu Mingyu's sect, refraining from taking action. But now, with Lu Qing and his wife missing, and Lu Mingyue unaccounted for, the Lu family found itself bereft of its two strongest supports, leaving them without the means to confront the Shen family. Naturally, Shenba was eager to act. The elder in black had made it abundantly clear before departing. The Lu family had merely 3 days to prepare. In 3 days, the Shen family would arrive to take Lu Linger. Should the Lu family fail to comply, they would face total annihilation. Wait a moment. I recall that the family head Lu Qing has 2 daughters and a son. What about the second son of the Lu family, named Lu Yu? With such talented siblings, his own prowess cannot be lacking. Perhaps he could provide a glimmer of hope for the Lu family? A martial artist who had recently moved to Feiyun City could not help but speak up. Upon hearing the name of the Lu family's second son, the older martial artists of Feiyun City exchanged odd glances. The second son of the Lu family? Huh. That Lu Yu has been afflicted with blocked meridians since childhood. Rendering him incapable of cultivation is of little consequence. Otherwise, the Shen family would not solely target Lu Linger. Upon hearing this explanation, those still puzzled among the martial artists suddenly understood, their gazes toward the Lu family residence tinged with increased sympathy. It seems the Lu family truly cannot withstand this trial. Within Feiyun City, martial artists were abuzz with speculation. Inside the Lu family residence, Lu Linger, clad in a plain dress and only 16 years of age, listened to the murmurs outside, a glimmer of determination surfacing in her large eyes. As she observed her slightly stooped grandfather, Lu Ming, returning, she quickly interjected before he could speak. "Grandfather, let me go to the Shun family." "Absolutely not." Before Lu Linger could finish her plea, Lu Ming interrupted decisively. A resolute glimmer shone in his eyes. He surveyed the surroundings aside from Lu Yu. The other family members gathered close, their expressions betraying their anxiety. Yet, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and declared, "The Lu family, no matter how dire our circumstances, shall never descend to the depths of bowing and offering our children for peace." Upon hearing this, the surrounding Lu family members, instead of succumbing to fear, let out collective sighs of relief. Their anxiety stemmed not from fear of the Shun family, but from concern that the elder might buckle under pressure. With Lu Ming's declaration of resolve, they were finally at ease. The elder is right. We're the Shun family, but a bunch of curs. Indeed, when they first relocated to Lingzhou, they received assistance from the Lu family. Now, not only do they refuse help, but they also seek to exploit us in our time of need. Is this how humans behave? They expect us to offer Lu Linger to become a concubine. How preposterous. Though the world had long forgotten the glory of the Lu family, those of the direct lineage had never lost sight of their ancestors' deeds. While our strength may pale in comparison to our forebears, our spirit shall not wane. Well said. The children of the Lu family shall stand and die, never kneel and live. Rest assured, Linger, even if it costs us our lives, we shall never yield you. We shall fight to the last. Even if we face extermination, we shall face our ancestors with pride. One by one, the members of the Lu family, regardless of age or gender, displayed unwavering resolve. This moved Lu Ming profoundly, while Lu Linger's eyes brimmed with tears. Gazing at his nearly tearful granddaughter, Lu Ming calmed his emotions and gently patted her shoulder. "All right, Linger, do not worry. Go check on your second brother." Since receiving news of Lu Mingyu's plight, Liu had been reclusive within his chamber, causing Lu Ming great concern. Lu lingered nodded, wiping away her tears, and hastily made her way to Lu Ye's room. Inside the chamber, Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes. The mirror before him reflected his countenance in this life. A strikingly handsome visage, with deep black eyes and an ethereal aura. Clad in immaculate white, he stood tall, exuding an air of elegance. Anyone who beheld him would exclaim him a paragon of beauty, unparalleled in the world. Alas, this is a world dominated by martial prowess. Beauty alone does not fill the belly. Lu Yu sighed softly. He truly did not anticipate that in living his second life, his days would prove to be even more arduous than in his previous existence. After all, in his former life, he had perished while saving others. Could he not be granted a more favorable lineage in light of this merit? He was a scion of the Imperial clan, yet why must the term decline be attached to his status? Was it not sufficient to simply be a member of the Imperial family? Moreover, if he had to endure the stigma of a fallen dynasty, at the very least, he should receive some form of assistance. He did not desire much, merely a prodigious aptitude would suffice. He would not mind leading his family to prosperity. Such a notion was not beyond his acceptance. However, he found himself beset by the obstruction of his meridians, rendering him incapable of cultivation. He could only watch helplessly as his kin faced peril, unable to lend a helping hand. This left Lu Yu feeling increasingly suffocated. Just as Lu Yu was engulfed in his melancholy, a sound chimed. Ding! Detection complete. The host has reached the age of 18. The golden finger has been activated. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the gate of eternity. The rules for utilizing the gate of eternity are as follows. 1. The existence of the gate of eternity must not be disclosed to anyone. 2. The cooldown period for the gate of eternity is 1 month. Once the cooldown concludes, it can assist the host in traversing eons and journeying to parallel timelines. 3. The gate of eternity possesses the ability to alter the flow of time. With the aid of the gate of eternity, while the host resides in other parallel timelines, only a fleeting moment will pass in the current world. Upon the host's return to the present, time will also elapse, but a moment in the bound parallel timeline. Time will only resume its normal flow upon the host's next entry into that timeline. 4. The strength of the gate of eternity is tied to the tier of the host's family. The higher the family tier, the longer the host can remain in parallel timelines. Once the gate of eternity reaches a certain level, it can even awaken the ability to rewrite history, allowing the host to return to a time before the current world and alter its historical trajectory. 5. As the host's family tier increases, so too can the tier of the gate of eternity be elevated. Each elevation of the gate's tier will reward the host with substantial benefits. A series of system notifications unfolded before Lu Ye's eyes. After a brief moment of astonishment, an unmistakable joy illuminated Lu Ye's gaze. The gate of eternity, a means to transcend the ages and return to the past. For any other transmigrator, acquiring such a golden finger might not yield immediate effects. Yet for Lu Yu, there was no system more advantageous than this. A fallen imperial clan at the outset, could he not simply seek aid during the clan's zenith? System, open the gate of eternity for me. I wish to travel back to the most prosperous era of my Lu family. Ding! The gate of eternity has been opened. It is currently locating a parallel timeline for the host. A timeline has been found. The 7 Emperors reign. Please confirm if you wish to bind to this timeline. Please note, once bound, the connection is irrevocable and unchangeable. The host can only strive to enhance the tier of the gate of eternity, and only after unlocking more parallel timeline slots can new timelines be bound. Confirm binding. Without hesitation, Lu Yu issued his command. As his will was declared, in the next instant, accompanied by a resounding roar, a golden gate burst open before him. An indescribable and vast divine power surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping Lu Yu and drawing him through the threshold. Physical realms, body refinement, blood tempering, mystical path, spiritual sea, divine bridge. Sovereign realms, pre-king, martial king, celestial king. In the realm of imperial paths, quasi-emperor, Martial emperor, sovereign in the realm of divine paths. Divine fire, celestial deity, true God. Divine king, divine emperor, in the realm of sacred paths. Quasi-saint, saint, sacred lord, sacred king, great saint, in the realm of supreme paths. Celestial exalted. Tao exalted, quasi-supreme, supreme, supreme of creation, in the realm of enlightenment. Quasi-emperor, great emperor. Each level is further divided into early stage, mid-stage, late stage, and completion. Eons ago, in the heavenly domain, there existed Lineage City. At this moment, the Lord of Lineage City was lamenting to his subordinates. Look at what you have all accomplished. In the neighboring Nanshu city, 3 descendants of the Lu family have already been discovered wandering outside. And what about us in Lineage City? Over a month has passed, and we have yet to locate even a single descendant of the Lu family. 2 months prior, the foremost family of the Taishan realm, the Lu family, saw another formidable individual transcend the tribulation of enlightenment and attain the status of a great emperor, bearing the title of Qian Yuan. With this, the Lu family boasts a total of 7 great emperors in the present age, akin to 7 suns soaring in the sky. The lords of the major forbidden zones are filled with trepidation, refraining from any rash actions. This has ushered in a long-awaited era of peace throughout the Taishan realm. Naturally, the beings of Taishan are immensely grateful to the Lu family. However, for the Lord of Lineage City, the ascension of Emperor Qian Yuan represents a golden opportunity for ordinary martial artists like them to affiliate with the Lu family. Under normal circumstances, individuals of royal and imperial standings, such as themselves, would have no chance to associate with the Lu family, let alone become their vassals or relatives. Yet, with the emergence of a great emperor, the scenario shifts dramatically. Before the Lu family became the foremost imperial clan of the present age, they had endured numerous calamities. Many descendants of the Lu family had scattered due to these tribulations, losing contact with their lineage, and in the passage of generations, even forgetting their origins. However, each time a great emperor emerges from the Lu family, the bloodlines of all descendants experience a jolt. Even those from collateral branches have the opportunity to awaken their imperial blood and return to their ancestral roots. Over the years, with the emergence of each great emperor from the Lu family, a significant number of their descendants have awakened their imperial blood and returned to the clan. Assisting the Lu family in uncovering these bloodlines presents a splendid opportunity for the likes of the Lord of Lineage City to affiliate with them. To take a step back, even if they were not motivated by such familial ties, the reward from the Lu family would suffice for the Lord of Lineage City to exert himself in their endeavors. For instance, the Lord of Nanshu City, having discovered merely 3 collateral members of the Lu family, was generously bestowed with a transcendent golden pill by them. This pill is of the highest royal grade. With the aid of such a pill, the Lord of Nanshu City, who was originally just at the royal stage, would likely ascend to the imperial stage within a year or 2. How could the neighboring Lord of Lineage City not feel envious? He immediately summoned his subordinates for a discussion. Listening to their lord's grievances, the trusted aides exchanged glances, feeling somewhat helpless. It was not that they did not wish to alleviate their lord's worries. It was simply that the presence or absence of the Lu family descendants was beyond their control. The Lord of Lineage City sighed in frustration. He was well aware that the Lord of Nanshu City had merely been fortunate in discovering 3 collateral Lu family members. But who could deny that, when faced with such circumstances, one could help but feel envy? Why was it that Lineage City lacked such fortune? I beseech the heavens to open their eyes and bestow upon us at least one. No, just a single descendant of the Lu family, and I would be utterly content. As the Lord of Lineage City could not contain his yearning, he gazed skyward in prayer. Just as his words fell, a tremendous and indescribable surge of majestic energy erupted outside Lineage City. It was as if thousands of volcanoes had erupted or primordial beasts had awakened. This terrifying force instantaneously enveloped the entire Lineage City, causing the hearts of all martial artists within to tremble. The Lord of Lineage City and his companions involuntarily held their breath. After a moment of stunned silence, they exchanged looks, their eyes brimming with indescribable ecstasy. At the time of Emperor Qian Yuan's ascension, Such an extraordinary phenomenon led them to a vague conclusion regarding its source. Could it be that a descendant of the Liu family has awakened their bloodline? Did the Lord's prayers truly bear fruit? Several aides were momentarily dumbfounded. Yet, the Lord of Lingwest City could not afford to ponder further. He directly activated his movement technique and rushed out of the City Lord's mansion towards the source of the rising aura outside Lingwest City. Beyond the city, at the origin of that terrifying presence, Liu Yu sat cross-legged on the ground, clad in white, his eyes tightly shut as he cultivated and summoned the awakened Imperial blood. As his techniques flowed, the awakened Imperial blood began to traverse through Liu Yu's meridians. Wherever it traveled, the impurities that had previously clogged Liu Yu's meridians were incinerated, and each meridian, under the baptism of the Imperial blood, transformed into something extraordinarily exceptional, resembling golden divine pillars that would support Liu Yu's martial future. Such innate gifts of talent would render even the so-called martial geniuses pale in comparison. Feeling the transformation within himself, Liu Yu was profoundly astonished. Although he had foreseen the multitude of benefits that would come from returning to his family's prosperous era, he had never anticipated such a grand gift would arrive even before he had recognized his ancestors. As he sensed the stability of his Imperial blood within, Liu Yu opened his eyes and summoned his system. His attribute panel came into view. What was once deemed inferior martial talent had now surged to the level of heavenly grade. Heavenly grade talent, such a level of aptitude was beyond the reach of his younger sister, Lu Ling'er, and even his elder sister, Lu Mingyue, who had been accepted as a disciple by the Ziyue Cave Heaven. Is this the might of a top-tier Imperial clan? Simply awakening the Imperial blood of any clan member allows them to ascend to the ranks of top martial geniuses. Liu Yu marveled at the thought. Meanwhile, countless martial artists within Lingwest City were equally astounded by the phenomenon of Liu Yu's talent awakening. Each gazed towards the city outskirts with expressions of disbelief. Who is this individual, exuding such overwhelming authority? Is he challenging the Lord of Lingwest City? The youth appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old. How could he possess such formidable pressure? Wait, why can't I sense his cultivation? This young man has yet to refine his body. How then does he command such an aura? As the crowd remained in shock, the Lord of Lingwest City, accompanied by his trusted aides, had already burst forth from Lingwest City. Upon witnessing the arrival of the city lord, many bewildered martial artists assumed he intended to subdue this striking young man. Several female martial artists displayed looks of compassion, wishing to counsel the Lord of Lingwest City to show restraint. However, before they could utter a word, the Lord of Lingwest City had already rushed before Liu Yu, bowing deeply to the ground. Indeed, descendants of the Imperial clan are extraordinary. Young master, please follow me. I am the local city lord, and prior to your arrival, I have already notified your family. I believe it won't be long before someone from the Liu family comes to escort you. If the Lord of Lingwest City had merely speculated before exiting the city, upon seeing Liu Yu in that instant, he was left with no doubt that Liu Yu was undoubtedly a descendant of the Imperial clan. That overwhelming aura of vitality could only belong to one who had awakened their Imperial blood. Hearing the words of the Lord of Lingwest City, the martial artists throughout the city fell into silence, their gazes towards Liu Yu now filled with profound reverence and envy, a descendant of the Imperial blood. It was a meteoric rise. Whose child is this youth? Hurry and inquire. Prepare gifts. I must personally pay a visit. Fool, do you think you can curry favor with him? The city lord is right there. Who could compete with him? Alas, my beloved is heading to the Liu family. We shall be worlds apart from now on. My goodness, sister, you have only just met this young man for a brief moment. The martial artists buzzed with chatter, the noise echoing incessantly. Thank you, city lord. Liu Yu nodded slightly, his expression remarkably serene. Prior to returning to the ancient times, he had already mentally prepared himself for this moment. Coupled with his experiences across 2 lifetimes, such a scene was hardly sufficient to astonish him. Following the Lord of Lingweb back to the city, Liu Yu gleaned some contemporary intelligence from her. Had he returned to the time just after the Qianyuan Emperor achieved enlightenment, the greatest dark turmoil in history erupted a century after the Qianyuan Emperor's ascension. This implied that Liu Yu had roughly 100 years to alter the future of the Liu family. Considering the adversaries that emerged during that dark turmoil, a century was not overly ample. However, as a visitor from a future era, endowed with the ability to foresee destiny, Lu Yu remained confident in his capacity to guide his family through the impending tribulation. Yet it was imperative to first acknowledge his ancestry and return to his roots. Reflecting on the Lord of Ling Yue's introductions, a flicker of anticipation surfaced in Lu Yu's eyes. According to the Lord of Ling Yue, the Lu family extended exceptionally favorable treatment to those awakened with imperial blood. The family categorized its imperial blood descendants into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Even the lowest-ranking yellow descendants received monthly resources for cultivation valued at 100 gene of divine essence. In later times, a single yang of divine essence was worth 1,000,000 spirit stones, to say nothing of 100 gene. Even a single gene of divine essence would be enough to drive the entire Lingzhou into a frenzy. The wealth of a flourishing imperial clan was indeed formidable. Just as Lu Yu was contemplating this, a brilliant divine light suddenly illuminated the teleportation array within Lingyue City. Following this, powerful figures emerged from the array, each exuding an aura capable of shattering mountains and stirring the heavens. The Lord of Lingyue, a formidable presence in her own right, had achieved the realm of kings, a level of power sufficient to dominate an entire province in later times. Within a martial dynasty, she could carve out territories and command the lives and deaths of millions. Even in the ancient celestial domains, she could be regarded as a master. Yet, as the figures continued to step forth from the teleportation array, the Lord of Lingyue felt as if she had been reduced to an insignificant insect. Each of these formidable beings, without even lifting a finger, could crush her to dust with a mere strand of hair. Was this the entourage of the imperial clan? The Lord of Lingyue was taken aback. Beside her, Lu Yu's eyes widened as he gazed at the procession before him. From these individuals, he sensed an innate connection stemming from bloodline. These were the formidable ancestors of the Lu family from ancient times. Lu Yu marveled inwardly as he felt Lu Yu's gaze upon him. The group couldn't help but smile warmly. The leading figure, a middle-aged man clad in green, nodded respectfully towards Lu Yu. He then turned to the Lord of Lingyue and spoke gently. "I am Lu Shan, and I wish to extend my gratitude to you, my friend, for aiding the Lu family in locating an imperial blood descendant, enabling our bloodline to reunite." With that, Lu Shan raised his hand and presented a spirit ring to the Lord of Lingyue. Her eyes widened in astonishment, and she stood frozen as she absorbed his surname. The subordinates behind her gaped in disbelief, even forgetting to accept the lavish gift they had so coveted. Awe filled their eyes as they beheld Lu Shan. Lu Shan, the legendary great sage of Jinshan. In this world, imperial clans were numerous, yet typically, beings of supreme realms would not reveal themselves unless in dire circumstances. The pinnacle of the sacred path, the great sage, represented the strongest combat force among the various major sections. This great sage Jinshan was universally acknowledged as the most formidable of the Lu family, indeed of the entire Taishan realm throughout history. He had been praised by the first emperor of the Lu family, the Ling Su emperor, as a peerless powerhouse with imperial potential. Upon hearing Lu Jinshan's name, Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be the ancestor Jinshan? Lu Yu pondered, a hint of reverence illuminating his gaze. During the future dark turmoil that spanned a century, the Lu family's combatants were not limited to the 7 imperial ancestors. Numerous other supreme and quasi-imperial members of the family also fearlessly took to the battlefield, fighting to protect the beings of the Taishan realm until the very end. Lu Jinshan was among them. When the dark turmoil erupted, not only did the master of the Forbidden Zones invade the Taishan realm, but their powerful beings closely followed suit, unleashing boundless slaughter across the 3,000 paths of the Taishan realm. To safeguard the evacuation of a province's populace, Lu Jinshan, only at the celestial venerable realm, bravely faced 3 supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones, single-handedly holding them off despite the vast disparity in cultivation. Ultimately, he slew all 3, successfully guiding countless lives to safety in the Tianxian path. However, Lu Jinshan paid the ultimate price, expending his own essence and blood, forever resting in the ground of that province. The deeds of the Lu family's ancestors were recounted among the clan for millennia, remaining vivid even to the younger generations like Lu Yu and Lu Ling. Thus, seeing Lu Jinshan before him filled Lu Yu with overwhelming emotion. Fortunately, with experience from 2 lifetimes, Lu Yu quickly regained his composure. After expressing his gratitude, Lu Jinshan warmly invited Lu Yu to stand beside him for a bloodline examination. Upon conducting the examination, Lu Jinshan couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "My child, how can the imperial blood within you be so rich? Given your constitution, you should have awakened your bloodline long ago during the Ling Su Emperor's ascension. Why has it taken until now?" Lu Yu was taken aback by Lu Jinshan's words. It seemed that his prior leap in root quality to the heavenly grade was not solely due to the family's current prosperity, but his own bloodline played a part as well. This revelation caught Lu Yu by surprise. Although his grandfather, Lu Ming, had always claimed that their lineage was the direct line of the Lu family, Lu Yu had not perceived any signs of being of imperial lineage, aside from the well-preserved ancient family records. Moreover, even if they were indeed of imperial blood, after countless generations, it was reasonable to assume that little of it remained by his time. Yet, it appeared that his grandfather had not misled him. It was indeed Lu Yu who had underestimated himself. However, regarding Lu Jinshan's inquiry, Lu Yu could only chuckle and remain noncommittal that he couldn't possibly reveal that he hailed from a time far removed from theirs, and missed the Ling Su Emperor's ascension. Seeing Lu Yu's inability to provide an explanation, Lu Jinshan did not press further. Such circumstances, while rare, were not entirely impossible. Many descendants of the Lu family had been lost over the years, and encountering 1 or 2 unfortunate cases was not uncommon. With this in mind, Lu Jinshan's gaze toward Lu Yu grew increasingly gentle. He gently ruffled Lu Yu's hair, smiling as he said, "All right, you shall accompany us back to the family. By the way, are your parents still alive? Do you have any siblings? If they are also present, bring them along to return to the family. Even if they haven't awakened their imperial blood, it matters not." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback. Soon, thoughts of his missing parents and the elder sister lost within the secret realm weighed heavily on his heart. Yet, he quickly adjusted his demeanor, shaking his head gently and replying, "They are not of this realm, but I will find them." His voice was soft, yet the determination behind it struck Lu Jinshan, who looked at the young man with a flicker of emotion in his eyes. "Good child. Having such resolve is commendable. What is life and death? The path of martial arts knows no bounds. As long as you do not give up, you shall one day cultivate to the point of reversing life and death." With a sudden surge of fervor, Jinshan Dashing's expression became quite remarkable as he gazed at Lu Yu. Though Lu Yu opened his mouth, intending to provide an explanation, he found himself at a loss for words, ultimately bowing his head in silence. "Forget it. I am weary. Let it be." Lu Jinshan assumed that Lu Yu was merely recalling sorrowful memories and refrained from further inquiries. He promptly led a group of Lu family sages, including Lu Yu, into the teleportation array. Upon entering the array, Lu Yu soon realized he was not the only Lu family descendant being summoned. The entourage led by Lu Jinshan had brought back over 30 Lu family heirs. However, after surveying the group, Lu Yu sensed that his bloodline and aptitude were undoubtedly among the most exceptional of them all. Upon returning to the Lu family imperial city through the teleportation array, the treatment Lu Yu received confirmed his intuition that of the 30-plus Lu family descendants who returned with him, the majority were classified as Huang grade and assigned to reside in the outer districts of the Lu family imperial city. Only Lu Yu and 2 other Lu family descendants were deemed Xian grade, granting them the privilege to dwell in the inner city. Moreover, there exists a hierarchy even within the Xian grade. Ultimately, Lu Jinshan judged Lu Yu to be at the superior tier of Xian grade. His assigned residence was a standalone villa, equipped with a spirit-gathering formation that reached the divine tier, while it was merely the lowest tier of divine spirit-gathering formation. The efficacy far surpassed that of the royal tier formations used by other Xian grade descendants, eliciting envy from his peers who had returned alongside him. Given Lu Yu's qualifications and the superior treatment he received, it was widely believed that within 3 to 5 years, he would ascend to the D grade. During their journey back, They had learned from Lu Jinshan and other Lu family experts about the cultivation treatments afforded to disciples of the Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang grades. Disciples of the Huang and Xian grades were nurtured according to the standards of divine pathway experts, while those of the D grade and above were groomed in accordance with the standards of future saints. The disparity in treatment was nothing short of astronomical. Not to mention, regarding the allocation of precious medicinal herbs, Xian grade disciples could only receive one royal tier medicinal herb each month before entering the kingly realm, while D grade disciples, even if they had just begun body refinement, could obtain a divine tier medicinal herb from the divine herb garden every month. However, beyond these considerations, what truly occupied Lu Yu's mind was the crucial information regarding the Lu family's divine herb garden. If memory serves me correctly, there exists a true phoenix nirvana fruit within our Lu family's divine herb garden that has remained undiscovered. It was only later, when a prodigy from the Tuoba family, who possessed the innate talent of the spirit of plants, visited our Lu family, that the existence of that true phoenix nirvana fruit was detected and stealthily taken away. Recalling this, a glint of fierce determination flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. The true phoenix nirvana fruit is a top-tier imperial medicine. Though it may not be an immortal medicine, its effect is certainly not inferior. It is the finest remedy for injuries sustained on the path of the Tao. Regardless of how severe the injuries may be, consuming it ensures immediate recovery. In the original timeline, after the Lu family's decline, the Tuoba family rose to prominence, giving birth to a quasi-emperor at the 9th level, who was on the verge of attaining the Tao. Yet that quasi-emperor could not withstand the tribulation of ascension and suffered grave injuries. At that time, the world believed this quasi-emperor was on the brink of demise. Unbeknownst to them, the Tuoba family prodigy who had stolen the true phoenix nirvana fruit produced it at that critical moment, healing the quasi-emperor. Moreover, to showcase their prowess, that Tuoba family prodigy brazenly proclaimed their extraordinary talent, claiming to far surpass many of the Lu family's prodigies. The zenith of the Lu family's glory, no one had detected the existence of that true phoenix nirvana fruit. Only she possessed the discerning eye to acquire it, thereby preserving the life of the Tuoba family's quasi-emperor amidst the Lu family's decline and the Tuoba family's rise. Tuoba's rise? Lu Yu pondered those 4 words, his gaze turning icy. The Tuoba family, originally a minor divine tier clan, had gradually ascended to the status of an immortal family under the support of the Lu family. The Lu family's benevolence toward the Tuoba family could not be overstated. Yet, the Tuoba family's prodigy not only stole the true phoenix nirvana fruit, but also, when the Lu family's 6th ancestor returned from a bloody battle to protect the beings of the Taishan realm, gravely injured, they concealed the fruit, allowing the 6th ancestor to perish without relinquishing it. This time, I shall not permit such a situation to occur again. A cold glint flickered in Lu Yu's eyes. Confirming the accuracy of his memories, he abruptly rose and made his way to the Imperial City Square in search of his uncle, Lu Jinshan. After recognizing his ancestry, Lu Yu and the others established their ranks. And it was only natural for Lu Yu to address Lu Jinshan as uncle rather than the more formal title of Jinshan Dashing. The Imperial City Square, vast and magnificent, could easily dwarf the area of Feiyun City in the present day. Tens of thousands of Lu family descendants were active in this square, engaging in discussions of martial arts or leisurely strolling about. However, locating the esteemed Lu Jinshan was not difficult, as he was situated at the viewing platform atop the square. Under normal circumstances, a Xian grade descendant like Lu, you would find it challenging to meet Lu Jinshan. Yet considering that Lu Yu and his peers had just returned to the family after enduring hardships and had never encountered esteemed mentors to guide their cultivation, their sudden return and the high-tier techniques they were granted necessitated guidance to avoid confusion. Therefore, during this period, many Lu family sages, including Lu Jinshan, had emerged from their seclusion to oversee the square, offering guidance on cultivation difficulties to the newly returned descendants. Upon seeing Lu Yu arrive, Lu Jinshan could not help but smiled. He held a profound impression of this dutiful and resolute junior. Just as he was about to beckon Lu Yu forward for a thorough discussion, he was suddenly taken aback by the information Lu Yu brought. The true phoenix nirvana fruit? Are you certain? Lu Yu nodded earnestly. Since awakening the Imperial bloodline, he had developed a unique talent that occasionally allowed him to glimpse fragments of the future in his dreams. He was confident that within the various divine herb gardens of the Lu family, a true phoenix nirvana fruit was indeed concealed. However, he could not pinpoint the exact location of that garden. Seeing fragments of the future in dreams, Lu Zhanshan narrowed his eyes, still finding it somewhat difficult to believe. While the awakening of various martial talents under the stimulation of the Imperial bloodline was not uncommon, possessing the ability to foresee the future was extraordinarily rare. If the accuracy of such visions were sufficiently high, their value would rival that of an Imperial scion. Therefore, despite his skepticism, Lu Zhanshan still issued orders to arrange a thorough search. This was both to validate Lu Yu's abilities and because the intrinsic value of the true phoenix nirvana fruit warranted such effort. A top-tier imperial medicine capable of healing injuries on the path of the Tao was a rarity even within the Lu family. With Lu Zhanshan's command, the Lu family sages stationed at various divine herb gardens swiftly sprang into action. Initially, they did not take the matter too seriously, and after inspecting each herb garden, they found no anomalies. However, Lu Yu remained unperturbed. It was a common principle that divine objects often remained obscured. Those guarding the herb gardens typically did not entertain the notion that an imperial medicine could be hidden within their domain. Each time they checked the maturity of the herbs, it was merely a routine procedure, a cursory glance with their divine sense. This phenomenon is often referred to as darkness beneath the lamp. Yet now, with Lu Zhanshan's decree, the guardians of the various herb gardens dared not be negligent and began to conduct thorough inspections repeatedly. After several rounds of scrutiny, the true phoenix nirvana fruit could no longer remain concealed for long. Indeed, that a quarter of an hour later, within the divine medicinal garden situated outside the imperial city, a brilliant divine radiance suddenly erupted. Furthermore, a tremendous essence of life emanated from that divine glow, enveloping the entire imperial city in its resplendent light. Was this the fluctuation of a supreme imperial medicine? Within the Lu family's imperial city, countless members of the Lu clan gazed upwards towards the direction of the divine medicinal garden, their eyes filled with astonishment. Meanwhile, in the city square, Lu Zhanshan also stood with his mouth slightly agape, staring at the source of the divine light, his eyes equally brimming with disbelief. With his cultivation at the great sage level, he didn't need to approach for inspection. He had already sensed with his divine consciousness that the extraordinary imperial medicine that had emerged was indeed the legendary true phoenix nirvana fruit. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhanshan suppressed the turbulence in his heart, looking at Lu Yu before him, a profound and peculiar expression emerging in his eyes. "Did you just say that this information came to you in a dream?" Lu Yu nodded. The first rule of the Eternal Gate states that one must not disclose any information regarding the Eternal Gate to outsiders. However, Lu Yu had inquired with the system. Such vague and ambiguous prophetic claims were still within the permissible scope of the Eternal Gate's regulations. Thus, he had boldly crafted this persona of dream foresight for himself. After all, wielding the Eternal Gate, he would surely guide the Lu family towards fortune and away from misfortune more than once in the future. Establishing this persona in advance would be beneficial rather than detrimental to him. Moreover, appropriately showcasing his talents could also grant him access to greater resources for cultivation from his family, although the treatment he received as a practitioner of the Shen rank was already quite generous. He could not afford to miss any further opportunities. Not to mention, this could also help him avoid the situation of the Tuoba family intercepting him as in his previous life. Killing two birds with one stone. Why not? "Well done, my boy," Lu Zhanshan exclaimed with a beaming smile, repeatedly patting Lu Yu's shoulder, his eyes filled with excitement and admiration. "Your dream foresight may not be entirely reliable based on this one instance. But I assure you, just for your contribution in helping the family locate a true phoenix nirvana fruit, the rewards you receive will certainly not be meager." As he spoke, Lu Zhanshan instructed Lu Yu to remain in the square without moving. He would go to report to the family's higher-ups to prepare a reward for Lu Yu. Upon witnessing Lu Zhanshan soaring away on his rainbow, the crowd of Lu family disciples gathered in the square turned their curious gazes towards Lu Yu. A few could not help but approach him, eager to inquire about what had transpired. However, Before they could ask many questions, Lu Zhanshan returned with great enthusiasm. "Young man, your good fortune has arrived," he exclaimed. Raising his hand, a gleaming golden token of the earth rank flew into Lu Yu's grasp. Following that, Lu Zhanshan flicked his finger again, and a palm-sized glass vial elegantly descended before Lu Yu. The vial was adorned with mysterious patterns that shimmered with spiritual light, and within it, a droplet of golden blood floated. An utterly terrifying wave of energy emanated from that droplet, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Had it not been for the vial's containment, those present would have had no doubt that this single drop of blood could obliterate the entire Imperial City square. The overwhelming aura made everyone feel as if, in all of heaven and earth, only this drop of true blood existed. Singularly supreme, could this formidable aura be the blood of a supreme? The other great sages of the Lu clan stationed in the square cast astonished glances. Hearing this, Lu Zhanshan smiled slightly and replied, "Indeed, this is the blood of a supreme, but to some extent, it can also be considered the blood of an emperor." As he spoke, Lu Zhanshan flicked his finger once more, and an enigmatic energy descended upon that droplet of true blood. As this energy was invoked, a trace of supreme imperial might radiated from the blood, rendering the entire venue momentarily silent, and soon, the eyes of the Lu family disciples were filled with envy as they gazed at Lu Yu. Indeed, this must be a drop of true blood left behind by one of the 7 ancestral emperors of the Lu family during their supreme stage. In the Imperial City Square, countless Lu family disciples, even those great sages of the Lu clan, were profoundly shaken that a drop of true blood left by an emperor, even if it was from their supreme stage, was of immeasurable value that, if this were to be presented to the outside world, who knows how many aspiring emperors would vie for it, even willing to exchange their painstakingly forged imperial weapons for it without hesitation. Lu Yu was equally astonished. Although he knew that showcasing his talents would surely lead to increased cultivation effort from his family, he had not expected such lavish rewards. To receive a drop of Emperor's true blood directly was indeed a terrifying gesture from a flourishing imperial clan. Observing Lu Yu's astonished demeanor, Lu Zhanshan smiled slightly, his eyes reflecting eager anticipation as he encouraged, "Do not be nervous, my boy. You have helped the family find a true phoenix nirvana fruit. Its value far exceeds that of this drop of Emperor's true blood. Moreover, with this drop of blood as a boon, your talent should advance further." No. Upon hearing Lu Zhanshan's words, Lu Yu understood. It seemed he had underestimated the value of his dream foresight ability. However, upon reflection, it made sense that if his talent could indeed be infallible, no, it might not even need to be infallible, as long as he could achieve a 50% accuracy rate on key prophetic events. It would hold immense strategic significance for the entire Lu family. From this perspective, the reward of this drop of Emperor's true blood was not as exaggerated as it seemed. Rest assured, Uncle Zhuang, I shall not disappoint the family. Lu Yu smiled slightly, stepping forward to accept the vial containing the Emperor's true blood, a traveler from the future, even without this drop of Emperor's true blood. Lu Yu's foresight accuracy could reach 100%. With this confidence, Lu Yu felt no anxiety, his demeanor calm and self-assured, entirely unperturbed about failing to live up to the value of this Emperor's true blood. This confidence only served to further enhance Lu Zhanshan's admiration. "Well done, my boy. As a scion of the Lu family, you should possess this spirit." With that, Lu Zhanshan pointed to the earth-rank token in Lu Yu's hand. "As the day is drawing to a close, you have just settled in, and it seems you may not have time to relocate again, that I will arrange for someone to prepare your earth-rank residence, which should be ready by tomorrow. You can move in then." Upon hearing Lu Zhanshan's words, the gathered Lu family disciples in the square became restless. The disciples currently assembled here were predominantly of the Huang and Xian ranks. Though the Emperor's true blood was precious, it felt distant to them. However, the treatment associated with the earth rank was well known and longed for. Their gazes towards Lu Yu brimmed with envy. Yet, Lu Yu had no time to dawdle. Taking the Emperor's true blood, he returned to his small courtyard. Just as he was about to enter the quiet chamber to refine the true blood, a middle-aged man's voice called out from outside the courtyard. "Young Master Lu Yu, I am Lu Lei, the steward of the inner city, I have come on behalf of great sage Anshan to deliver the 9 refinements divine pill. The 9 refined divine pill is the pinnacle of divine-grade elixirs. Typically, it is employed in conjunction with various precious herbs and pills, not only enhancing their efficacy, but also significantly accelerating the process of refining these treasures. It is evident that Lu Jinshan, considering Lu Yu's low cultivation level, deliberately prepared this for him, allowing him to swiftly absorb the essence of the Emperor's true blood. After bidding farewell to Lu Lei and gazing at the 9 refined divine pill in his hand, Lu Yu felt a deep sense of gratitude. He composed himself, activating the spiritual array within the quiet chamber to assist in the refining process, before swallowing the 9 refined divine pill along with the Emperor's true blood in one gulp. Boom! The moment the Imperial blood entered his body, Lu Yu felt as if a sun had descended into him. The originally calm Imperial blood surged into a boiling frenzy. His meridians and bones felt as though they were ignited by the Imperial blood itself. An indescribable searing pain coursed through his entire being. However, in the next instant, the medicinal effects of the 9 refined divine pill began to manifest. A wave of coolness emanated from the depths of Lu Yu's being, spreading throughout his limbs and bones. This not only alleviated the suffering brought on by the Imperial blood refining, but also greatly accelerated the process. You could distinctly perceive every bone, every drop of blood, and every meridian within him. With each passing second, astonishing transformations were occurring. His aura began to surge explosively at that moment. Body refining realm, blood refining realm, mystical realm, spirit sea realm. It was not until Lu Yu stepped into the divine bridge realm that this remarkable enhancement finally came to a close. At this juncture, every meridian within Lu Yu was coated with a layer of golden divine radiance. Every bone shimmered with a strange golden glow. Even his blood now bore a faint golden light. Brimming with boundless vitality, clenching his fist lightly, Lu Yu felt the terrifying divine power coursing within him, his eyes brimming with uncontainable delight. It is worth noting that he had originally been at a level where he had not even reached the body refining stage. Yet now, a single drop of Imperial true blood had propelled him across 5 realms, reaching the pinnacle of the physical domain. Moreover, aside from the elevation of his realm, Lu Yu's innate talent had undergone yet another transformation. Martial arts talent is categorized from low to high as follows: inferior, average, superior, earth grade, heaven grade, super grade, and supreme grade. Initially, upon returning to the ancient era, Lu Yu's talent had awakened to the heaven grade level due to the Imperial blood. Now, with the infusion of a drop of Imperial true blood, his talent had further evolved, ascending to the super grade level. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, he will be able to venture into the central city and receive treatment at the earth grade tier. Although both the Imperial true blood and the 9 refined divine pill had been consumed, as a member of the earth grade tier, Lu Yu would begin receiving 1 divine grade herb each month to assist in his cultivation. While this might not compare to the immense boost provided by the Imperial true blood, when paired with the earth grade spirit gathering array, it would suffice to propel Lu Yu's cultivation realm at an astonishing pace. Unfortunately, to enjoy that benefit, he would have to wait until next month. Shaking his head, Lu Yu turned his gaze towards the right side of the system attribute panel, where lines of information filled his vision. Current host family tier, Tier 3. Current number of parallel timelines that can be bound to the ancient gate. 1. Bound. Timeline of the 7 emperors. Current time the host can remain in the parallel timeline. 3 days. Countdown. 00:023. The ancient gate assistant reminds you that after elevating the host family's tier to above the royal level, the ancient space function can be unlocked. Items stored in the ancient space can be brought back to the present world along with the host. Returning from Lingwei City to the Lu family's Imperial City took 2 days. Refining the Imperial true blood took another day. Lu had less than half an hour remaining from his first return to the ancient era. However, despite this short span of 3 days, Lu Yu's gains were incredibly substantial. His cultivation had risen, and his talent had transformed. Moreover, Lu Yu focused his mind and activated the spiritual power within him, circulating through his body according to the path of his cultivation technique. As the technique operated, an indescribable, vast momentum erupted forth from him. as if a colossal sun lay hidden within, with but a thought. He could suppress thousands of adversaries before him. This was the cultivation method imparted to him by the Lu family after he recognized his ancestry, a top-tier divine emperor technique, the Great Sun Melting Furnace Sutra. With this technique's enhancement, combined with Lu Yu's current supergrade talent and the amplification from the Imperial blood, even though his realm was merely at the initial stage of the divine bridge, he could still obliterate fully realized experts with a single punch. This power was sufficient for him to return to the present world and settle accounts with the Shen family. Reflecting on the precarious situation of the Lu family in the present world, Lu Yu quickly regained his composure. In the final 20 minutes, he sought out the steward who had previously delivered the 9 refined divine pill. With their assistance, Lu Yu gathered a collection of low-tier techniques and martial arts that did not demand high talent, committing them to memory. Although the ancient gate could not currently bring items back to the present world, the techniques and martial arts retained his mind would likely not be subject to this limitation. After all, there was no cost involved. Why not give it a try? As the countdown reached its end, a golden door behind Lu Yu burst open, engulfing his figure. When Lu Yu regained his senses, he found himself back in his bedroom in the present world. Without further thought, Lu Yu immediately focused his mind, recalling the techniques and martial arts he had memorized. As he did so, his eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. The techniques he had noted down were vivid in his mind, each one clear and unmistakable, showing no signs of being forgotten. He had indeed discovered a hidden pathway, although he could not bring back physical items. Returning with the legacy of techniques was still a remarkable achievement. Though the techniques acquired in haste were low-tier, they were low-tier only in comparison to the standards of the once mighty Lu family. In truth, the 7 techniques and 9 martial arts Lu Yu brought back were all at least to the king-tier level. Even the Spirit King's residence, conferred with a marquee title by the Great Zhou dynasty, did not possess techniques of this caliber. Moreover, Lu Yu had specifically instructed Lu Lei to seek out those techniques with lower requirement for comprehension and talent. After all, the ancient gate could only be utilized by Lu Yu as the host. While he had awakened the Imperial blood, his other kin did not share this fortune. If the comprehension requirements were too high, like the Great Sun Melting Furnace Sutra he was currently cultivating. Even if Lu Yu presented it, he estimated that apart from his sister Lu Linger, none of the other family members would even think of trying. Thus, Lu Yu promptly fetched paper and pen, swiftly transcribing these techniques and martial arts. Just as he finished the last piece, he heard the sound of Lu Linger approaching outside. "Big brother, are you in there?" Upon hearing his sister's call, Lu Yu smiled and immediately rose. "I'm here, Linger. Come in quickly. I have a surprise for you." A surprise? Lu Linger was taken aback as she pushed the door open, only to see Lu Yu grinning at her. Yes, a thought crossed her mind. The aura of the divine bridge erupted from Lu Yu, causing her eyes to widen in astonishment. Lu Yu was akin to their father, Lu Qing, who had once cultivated to the divine bridge realm. Thus, Lu Linger was no stranger to the fluctuations of Lu Yu's current realm. Yet, precisely because of this familiarity, Lu Linger was even more shocked. "Big brother, how did you break into the divine bridge realm?" Lu Yu smiled gently and replied, "I'm not entirely sure, but I suspect it is due to the awakening of our ancestors' bloodline within me." Bloodline awakening. Lu Linger was filled with disbelief, but soon accepted this reality, her eyes shining with excitement. This was truly splendid news. I shall promptly inform grandfather and our kin. Although everyone has mentally prepared themselves for a fight to the bitter end, who, unless absolutely necessary, would willingly tread this path? However, everything shall be different now. With my brother by my side, the Lu family will finally weather this great calamity. Ever since Lu Qing's disappearance, Lu Linger has grown increasingly reticent. In the days following the news of Lu Mingyue's misfortune in the secret realm, Lu Linger has become even more despondent. Thus, witnessing her long-awaited vivacity at this moment brings a sense of solace to Lu Yu's heart. He rises to join his sister, smiling as he says, "Do not rush. Let us go together. I have gifts to present to everyone." "Gifts?" Lu Linger's surprise deepens. She immediately quickens her pace to follow her brother into the courtyard. Inside the courtyard, Lu Ming and the other clan members have yet to disperse. Upon seeing Lu Linger following Lu Yu, the the little girl's face radiating with joy. Lu Ming and the others are momentarily taken aback. Linger, what has happened to make you so happy? Before Lu Ming can finish his sentence, Lu Yu releases a wave of his aura, causing the eyes of every member of the Lu family in the courtyard to widen in astonishment. The divine bridge realm? Lu Yu nods with a smile, briefly explaining his situation. Naturally, he refrains from mentioning the Eternity Gate, instead stating that he has awakened the bloodline of their ancestors, which contains many memories of inheritance. With this as his justification, he entrusts Lu Ming with the martial arts and techniques he has brought back, asking him to distribute them among the clan members, urging them to cultivate swiftly and grow stronger. After all, according to the standards of the Eternity Gate, a mere breakthrough in Lu Yu's realm is insufficient for elevating the family status. A sufficient number of powerful individuals at corresponding realms is necessary to effect an overall transformation of the family. Truly, heaven favors the Lu family. Looking at the scrolls of techniques and martial arts beginning at the Heavenly King tier that Lu Yu has presented, Lu Ming is filled with excitement, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. His eyes are alight with joy as he gazes at Lu Yu. Lu Linger supports the elder, smiling as she says, "Grandfather, you need not thank the heavens. If gratitude is due, it should be directed towards our ancestors. Indeed, you speak the truth. Let us all go to the ancestral hall together to pay our respects to the ancestors." Lu Ming regains his composure, nodding vigorously as he beckons Lu Yu and the others to accompany him to the ancestral hall for the rites. Lu Yu, of course, does not decline. However, he is taken aback when, following the simple ceremony, Lu Ming hands him the family head's token. Observing Lu Yu's astonishment, Lu Ming strokes his already graying beard and chuckles heartily. "What? Your grandfather is nearing 100 years of age. Previously, when you were not yet capable, I had no choice but to shoulder this burden. Now that you have prospered, you wish to cast this responsibility back onto your grandfather? That is not the case. It is simply that I am not adept at many family matters." Lu Yu replies, somewhat at a loss for words that, "Oh, what does it matter? From now on, you can focus on your cultivation. And the family affairs can be handled by your uncles. As long as you oversee the major issues, that will suffice. But, Ming, we also wish to retire." The elders of the Lu family, who had previously worn expressions of delight, now find their faces clouded with disappointment at Lu Ming's words. Hearing this, Lu Ming narrows his eyes and scolds, "Away with you. I am nearing 100 and only just considering retirement, while you lot are merely in your 60s or 70s. Prime years for adventure. Retire? Nonsense. Support you well and strengthen the family." With that, Lu Ming strides away from the ancestral hall, humming a tune to himself. Yet before he can exit, one elder cannot contain himself. "Ming, did you not say you were retiring? Why then do you carry a scroll of your techniques with you? Are you planning to pass the work on to us while secretly cultivating?" The remark nearly causes Lu Ming to stumble. He coughs to mask his embarrassment and feigns composure as he replies, "You lot know nothing. I'm simply bored and reading for amusement." "Amusement? Do you understand?" With that, he swiftly exits the hall, leaving no room for further discussion. Observing his grandfather's retreating figure, Lu Yu cannot help but chuckle, while the other elders exchange glances, sighing in resignation. "Do not worry, my uncles. There should not be any major issues for the family in the coming days. You may all cultivate in peace and strive to enhance your strength. Should you encounter any difficulties during your training, feel free to approach me. If any external threats arise, I will handle them." Lu Yu speaks softly. Upon hearing the mention of external threats, a glimmer of cold resolve flickers in his voice. The members of the Lu family in the ancestral hall are invigorated by his words, nodding earnestly in agreement. Rest assured, we shall not disappoint the head of the family. Although Lu Yu has entered the divine bridge realm and awakened the bloodline of his ancestors, none of the clan members wish to hinder his progress. In the ensuing 3 days, even Lu Ming, who had been vocally advocating for retirement and passing the family headship to Lu Yu, enters a state of seclusion. Thus, within a mere 3 days, aided by the techniques Lu Yu brought back, 2 of the clan elders successfully ascend to the profound realm. As those 2 elders attain their new levels, Lu Yu's system notification chimes in his mind. Ding! The system detects that the host family possesses one individual at the fourth realm of the spirit sea or above, 3 individuals at the third realm of the profound realm or above, and 5 individuals at the second realm of blood refinement or above, along with techniques and martial arts suitable for the majority of family members at 4th tier or above. The conditions for elevating the family's status have been met. The family rank is being upgraded. The rank of the Eternity Gate is also being elevated. Current rank of the Eternity Gate. 4th tier. Maximum allowable stay time in the parallel space-time. 5 days. Ding. The system detects that the host has successfully elevated the rank of the Eternity Gate and received a rank-up gift package. Shall it be opened? The rank-up gift package contains substantial rewards, classified from low to high as rare, excellent, extraordinary, epic, legendary, and mythical. Opening the rank-up gift package for the first time will guarantee an epic-level reward or higher. Shall the rank-up gift package be opened? Open. Lu Yu responds eagerly, having long anticipated this gift. Ding. Package opening in progress. Opening complete. Congratulations, host. You have received a 5-star mythical level reward. The Primordial Sacred Body. Shall the acceptance commence? Primordial Sacred Body ranks as the foremost among the top 10 sacred bodies of humanity, possessing unparalleled physicality and extraordinary combat prowess. It bears 10 unique manifestations that continually revive with the growth of the sacred body. The day all 10 manifestations awaken will mark the completion of the primordial sacred body. At that time, its combat strength will overshadow other sacred bodies of the same realm, rivaling the ancient emperors. A stream of notifications floods Lu Yu's vision, igniting a profound excitement within him. The primordial sacred body, the pinnacle of the 10 sacred bodies. On the day of its completion, its power is comparable to that of ancient emperors. This reward is indeed exceedingly generous, exceeding his expectations. With this qualification, even if he were to return to the most prosperous era of the Lu family, Lu Yu could leverage this to become the most exceptional individual among the younger generation, garnering the greatest allocation of resources from the family. In the present world, with the primordial sacred body, Lu Yu could easily dominate his contemporaries, even challenging the elders of the family without hesitation. Receive the reward, Lu Yu affirms, focusing his thoughts as he does so. A surge of blazing divine power erupts within him. His vitality surges anew, and the spiritual energy within his dantian begins to transform and swell. In that moment, his realm begins to ascend. Initial stage of the divine bridge, mid-stage of the divine bridge, late stage of the divine bridge. Within mere breaths, Lu Yu advances from the initial stage to the perfected state of the divine bridge. His combat strength soars once again. At this moment, I dare say I am quite comparable to the esteemed lord of Lingyue City whom I encountered in the past. Lu Yu reflected upon the many formidable figures he had witnessed and formed a reasonable assessment of his own strength. With the perfection of the divine bridge, he could traverse 2 major realms, contending with early-stage kings. The Taichu sacred body is indeed terrifyingly powerful. However, the growth of a sacred body is not an endeavor to be taken lightly. Among the 10 sacred bodies of the human race, each possesses unparalleled combat prowess, and once fully matured, even the weakest can challenge the ancient emperors. The strongest, like Lu Yu, may even rival the ancient emperors directly. Yet, correspondingly, each sacred body is a voracious consumer of resources. The higher the ranking, the more resources it devours. As for the Taichu sacred body, Lu Yu estimated that unless he could completely deplete the treasury of the Lingwang mansion, the sovereign of Lingzhou, he would have no hope of breaking through the current bottleneck to achieve the status of a quasi-king. Fortunately, with the Eternal Gate in his possession, once I return to the prosperous era of my family, any resource deficits will be inconsequential. However, before my next return to the Eternal Realm, there is still a matter that demands my attention. Although both the Shun and Lu families fall under the Taoist lineage of the Great Zhou dynasty, the imperial authority has waned significantly in its control over local Taoist sects in these latter years. While the provinces where the royal family resides remain relatively stable, the border provinces, such as Lingzhou and the northern frontier, no longer heed the edict forbidding inter-sect hostilities. This is precisely why the Shun family dares to act so brazenly, threatening the Lu family with annihilation after the disappearance of Lu Mingwei, demanding the surrender of Lu Ling'er. However, If they can come to threaten, I can certainly retaliate. Initially, Lu Yu had no intention of acting hastily. After all, the rules may have fallen into disarray, but the reckless extermination of a clan would undoubtedly invite wariness and hostility from other factions. While his strength, bolstered by the perfection of the Divine Bridge, may seem formidable in southern Lingzhou, in the grand scheme of the entire Lingzhou, it is not particularly remarkable. Yet, with the awakening of the Taichu's sacred body, Lu Yu's combat capabilities surged once more. Now, he is on par with master-level kings, and his prowess is sufficient to rival the sovereign of Lingzhou, the formidable Lei Lai. The annihilation of the Shun family would be a trivial task. Moreover, as a fifth-tier faction, the Shun family, relying on their ancestor at the Divine Bridge realm, has amassed considerable wealth over the past 3 centuries. Though this wealth may hold little significance for Lu Yu, it could greatly enhance the foundation of the Lu family, accelerating the cultivation of its members. Lu Yu has now reached the Divine Bridge realm. If the family could produce 3 individuals at the Spirit Sea level and 5 at the Profound level, they would advance to a 5th-tier family. With this thought in mind, Lu Yu promptly took action, condensing a spiritual talisman to prepare for the potential arrival of Shun family envoys. Once the talisman was completed, he would set forth to obliterate the Shun family. However, before he could finish the talisman, Lu Yu's divine sense had already detected a group approaching rapidly from not far outside Feiyun City. At the forefront was none other than Shun Yun, the elder from the Shun family who had threatened the Lu family just 3 days prior, demanding the return of Lu Ling Rumble. Leading the charge, Shun Yun and his entourage of Shun family experts soared on rainbows, appearing directly above Feiyun City. The 3-day period has elapsed. Where is Lu Ling? Come forth and return with us to the Shun family. Shun Yun, high above, surveyed the Lu family estate with a cold, disdainful gaze, and as his words fell, over a dozen Spirit Sea experts lined up behind him, releasing their formidable auras in unison. Their combined pressure descended upon Feiyun City like a mountain, enveloping the entire area. The deadline has arrived, and the Shun family's experts are here to forcibly take Lu Ling with 12 Spirit Sea experts and Shun Yun, who is at the late stage of Spirit Sea. The Lu family truly has no choice but to bow their heads. What other option is there? The strongest among the Lu family, Elder Lu Ming, has only achieved full mastery of the Profound realm. There is simply no contest. It is lamentable to think how the former head of the Lu family would feel if he could witness this scene from beyond. The Shen family has gone too far within Feiyun City. Many martial artists sighed softly, their eyes filled with sympathy for the Lu family and indignation towards the Shun family's actions. The Shen family is not a native clan of the Great Zhou dynasty, but an outsider that migrated from the eastern wilds. When the Shen family first arrived in Lingzhou, they were quite destitute, facing exclusion from various factions. At it was the head of the Lu family at that time who took them in, allowing the Shun family to establish themselves in Feiyun City and regain their strength. Thus began their gradual resurgence to become a 5th-tier clan, a dominant force in southern Lingzhou. Yet now, the Shen family repays kindness with malice, seeking to take Lu Ling by force, while threatening to annihilate the Lu family if they resist. Any individual with even a shred of conscience would feel outraged upon witnessing this. However, faced with the oppressive presence of Shun Yun and the other Shen family experts, the martial artists of Feiyun City dared not voice their anger. Sensing the fearful or indignant gazes upon them, Shun Yun and his fellow experts remained utterly indifferent, dismissing the thoughts of the city's inhabitants as inconsequential. The musings of ants are not worthy of concern. Shun Yun scoffed, his gaze fixed on the Lu family estate, impatience flickering in his eyes. They have already released their aura. Why has the Lu family not reacted at all? Elder Shun Yun, allow me to take action. Let me shed some blood first, so that when that little girl returns to the clan, she will understand how to serve the ancestor and win his favor. A black-clad elder from the Shun family, witnessing the situation, chuckled sinisterly and proposed, "Very well. Then it shall be entrusted to you. Rest assured, I will not disappoint the elder." That elder of the Shun family grinned wickedly and stepped forward, aiming at the Lu family estate. Raising his hand with ferocity, the condensed spiritual energy of Spirit Sea expert coalesced from his palm, forming an overwhelming shadow of a hand, ready to strike down upon the Lu family estate. Yet before the handprint could descend, Within the Liu family residence, Liu Yu slightly raised his hand and delivered a gentle punch. A golden fist imprint surged skyward, and with a single strike, it obliterated the spirit sea expert on the spot. What? Shen Yun and the others were left aghast. Disbelief etched on their faces. An elder of the family, a spirit sea expert, had been reduced to a mist of blood by a single punch. This is utterly unbelievable. Even our ancestor may not be able to achieve such swift and decisive results. Who could have struck? Could it be that Lu Qing has returned? Shen Yun and the others were filled with a mix of shock and rage, retreating while unable to resist glancing down at the Liu family estate. Yet before they could discern the identity of the assailant, Liu Yu had already soared into the air, appearing before them amidst the clouds. Liu Yu? Upon seeing the youthful visage of Liu Yu, not only Shen Yun and the others, but even the countless martial artists in Feiyun City, who were stunned by the scene, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Each of them was utterly incredulous. The second son of the Liu family, born with obstructed meridians, had not even broken into physical refinement by the age of 18, a fact known even to the 3-year-olds of Feiyun City. Yet now, this so-called waste of the Liu family had ascended on a rainbow, towering amidst the clouds. This alone signified that his cultivation had surpassed the spirit sea realm. Could this possibly be real? The martial artists of the city were shaken to their core. Shen Yun and his companions were equally taken aback. They were stronger than the martial artists of Feiyun City and could sense more clearly. The Liu Yu before them was not merely a spirit sea practitioner, but a genuine divine bridge warrior, an existence that could rival their ancestor, or perhaps even exceed him in strength. Though they did not comprehend how Liu Yu had achieved such a breakthrough, it did not diminish their overwhelming sense of dread. As Liu Yu's gaze fell upon them, Shen Yun and the others instinctively took a step back, urgently exclaiming, "Liu Yu, please, don't act impulsively. Let us discuss this calmly. We, the Shen family, come with intentions to assist your Liu family. Consider this. If our two families were to unite in marriage, with our Shen family as support, wouldn't your Liu family command respect in the southern part of Lingzhou? Indeed, our esteemed ancestor has emphasized this. We harbor no desire for enmity with the Liu family." The other elder members of the Shen family quickly chimed in, their tones imbued with earnestness. Had it not been for the recent spectacle where the martial artist Shen Yun had brazenly threatened the Liu family, one might have genuinely believed that the Shen family sought to lend a hand. Observing Shen Yun's shameless demeanor, Liu Yu could not help but chuckle at their audacity. "You certainly know how to speak. Truly a testament to the talents cultivated by Shen Ba." However, Liu Yu slowly raised his hand, and as his words fell, a resounding boom echoed as a golden fist imprint surged forth from his strike, instantly obliterating Shen Yun and the others into clouds of crimson mist that dissipated into the sky. Liu's subsequent words drifted through the air. "I have decided I shall not spare your Shen family any longer." After crafting a spirit talisman for contingencies, Liu Yu soared upward, breaking through the sanguine mist under the watchful, awestruck gazes of the martial artists in Feiyun City, hastening towards the South Xian City where the Shen family resided. At that moment, South Xian City was adorned and festooned, reveling in a jubilant atmosphere. Numerous experts from Lingzhou flocked towards the city, leaving many merchants passing through South Xian City utterly astonished. What's the occasion? Why such festivity out of season? An elderly merchant ventured closer, discreetly slipping a package to the city guards. The guard weighed it in his hands, a satisfied smile curling his lips as he gestured for the merchant to glance towards the Shen family mansion. There it was resplendently decorated in vibrant red, radiating joy. What if it was out of season? Shen Zhongguan was to take a new concubine, and all the major forces in Lingzhou had sent gifts to congratulate him. Ah, so it is a matter of great joy for Shen Zhongguan. That explains it, the merchants exclaimed, comprehension dawning upon them. Though Shen family's ancestor wielded only mid-tier powers of the Divine Bridge, he had been appointed as the overseer of southern Lingzhou by the Ling Wangfu decades ago. The various factions in Lingzhou might disregard the decrees of the Dezhou royal family, but none would dare show disrespect towards the Ling Wangfu or its loyal servants. Who could be the fortunate daughter chosen by Shen Zhongguan? Their family was certainly destined for greatness, the merchants lamented. Yet their tones betrayed a hint of insincerity. Shen family's ancestor was notorious for his practices of yin and yang supplementation, and the fates of the women he married had been far from favorable. As for their families, dreaming of elevation alongside Shen family was a mere fantasy. To not be devoured whole by the Shen family was already a stroke of fortune. Yet, within South Xian City, who would dare utter a word against the Shen family? However, upon hearing that the new concubine chosen by the Shen family's ancestor was none other than the benefactor of the Lu family, the merchants could hardly contain themselves. Though Shen Zhongwan was known for his audacity, this was quite beyond the pale. A few young merchants murmured in disbelief. "Hush! Lower your voice. Are you trying to get us all killed? This is South Xian City. Speak carelessly, and your entire family might pay the price." The leading elder merchant, upon hearing their words, immediately turned pale and scolded them. The young merchants quickly realized their faux pas. Silencing themselves in trepidation, these merchants whispered amongst themselves. Envoys from the various major forces in Lingzhou gathered within the Shen family mansion, their expressions rife with intrigue. The history between the Shen and Lu families was hardly a secret in Lingzhou. Although they remained silent, they could not help but disapprove of Shen family's ancestor's maneuvering. Yet, what could they do? Shen family's ancestor had struck lucky years ago by ingratiating himself with the Ling Wangfu. One could only lament the misfortune that befell the Lu family, first losing a patriarch, and now the talented Lu Mingyue lost within the secret realm. Some shook their heads in sorrow, while others could not suppress their cold laughter. I doubt today's celebration will come to fruition. The bride has yet to arrive, and the sun is nearly at its zenith. It's entirely possible that the Lu family might face utter ruin. Upon hearing this, many envoys nodded in tacit agreement, finding merit in the statement. Indeed, the Lu family's ancestry seemed to carry some weight, though few paid heed to specifics. However, the prideful descendants of that lineage, such as Lu Qing, were known to possess an unyielding spirit. Whispers filled the air, albeit hushed, yet the words reached the ears of the Shen family's high-ranking members in the back hall. The expression on Shen family's ancestor turned grim that it's already this late, and Shen Yun and the others have yet to return with Lu Ling. What a pack of fools. He snorted coldly, causing the elders behind him to break into a cold sweat as they hurriedly bowed, assuring him, "Do not be angry, ancestor. Shen Yun and the others might have encountered some delays, but they would never miss the auspicious hour. Indeed, Shen Yun and the others are more than capable. Even if the Lu family were to resist, they could easily sweep them aside and bring Lu Ling before you." Hearing the elders' reassurances, the face of Shen family's ancestor softened slightly. Yet he still spoke with a chill. "Send someone to urge Shen Yun. Tell him to hasten his pace." "Yes. Rest assured, ancestor, I will convey the message immediately." One elder of the Shen family bowed and prepared to send a message. However, before he could exit, a distressed member of the Shen family, who had been guarding the ancestral hall, rushed in with a mournful expression. "Ancestor, esteemed elders, a grave matter has arisen. Shen Yun and the others' life tokens have shattered." "What?" The faces of Shen family's ancestor and the others paled instantly. The many waiting envoys outside were equally taken aback, looking towards the back hall in astonishment. What had transpired? Had a Shen family elder fallen? Could it be those dispatched to forcibly retrieve Lu Ling? The envoys were incredulous. After all, the elder members of the Shen family were all formidable experts, though not at the level of the Divine Bridge, against the currently strongest member of the Lu family, who was merely at the Transcendence level. Even sending a mere handful of skilled individuals should have sufficed to subdue them. How could an unexpected turn of events arise? Could it be that Lu Qing had returned? Both Shen family's ancestor and the waiting envoys arrived at this possibility simultaneously, their expressions shifting dramatically. Lu Qing held considerable renown in Lingzhou, known for his indomitable spirit. Years ago, when Lu Qing's eldest daughter, Lu Mingyue, began to display talent, the Ling Wang had sent envoys to propose a marriage alliance, hoping to wed her to his inept son. Yet, Lu Qing had resolutely rejected the proposal. In retaliation, the experts dispatched by the Ling Wangfu, whose prowess reached the pinnacle of the Divine Bridge, sought to coerce the Lu family into submission. However, they were soundly defeated by Lu Qing, who was merely at the early stage of the divine bridge. From that day forth, Lu Qing's name resounded throughout the land. But when news of Lu Qing's disappearance spread, many speculated that the Ling Wangfu had covertly avenged their humiliation by orchestrating the demise of Lu Qing and his spouse. Yet, no concrete evidence surfaced. Should Lu Qing truly have returned, it would indeed be a spectacle to behold. Indeed, that man who dared to confront even the experts of the Ling Wangfu would surely spell trouble for Shen family's ancestor this time. The entire Shen family would likely face a significant reckoning. A multitude of envoys wore expressions of intrigue, while the powerful members of the Shen family began to feel a rising sense of panic within. Just as their anxiety peaked, a terrifying aura descended upon the skies above Nanyuan City with a thunderous roar. Clad in white, Lu Yu descended upon the clouds, asserting his dominance over Nanyuan City in that very moment. His formidable presence enveloped the city. Countless martial artists looked up in astonishment, and upon recognizing Lu Yu's visage, they all shuddered in unison. A youth barely 17 or 18 years of age, standing at the threshold of the divine bridge, the martial practitioners throughout the city were left utterly astonished. Inside the Shen family estate, the elders, including the family patriarch and the envoys from Lingzhou, were equally filled with disbelief. Their intelligence was more comprehensive than that of the martial artists in Nanyuan City, and they immediately recognized Lu Yu's identity. It was not merely Lu Qing returning, but rather Lu Qing's once-derided son, who had now ascended to the divine bridge realm. Surely, this cannot be real. Lu Qing had 2 daughters and a son, all of whom were renowned in their own right. However, Lu Mingyue and Lu Linger were celebrated for their prodigious talents, while Lu Yu was known primarily due to the reputation of his father. Yet now, this former waste stood aloft upon the clouds, exuding a power that struck the elders of the Shen family with a terror surpassing that of Lu Qing in his prime. What on earth is happening? Wasn't Lu Yu a previously crippled cultivator, unable to practice? How has he broken through to the divine bridge realm? The elders of the Shen family were rendered speechless by the sight before them. The patriarch's face turned an ashen gray. He had never anticipated that, following the successive disappearances of Lu Qing and Lu Mingyue, the Lu family would be able to produce another Lu Yu. What could possibly be the cause of this resurgence for the Lu family? Was there truly some fortuitous fate aiding them? The patriarch internally seethed with indignation. Yet, despite his utmost frustration, he had no choice but to put on a brave face, gritting his teeth as he clasped his hands and declared, it is none other than the esteemed nephew Lu Yu. You have traveled from afar. Please descend at once. Servants, hasten to prepare tea and attend to our esteemed nephew Lu Yu. Upon hearing the patriarch's voice, the higher-ups of the Shen family promptly regained their composure. They hurriedly rushed to make preparations. However, despite their anxiety, they were not yet paralyzed by fear. After all, Lu Yu was merely a divine bridge cultivator. The heavens of Lingzhou ultimately did not bend to his will. The other envoys also shook their heads discreetly. With the backing of the royal house of spirits, the Shen family certainly possessed a measure of confidence. Not to mention, even if Lu Yu were to advance further to become a quasi-king, he would not dare to overstep his bounds within the Shen family. A resounding crash interrupted their thoughts. Amidst the myriad astonished gazes, Lu Yu paid no heed to the patriarch's words. Instead, he swooped down from the clouds and unleashed a single, devastating punch. With that one strike, he obliterated the patriarch's chest on the spot. The Shen family estate fell into a profound silence. The patriarch's eyes bulged wide with disbelief. He had never anticipated that Lu Yu would be so direct and brutal, silencing him without uttering a word, and executing the southern governor right before their eyes. The remaining members of the Shen family, as well as the envoys from Lingzhou, stood frozen in shock. It was only when the patriarch's lifeless body crumpled to the ground that they finally came to their senses. The elders of the Shen family bore expressions of anguish as they rushed out from the back hall, their eyes alight with fury directed at Lu Yu, as if they could unleash their wrath upon him. Lu Yu, how audacious of you to dare slay the southern governor appointed by the royal house. You are committing an act of treason. You defy the royal house. You shall be subjected to 1,000 tortures. You are doomed. You shall not escape the Shen family today, roar the elders of the Shen family. The other envoys from Lingzhou, despite previously harboring sympathy for the Lu family, could not help but retreat, keeping their distance from Lu Yu. While the actions of the patriarch had indeed been excessive, Lu Yu's response was simply outrageous. To kill the appointed governor of the royal house within the lands of Lingzhou was an act that would surely invite dire consequences from the royal house. Even risking the annihilation of the entire Lu family to maintain the sovereign supremacy of the royal house in Lingzhou. Sympathy could only go so far. They did not wish for bloodshed to stain their hands. Just as the crowd trembled in trepidation, Lu Yu gazed at the fury-laden elders of the Shen family, slowly lifting his head and offering a slight smile that revealed his sharp white teeth. "What are you saying? Surely you do not think that after slaying this old dog, I would spare you. What do you intend to do?" The members of the Shen family turned pale in an instant. The few elders who had rushed forward to rebuke Lu Yu were so terrified that they stumbled backward, collapsing onto the ground. Trembling, they looked at Lu Yu and spoke in quaking voices. "Lu Yu, I implore you to remain calm. Cease your actions now, and you may only bring death upon yourself. But should you dare to strike again, it will not end with merely your demise. The entire Lu family will face extermination." "Extermination?" Lu Yu sneered. "Then let the Spirit King come. I am eager to see how he intends to annihilate my Lu family." Lu Yu harbored no fondness for the royal house either. He vividly remembered the time when they had pressured his family into submission, demanding the sacrifice of his elder sister. Had it not been for his current strength, which merely matched that of the Spirit King rather than surpassing it, he would have headed straight for the royal house instead of the Shen family. With a resounding crash, Lu Yu unleashed a punch, swiftly sending the members of the Shen family on their way. His gaze then shifted to the remaining envoys from Lingzhou, as they felt Lu Yu's gaze upon them. The witnesses of the Shen family's downfall shivered involuntarily. A few bold envoys hastily spoke. "Young Master Lu." "No." Upon noticing the golden medallion of the Lu family at Lu Yu's waist, they quickly amended their words. "Master of the Lu family, we were also quite displeased with the Shen family's actions and harbored considerable sympathy for your plight." "Sympathy indeed, yet no action to back it up, I presume," Lu Yu replied coolly, uninterested in further dialogue with these opportunistic flatterers. "Tenfold." "What?" Lu Yu snapped his fingers, summoning a stream of spiritual energy that retrieved the gift list they had presented. With a gentle flick, he sent it back. "The Shen family's teleportation talismans are located in the back hall. You may inform your clans and sects now. Whatever gifts you have brought, double their value tenfold, and have them delivered here before dusk. If I do not see the offerings by then, I will not hesitate to personally visit your respective clans and sects, and perhaps even send a few individuals to accompany the late patriarch." As Lu Yu spoke, he cast a slight smile at the group of envoys from Lingzhou. "Oh, you understand?" "Understood. Understood." The envoys of Lingzhou, though their hearts ached with the weight of their obligation, could only nod vigorously at the sight of the patriarch's unblinking corpse and the members of the Shen family who had met their fate alongside him. Not one dared to utter a word of dissent. However, despite their eager agreement, Lu Yu was not naive enough to believe that the forces behind these envoys would all capitulate, at the very least. The factions situated in the northern part of Lingzhou, near the royal house, would not easily bend a knee. Other sects may yield due to their distance from the royal house, but the northern factions were a different story. Yet when dusk arrived, Lu Yu found that those northern sects too had delivered the resources he demanded. It appeared I have indeed chosen an opportune moment to act, after inquiring with the envoys of several sects. A flicker of understanding emerged in Lu Yu's eyes. The current Emperor Wu of the Great Zhou is nearing the end of his days in a bid to enhance their prospects of inheriting the imperial throne. The various princes are vying to curry favor with the feudal lords of the states. This explains the present turmoil within the Great Zhou dynasty. Among them, the three northern states, including Lingzhou, were initially aligned with the second prince, who had previously governed the frontier and shared a rapport with them. However, as other princes began to offer enticing terms, the Ling King found himself unable to maintain control. 2 months prior, he made a definitive decision, accepting the olive branch extended by the fifth prince and aligning himself with that faction. The terms offered by the fifth prince were indeed appealing. An opportunity to comprehend the great Zhou martial steel for 3 months, along with 3 Yuan Wang pills. The great Zhou martial steel represents the pinnacle of the dynasty's martial legacy, encapsulating the profound insights of past martial emperors, not only experts of the Ling King-esque caliber, but even those at the Heavenly King and quasi-imperial levels would glean immense benefits from each session of comprehension.as for the Yuan Wang pills. Their value is considerable, as they can enhance the probability of breaking through to the King realm by 30%. With 3 in hand, the Ling King could potentially bolster his ranks with at least 2 more King-level experts, significantly elevating his standing in the northern states. Tio demonstrated sincerity and to accept this gift. The Ling King personally journeyed to the Imperial City 2 months ago. Calculating the time, it would be at least another month before his return to IT. Is no wonder that the sects in northern Lingzhou so readily acquiesced. They gathered the resources sent by various factions into their storage rings and packed up the entirety of the Shen family's treasury. Without further delay, Lu Yu ascended into the clouds, darting towards Feiyun City under the awed gazes of numerous Lingzhou experts. As they watched Lu Yu's figure vanish into the horizon, the envoys collectively exhaled, their faces reflecting a sense of relief akin to surviving a calamity. Yet, upon witnessing the despairing countenance of the Shen family members, they could not help but shudder. After today, it seems that Lingzhou is poised for a significant upheaval. Although the Shen family was not the strongest among Lingzhou's top powers, their connection to the Ling King's residence afforded them considerable influence. Now, however, the entire Shen family has been exterminated. As the news spread, the martial artists of Lingzhou were left astounded. Indeed, in the days that followed, as the news continued to circulate, the entirety of Lingzhou was left in shock. The legacy of a tiger father begetting a dog son. That notion is now a relic of the past. The talent of the head of the Lu family surpasses that of both his father and sister. At only 18, he has achieved perfection in the divine bridge realm, a genius unparalleled in the history of Lingzhou martial arts. To provoke such an individual, the annihilation of the Shen family can only be deemed as their just desserts. Various experts expressed their sentiments, some astonished by Lu Yu's talent, others mocking the Shen family's fate. Yet after the initial shock wore off and calm returned, the martial artists of Lingzhou discreetly began to place bets on when a Lu family might relocate or perhaps flee Lingzhou altogether. After all, while Lu Yu's annihilation of the Shen family was indeed exhilarating, it had irreparably offended the Ling King. As a master of the King realm, the Ling King's journey to the Imperial City to comprehend the great Zhou martial steel would undoubtedly bolster his strength. Upon his return, even if he does not achieve the Heavenly King realm, reaching the pinnacle of the King realm is certainly within reach. If the Lu family does not depart, the day the Ling King returns will mark the day of their extinction. However, as days turned into 10 and a month approached, the Lu family showed no signs of moving. Instead, bolstered by the resources pillaged from the Shen family and other opportunistic factions, they had seen the emergence of several profound experts over the past month. The elder Lu Ming even broke through to the Spirit Sea realm. If they could produce just 2 more Spirit Sea experts, the Lu family status would ascend to a 5-tier family. Yet, not to mention 2 Spirit Sea experts, even producing 2 Divine Bridge experts would not be enough to withstand a single strike from the Ling King in the eyes of outsiders. Does the Lu family not fear death? Could it be that Lu Yu believes he can contend with the Ling King? What a jest! The Ling King will undoubtedly return with significantly enhanced power. How could Lu Yu, no matter how prodigious, possibly contend with a master starting from the pinnacle of the King realm? The heroes of Lingzhou were left bewildered, within the secluded training chamber designated for the head of the Lu family in Feiyun City. The familiar sound of the system notification echoed in Lu Yu's ears, invigorating his spirit. Ding! The ancient gate has completed its cooldown. Would you like to open it? At last, it has arrived. Lu Yu smiled faintly, placing the family head's token beside him before responding solemnly. Open! In the next moment, the golden door thunderously swung open, engulfing Lu Yu's figure once more, before the ancient era, within the Lu family's Imperial City. The ancient gate quietly unfurled, revealing Lu Yu's figure. Upon returning to the ancient era, Lu Yu could not help but take a deep breath, feeling the spiritual energy within him bubbling with joy. Compared to the imperial city of the Lu family, the cultivation environment of the present world pales in comparison. That a month of arduous training in Feiyun City is unlikely to match the benefits I could reap from merely half a day's cultivation in this exquisite courtyard. Lu Yu murmured softly. Only through comparison can one understand the disparity. Previously, Lu Yu could not cultivate at all. During his first return to the ancient era, he had not grasped the extraordinary nature of the daily cultivation environment afforded to the Lu family's disciples. But now, Lu Yu had experienced it firsthand, that in the Lu family, even the most ordinary, non-distinguished disciple enjoys a cultivation environment that is beyond the wildest dreams of even the most exalted figures of the great Zhou martial emperor. Here, even without any exceptional divine herbs to assist, within half a month, I could reach the quasi-king realm. However, Lu Yu would not squander his time so frivolously. Although this return, due to the family's elevation from a third tier to a fourth tier status, allowed for an extended duration in the ancient era, it was merely an increase from 3 days to 5. Every single day is of immense value and cannot be wasted so extravagantly. Fortunately, prior to his return, Lu Yu had devised a rough plan. First and foremost, it was time to showcase his talent to the family. Possessing the primordial sacred body, Lu Yu now truly embodies the form of an emperor. If he does not seize the opportunity to display his gifts and garner the family's attention, when else will he wait? Without hesitation, Lu Yu rose, pushed open the door, and made his way directly to the Imperial City Plaza. The plaza not only features the presence of great sages to instruct the Lu family's disciples, but also boasts numerous trial treasures specifically designed to assess their cultivation progress and martial talent. Each Lu family disciple is granted 3 opportunities to challenge trials each month. Successful challengers can receive substantial rewards. Lu Yu chose the ancient emperor path established by the third emperor of the Lu family, the Eternal Emperor. The reasons for selecting this trial are twofold. Firstly, its considerable difficulty and generous rewards. Secondly, the Eternal Emperor Lu Tianheng, who established this path, also possesses a sacred body, much like Lu Yu. As both are sacred bodies, the ancient emperor path is evidently better suited to showcase Lu Yu's primordial sacred body's gifts than other trials. The rewards attainable after passing the trials are also more aligned with Lu Yu's primordial sacred body. Is that not Lu Yu, who just returned to the family a few days ago? I heard he was granted a drop of true imperial blood by the family, allowing him to break through 5 barriers and directly attain the divine bridge realm. What an envy-inducing feat. In the present day, Lu Yu has garnered a modest reputation within the imperial city, particularly following the momentous occasion when his family bestowed upon him the true blood of the great emperor. This spectacle left a profound impression on many in the square, and even those members of the Lu family who were not present that day heard the news through word of mouth. Imprinting Lu Yu's name in their memories, as he strode into the square, a multitude of gazes were cast in his direction, some with envy, others with reverence. Yet there were also those whose eyes sparkled with ambition and challenge. The Lu family has always encouraged healthy competition among its members, provided that no harm befalls anyone and that the sparring remains within the bounds of family regulations. Performance during such exchanges is a significant consideration for the family elders when elevating a member's rank. Thus, while Lu Yu is esteemed by his family and has been granted precious treasures, he has naturally become a target for many aspiring geniuses within the Lu clan who wish to surpass him. Lu Yu paid no heed to these gazes. His purpose was clear as he advanced directly towards the entrance of the ancient emperor's path. The entrance, an ancient spiritual array, stood tall. Upon witnessing Lu Yu's determined approach towards the ancient emperor's path, those Lu family members who had been observing him became unsettled. What was he attempting to do? Did he truly intend to traverse the ancient emperor's path? It was preposterous. The ancient emperor's path was established by the 3 ancestral figures of the Lu family. The reigning great emperor, to tread upon this path, equated to confronting the imperial might of the ancient great emperor with one's own flesh and blood. The higher one ascended, the greater the imperial pressure. The difficulty of this trial ranked among the top 3 in the 800 trials of the imperial city, even though Lu Yu was currently deemed to be of the earthly rank by his family. It was utterly inconceivable that he could conquer the ancient emperor's path. Moreover, Lu Yu's cultivation level was rather low. A mere divine bridge realm practitioner attempting such a feat was indeed overestimating his capabilities. The difficulty of the ancient emperor's path adjusts according to the challenger's cultivation level. Yet a minimum of a perfected king's physique is required to complete the first trial and receive any rewards. Otherwise, it would be a futile waste of a trial opportunity. Furthermore, if one were to be eliminated early in each challenge, the higher-ups of the family would take notice, deeming them reckless, and thereby diminishing their standing within the clan. In severe cases, this could even lead to a reduction in one's rank. Members of the Lu family are permitted to possess pride, but they must never be so arrogant as to misjudge their own strength in comparison to that of their opponents. Although Lu Yu had previously been granted a drop of the great emperor's true blood, in the eyes of these Lu family members, his physique could at best be likened to that of an early-stage king. Once on the ancient emperor's path, it was feared he would struggle to take even a single step. As discussions unfolded among the crowd, Lu Yu had already entered the spiritual array. The moment he stepped inside, the array resonated with a deep hum. Suddenly, a shimmering silver staircase, extending towards the heavens, manifested at Lu Yu's feet. 300 luminous divine steps, each enveloped in chaotic energy, appear before him, with a resplendent Tao rune inscribed at the center of each. Subtle divine radiance coursed within. This marked the first trial of the ancient emperor's path. The path comprises a total of 900 divine steps, each one exerting progressively greater pressure than the last. Every 300 steps constitute a major tier, where the challenge exponentially intensifies. As the first phase of the emperor's path commenced, many gazes from the Imperial City Square turned towards Lu Yu. However, at that moment, his figure was already obscured within the spiritual array, and they soon lost interest. After all, how many members of the Lu family were there? Not to mention the other branches of the Lu family across various regions. The array of talents gathered within the Imperial City alone numbered no less than 100,000, but countless individuals attempted various trials daily, yet 99% of them failed to complete the first phase of the Emperor's path. Thus, there seemed little reason for concern. However, those Lu family members who had initially taken note of Lu Yu felt differently. As they watched him ascend the Emperor's path, their hearts raced with trepidation. Although they sincerely doubted Lu Yu's ability to complete the first phase, his prior accolades, having been elevated to the earthly rank within just 3 days of returning to the clan, coupled with the reward of a drop of the great emperor's true blood, suggested he was not the sort to underestimate his own capabilities. Perhaps he possessed some extraordinary means, one of the Lu family members whispered. But as his words faded, the Tao rune beneath Lu Yu soared with a thunderous sound, unleashing a wave of overwhelming pressure that forced Lu Yu to suddenly crouch down, landing squarely on the first step of the ancient emperor's path. The members of the Lu family, who had harbored even a modicum of hope for Lu Yu, were rendered speechless. Was he unable to even take the first step? Those who had previously held some expectation for Lu Yu were left dumbfounded. Historically, even the most arrogant and oblivious members of the Lu family managed to advance at least 10 steps on the ancient emperor's path. Yet, to see Lu Yu brought to his knees on the very first step was unprecedented. Did he truly deserve the drop of the great emperor's true blood bestowed upon him? Some hot-tempered Lu family members could hardly contain their frustration. However, something about his situation seemed different than a nearby member of the Lu family. Possessing a keen sense of awareness, widened his eyes and raised his hand, conjuring a luminous screen that displayed Lu Yu's figure on the emperor's path. The other Lu family members crowded around to witness the spectacle. They beheld Lu Yu sitting cross-legged on the divine step, his expression serene, as if the overwhelming Tao pressure were non-existent. He even had the leisure to lift his head and scrutinize the Tao rune above him, occasionally channeling his spiritual power as if attempting to unravel the profound truths of body refinement contained within it. Was he attempting to comprehend the Tao runes of the Emperor's path? This fellow was indeed audacious. A few Lu family members gaped in astonishment at Lu Yu's audacity. The Tao runes on the Emperor's path were legacies left by the great Emperor, let alone Lu Yu, a mere divine bridge realm practitioner. Even many of the Lu family's great saints might struggle to grasp their profound meanings. Did he truly believe that having refined a drop of some ancestral emperor's true blood would enable him to decipher the Tao runes left by the emperors on the path? The great emperor's true blood was akin to serving a meal to a child. All one had to do was consume it. However, comprehending the great emperor's runes, given Lu Yu's cultivation level and age, was akin to asking a toddler who had just learned to walk to plant seeds, water them, till the soil, remove pests, and harvest, essentially to create a bowl of rice from scratch. Even if Lu Yu were a prodigious talent, it would be utterly impossible for him to achieve such a feat yet. Just as the Lu family members were grappling with their disbelief, Lu Yu experienced a moment of enlightenment on the emperor's path. Seizing a spark of inspiration, he abruptly summoned his vital energy, propelling it along the intricate patterns of the Tao rune above him, circulating through his meridians at astonishing speed, in the blink of an eye. He completed a full cycle, that very instant. The Tao rune above Lu Yu trembled with a resonant hum, and before the incredulous gazes of the Lu family members, it surged directly into Lu Yu's body. Melding with his flesh, this caused Lu Yu's vitality to surge dramatically. This must be a fabrication. The Lu family members could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Yet Lu Yu paid them no mind. His heart brimmed with elation. Choosing the ancient emperor's path had indeed been the right decision. Lu Yu let out a soft sigh, his gaze fixed ahead. Upon the 300 divine steps, the shimmering divine light caused countless descendants of the Lu family to falter in their pursuits, retreating in despair as they beheld the grand runes of the great Tao, symbols of their failed ambitions. Yet at this moment, to Lu Yu, they appeared as beckoning opportunities, waiting for him to absorb and refine them. Possessing the primordial sacred body, Lu Yu not only had the capacity to comprehend the profound truths of body refinement left by the eternal emperor within these runes, but could also integrate these runes into himself, serving as nourishment to augment his physical form. It was akin to having the eternal emperor himself present in the imperial city, personally guiding Lu Yu in his cultivation and imparting teachings to elevate his prowess. With a sudden resolve, Lu Yu rose, stepping onto the second step, sitting cross-legged once more to scrutinize the runes. Observing this scene, the Lu family disciples outside the imperial road gradually regained their composure. They swallowed hard, unable to suppress their whispers that I understand now. The reason Lu Yu managed to comprehend successfully is that the great Tao rune was merely in its infancy, posing little difficulty. Look, he has been seated on the second step for a whole incense stick. Yet he still hasn't risen. Clearly, he has encountered a bottleneck. Indeed, that makes sense. If we were to comprehend it, we should also be able to succeed. It's merely our excessive reverence for the three ancestors that has kept us from daring to challenge. Allowing this Lu Yu cousin to seize the initiative, these several Lu family disciples were all outstanding figures within the Earth grade ranks. Although they were under 30, each had reached the heavenly king realm. When they ventured out, they were regarded as the envy of the imperial lineage. Initially, witnessing Lu Yu, who was among their ranks, managed to comprehend the great Tao runes had left them feeling severely undermined. Yet now, with a companion pointing out the key, they each awakened from their stupor. More disciples of the Lu family gazed at Lu Yu with expressions of earnest reflection, proclaiming, from now on, we too should learn from this Lu Yu cousin. It is permissible to admire the ancestral figures, but we must not lose the fearless and relentless ambition within our hearts. Just as they began to bolster each other as spirits, a resounding boom echoed through the imperial road, abruptly silencing their voices. There, on the imperial road, the second great Tao rune had also been drawn into Lu Yu's body, melding into his flesh. As the second rune was refined, Lu Yu grew increasingly adept. The third, fourth, and fifth runes were absorbed with ever-increasing speed, in less than half an hour. He ascended over 200 steps, nearing the edge of the 300th step, on the verge of completing the first trial of the imperial road. Lu Yu could feel that, aided by the more than 200 great Tao runes, his realm was approaching a critical juncture. He was but a step away from breaking through the bottleneck of his physical domain, leaping through the dragon gate and entering a new realm of kingship. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yu quelled the tumult within his heart, his gaze settling on the 300th divine step before him. He stepped forward and sat cross-legged, As he regulated his breathing and circulated his vital energy, the 300th great Tao rune began to hum and tremble. Ultimately, after an incense stick's duration, amidst the awestruck gazes of the Lu family disciples outside the Imperial Road, the 300th rune was successfully absorbed into Lu Yu's body, merging with his flesh. With this rune's integration, a sound akin to shattering shackles resonated within Lu Yu. Following that, it felt as if a primordial beast was awakening, or a dormant volcano erupting. An indescribable aura of kingship exploded from Lu Yu's body, sweeping across the vast expanse, enveloping the immediate area around the Imperial Road. This was the aura of kingship. A descendant of the Lu family had broken into the realm of kingship. As this aura manifested, more Lu family disciples became aware of the happenings on the eternal Imperial Road. However, many merely cast a fleeting glance. After all, for the descendants of the Lu family, not to mention a quasi-king, even a quasi-emperor adept was not considered a remarkable figure. Yet at that moment, with a thunderous boom, as the 300th great Tao rune was refined, the chaotic essence dispersing from the 300 silver divine steps behind Lu Yu vanished in an instant. The various phenomena that had previously unfolded also calmed. Simultaneously, beneath Lu Yu's feet, a new Imperial Road slowly ascended. Extending towards the lofty heavens above, the newly risen 300 steps radiated with blazing golden light. The great Tao runes upon the divine steps appeared even more intricate and wondrous, emanating an imperial might that enveloped a significant portion of the imperial city square. This spectacle stirred the hearts of many Lu family disciples, drawing their gazes involuntarily toward this direction. Their eyes filled with incredulity. Someone has actually reached the second trial of the eternal Imperial Road. Incredible! I recall the last time such a prodigy emerged was 3 years ago. I wonder which brother or sister has accomplished such a feat? Lu Lai or Lu Ying? A multitude of Lu family disciples hastened their steps toward the Imperial Road, speculating on which of their illustrious kin could achieve such a remarkable accomplishment. However, their conjectures focused solely on the strongest within the Earth grade ranks, or perhaps even the prodigies of the Heaven grade ranks. In their eyes, aside from these figures, no other descendants of the Lu family could possibly complete the first trial of the Imperial Road. Thus, when they arrived before the Imperial Road and beheld Lu Yu standing before the second trial, they were momentarily taken aback, a look of undeniable astonishment flickering in their eyes. It was that Lu Yu cousin. The name Lu Yu was not unfamiliar to them on the day of his recognition of the family. He was bestowed with a drop of true imperial blood. Not to mention the Earth grade ranks. Even many prodigies from the Heaven grade ranks were aware of the existence of this cousin. Yet none of them believed that Lu Yu could traverse the first trial of the Imperial Road in such a short span of time. After all, his realm was evident. Even with the consumption of true imperial blood, such a miraculous feat seemed implausible. Lu Hua, did you see clearly? How did that Lu Yu cousin manage to come this far? Could it be that our ancestral figure imparted to him some sacred method of body refinement? Those who had first noticed Lu Yu were soon surrounded by familiar Lu family disciples, all clamoring with questions. Listening to the inquiries, the expressions of Lu Hua and his companions turned incredibly intriguing. They exchanged glances, and finally, it was the most hot-tempered among them, Lu Hua, who gritted his teeth and said, "Don't T ask me. We told you, you wouldn't T believe it." "Huh? What kind of nonsense is that? Just say it." "Yes, speak up. We will definitely believe you." What is there to doubt? A throng of Lu family disciples looked somewhat bewildered, unable to refrain from urging him. Under their relentless pressure, Lu Hua could only grit his teeth and declare, "Fine, since you insist, I'll tell you the truth. Lu Yu cousin, he refined the great Tao runes on the Imperial Road step by step to arrive here." "Huh?" Upon hearing Lu Hua's words, the multitude of gathered Lu family disciples were left dumbfounded, and it took a while before someone could not help but frown and say, "Lu Hua, we've had no grievances. Right? Can't you speak properly?" "Exactly. What is the point of joking about something like this?" Lu Hua, exasperated, facepalmed, and after a while, he managed to calm the frustration within him, sneering at the few Lu family disciples who had criticized him. All right, so you say I'm joking and not speaking properly. Fine, you're right. I want to argue with you. After all, Lu Yu cousin is still on the Imperial Road, if you don't believe it. You can wait for him to come out, and ask him yourself." Having spoken, Lu Hua decisively squeezed out of the crowd with his companions, seeking a secluded spot to observe the developments on the Imperial path. Witnessing Lu Hua's furious demeanor, the questioning prodigies were left dumbfounded. Could it be that Lu Hua was not jesting? Yet, what he claimed was utterly outrageous to refine the grand runes of the Imperial path. Those runes were personally forged by the Imperial ancestor, let alone his cousin Lu Yu, who had just recently attained the threshold of a quasi-king. Even if he were a quasi-emperor, such a feat would be unattainable. Indeed, just as the members of the Lu family were in a state of shock, Lu Yu finally took a step forward, ascending the steps of the second trial. Boom! The moment he stepped onto the second trial, Lu Yu could not help but raise an eyebrow. The difficulty here was not merely a notch higher than the first trial. It was exponentially more challenging. The imperial might of the first trial served merely to suppress, adding weight that hindered movement. However, the second trial was far more complex. Beyond the physical strain, Lu Yu felt a surging divine power rising beneath his feet. The entire step seemed to morph into a furnace. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was drawn forth by the grand runes, rolling in like a tide, feeding the furnace, intent on refining him to ashes. Yet, as Lu Yu furrowed his brow, he suddenly realized that under the baptism of this divine power, many impurities he had never sensed within his body, blood, veins, and every inch of flesh, were being extracted and expelled. At this moment, his primordial sacred body became even more extraordinary, experiencing a slight enhancement. Although it was but a small increment, the transformation of the sacred body was far more arduous than merely elevating one's martial prowess. And this was merely the beginning. Lu Yu raised his gaze towards the imperial path ahead, his eyes brimming with barely contained joy. Swish! Gathering his focus, Lu Yu ceased to ponder further and sat cross-legged. He began to channel his techniques to resist the oppressive divine force while hastening the refinement of the impurities within his body. Simultaneously, he turned his attention to the grand rune hovering above his head. Observing Lu Yu's actions, the gathered prodigies of the Lu family could no longer maintain their composure. Could it be that Lu Hua had not deceived them? Was this boy truly studying the grand runes refined by the imperial ancestor? How audacious of him! Hold on, he is merely observing. Whether he can succeed remains to be seen, someone whispered. However, before the speaker could finish, boom! With Lu Yu's blood and energy circulating, the grand rune above his head was drawn into his body, successfully refined, just as the previous 300 runes had been. This set the stage, as one grand rune after another was absorbed and refined by Lu Yu. The second, third, 50th, 100th, and 200th runes, before the astonished gazes of countless Lu family members at the Imperial City Square, Lu Yu completed the 300 divine steps of the second trial in a mere quarter of an hour. Incorporating all the grand runes into his being for his own use. Rumble. As Lu Yu finished the 300 divine steps of the second trial, a vast crimson light erupted from beneath his feet, soaring toward the heavens that, in the blink of an eye, a new imperial path was constructed at his feet. With the completion of this path, an awe-inspiring imperial might, as if capable of suppressing the ages, erupted from the imperial path before Lu Yu, resonating throughout the land. Not only the Imperial City Square, but the entire Lu family imperial city was enveloped by this overwhelming aura. As the imperial might resonated, the entire city erupted in fervor. One by one, the powerful members of the imperial clan opened their eyes, turning their gazes towards the square, their expressions filled with disbelief. This was the phenomenon that occurred only when the final trial of the eternal imperial path was activated. How could a junior reach such a stage? The experts of the Lu family could no longer remain idle. They hastened out of their dwellings, soaring through the skies towards the square on the observation platform. The Lu family elders, originally imparting wisdom to the young ones, also activated their senses, rushing towards the imperial path. When their consciousness fell upon the figure in white initiating the third trial, Lu Jinshan and the other Lu family sages could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. It was Lu Yu, that young lad who had only returned to the clan 3 days prior. The Lu family sages were left speechless. Lu Jinshan, too, was filled with incredulity, despite having faith in Lu Yu. even going so far as to procure a drop of true imperial blood and a 9 refined divine pill for him. He had never expected Lu Yu to possess such monstrous talent. To have traversed the first 2 trials of the imperial path at the early stage of quasi-king. Under normal circumstances, not even those at the early stage of quasi-emperor could achieve such a feat. Attaining this level of accomplishment meant Lu Yu's potential was sufficient to earn him a place among the elite of the Lu family. To what extent had this boy's talent progressed under the refinement of true imperial blood? Lu Jinshan could not suppress his murmurs. Just then, he heard one of the Lu family sages exclaim in alarm, "Wait, what is happening with the imperial path behind that lad? The grand runes refined by the 3 ancestors have vanished." "What did you say?" Lu Jinshan and the other sages were momentarily taken aback, quickly channeling their senses for a closer inspection, their breaths caught in their throats. They had truly disappeared. What was going on? The sages were thrown into disarray. Lu Jinshan promptly took action, waving his sleeve to summon a luminous barrier, reversing time to recreate the scenes that had transpired on the imperial path. As he activated the barrier, Lu Yu's every action since stepping onto the imperial path was displayed before the Lu family sages. Watching Lu Yu refine one grand rune after another, the sages collectively gaped, their mouths agape, their eyes wide with astonishment. It was not until the replay concluded that they regained their senses. However, just as they were momentarily dazed, a cacophony of exclamations erupted from the direction of the imperial path. No longer able to remain in a stupor, the Lu family sages hurriedly looked up, only to witness Lu Yu refining the 601st grand rune into his body. This boy was simply too monstrous. Observing Lu Yu ascend step by step, absorbing one crimson rune after another, the Lu family sages found themselves at a loss for words. Even someone as formidable as Lu Jinshan struggled to maintain his composure. His mind consumed by a single thought, a prodigy, an unparalleled prodigy. Amidst the external tumult, Lu Yu remained oblivious, entirely absorbed in the imperial path before him. Upon entering the 3rd trial, even with the primordial sacred body, he finally felt the weight of pressure. After all, his realm was still somewhat low. His continued progress relied solely on his formidable will and the unparalleled physicality of the primordial sacred body. Yet, Lu Yu was far from ready to concede. He sensed that with each step taken under this tremendous weight, the transformation of his primordial sacred body would advance further. Such a metamorphosis at this level would have required a decade of arduous cultivation if he were to rely solely on himself. Moreover, as the sacred body undergoes continuous transformation, Lu Yu distinctly perceives that the oppression exerted upon him by the imperial path is gradually diminishing. For others, the imperial path becomes increasingly arduous. Yet for Lu Yu, it is a journey where he ascends higher and feels ever more liberated. Rumble. With each step upward, Lu Yu's aura intensifies, becoming increasingly formidable. Last. Boom. As Lu Yu takes his final step, the entire Lu family's imperial city trembles in resonance. As if a deity awakens at that very moment, Lu Yu feels an extraordinary shackle within him shatter with a thunderous crack. Subsequently, an overwhelming surge of terrifying vitality and divine might erupts from within him. Rumble. The imperial city sways, the earth quakes behind Lu Yu. Boundless chaotic energy disperses, emanating an overwhelming divine presence, a resplendent golden lotus, seemingly transcending the eons, unfurls amidst the chaos, enveloping the supreme essence of antiquity. The golden lotus sways. Elevated between heaven and earth, its 9 exquisite petals shimmering with radiant divine patterns, as if capable of supporting the heavens and cradling the celestial realms. This magnificent spectacle is witnessed not only by the Lu family's imperial city, but also throughout the entire celestial domain and even the entirety of the heavenly Xian Dao continent. Countless beings and numerous masters can clearly behold this awe-inspiring phenomenon. In the various realms of the heavenly Xian Dao continent, supreme beings are stirred, opening their eyes to gaze at the celestial golden lotus above. Their expressions filled with astonishment. Heavens, what do I see? The legendary chaotic golden lotus has manifested. The direction points to the Lu family's imperial city. Could it be that the grand sage of the Lu family has broken into the supreme realm? Many powerful figures are left dumbfounded, instinctively believing that Lu Jinshan has achieved a breakthrough, adding another supreme realm powerhouse to the Lu family. However, the truly formidable masters, after a brief moment of astonishment, collectively exclaim, "No, this is not an earthly phenomenon caused by breaking into the supreme realm. This is one of the legendary 10 manifestations of the primordial sacred body, the chaotic seed golden lotus." The Lu family, since the third emperor ancestor and the ancient emperor, has once again produced a sacred body. Moreover, it is the primordial sacred body, the foremost among the 10 sacred bodies, at this moment. The entire heavenly Xiandao continent is engulfed in seismic upheaval. Additionally, experts from other Dao continents are the first to send messages back to their clans or return themselves, disseminating this news throughout the entire Taishan realm and the 3,000 Dao continents in the shortest time possible. Instantly, the ancient Dao lineages across the 3,000 Dao continents, along with the unparalleled supreme beings, are all stirred to attention. The primordial sacred body occupies the foremost position among the 10 sacred bodies of humanity, surpassing even the innate talents of the Lu family's 3 ancestors. Such a prodigy, combined with the Lu family's imperial lineage, ensures that even if Lu Yu does not ascend to the Dao in the future, he will still grant the Lu family a supreme combat force rivaling that of an emperor, illuminating the glory of the Lu family even further. Why does the heavens bestow such favor upon the Lu family? Many ancient Dao lineages' supreme beings cannot help but sigh. Meanwhile, those supreme Dao lineages at odds with the Lu family, the indomitable imperial clan's strongest beings, are nearly grinding their teeth in frustration to eye in the plaza of the imperial city. Lu Jinshan and the other Lu family great sages also regain their composure. Gazing at Lu Yu standing amidst the celestial expanse, their lips move with excitement. "Ha! The heavens bless my Lu family. We have gained another primordial sacred body. Quick, send messages to summon the supreme ones from seclusion. This is a moment of great joy that warrants a grand celebration for the entire clan." Lu Jinshan proclaims loudly. The other Lu family great sages nod in enthusiastic agreement. Observing the fervor among the great sages, many young talents of the Lu family are profoundly shaken. The ancestors of the supreme realm emerging from seclusion to celebrate is a privilege that even the Tianping-ranked descendants of the Lu family find hard to attain. Furthermore, the ancestors will undoubtedly come bearing gifts for Lu Yu. This cousin of Lu Yu is truly on the brink of soaring to greatness. Indeed, as a primordial sacred body, having traversed the ancient emperor's path, it is not far-fetched to say that he could effortlessly attain the status of a quasi-emperor. Many Lu family youths discuss amongst themselves, their eyes filled with envy for Lu Yu. The world only recognizes the Lu family's descendants as belonging to the 4 ranks of heaven: earth, mystery, and yellow. Yet unbeknownst to them, above the heavenly rank, there exists the absolute rank and the quasi-emperor ranks. The quasi-emperor rank leads to the pinnacle, representing the apex of hundreds of thousands of Lu family prodigies. Standing at the zenith of the Lu family and the younger generation across the 3,000 Dao continents, looking down upon countless peers, the Emperor's Son rank, however, has stringent requirements. Not only must one possess talent, but they must also contribute to the family. Additionally, their cultivation must reach the imperial realm or above to be included in the family's Emperor's Son rank. Currently, the Lu family boasts 7 emperors, with prodigies emerging in droves. Yet only 8 individuals qualify for the current Emperor's Son rank. These 8 individuals not only possess unparalleled combat prowess in profound realms, but have also rendered significant contributions to the family, winning numerous accolades. Each of them, like Lu Yu, possesses the bearing of an emperor. This combination of factors has granted them this honor. Given Lu Yu's talent, with time to mature, entering the Emperor's Son rank should not be out of reach. But it is still a tad premature. Indeed, Lu Yu is still too young, and his realm is too low. Many Lu family youths whisper among themselves that Lu Jinshan and the other Lu family great sages evidently share this sentiment. However, they are reluctant to see Lu Yu's talent squandered. Thus, when Lu Jinshan suggests inviting the ancestors to emerge from seclusion for a celebration, they all nod in agreement. hoping to seize this opportunity for the ancestors to lend their support and provide Lu Yu with more benefits, enabling his rapid growth. Yet, just as they await the emergence of the supreme ancestors, swish, a figure suddenly appears in the celestial expanse, standing at the end of the ancient emperor's path, hovering alongside Lu Yu. With the arrival of that figure, the entirety of the Lu family's imperial city, nay, the entire 3,000 Dao continents, feels an indescribable and terrifying pressure enveloping them. At that moment, they instinctively raise their heads, gazing toward the direction of the Lu family's imperial city. Amidst countless reverent gazes at the source of that oppressive force, a figure stands tall in the heavens, radiating resplendent divine light. He resembles a colossal crimson sun, suspended at the pinnacle of the celestial dome. The brilliance of his radiance seems capable of illuminating the ages, overwhelming all realms, leaving everyone breathless. Is this the aura of our Lu family's third emperor ancestor? The ancient emperor. The emperor ancestor has personally descended upon the imperial city. Countless Lu family members within the imperial city are stirred in their hearts, their eyes filled with veneration as they behold the figure above. Lu Zhenshan and the other Lu family great sages widen their eyes in disbelief. The 7 emperor ancestors should be stationed in the border wilderness, guarding against the various life-restraining zones and foreign beings. Why have they suddenly returned? Some Lu family members murmur in confusion. Yet Lu Zhenshan and the other Lu family great sages have already realized. This is a projection left by the emperor ancestor during the ritual of the emperor's path. Only those who possess a sacred body and have traversed the emperor's path can invoke this projection to manifest. However, even if it is merely a projection, Lu Zhenshan and the other great sages do not dare to show any disrespect. After all, this emperor projection was specifically crafted by the ancient emperor and is incomparable to ordinary projections. Just based on this imperial might, it is clear that the combat strength of this emperor projection is likely on par with some newly ascended emperors. Such a projection resonates with the emperor's true will, and its power is surely not to be underestimated. The members of the Lu family were momentarily stirred. Meanwhile, Lu Yu stood with wide eyes, gazing at the projection of the ancestral emperor before him. The clan members within the imperial city could only behold the overwhelming divine radiance enveloping the third ancestor of the Lu family, akin to the sun blazing in the sky. Only Lu Yu was able to discern the visage of this ancestral emperor. To his surprise, the countenance of this imperial ancestor was rather unremarkable, resembling that of a neighborly uncle, exuding an air of simplicity and sincerity, evoking a peculiar sense of closeness and trust. At that moment, the ancient emperor regarded Lu Yu with eyes full of satisfaction. Who would have anticipated that after millennia, the Lu family would once again produce a sacred body, and a Taichu sacred body at that? Truly, this is a fortunate event for my Lu family. Zhenshan, what is this little fellow's name? The ancient emperor smiled as he directed his gaze downward towards Lu Zhenshan. Lu Zhenshan promptly bowed, responding, to the third ancestor. He is named Lu Yu, and he has only just returned to the family 3 days ago. Oh, just returned to the family and already caused such a commotion. Young lad, you possess great talent. The smile of the ancient emperor grew ever more radiant, his admiration for Lu Yu intensifying. In light of this, he pondered briefly before pointing with his hand that a decree, already inscribed, flew forth from his fingertip and unfurled. However, before the decree could manifest its divine sound, the ancient emperor waved his hand again, erasing the words from the decree, and with a snap of his fingers, a vermilion brush materialized in the void. This brush was entirely crimson, resembling a feather. Extraordinary in nature, and within it, one could faintly sense an imperial might. The moment it appeared, Lu Yu felt the temperature of the world rise several degrees. Yet the ancient emperor remained unfazed, directly grasping this feathered vermilion brush. And with a flourish, he began to inscribe a new decree. Once completed, the ancient emperor stowed away the brush and infused it with a touch of imperial divine power, which descended into the decree. With a resounding boom, a grand divine sound emanated from the decree, reverberating throughout the entirety of the Taishan realm. All beings across the 3,000 realms could distinctly hear the proclamation of the decree. I, the ancient emperor, hereby declare to the heavens. I promote our Lu Yu into the ranks of the Imperial Sons of the Lu family, placing him as the ninth. He may inherit the 19 supreme imperial scriptures of our Lu family and may select a palace within the imperial court as his dojo. This decree serves to inform the Tai-Sien and the 8 desolations. Let all under heaven rejoice. As the final divine sound resonated, the decree transformed into a stream of light, aiming to return to the ancient emperor's hand. However, with a wave of his hand, the ancient emperor redirected the decree, allowing it to enter Lu Yu's body. This caused Lu Yu's form to tremble involuntarily, his gaze towards the ancient emperor filled with astonishment. The ancient emperor smiled gently at Lu Yu, discreetly giving him a thumbs up. "Little fellow, strive diligently. I await your assistance in the border wasteland." After speaking, the ancient emperor looked down at Lu Zhenshan and the other grand saints of the Lu family, smiling as he said, "Zhenshan, you have worked hard to guard the family. These young ones are the hope of our Lu family. Please take great care to nurture them." Upon hearing the encouragement from the ancient emperor, Lu Zhenshan and the other grand saints were taken aback, hastily bowing in gratitude. The ancient emperor merely raised his hand, lifting their forms, and then turned his gaze towards the other young disciples of the Lu family in the imperial city. Warmly smiling as he said, "You all must diligently cultivate, using your brother Lu Yu as a model that I, your ancestor, look forward not only to your brother Lu Yu, but to each and every young member of our Lu family to come and assist. The battlefield of the border wasteland is fraught with peril. To enter, one must at least possess the cultivation of a quasi-saint." The ancient emperor's words conveyed encouragement and expectation to the young members of the Lu family, stirring their spirits and prompting many to bow in reverence and express their eagerness. Yet, the ancient emperor simply smiled, as he did with Lu Zhenshan and the other grand saints, lifting them gently. "We are all family. There is no need for excessive formalities. Focus on your cultivation, eat well, and sleep well, and your ancestor will be pleased. Now, I must take my leave." With that, the ancient emperor waved his hand and smiled. Saying no more, his projection dissipated under the reverent gazes of countless Lu family members, transforming into a stream of light as it returned to the path of the emperor. Even after the projection of the ancient emperor vanished, the members of the Lu family remained immersed in the encouragement they had received, unable to calm their hearts for a long while. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, who had been directly elevated to the position of the 9th Imperial Son, was equally stirred. This was not merely due to his leap from the earthly rank to the Imperial Son sequence, but also because of the decree granted to him by the ancient emperor. The imperial decree was not only of profound significance, but also contained the essence of imperial might. It could obscure the heavenly secrets, making it difficult for others to deduce Lu Yu's whereabouts or plot against him. Furthermore, it contained the 3 strands of divine power from the ancient emperor, equivalent to 3 opportunities for the ancient emperor to intervene on his behalf. With just a thought, Lu Yu could activate this decree. In a dire situation, the imperial decree would manifest on its own, protecting Lu Yu. With this imperial decree in his possession, Lu Yu could traverse the present world unhindered. Indeed, even in the era of humanity eons ago. As long as the divine power contained within the decree had not been exhausted, he could act with impunity. After all, within the Tai-Sien realm and the 3,000 territories, while many imperial families existed, none could surpass the ancient emperor, save for the founding ancestors of the Lu family. Just as Lu Yu was reveling in his fortune, Lu Zhenshan ascended with divine light, approaching Lu Yu with a smile and saying, "From now on, you can no longer be called a little one. You ought to be respectfully addressed as the 9th prince." Upon hearing Lu Zhenshan's words, numerous members of the Lu family in the imperial city reacted in unison, lifting their gazes toward Lu Yu in the sky, their eyes brimming with envy. They had initially believed that Lu Yu would merely achieve the status of a quasi-imperial son at most. Little did they expect that he would garner the favor of the ancient emperor, directly securing the title of Imperial Son, ascending to the rank of the 9th Imperial Son in the Lu family, and soaring to the 9th heaven in a single bound. Yet alongside their envy, many young members of the Lu family clenched their fists, gazing at Lu Yu with a glimmer of competitive spirit. Although Lu Yu's talent was indeed admirable, he had only just returned to the family for a few days. would suddenly attain a position in the Imperial Son sequence meant that few would willingly accept it without reservation. Moreover, the Liu family had always encouraged competition among its kin. Even Liu Jinshan, who had always looked after Liu Yu, would not intervene in such healthy rivalry, sensing the intense gazes filled with combativeness. Liu Yu offered a calm smile. Unperturbed, he simply looked towards Liu Jinshan and bowed with a smile, saying, "Uncle, please do not jest with your grandson. My current status is merely on par with what you held in your youth." Though he had only recently returned, Liu Yu was quite aware of Liu Jinshan, who had always cared for him. This was the future Grand Saint who would generously sacrifice himself to protect all beings during the greatest upheaval in history. In his youth, he had also been extraordinarily gifted, being one of the Imperial Sons of his generation. With his Jinshan sword, he had vanquished countless talented peers after reaching the Grand Saint realm. He had even transcended realms to challenge numerous esteemed experts, solidifying his reputation as the most formidable Grand Saint in history. Before this former Imperial Son, Liu Yu naturally felt no sense of arrogance. The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Your talents surpass mine from back then. You are more than worthy of the title Ninth Prince. Liu Jinshan laughed heartily, gently patting Liu Yu's shoulder. His eyes filled with pride. He had not expected that the little fellow he had brought back just a few days ago would prove to be so exceptional, with the foresight of dreams and the Tai Chu's sacred body. Liu Jinshan was utterly delighted. However, feeling the intense gazes filled with competitive spirit from below, Liu Jinshan couldn't help but wink at Liu Yu, saying, "But do not rejoice too soon, young lad. You are still merely at the royal realm. The situation is manageable now, but the family's talents, including those of the supreme and quasi-imperial sons, possess cultivation levels that at least reach the royal path domain. Even if they do not yield to you, they will not suppress you with their circumstances. However, once you attain the status of a quasi-emperor and step into the realm of imperial authority, the situation will be markedly different. The number of challengers will undoubtedly increase. Ninth Prince, have you prepared yourself mentally?" Listening to Liu Jinshan's teasing remarks, Liu Yu smiled faintly, saying, "Let them come. My only concern is that the opponents may not be formidable enough." As the Tai Chu's sacred body, and having been established by his family as the son of the emperor, the wealth, companions, laws, and lands that await him in the future will be the pinnacle of the Liu family and even the entire Taishan realm. Without the confidence to dominate the world and overshadow all, Liu Yu might as well seek out a piece of tofu to end it all. Good lad, when I brought you home back then, I sensed your overwhelming aura, reminiscent of my own in my youth. Liu Jinshan laughed heartily, clearly pleased with Liu Yu's response. Now, enough idle chatter. Come with me to the imperial court to receive the rewards for your ascension as the son of the emperor and for passing through the ancient emperor's path. Upon hearing Liu Jinshan's words, Liu Yu's eyes brimmed with anticipation. He promptly followed Liu Jinshan, soaring into the heavens under his guidance, in the vast expanse of the cloud sea above the imperial city of the Liu family. Liu Yu gazed at the breathtaking scenery before him, filled with disbelief. Suspended above the boundless cloud sea, a magnificent celestial palace revealed itself, resembling the fabled heavenly realm. As he surveyed the surroundings, grand palaces loomed with awe-inspiring majesty, vibrant divine radiance swirling within. Before Liu Yu and Liu Jinshan stood a towering celestial gate, soaring over 10,000 feet high. An indescribable imperial might emanated from the gate, making Liu Yu feel that even the most ordinary of emperors would be subdued upon approaching. Emblazoned in the center of the gate were the three golden characters South Heavenly Gate, shining brilliantly, their strokes alive with a serpentine grace that sparked a flicker of recognition in Liu Yu's eyes. Is this the legacy of the ancient emperor? Liu Yu could not help but inquire. Liu Jinshan stroked his beard and smiled. Indeed, this South Heavenly Gate is one of the imperial weapons forged by the ancient emperor at the onset of his reign. The foundational materials were not provided by our Liu family, but were generously donated by the Undying Phoenix clan. Generously donated? The Undying Phoenix clan? Liu Yu was taken aback. The name of the Undying Phoenix clan was known to him even millennia later. They were an ancient imperial clan that had endured since the primordial era, having slaughtered countless human beings during that time. In the era of humanity, They were repeatedly targeted by ancient emperors for their bloodthirsty ways. Yet, the undying Phoenix clan was undeniably powerful, with ancient sovereigns comparable to the great emperors of old. It was only after the rise of the Liu family and the emergence of 7 great emperors that they finally began to temper their excesses. Such a formidable clan would generously offer resources to forge an imperial weapon. The undying Phoenix clan had warmly invited the 3 ancestors to their heavenly Phoenix palace, but the 3 ancestors had urgently declined. Unable to be detained at It was then that they had no choice but to flee, leading to the creation of our South Heavenly Gate. So that was how it came to be. Liu Yu imagined the 3 ancestors displaying the might of the ancient sacred body as they escaped from a throng of the undying Phoenix clan's experts who were enthusiastically trying to retain them. The image of them shouldering the gates of the heavenly Phoenix palace and striding away with elegance was hard to reconcile with the wholesome, earnest uncle he had just met, who had encouraged the younger generation to eat well, sleep well, and cultivate diligently. Fortunately, he did not dwell on this discrepancy for long. He hastily followed Liu Jinshan through the South Heavenly Gate, approaching the magnificent palaces ahead. Each sacred edifice was enveloped by distinct formations, radiating varying divine light. Liu quickly discerned a pattern. The outermost palaces were mostly shrouded in 1 to 3 colors of divine light. The central palaces exhibited 5 to 6 colors of divine radiance. Deeper within, palaces bathed in 7 hues of divine light stood tall, at the apex of the imperial court. 81 palaces cloaked in 9 colors of divine light towered above the clouds, exuding a majesty that made Liu Yu feel they could rival the esteemed treasures of the ancient emperor's path and the South Heavenly Gate. The palaces radiating 3 colors of divine light were the sites for exceptional disciples and the family's sacred elders. The 5 and 6 colored palaces served as sanctuaries for ancestors of the supreme realm and the various quasi-sons of the emperor throughout history. The 7 colored palaces were the domains of the 36 palace masters and vice masters of the Liu family's elite, encompassing teachings in alchemy, weaponry, divine implements, heavenly crafts, demon suppression, spirit seeking, and evil extermination. As for the 81 palaces at the highest point, they housed the quasi-emperors, great emperors, and the historical sons of the emperor of the Liu family. Each of these 81 palaces was equipped with formations that reached emperor class, each drawing upon a supreme imperial vein. Cultivating within these palaces would provide an environment vastly different from that of the imperial city. The specifics would be for you to experience firsthand. Liu Jinshan smiled as he introduced this to Liu Yu and then gestured. Among the 81 palaces, 27 emanated divine brilliance. Coming into view for Liu Yu, these 27 palaces are currently available. Take a good look and choose one as your sanctuary. Gazing at the 27 magnificent palaces, Liu Yu's eyes sparkled with delight that he stepped forward to begin his exploration, while Liu Jinshan stood by, elaborating on the unique attributes of each palace. Ultimately, Liu Yu made his choice that he selected the Lihua Palace, a palace that possessed a Lihua imperial vein, infused with innate Lihua. With the aid of this imperial vein, Liu Yu's cultivation efficiency would significantly increase, and it would provide exceptional support for both the refinement of his physical body and the transformation of his sacred body. Furthermore, with the assistance of the innate Lihua, Liu Yu could enhance his alchemical and forging endeavors, swiftly digesting and absorbing the divine power contained in the elixirs he consumed. For someone of Liu Yu's relatively low cultivation level, yet endowed with the Taichu sacred body, the Lihua Palace was undoubtedly the most compatible choice. After determining his palace, Liu Jinshan led Liu Yu to the central square of the imperial court. In the center of the square stood a 9-tiered treasure pagoda. As they approached the pagoda, Liu Yu felt an immense and boundless imperial pressure emanating from within, far more terrifying than that of the ancient emperor. This was the apex of the Liu family's heritage, the 9-tiered Emperor Pagoda. Moreover, the Emperor Pagoda was not merely a symbol of the Liu family's legacy. Within it were preserved countless martial arts legacies collected since the primordial era. Among these was the ultimate goal of Liu Jinshan's visit with Liu Yu, the Liu family's highest inheritance, the 19 volumes of Emperor Scriptures. Taking a deep breath to calm the tumult within his heart, Liu Yu followed Liu Jinshan into the Emperor Pagoda. Upon stepping through the entrance, Liu Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. The interior of the Emperor Pagoda was not the expected structure of pavilions. Instead, it was a self-contained space. Stepping inside felt akin to being immersed in a vast starry ocean. The countless martial arts legacies amassed by the Liu family over the ages sparkled like stars in this celestial sea. With a glance, there are certainly more than 100,000 volumes. It is worth noting that not every martial legacy could be included within the Emperor Pagoda. Only those of at least the divine level, capable of igniting divine fire and achieving divine status, were permitted entry. This implied that the martial arts legacies before Liu Yu were of such high caliber that even the least among them could incite a bloody storm throughout the eastern wilderness in the ages to come. Rivaling the highest inheritance of the so-called sovereign of the eastern wilderness, the Ziwa Cave Heaven, which commanded the respect of millions of lives. The grandeur of the foremost imperial clan in the world could be glimpsed through this alone. Taking a deep breath, he calmed the tumult within his heart. Liu's gaze turned toward the center of the starry sea. There, 19 celestial bodies shone brilliantly, resplendent as the sun, surrounded by magnificent divine light. Some radiated like raging flames, fiercely burning. Others resembled tumultuous waves, swirling upon the stars. Additionally, some of the celestial bodies took on the form of towering mountains, exuding an ancient and profound aura, as if they had transcended the primordial chaos and stood resolutely in this realm. These 19 stars represented the pinnacle of the Liu family's legacy and their most significant clan foundation, the 19 supreme imperial scriptures. Among these scriptures, 7 were authored by the 7 imperial ancestors of the Liu family. The remaining 12 were collected by the Liu family since the Dao realization of their ancestor, the Lingshu Emperor, an imperial heir. You may choose any scripture to cultivate, Liu Jinshan said with a smile. Gazing at the 19 resplendent imperial scriptures, Liu Yu felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Yet he did not rush to make a choice. Uncle, may I first study these 19 imperial scriptures? Of course. But be mindful of time. Within the imperial tower, time flows differently than in the outside world. 10 days inside the tower equate to 1 day outside. However, comprehending the imperial scriptures is not a matter to be rushed. Do not lose yourself in it. Liu felt a jolt within. Had Liu Jinshan not reminded him, he might have forgotten this crucial detail. The Taichu's sacred body possessed unparalleled talent for the average person. Understanding the imperial scriptures would feel like deciphering an alien text. However, Liu Yu could immerse himself in the study quickly, and time would slip away rapidly. The time he could linger from eons past was exceedingly precious. If he truly wished to comprehend, he could return to the present world and study leisurely. However, 10 days inside the tower equate to 1 day outside. Liu Yu's heart stirred, and he glanced at his system's countdown, his eyes flickering with excitement. Had Liu Jinshan not mentioned it, Liu Yu would have remained oblivious. Upon entering the Imperial Tower, the system's countdown had indeed changed. Originally, he had just over 4 days remaining, but it had now transformed into nearly 50 days. This revelation greatly delighted Liu Yu. It seemed that in the future, he could return to the Imperial Palace for daily cultivation. Yet for comprehending techniques and martial arts, it was far more advantageous to come to the Imperial Tower. For the average scion of the Liu family, every opportunity to enter the Imperial Tower required them to achieve merit for the family. Each entry was also limited to a single day. The idea of studying techniques on-site within the Imperial Tower was utterly implausible. However, as a scion of the Liu family, Liu Yu could, should he choose, reside within the Imperial Tower, eating, cultivating, and sleeping without anyone to hinder him. Yet that seemed unnecessary. Although the Imperial Tower was extraordinary, the effects of its grand formation were primarily focused on enhancing comprehension. For daily cultivation, its efficacy paled in comparison to that of the Lihua Imperial Palace. Shaking his head to dispel distracting thoughts, Liu Yu concentrated on the imperial scriptures before him, beginning to browse through them one by one. Thus, a day later, Liu Yu made his decision that I have resolved to select this volume, the Taichu Ancient Scripture. This scripture was not one of the 7 authored by the Liu family's imperial ancestors. Yet upon hearing Liu Yu's choice, Liu Jinshan smiled slightly, showing no surprise. For this scripture was the supreme legacy left by the first sacred body of humanity. Born in the primordial era, the progenitor of all future sacred bodies. During the primordial age, myriad races roamed the world, with humanity being weak and lacking the qualification to stand among them. Against this backdrop, humanity gave rise to its first sacred body. This initial Taichu sacred body led a short yet resplendent life. At 20, he ascended to emperor. At 30, he entered the divine realm. At 35, he became a saint. At 50, he achieved supremacy. And by 100, he attained quasi-emperor status, culminating in the full realization of the Taichu sacred body. Although he perished before even reaching 1,000 years, struck down by the ancient emperors of the myriad races who fell threatened, he left behind a legacy for humanity. It was during the 1,000 years he protected them that humanity gradually gave birth to the Sun Tao body, the Moon Tao body, the primal Tao embryo, the reincarnated eyes, and the supreme bone. Among many other unparalleled physiques, he afforded them invaluable time to grow. When those ancient emperors conspired to slay the Taichu sacred body, they were astonished to discover that humanity's unparalleled talents had matured enough to inherit the will of the Taichu sacred body, becoming the new backbone of their race. From that moment on, humanity finally emerged from its state of hiding and migration, evolving into a force capable of standing firm on the primordial land, side by side with the myriad races. The brilliance of the human era that followed the calamities of dragons and phoenixes at the end of the primordial age was thus established. Although the Taichu ancient scripture ultimately remained at the peak of the quasi-emperor rank due to its origins, not ascending to the level of imperial scriptures, it was by no means inferior to other great emperor techniques. Moreover, as a fellow Taichu sacred body, this quasi-emperor scripture resonated with Lu Yu far more than the other 18 imperial scriptures. Furthermore, in this lifetime, supported by his family and the presence of 7 emperors, Lu Yu was confident that he could elevate this Taichu ancient scripture to a higher level, transforming it into a true imperial scripture. With the potential of the Taichu sacred body, Lu Yu had no doubt that if he could realize the Tao through the Taichu ancient scripture, his combat prowess would undoubtedly surpass others, placing him among the most formidable figures in the annals of emperors. Having finalized his choice of the Taichu ancient scripture, Lu Yu steadied his mind. Under Lu Zhenshan's guidance, he sent a thread of divine consciousness into the star that symbolized the Taichu ancient scripture. As his consciousness entered the star, boom! Lu Yu felt the entire world plunge into darkness in an instant. Only a solitary figure stood with his back to creation. His long black hair flowed freely, and chaos energy swirled around him, obscuring his features. He could only see before him the ancient emperors of myriad races, their visages twisted in ferocity as they charged toward him. Yet he remained undaunted, wielding a sword and advancing alone. With each strike of his sword, an ancient emperor was sent reeling, howling in pain. Accompanying each slash, streaks of radiant light emerged from his body, the blood and energy within him surging and flowing. As this energy flowed, scenes of wonders arose behind him. Ultimately, he absorbed all these phenomena into his being, amplifying his presence to an even more boundless state that it was as if within him lay an infinite universe. As his techniques operated and his blood surged, the primordial scene of chaos unfolding and the transformation of heaven and earth replayed within him. Each sword strike he executed brimmed with a supreme might to recreate the world and reawaken chaos. It was unclear how long had passed when Lu Yu finally emerged from that extraordinary state. His eyes still bore a hint of dazedness. Just moments prior, he had seemingly traversed the river of time once more, arriving in the primordial age, experiencing firsthand the final battle of the initial Taichu sacred body. With such a remarkable experience augmenting him, although Lu Yu had only just begun to engage with the Taichu ancient scripture, he had successfully cultivated it to an introductory level, though merely at the initial stage. It saved Lu Yu countless hours of arduous practice. How was it? Did you sense the marvels of the Imperial Tower? Observing the astonishment in Lu Yu's eyes, Lu Zhenshan could not help but chuckle. Lu Yu nodded, his eyes still shimmering with shock. And oh wonder, this Imperial Tower was regarded as the pinnacle of the Lu family's foundational strength. Even the Imperial scriptures could allow a practitioner to grasp their essence in an instant. The title of the strongest clan foundation was indeed well-deserved. Lu Zhenshan smiled slightly, patting Lu Yu on the shoulder. All right, now come with me. I'll take you back to the Imperial Palace. The resources I prepared for you should have arrived by now." Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement ignited in Lu Yu's eyes as he promptly followed Lu Zhanshan back to the Lihua Imperial Palace. 1 undying Imperial Elixir, 3 Supreme Elixirs, and 36 top-tier sacred herbs. Furthermore, there exists a variety of divine herbs utilized for daily cultivation, 100 stocks each month. Should you have need of them, simply send a message using the Imperial Son's decree to the Imperial City. And soon, individuals from the Divine Herb Garden will deliver the required herbs to you.as for techniques and martial arts. If there is anything you wish to cultivate, take the Imperial Son's decree and feel free to select from the Grand Emperor Tower at your leisure. In addition, the family has already informed the Divine Weapon Hall, which is currently forging the Imperial Son's divine weapon for you. Once you have decided on the type of weapon you desire, communicate with the Divine Weapon Hall, but do not be hasty. It is essential to contemplate thoroughly. The Imperial Son's divine weapon possesses immense potential, with materials selected that are more than sufficient for crafting Tao-grade weaponry, capable of growing alongside you. The limitation to the divine tier is merely due to your current low realm. Weapons of a higher tier would serve no purpose but as mere decorations for you little ones. As Lu Zhanshan spoke, he handed a golden decree of the Imperial Son to Lu Yu. The front of the decree bore the character for you, while the reverse depicted the scene of the Lu family's South Imperial Court, along with the character Jiu prominently displayed at its center. Upon Lu Yu's blood oath to acknowledge it as his, an enigmatic aura connected with him, making Lu Yu feel that with but a thought. This decree could transform into a protective barrier, safeguarding him. The defensive capabilities were so formidable that Lu Yu believed even an ordinary great sage might struggle to breach the protection of this Imperial Son's decree. It is known that in this era, an agreement exists among imperial clans that no one above the supreme level should intervene. The Great Sage is already the pinnacle of combat prowess. Although the Imperial Son is the highest rank of the family, to have a mere identity token equipped with such high defensive capabilities, typically, the effect of an Imperial Son's decree is primarily to obscure heavenly secrets, preventing outsiders from plotting against the Lu family's Imperial Son. Its defensive capabilities, while present, are at most equivalent to an ordinary Saint-tier protective treasure. However, with the decree bestowed by the 3 ancestors, given their power, there is no one in the vast expanse of Taishan who could deduce your situation. Thus, I instructed the Divine Weapon Hall to modify it slightly, reallocating the surplus materials to enhance the defensive barrier. Noticing Lu Yu's confusion, Lu Zhanshan stroked his beard and chuckled. After all, you're quite young, and your realm is low. Yet your talent is astonishingly high, so it is only fitting to provide additional protection. I appreciate your concern, Uncle Ancestor, Lu Yu replied with a respectful bow. His gratitude was sincere. Although he possessed the decree of the 3 ancestors, which could not only obscure heavenly secrets, but also conceal the opportunity for 3 interventions from the ancient emperors. Each use diminished the opportunity. Now, with the Imperial Son's decree serving as a substitute, he need not worry about wasting the decree's divine power. There's no need for thanks. It's merely a matter of course. Lu Zhanshan waved his hand with a smile, gesturing toward the jade box on the left side of the table before Lu Yu. Furthermore, within this jade box lies the reward for traversing the Ancient Emperor's path. Rewards for completing the Ancient Emperor's path are categorized into 3 tiers. The 3rd tier for those who have traversed the Saint Path, the 2nd tier for the Divine Path, and the 1st tier for those who have traversed the Royal Path or below. The reward for the 1st tier allows you to select any one of the most exceptional supreme-grade elixirs. I have taken the liberty to secure for you this Creation Celestial Pill. Take a look and see if it suits you. If not, feel free to exchange it at the Alchemy Hall. The Creation Celestial Pill? Ancestor, is this not an elixir of the quasi-emperor tier? Hearing the name of the Creation Celestial Pill, Lu Yu's eyes displayed a hint of surprise. The Creation Celestial Pill is renowned in later generations, with its materials being the finest treasures of the supreme tier. Its effects surpass many quasi-emperor tier elixirs, leading later martial artists to regard it as an imperial-grade elixir. Lu Zhanshan chuckled. It is half quasi-emperor tier, but it cannot be classified as an imperial elixir. It is merely a product of additional merits. Rest assured, Uncle Ancestor will not pursue you for the count. Enjoy it without worry, and should you feel indebted to me. Once you achieve success in your cultivation, make sure to deal with the undying Phoenix clan and those wretched pups of the heavenly dragon nest. Let them understand that just because Uncle Ancestor has withdrawn from the Imperial Son rank, the Liu family still has the means to suppress them. Although the Liu family is the foremost imperial clan of the present era, it is not without its adversaries, the undying Phoenix clan. The heavenly dragon nest and the ancient royal bloodlines like Yuangu Mountain are all hostile towards the Liu family. Generations of Liu family's imperial sons have grown through battles against these ancient royal bloodlines. Sensing Liu Zhanshan's expectations for him, Liu Yu no longer hesitated and nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Uncle Ancestor. Liu Zhanshan nodded in approval, aware that Liu Yu had just ascended to the rank of Imperial Son and received such abundant cultivation resources. He was certain that Liu Yu would focus on seclusion from now on. With that, he took his leave. After bidding farewell to Liu Zhanshan, Liu Yu returned to the Imperial Palace, gazing at the creation celestial pill in his hand. He felt a surge of joy. The creation celestial pill is an unparalleled elixir, rivaling or even surpassing the quasi-emperor tier. Consuming it can help one refine their essence, shed their mortal coil, and solidify their foundation further. It can also nourish the physical body, promoting the transformation of the Taichu holy body and other top-tier human physiques to even higher realms. Moreover, the creation celestial pill possesses a gentle medicinal nature. Not only can Liu Yu, who has already entered the royal path, consume this pill, but even if he were still a mere mortal, he could take it without fear of explosive consequences, without hesitation. Liu Yu swallowed the creation celestial pill as the elixir entered his body. He felt an extraordinarily wondrous energy flowing within him, swiftly coursing through his meridians and saturating every corner of his being. This essence permeated Liu Yu's meridians, bones, and every inch of his flesh. Under the influence of this medicinal power, Liu Yu distinctly sensed many impurities within him, previously unnoticed, being clarified and refined at that moment. The spiritual energy within his dantian began to steadily rise, and his cultivation started to advance. Even Liu Yu's mind became exceptionally clear, his thoughts remarkably active, aided by the creation celestial pill. Truly, the creation celestial pill lives up to its reputation. Unwilling to squander this precious opportunity, Liu Yu immediately began to focus and channel the Taichu ancient scroll. He activated the technique. The speed at which he refined the creation celestial pill surged dramatically. Typically, a martial artist would require years of arduous effort to initially refine the medicinal power of the creation celestial pill, but Liu Yu accomplished this in just 3 days, with the assistance of the creation celestial pill. His holy body underwent another transformation. The awakened manifestation of the chaotic seed gold lotus became increasingly marvelous and complete. The manifestations of the holy body, like martial inheritances, must also be developed step by step. Divided into 5 stages: embryonic form, entry, minor success, major success, perfection, and ultimate intent, the awakened subsequent manifestations. One must at least cultivate the previous manifestation to the stage of major success. Previously, the chaotic seed gold lotus awakened under the baptism of the Emperor's Path could only be considered in embryonic form. Its immense divine might stemming from the fact that it was the first awakening. However, with the aid of the creation celestial pill, in just a short span of 3 days, Liu Yu achieved what would typically take 3 years of arduous training to accomplish. Elevating the chaotic seed gold lotus to the minor success level, Liu Yu was already quite satisfied. Moreover, the effects of the creation celestial pill had yet to be fully refined by him. Once he completely absorbed the medicinal power of this celestial pill, Liu Yu estimated that his chaotic seed gold lotus might even break through to the major success level in one fell swoop. Aside from the transformation of the anomaly, Liu Yu's realm has also ascended to a higher level, breaking through to the mid-stage of the martial king realm. With the enhancement provided by the Taichu ancient scroll and the creation of the creation heaven pill, he successfully comprehended the entry level of the royal way scroll. Under various augmentations, Liu Yu's combat prowess has once again surged forward. Initially, during his cultivation of the great sun melting furnace scripture, even in the mid-stage of the martial king realm, His strength could at most rival that of a late-stage heavenly king. However, now, having completed the transformation of the Taichu ancient scroll, although his cultivation is still only at the mid-stage of the king realm, his combat capability is already sufficient to contend with experts at the pinnacle of the heavenly king realm. If he were to activate the holy body anomaly, he could even engage in battle with those at the initial stage of the quasi-emperor realm. With approximately half a day remaining until the end of this return to the Eternal, Lu Yu glanced at the countdown. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to pick up the Imperial token and explore its numerous functionalities. Half a day's time would not allow for much to be accomplished, whether it be in the enhancement of his cultivation or the study of the Taichu ancient scroll, unless he could acquire another creation heaven pill of that caliber. It would be impossible to achieve a breakthrough in such a short span. Thus, he resolved to take a moment to relax, having returned to the Eternal twice already, each time in a hurry. He cherished this rare half-day of leisure and wished to indulge in some respite. While examining the Imperial token, Lu Yu indeed uncovered several functionalities, in addition to signifying his identity and establishing a protective barrier around himself. This Imperial token also possessed the ability to monitor the surrounding environment. When walking outside, aided by this Imperial token, Lu Yu could effortlessly extend his divine sense to cover a radius of 1,000 miles, an achievement typically reserved for experts in the divine emperor realm. Furthermore, when within the Lu family's imperial city and the Lu family's imperial court, the capabilities were even more remarkable. With the assistance of the Imperial token, Lu Yu's divine sense could envelop the entire imperial court and imperial city. Aside from being unable to perceive the internal conditions of residences, he could inspect all other areas, including the divine herb garden and the sacred herb garden, under the scrutiny of his divine sense. Moreover, with merely a thought, he could instantaneously appear in every corner of the imperial city and imperial court. Just as Lu Yu was toying with the Imperial token in his hand, he suddenly sensed something. In front of the divine herb garden, where the true phoenix nirvana fruit had previously been discovered in the Lu family's imperial city, a group of young geniuses, clearly distinguishable from the Lu family disciples by their attire, was following an elderly woman in gray robes, entering the divine herb garden under the guidance of an elder from the Lu family. Utilizing the Imperial token, Lu Yu observed clearly that these young talents, along with the gray-robed elder leading them, bore a token that signified their identity, prominently displaying the characters Tuoba. People from the Tuoba clan? Could it be that they're the same Tuoba prodigies who, in the original timeline, stole the true phoenix nirvana fruit from the Lu family? Upon this realization, a chilling glint flickered in Lu Yu's eyes, within the divine herb garden of the Lu family's imperial city. A group of Tuoba clan geniuses was leisurely strolling under the guidance of their clan elder, Tuoba Yu, as they gazed at the surrounding divine herbs. The Tuoba talents were wide-eyed with envy and jealousy. How extravagantly the Lu family lives. So many divine herbs are cultivated within the imperial city, yet they do not even offer some to us. It is truly ridiculous how those from the Lu family claim to take such good care of our Tuoba clan. Care? Nonsense. I heard that within the imperial city, the Lu family has hundreds of such divine herb gardens. With so many gardens, is it too much to ask for our family, as relatives, to be allocated 30 to 50 gardens? Yet here we are, allowed to visit the divine herb garden only once a year, with a limit of 100 people per visit, and each person can only take away 10 divine herbs. Such stinginess is utterly outrageous. The Tuoba clan's geniuses grumbled incessantly, yet their hands showed no signs of slowing down as they eagerly collected the divine herbs they coveted. Seeing this, the elder Tuoba, you could not help but frown and say, "Do not be so hasty. Choose carefully. Each of you can only take 10 stocks, so make sure to select the best." Furthermore, Tuoba Yu paused, coldly adding, "Keep your voices down. We are in the Lu family's territory. Save your comments for home. The Lu family cannot be trifled with, at least not right now. Haven't you heard? The Lu family has recently gained a new Taichu holy body, who has been established as the 9th Imperial Son? Grandmother, what is there to fear? The Lu family prides itself on its benevolence and protection of the common people. Even if we are relatives, they cannot do anything to us for merely speaking a few words." A young woman in blue interjected, her disdain for the Lu family evident in her tone. "Exactly. What Lingjie said is correct. As long as we adhere to the rules, what can the Lu family do? They will have to bow to us. Otherwise, the reputation they have built over 30,000 years will be utterly destroyed. Several of Tuoba Ling's longtime companions echoed her sentiments. Tuoba Yu raised an eyebrow. Yet she also considered that her granddaughter had a point. The Tuoba family's rise had indeed encountered many families and sects that did not adhere to proper conduct in the past. However, since the Tuoba and Lu families formed a marital alliance, the families and sects they encountered have behaved appropriately, leading to the Tuoba family's further prosperity. Meanwhile, those earlier rule-breaking families and sects faced retribution. What does this indicate? It signifies that adherence to rules is the foundation for a family's prosperity. How could the imperial clans of this era be any different? Even they would decline if they disregard proper conduct. With this thought, Tuoba Yu relaxed. Yet another matter crossed her mind, prompting her to look at her granddaughter, the blue-clad Tuoba Ling, who had spoken first. Linga. Just now, outside the divine herb garden, there were people from the Lu family present, so I could not inquire. Now, tell me, are you certain that the extraordinary treasure herb you sensed last year is hidden deep within this divine herb garden? Tuoba Ling nodded eagerly, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Grandmother, you must believe me. I absolutely did not misinterpret. It was indeed in this divine herb garden that I sensed something unusual. I can even still perceive the fragrance of that treasure herb in the air. Just a whiff invigorates me. You must find a way to let me enter the core of this divine herb garden to obtain that treasure herb. I have a strong feeling that it could significantly impact the future of our Tuoba clan. Listening to Tuoba Ling's words, a fervor ignited in Tuoba Yu's eyes. However, she quickly regained her composure and shook her head. But according to our agreement with the Lu family, the core of the divine herb garden is not only where the divine herbs are cultivated, but also the location of the grand formation for nurturing these herbs. We cannot trespass, but it's not the same, Tuoba Ling exclaimed, her voice rising. The agreement forbidding us from trespassing is to prevent us from disturbing their great formation, but we are merely going in to retrieve the treasure herb, not to tamper with the formation. That shouldn't be considered a violation. Indeed, Lingjie is right. Elder, rest assured, we will not act rashly. A few female disciples of the Tuoba clan, who had learned about the true phoenix nirvana fruit from Tuoba Ling earlier, chimed in. Of course, they were unaware that it was the true phoenix nirvana fruit. They merely believed it to be some kind of supreme-grade treasure herb. However, that was still exceedingly extraordinary. The Tuoba clan was not an imperial clan of the present age. They had only produced a few supreme beings with the support of the Lu family. For the Tuoba clan, a supreme-grade treasure herb was already immensely precious. Bringing it back to their clan would undoubtedly elevate their status immensely. Tuoba Yu, equally unwilling to miss out on this opportunity for merit, felt that her granddaughter's words were indeed quite right. Gritting her teeth, she nodded and declared, "Very well. I shall seek out the sage who guards this medicinal garden and engage him in conversation to distract him. You all must seize this chance to swiftly enter the heart of the divine herb garden and take that precious medicine before hastily departing." With that, Tuoba Yu hastened towards the entrance of the divine herb garden, where the sage presided. Meanwhile, once Tuoba Yu signaled them, Tuoba Ling and the others advanced with great speed, penetrating into the core of the divine herb garden. However, the moment they broke in stealthily, Tuoba Ling's expression transformed in an instant. "What is going on? Where has it gone?" "Sister Ling, what happened?" The other female disciples of the Tuoba family asked, their faces equally pale. They were unaware of the true form of the Unifying nirvana fruit, but could sense Tuoba Ling's palpable anxiety, prompting them to inquire incessantly. "It's gone. The precious herb I sensed last year has vanished. What on earth is happening?" Tuoba Ling's eyes brimmed with a mix of fury and profound disappointment, as if something destined to be hers had been forcefully taken from her at that very moment, leaving her on the brink of madness. That moment, a chilling voice echoed from behind them. "What is the matter? Naturally, I have sensed that precious herb and taken it." "What? Do you have a problem with that?" Lu Yu's figure materialized behind Tuoba Ling and her companions like a specter, causing their hearts to skip a beat. They all turned in unison, only to meet Lu Yu's cold gaze. Initially, Lu Yu had harbored doubts about whether he had mistaken the target, but the series of actions taken by Tuoba Ling and her companions upon entering the divine herb garden solidified his conviction. They were indeed the culprits who had stolen the Junifying nirvana fruit years ago. What do you intend to do? I warn you, do not act recklessly. Feeling the icy, murderous intent emanating from Lu Yu's eyes, Tuoba Ling's companions were frightened into retreat. Yet, Tuoba Ling, regaining her composure, boldly confronted Lu Yu. Let me make it clear, do not think that just because you are in the territory of the Lu family, you can act with impunity. Hearing her words, Lu Yu furrowed his brow and retorted coldly, is it not you who is acting with impunity? I recall that our Lu family had an agreement stating that outsiders are not permitted to enter the core of the divine herb garden. That agreement only prevents us from disturbing the formation. We have not done so. Before Tuoba Ling could respond, her companions, emboldened by her courage, chimed in together. Exactly. Do not try to intimidate us with talk of agreements. We are not afraid. There are so many witnesses here. If you dare to act recklessly, your Lu family's reputation will be ruined. Observing the audacity of these Tuoba family talents, Lu Yu could not help but be taken aback. After being reborn in the Taishan world for 18 years, he had not encountered such a peculiar breed in a long time. However, his moment of astonishment was interpreted by the Tuoba talents as a sign of weakness, emboldening them further. Especially Tuoba Ling, who, having regained her composure from her initial panic, pointed at Lu Yu and berated him. My sisters are correct. You, a member of the Lu family, did you not hear them? Hurry up and apologize to us. Apologize? Me? Tuoba Ling let out a cold laugh. What? Do you expect us to apologize? You suddenly appeared behind us, then came forward to accuse and threaten us. This is all witnessed by the talented members of the Tuoba family. If you do not apologize, do not think you can leave here easily today. The more Tuoba Ling spoke, the straighter her back became, and the admiration in the eyes of her fellow Tuoba talents grew stronger. A female Tuoba disciple leaned in to remind her, Sister Ling, the precious herb. Do not forget the precious herb. Realizing this, Tuoba Ling's eyes gleamed with excitement. Yes, and you just claimed to have taken that precious herb? Now, be honest and return it to us, and show us the proper attitude. Return the precious herb to you. When did that herb ever belong to you? Lu Yu replied, unfazed, stop with the nonsense. Will you return it or not? Tuoba Ling gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with a fierce intensity as if the inexplicable sense of loss was driving her to madness. If you do not return it, what will you do? Feeling the chill in her gaze, Lu Yu simply stood his ground, arms crossed, coldly observing her. Then do not blame us for being impolite, Tuoba Ling commanded. Let us act together, capture this person, search for the precious herb, and summon the elders of the Lu family to ensure he apologizes to us. Upon her command, the group of Tuoba family talents who had long followed her sprang into action, ruthlessly charging at Lu Yu. Witnessing their movements, Lu Yu could not help but chuckle. Though he had come with the intention of fishing for a confrontation, having concealed the Emperor's order, he had not anticipated that the Tuoba family would be so arrogantly foolish. It seems the Tuoba family has been overly protected. Rather, it is our Lu family that has been too lenient, resulting in your distorted perception of reality. Lu Yu murmured softly. As his words fell, he suddenly raised a hand, unleashing a powerful palm strike that descended like a mountain. With a single blow, it crushed the group of rushing Tuoba talents into the ground, their bodies emitting the sickening sound of shattering bones. And they fell unconscious with a single pained cry that a few unfortunate souls did not even have time to scream before Lu Yu struck them dead on the spot. You dare to kill? Tuoba Ling screamed in shock at this sight, her eyes filled with horror and disbelief. However, as she regained her composure, a glimmer of excitement ignited in her gaze. The reason Tuoba Ling had felt so emboldened was not only due to her grandmother Tuoba Yu's protection, but also because Lu Yu's deliberate concealment of the Emperor's order had rendered him merely a junior of the Lu family in her eyes. With such cultivation, Lu Yu would merely be at the lower tier of the Lu family. With her standing in the Tuoba family, she could easily suppress Lu Yu, and if the Lu family pursued the matter, her background would ensure her safe retreat. However, the display of strength from Lu Yu made Tuoba Ling realize that she might have underestimated his background, yet before her panic could fully set in. Witnessing Lu Yu's ruthless actions filled her with delight. Very well, You dare to take such drastic measures. You are finished. I will report this to the higher-ups of the Liu family. If the Liu family does not provide our Tuoba family with an explanation, do not think this matter will end easily. As Tuoba Ling spoke, she turned to the other Tuoba talents who had just arrived, shouting, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry and subdue this person." Hearing Tuoba Ling's words, the newly arrived Tuoba talents were left dumbfounded. The few deceased female disciples, who had long followed Tuoba Ling and received many benefits, were the most formidable among them, all having reached the Heavenly King realm. Yet, Liu Yu had effortlessly struck them down. Considering Liu Yu's strength and his age, his combat prowess suggested that he held a significant position within the Liu family. Even if he was not at the heavenly tier, he was undoubtedly a standout among the earthly tier. They were not like Tuoba Ling, who had a sage-level grandmother as a clan elder. Did they really want to charge in and seek death? Are you afraid? Afraid of what? We are the ones standing on the side of righteousness. Even if we are at fault, does that absolve him of his actions in taking lives? Do not fear. Strike boldly and subdue him. He would not dare to retaliate against you. With a sharp voice, Tuoba Ling exclaimed, but before her words could reach completion, Liu Yu had already raised his hand once more. Slap! A resounding palm strike erupted from the air, striking her face with such force that it sent half of her teeth flying. Her body tumbled across the ground, rolling several dozen times before colliding with the wall of the divine medicine garden, shattering the defensive array inscribed upon it, only then managing to stabilize her form. Ah, you dare to continue your ferocity. You are finished, utterly finished. I will bring this matter to the Liu family, not just your branch. The entire Liu family must offer apologies to the Tuoba family, and you must be handed over for punishment by us. Covering her injured face, Tuoba Ling glared at Liu Yu, her eyes brimming with intense malice. Yet, before she could finish her tirade, she found Liu Yu approaching her with an impassive expression. Feeling the murderous intent in his gaze, Tuoba Ling finally felt fear. What do you intend to do? Do you wish to kill me as well? Are you disregarding the reputation of your Liu family? Grandmother, save me. As Liu Yu paid no heed to her threats, Tuoba Ling could no longer contain herself and cried out, simultaneously crushing her life-saving jade talisman. Whoosh! With the shattering of the talisman, a protective barrier unfurled around Tuoba Ling in an instant. However, this barrier paled in comparison to Liu Yu's imperial decree. Liu Yu sensed that even a casual strike from a master of the royal realm could obliterate this flimsy shield. Yet, as this barrier manifested, Tuoba Yu, the elder leading the Tuoba family's prodigies, felt a shift in circumstances. She hastily departed from her conversation with the guardian sage of the divine medicine garden and rushed towards Tuoba Ling at full speed. Upon her first glance, she beheld several Tuoba family prodigies lying lifeless. Rage ignited within her eyes. When she then saw the pitiful state of her granddaughter within the protective barrier, her fury intensified. Her gaze at Liu Yu filled with a mixture of astonishment and wrath, the pressure of her sage-level presence surging forth. How dare you, young man, employ such lethal force? They are, after all, your sisters, even if they erred. What justifies you in taking their lives? Sisters, such intruders into another's forbidden ground are hardly deserving. Moreover, do you not inquire as to who struck first? Liu Yu replied coldly, dismissing the sage's pressure entirely. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Yu's anger escalated. And what of it if they acted first? As a member of the Liu family, should you not have shown some restraint? After all, this is your Liu family's imperial city. No matter what, they would surely not dare to kill you, would they? Beside her, Tuoba Ling echoed, Grandmother is right. Even if we trespassed into this so-called forbidden area, you could have merely reprimanded you at most. We would refrain from visiting your divine medicine garden next year. How could you resort to violence, killing so many prodigies of the Tuoba family and injuring me in the process? Upon hearing this, Tuoba Yu's expression turned cold, her gaze fixed on Liu Yu. You are indeed correct. While the Tuoba family may bear some blame, have you not a single fault in this matter? Surrender yourself obediently. Summon your elders, and today, without fail, you must offer apologies and reparations to the Tuoba family. This issue shall not be laid to rest. Observing Tuoba Yu's self-righteous demeanor, a complex nostalgia flickered in Liu Yu's eyes. It had been quite some time since he had encountered such unabashed audacity. You trespassed into my Lu family's forbidden territory and struck first, yet now you demand that I apologize. Not only do you seek an apology, but you also demand accountability for my granddaughter and all the fallen prodigies of the Tuoba family. At the very least, you must present a supreme treasure herb as compensation. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to expose your Lu family's brutal actions for all to see. As Tuoba Yu spoke, her agitation grew, as if she had grasped a significant leverage against the Lu family. Meanwhile, Tuoba Ling also became animated, raising her voice. Grandmother is right. One supreme treasure herb is insufficient. We require at least 3. 3. Have you calculated this beforehand? Plotting to come to my Lu family. Observing the shamelessness of the duo, Lu Yu found himself no longer angered, but rather amused to the utmost degree. Witnessing the unabashedly mocking smile on Lu Yu's face, Tuoba Yu's expression shifted dramatically. You dare to laugh? I shall make you aware of the gravity of the calamity you have brought upon yourself. With that, Tuoba Yu raised her hand to summon a sacred palm imprint, aiming to unleash it upon Lu Yu. Yet Lu Yu remained motionless. This was the Lu family's imperial city. If Tuoba Yu could truly act against him here, all members of the Lu family might as well seek out a piece of tofu to end their lives. Indeed, before Tuoba, you could elevate the palm imprint into the air. Boom! A terrifying pressure descended, shattering Tuoba Ling's protective barrier instantly. The other Tuoba family prodigies, previously subdued by Lu Yu, had barely clung to life. Yet, as this pressure fell, their last breaths were crushed, their fates sealed. Tuoba Yu herself was not spared. The weight of the pressure forced her to kneel upon the ground, gazing at the source of the overwhelming pressure above her. Her eyes were filled with terror. Lu Zhongshan, how could you have emerged? Tuoba Yu, after years of absence, had not progressed in her cultivation, yet her audacity and boldness seemed to have grown exponentially. You dare to seize the Lu family's Imperial Son, and you question me as to why I have appeared. Descending from the clouds, Lu Zhongshan looked down upon Tuoba Yu, who was pinned to the ground, unable to lift her head. His eyes glinted with a chilling light. Meanwhile, Tuoba Ling was rendered speechless, gazing at Lu Yu with the expression of someone who had seen a ghost. She had unwittingly provoked the legendary Taichu's sacred body, the 9th Imperial Son. Recalling the myriad legends surrounding the Lu family's Imperial Son, Tuoba Ling's legs trembled uncontrollably. Tuoba Yu, too, quivered like a leaf. Yet at that moment, a light dawned upon Tuoba Ling as she recalled the principles her grandmother had previously imparted, along with the history of the Tuoba family's rise. Her eyes sparkled with determination. What of the Imperial Son? Does he not have to adhere to the rules? The higher the status, the more one must abide by the rules. How else could one serve as a model for the world? An exemplar for all? As Tuoba Ling continued to ruminate, her excitement grew, and she even mustered the strength to rise from the ground, pointing at Lu Yu and Lu Zhongshan with righteous indignation. You, as the Imperial Son of the Lu family, a paragon for all under heaven, conduct yourself with such brutality. Even if we are in the wrong, you must persuade with reason, for only then can you gain the hearts of the people. Yet your actions today are so cruel. If you do not relent and offer me an apology, tomorrow the world shall scorn you, the Imperial Son of the Lu family, and denounce the entire Lu family. The expressions of Lu Yu and Lu Zhongshan reflected their disbelief. You must be joking. No, esteemed uncle. You are the elder. You should take action. You were so imposing just now. Is this not your moment to shine? As the most formidable sage in history, I find it too distasteful to strike down such a pitiful creature. Neither can I bring myself to act. I am still the 9th Imperial Son of the Lu family, the foremost of the sacred bodies. Moreover, elders should lead by example, should they not? Did I not hear someone say that you are the model for all under heaven? In a fierce exchange of glances and mental communication between the two, Tuoba Ling mistakenly believed her verbal onslaught was effective and sought to capitalize on her advantage by turning to Lu Zhongshan. She intended to further persuade him with her theories, hoping to sway him to her side, to assist in suppressing Lu Yu and safeguarding the prestige of the Lu family. With her singular voice, she envisioned convincing the mighty Lu Jinshan to take action against the Ninth Prince, whom she deemed a troublemaker, thus instantly elevating her own fame. The prospect of such a glorious future nearly made Tuoba Ling stifle a triumphant hum. However, before she could utter a word, Lu Yu could no longer contain his anger and unleashed a powerful punch, leaving her no opportunity to speak. With a single blow, she was annihilated on the spot, unable to even let out a scream as she was reduced to a mere cloud of blood mist. Ling, no. How dare you be so ruthless, you little beast? Is this how your Lu family treats its kin? Are you not afraid of being forsaken by all? Witnessing this scene, Tuoba, you couldn't help but scream. But her words were cut short. In the clouds above, Lu Jinshan's brow twitched violently, and he too soared into action, launching a punch that thundered down, just as that fist was about to obliterate Tuoba Yu and send her to join her granddaughter. A jade talisman at her waist erupted with spiritual light. Instantly, a figure clad in gray robes emerged from the talisman, raising a hand to intercept Lu Jinshan's devastating blow at the last possible moment. The young man appeared to be merely in his 20s, yet his eyes were profoundly deep, exuding an aura of ancient wisdom, clearly indicating he was an extraordinary being who had lived for countless years. The pressure radiating from his projection affirmed his identity as a quasi-supreme being. Tuoba Masheng, do you still wish to protect your beloved granddaughter? Upon seeing the projection of the quasi-supreme, Lu Jinshan let out a cold laugh, dispersing the punch with a wave of his hand. However, there was no trace of fear in his gaze as he regarded Tuoba Masheng, his words dripping with scorn. Tuoba Masheng was one of the few quasi-supreme beings of the Tuoba clan, his status on par with the quasi-emperors of the Lu family. Moreover, Tuoba Yu was his biological granddaughter, which allowed her to act with impunity both within and outside the Tuoba clan. This had fostered an arrogant demeanor in her granddaughter. Tuoba Ling, hearing Lu Jinshan's derision, Tuoba Masheng's face momentarily contorted with anger, though he quickly suppressed it. The rights and wrongs of the situation no longer mattered, even if my granddaughter is at fault. The Ninth Prince has killed so many and should cease his actions. I will allow my granddaughter to return, and this matter shall be concluded. Ninth Prince, what say you? As he spoke, Tuoba Masheng's gaze fell upon Lu Yu. While his words appeared to solicit Lu Yu's opinion, there was no hint of respect in his tone, rather a sense of pressure and command. Despite Lu Yu being the Ninth Prince, what of it? A prince is ultimately not a true emperor. Experts in the realm of the sacred way might regard that title with caution, but for Tuoba Masheng, who had already entered the quasi-supreme realm, the contemporary prince held little intimidation. Did he not see that even Lu Jinshan, the previous prince, was merely at the great sage level? Of course, Tuoba Masheng overlooked the fact that he had cultivated for at least 10,000 years longer than Lu Jinshan. Regardless, with his quasi-supreme cultivation, Tuoba Masheng did not believe Lu Yu would dare to refuse him. However, considering Lu Yu was a favored individual of the Eternal Emperor, Tuoba Masheng pondered for a moment before adding, should the Ninth Prince agree, I can personally owe you a favor. If you ever require assistance and I happen to be available, feel free to mention it, and I will consider your request. No need, Lu Yu interrupted with a smile before Tuoba Masheng could finish. The favor of a quasi-supreme is too precious. I cannot afford it. Thus, the prince intends to release you. Hearing this, Tuoba Masheng instinctively revealed a smug smile, ready to take Tuoba Yu away. But before he could finish his thought, he heard the latter half of Lu Yu's statement. Uncle, kill her. Very well. It is high time to take action. Lu Jinshan laughed heartily, suddenly waving his hand. Clang, with the sound of a spiritual sword being unsheathed, a heavy black iron sword fell into Lu Jinshan's grasp. Upon witnessing Lu Jinshan's action, Tuoba Masheng's expression changed dramatically. Lu Jinshan, what do you intend to do? Do you dare to strike against me? Do you truly believe that as a great sage, you can contend with my true form? If you had come in person, I might have had some trouble, but you dare to bark in front of this sacred being with just a projection? Lu Jinshan let out a cold laugh, and, as he spoke, brought the sword crashing down. With a crisp crack, Tuoba Masheng's countenance shifted as terror filled his eyes. He opened his mouth to protest, but before he had the chance to voice his words, his projection was shattered by Lu Jinshan's sword strike, taking Tuoba Yu along with it. Tuoba Masheng was a formidable quasi-supreme being. Even a projection of his strength was not comparable to an ordinary Taoist master, existing in a level 2 realms above Lu Zhenshan. Yet, despite such power, he was still slain by Lu Zhenshan's sword, reinforcing Lu Yu's understanding of the weight behind the title of the strongest great sage in history. Lu Yu reflected on this as Lu Zhenshan sheathed his sword, regarding Lu Yu with evident admiration. Although Lu Yu had just recently ascended to the position of prince, he stood unafraid in the face of an era-supreme being and even dared to allow himself to take action against Tuoba Yu. "Well done, young one," Lu Zhenshan praised with a smile. "You flatter me, uncle, and today it is you who has exerted the most effort." Lu Yu replied with a grin. Lu Zhenshan waved his hand dismissively. Merely shattering a quasi-supreme projection is hardly worth mentioning, but Lu Zhenshan's expression turned slightly serious as he looked at Lu Yu. "You have entangled yourself quite deeply with the Tuoba clan. Though the Tuoba clan may be insignificant, the Lu family behind them poses some trouble. The Lu family boasts 7 imperial ancestors, yet the main lineage of the Lu family consists of not 7, but a full 19 branches. Aside from the 7 imperial ancestors corresponding to the 7 major imperial lines, there are still 12 main branches, each with a quasi-emperor level figure overseeing them. This is what has led to the current prosperity of the Lu family. Just as there is competition among the younger generation of the Lu family, apart from the 7 major imperial lines that no one dares to disturb, there is also considerable rivalry among the other main branches. In their quest to stand out in the competition among these main branches, some of the branch leaders have resorted to seeking external assistance. The Tuoba clan, along with several similar kinship families, has been propped up by the 9th and 13th main branches of the Lu family. Many matters they cannot handle directly are resolved by the Tuoba clan for them. Naturally, these kinship families do not work for free. They are well rewarded in return. As Lu Zhenshan spoke, a hint of disdain crept into his tone, clearly disapproving of such conduct from these 2 branches. However, there is no need for you to worry excessively. Lu Zhenshan smiled at Lu Yu. "You possess the decree bestowed upon you by the 3 ancestors. Not only the quasi-supreme beings of the Tuoba clan, but even the ancestors of these 2 branches will not dare to act against you. If they truly have the audacity to challenge you, simply invoke the decree and have them kneel before you in self-reproach." As Lu Yu listened on, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. Gazing at his uncle, he couldn't shake the impression that this relative seemed rather eager to witness the spectacle of himself striking the 2 ancestral figures. Sensing Lu Yu's peculiar scrutiny, Lu Zhenshan cleared his throat and averted his gaze. "In any case, you need not concern yourself with those elder powerhouses. At most, it will be their younger generation who may harbor animosity towards you. The challenges you will face henceforth will be somewhat more numerous. But as the son of an emperor, such occurrences are simply unavoidable and hardly constitute a major issue." Lu Yu nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, uncle, these insignificant clowns are not worthy of my concern." "That's the spirit." Lu Zhenshan clapped his hands gently and smiled at Lu Yu. "Now, let us set aside idle chatter. I've come not only to assist you in dealing with that Tuoba Yu, but also to deliver some good news. According to our clan's regulations, as a scion of the Lu family, prior to stepping into the Sacred Path realm, I am entitled to have 300 quasi-saints, 36 saints, 10 sovereigns, and 1 king to safeguard my path. You need not fret about the quotas for quasi-saints, saints, or sovereigns, but the selection of the leading king must be taken seriously. Not only must their strength be formidable, but their character must also resonate with yours. After all, this protective entourage will follow you for at least a century, making the leader's temperament a crucial consideration. I had initially chosen a sovereign from the Ji family for you, but considering your attitude towards the Tuoba clan today, perhaps it is best to reconsider." As Lu Zhenshan spoke, he handed Lu Yu a jade talisman. This talisman contains records of all the sovereign elders within our Lu clan, along with their past achievements. Peruse it and see if any of them pique your interest. However, Lu Yu did not take the talisman, but instead fixed his gaze intensely on Lu Zhenshan. "Did you just mention a sovereign hailing from the Ji family? If they are from a Ji clan, I have no objections. The Lu family boasts numerous allies and a plethora of kinship ties. While they do have ungrateful clans like the Tuoba, many families have shown loyalty and righteousness. fighting alongside the 7 imperial ancestors of the Liu family until the very last moment during the greatest upheaval in history. The Ji family is one such clan that in that final battle. The Ji family's experts above the saintly rank all emerged. The ancestor of the Ji family, possessing the potential of a great emperor, even went so far as to burn away his own lifespan, compressing what remained of his vitality to secure a singular battle strength, forcibly breaking through to the emperor realm and fighting to the death. His sacrifice ensured that at least one of the Liu family's ancestors return alive, preventing the total annihilation of all 7 in battle. With such a bond, Liu Yu's regard for the Ji family is incomparable to that of the Tuoba clan. You seem to hold a favorable opinion of the Ji family? Liu Shan remarked, somewhat surprised, but not overly concerned. He had great admiration for the sovereign he had chosen from the Ji family. Noting Liu Yu's lack of objection, he nodded and said, since you have no reservations, I will contact him and have him meet you tomorrow. That would be greatly appreciated. Uncle, such a minor task is nothing to worry about. Liu Shan waved dismissively. All right then, I shall take my leave. Should you have any matters to discuss, simply send word through the imperial decree. Your grandson bids you farewell. Uncle Liu Yu smiled and gave a slight bow. After seeing Liu Shan off, he stretched lazily. Having dealt with Tuoba Ling and witnessing Liu Shan subdue Tuoba Yu, Liu Yu felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. With the spirits lifted, Liu Yu's mind became more active, glancing at the remaining countdown timer. He recalled the experience he had amassed during his last return to the Eternal Era, where he had memorized a plethora of martial arts techniques, that a thought surged through him. If memories could be brought back, could he also return with a substantial amount of divine herbs before his next departure? Compared to the environment of the Eternal Era, the cultivation conditions in the current world were worlds apart. Returning to the present, even a month could yield significant advancements. A year could potentially elevate his cultivation level. However, if this line of thought proved feasible, his efficiency in cultivation upon returning to the present would not be severely hindered. Without hesitation, Liu Yu swiftly selected 30 of the most suitable divine herbs from the divine herb garden, ones that would enhance cultivation and refine the body. Then he activated the imperial decree and quickly returned to the Li Hua imperial palace. Within the palace, he began to devour the herbs voraciously. Each herb was a top-tier divine medicine, capable of inciting bloodshed and chaos throughout the eastern wilderness and even the entire desolate domain. Yet, Liu Yu consumed them as if they were mere carrots or cucumbers, swallowing them with great gusto. 30 top-tier divine herbs, their medicinal energies converging, surged through Liu Yu's meridians like a raging torrent. Had anyone else, even those of the same Liu lineage, attempted such a feat, they would have undoubtedly burst apart from the sheer force. After all, Liu Yu was merely at the king realm. Ordinarily, consuming even a single royal-grade spirit herb would be considered an extraordinary achievement. Yet here he was, consuming 30 at once. However, Liu Yu managed to swallow them all, and as he activated the Taichu ancient scroll, the resonance of the great Tao echoed within him, accompanied by the flickering of runic lights. All the tumultuous medicinal energies were successfully subdued, no longer raging, but settling within his meridians that in the following moments, these divine herbs would serve as sustenance, gradually absorbed by him to accelerate his cultivation and the transformation of his physical form. Just as Liu Yu contained the medicinal energies of the 30 herbs, a resounding boom echoed behind him as the golden gate swung wide open. With the passage of time concluding, the gate of eternity engulfed Liu Yu's figure. When he regained his senses, he found himself back in the tranquil chamber of the clan leader. Upon opening his eyes, Liu Yu immediately began to examine himself, and soon, an uncontainable joy erupted within him. He had successfully brought back all 30 divine herbs. Taking a deep breath, as thoughts swirled in his mind, a surge of imperial might emanated from within him. At that very moment, the entire Feiyun city trembled. Liu Yu sensed the anomaly and quickly retracted that thread of imperial aura. Only then did Feiyun city return to its usual calm. Fortunately, Liu Yu reacted swiftly. Most of the warriors in Feiyun were unaware of what had transpired. Only a select few, with profound cultivation, sensed something amiss but did not pursue the matter, attributing it to mere illusion that in the cultivation chamber. The delight in Liu Yu's eyes was nearly palpable. The gates of eternity still could not transport items from before the eternal era. Objects like Lu Yu's imperial decree had been left behind in that time. Originally, Lu Yu believed that the imperial edict granted to him by the eternal emperor would also be left in the past. But unexpectedly, the eternal emperor had entirely infused the edict into his being. Just like the 30 divine herbs he had ingested, it was permitted by the gates of eternity to return to the present world. The methods of the emperor were indeed astonishing. Lu Yu sighed softly, his heart brimming with joy that lingered long after. The disparity between the present world and the era before eternity was not merely in the cultivation environment. More importantly, in the current world, Lu Yu lacked the protection of a family. Yet now, with the imperial edict in hand, he felt a sense of stability wash over him. Moreover, Lu Yu clenched his fists slightly. On this return to the eternal era, his strength had dramatically advanced, breaking through from the peak of the divine bridge to the mid-king realm. Without any manifestations, he could contend with a fully realized heavenly king. This level of power was more than sufficient to deal with the spirit kings, and he could easily encompass the entirety of the northern frontier's 3 states. After all, in the northern frontier, the strongest, King Mou of Yuzhou, was merely at the late heavenly king stage and could not withstand a single blow from Lu Yu. At that moment, Lu Yu rose and stepped out of the tranquil chamber. Sensing Lu Yu's aura, Lu Ming, Lu Ling'er, and other members of the Lu family, who were in seclusion, were momentarily taken aback. They hurriedly exited their meditative states, their eyes filled with astonishment as they gazed at Lu Yu. "You are a brother Yu. Have you broken through to the semi-king realm?" It had been many years since the Lu family had produced a king-level warrior. Consequently, upon perceiving the regal fluctuations emanating from Lu Yu, Lu Ming and the others found themselves unable to discern whether it was the semi-king or the king realm. Lu Yu smiled and nodded, looking at his grandfather, sister, and the gathered relatives as he cheerfully declared, "To be precise, I have reached the mid-stage of the martial king realm." Ha! Lu Ming, Lu Ling'er, and the others involuntarily gasped in order to not disappoint Lu Yu's endeavors. They had also been diligently cultivating during the past month. Utilizing the techniques and martial arts Lu Yu had brought back, their own realms had significantly advanced. They had initially thought to surprise Lu Yu, but unexpectedly, it was Lu Yu who delivered a grand surprise. Especially Lu Ling'er, whose small face bore an unmistakable hint of disappointment. Yet upon glancing at his little sister, Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. "Ling'er, you have actually cultivated to the spirit sea realm." Although he was aware of his sister's commendable talent, Lu Yu did not anticipate that Lu Ling'er would excel to such an extent. It is worth noting that just a month prior, Lu Ling'er had only just stepped into the profound realm. Even with the resources from the Shen family and the techniques he had brought back, to break through a major realm in a month was extraordinary. Such talent, even in ancient times, would have secured a place for her in the Lu family's esteemed ranks. Moreover, Lu Ling'er had yet to awaken her imperial bloodline. Once the opportunity arose, perhaps he could find a way to awaken Ling'er and the others' imperial bloodlines. At that time, the elevation of their family status would undoubtedly accelerate. As Lu Yu pondered this, he affectionately ruffled Lu Ling'er's hair, encouraging her with a smile. "Now, do not be so disheartened. The fact that you have attained the spirit sea realm is already a tremendous surprise to me." Lu Yu's words were not mere consolation. With Lu Ling'er achieving the spirit sea realm, the Lu family would only need one more individual at that level to elevate their status from the 4th to the 5th tier. This was considerably faster than Lu Yu had initially anticipated. Furthermore, Ling'er, your future will be even brighter, and assisting your brother will be merely a matter of time. Really? Lu Ling'er blinked her large eyes, filled with a mix of belief and skepticism, sensing that her brother was perhaps just trying to comfort her. Lu Yu chuckled. "Of course it's true. Not just you, but every member of the Lu family carries the ancestral bloodline passed down through generations. I was merely fortunate enough to awaken it first." Lu Yu spoke. His gaze shifted past Lu Ling'er to the relatives gathered in the courtyard, and he softly declared, "In the future, the ancestral blood of the Lu family will surely awaken. And when that time comes, our family will be like dragons among men." Though his words were softly spoken, they resonated with an unparalleled aura of dominance and confidence. naturally instilling a sense of faith among the Liu family members. Their eyes gleaming with fervent aspiration, Liu Ming and several elder clan members, such as Liu Yuan, couldn't help but smile with approval, filled with pride and gratitude for Liu Yu's ability to inspire the entire clan with just a few words. However, just as the Liu family was brimming with ambition, a resounding boom echoed from the northern region of Lingzhou that a column of spiritual energy surged skyward, radiating an awe-inspiring force that all martial artists throughout Lingzhou could distinctly feel. Within Feiyun City, numerous martial artists widened their eyes in astonishment, gazing toward the north, their expressions reflecting trepidation and dread. This regal fluctuation signified the return of the Spirit King to Lingzhou. With the Spirit King's return, the pillar of royal energy stirred the winds and clouds, shaking the very foundations of Lingzhou. Countless masters in Lingzhou looked up in shock, their gazes directed toward the Spirit King's residence. Their eyes filled with deep reverence. Such an overwhelming pressure. It seemed the Spirit King's power had significantly increased. How could the Liu family have lingered until the Spirit King returned without fleeing? One could only speculate the extent of their regret. Why hadn't they acted sooner? It could only be said that this predicament was entirely of their own making. Many clan leaders and heads of various forces in Lingzhou shook their heads in disbelief. As if they had foreseen the Liu family's fate. As they lamented, they hastily made their way to the teleportation arrays in their respective cities, eager to reach Lingzhou City at the earliest opportunity to extend their congratulations to the Spirit King. Yet, upon their arrival at Lingzhou City and stepping out from the teleportation array, they unexpectedly discovered that someone had already arrived before them. Who else but Liu Yu? How could he have gotten here so quickly? I had thought he might attempt to escape. It seems he sensed the Spirit King's strength and realized he could not flee, thus coming to surrender. A group of Lingzhou experts could not help but murmur among themselves, their gazes towards Liu Yu filled with a mix of intrigue and amusement. The experts within the Spirit King's residence also sensed Liu Yu's presence immediately. Without waiting for the Spirit King's command, 3 formidable auras erupted forth, sweeping across the entirety of Lingzhou City. Those masters who had come to congratulate the Spirit King felt their breaths grow heavy in the face of such overwhelming pressure. 3 king-level warriors. They stared in shock at the sky. The Spirit King had previously commanded 3 semi-kings, who had now all broken into the king realm. It was needless to say that this was due to the 5th Prince's efforts in securing the 3 Yuan King pills for the Spirit King. However, the Yuan King pills merely enhanced the efficiency of breaking through, not guaranteeing success. The Spirit King was undeniably fortunate. This truly spelled doom for the Liu family. It was a pity that as Liu Yu rose to prominence, I had hoped he would lead the Liu family to become a legend in Lingzhou. Little did I know, it would all come to an abrupt end so swiftly. How tragic, how lamentable. Many experts in Lingzhou gazed at Liu Yu with complex expressions. Meanwhile, the 3 king-level experts who emerged from the Spirit King's residence hovered in the air, looking down at Liu Yu with derision. So, you are the one who killed the southern commander. Shenba, my master has stated that, considering your voluntary surrender, if you kneel now and forfeit your cultivation, my master may consider sparing the Liu family. However, you must also offer up the chance that allowed you to unseal your meridians and attain the divine bridge overnight. Upon hearing this, the Lingzhou experts were momentarily stunned, clearly not anticipating that the Spirit King would grant the Liu family a reprieve. Yet, upon hearing the latter part of the 3 king-level warriors' words, understanding dawned upon their faces. Indeed, Liu Yu had achieved the divine bridge in just one night, which must have involved an extraordinary opportunity. It was no exaggeration to say that if this news spread, princes from a northern frontier and even the central plains would undoubtedly take an interest in Liu Yu. To retain a Liu Yu who had forfeited his cultivation, along with a Liu family lacking even a divine bridge, would indeed be a profitable venture. However, just as everyone assumed Liu Yu would acquiesce to this proposal, he slowly raised his hand. 3 newly minted martial kings dare to stand so arrogantly before me. You brat, what did you say? The 3 king-level experts, newly ascended to their position, were filled with pride at that moment. Upon hearing Liu Yu's words, their faces instantly contorted with fury. However, before they could make a move, Liu Yu had already waved his hand down, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that surged forth from his palm. Amidst the astonished gazes of the martial artists throughout the city, a thunderous crash resounded as the three early-stage king-level warriors were swiftly captured and sent crashing down at Lu Yu's feet. What astonished the martial artists within the city even more was the surge of aura that erupted when Lu Yu made his move. This was the oppressive force of a mid-stage king realm. The head of the Lu family, Lu Yu, had actually attained the king realm. Throughout the entire Lingzhou city, gasps of shock echoed incessantly. All eyes were fixed upon Lu Yu, their eyelids trembling involuntarily in sheer astonishment. It must be noted that just a month prior, Lu Yu was merely at the pinnacle of the divine bridge. In the brief span of a month, he had ascended from the divine bridge to the king realm. Such talent transcended the mere definition of genius. It was nothing short of monstrous. Thousands of years ago, the founding emperor of the great Zhou dynasty, renowned for his unparalleled talents and dominance over 10 provinces, may not have had a gift surpassing that of Lu Yu. Countless masters of Lingzhou stood dumbfounded. The three king realm members of the Lingwang mansion, whom Lu Yu had directly suppressed, trembled in fear at that moment. A voice imbued with intrigue resonated from within the Lingwang mansion. How rare, truly remarkable. I never anticipated that in this century, Lingzhou would produce such extraordinary talents. First, there was Lu Qing. And now, you Lu Yu. If you were given a decade, it is plausible that Lingzhou, no, the entirety of the northern frontier, would become the domain of the Lu family. It is a pity, young man, that your pride has led you to underestimate the heroes of this world. As the words fell, under the watchful, fearful gazes of countless martial artists, the figure of Ling Wang lay soared from the Lingzhou mansion. An aura far more intense than that of the martial king realm surged forth, resembling the singular kingly presence of heaven and earth, overwhelming the entire scene. All martial artists stood agape, their eyes filled with reverence for Lei Lai. This aura had transcended the martial king realm. The Lingwang, after 3 months of contemplating the great Zhou martial steel in the Imperial City, had crossed that threshold and directly cultivated to the heavenly king realm. Some Lingzhou martial artists could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Meanwhile, the 3 members of the Lingwang mansion's king realm, who were subdued by Lu Yu, were equally elated, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they looked at the Lingwang. Master, please save us. Rest assured, the Lingwang smiled faintly, addressing Lu Yu with a calm demeanor. Young one, in light of your exceptional talent, I shall grant you another opportunity. Surrender your fortuitous encounters and voluntarily abandon your cultivation, and I may consider sparing your Lu family. Initially, the Lingwang had harbored intentions of killing Lu Yu. However, witnessing Lu Yu's ability to ascend to the king realm in a short span of a month ignited an insatiable greed within him. Such an opportunity, if it were to fall into my hands, would not only allow me to unify the northern frontier, but could also enable me, taking advantage of the imminent demise of the great Zhou martial emperor, to usurp the throne and become the sovereign of the great Zhou. Yet, just as the Lingwang indulged in his fantasies, Lu Yu chuckled. Indeed, as the saying goes, the apple does not fall far from the tree. You and your subordinates are utterly oblivious to your own limitations. The Lingwang was taken aback. In the next moment, he witnessed Lu Yu raise his hand and unleash a punch that a golden, blazing force, radiant as the sun, surged forth with Lu Yu's fist, forming a towering punch shadow capable of piercing the very heavens, crashing down upon him in an instant. The Lingwang let out a shriek, his hands swiftly forming intricate seals as he unleashed layer upon layer of defensive maneuvers. Yet, all defenses proved futile. Wherever the punch imprint passed, layers of spiritual barriers shattered, under the astonished gazes of countless Lingzhou martial artists. Lu Yu's golden punch surged forward like a thunderbolt, unstoppable. After breaching the last layer of defense, it struck the Lingwang, who was engulfed in despair, killing this heavenly king powerhouse on the spot. Thud! After a brief silence, the crisp sound of kneeling echoed throughout Lingzhou City. The 3 martial artists from the Lingwang mansion, who had been mocking Lu Yu's audacity moments ago, attempted to rise from the ground and escape back to the Lingwang mansion when they witnessed the Lingwang being obliterated by Lu Yu's punch. Without a moment's hesitation, as they regained their senses, they swiftly knelt before Lu Yu. "Master of the Lu family, spare us. Provide me with a reason not to kill you." Lu Yu regarded the trio with an indifferent gaze. After exchanging glances, the leader of the King realm mustered his courage as if he had reached a resolution. "But we possess intelligence regarding the head of the Lu family, Lu Qing." Upon hearing about his father, a glint of coldness flickered in Lu Yu's eyes. "Elaborate. Speak clearly." He stepped forward, seizing the King realm member, even contemplating using his divine sense for soul-searching. Ultimately, however, he maintained his composure, raising his hand to capture all three and brought them into the Ling Wang mansion. With the Ling Wang deceased, no one dared obstruct Lu Yu in the mansion. After witnessing Lu Yu's might, they were too eager to curry favor with him. Who would dare utter another word? In the ensuing half-day, Lu Yu transformed the Ling Wang mansion into an interrogation chamber, sealing the divine senses of the three King realm members and interrogating them separately by the time dusk fell and the sun set. Lu Yu emerged from the interrogation room, a complex expression clouding his eyes. According to the accounts of the three King realm members, his father, Lu Qing, and his mother, Qin Yin, had been captured by a group of mysterious powerhouses. This mysterious group had arrived at the Ling Wang mansion around half a month prior to Lu Qing and his wife's disappearance, demanding that the Ling Wang mansion disclose information about the Lu family. The origins of this mysterious group remained unknown, yet the weakest among them had already ignited divine fire, a power that positioned them at the pinnacle of the entire eastern wilderness. Faced with such formidable figures, the Ling Wang naturally did not dare to act carelessly, obediently revealing all information regarding the Lu family to them. After that, they were left in the dark about subsequent events that a group of enigmatic individuals, unfamiliar with Ling Zhou, and according to the three, they were likely oblivious to the entire eastern wilderness or even the whole desolate region. They were mysterious powerhouses from beyond the desolate realm, with at least one possessing the cultivation of divine fire. Lu Yu furrowed his brow, feeling an overwhelming headache. If only there were a lead, he could pursue it. But now, with no trace to follow, he felt utterly powerless. Fortunately, Lu Yu eventually resorted to some martial arts and divine abilities he had mastered from eons past. Forcefully conducting soul searches on the three King realm members, from the memories they revealed, it appeared that the mysterious powerhouses bore no ill intentions towards Lu Qing and Qin Yin. However, this did not completely assuage Lu Yu's concerns. He must expedite the strengthening of his family and enhance the Ancient Gate. The Ancient Gate was the cornerstone of Lu Yu's existence. Elevating the rank of the Ancient Gate not only promised substantial rewards, but also allowed him to remain in the era of the ancient times for a longer duration, accelerating his cultivation progress. Only with sufficient strength could he track down the whereabouts of his parents. Moreover, there was also his elder sister. A glint of coldness flickered in Lu Yu's eyes. His elder sister, Lu Mingwei, had always shown immense care for Lu Yu and Lu Linger since their childhood. After joining the Ziyue Cave Heaven, she would bring back numerous cultivation resources each year during her visits home. Although she often claimed those treasures were insignificant, Lu Yu, having lived 2 lifetimes, could discern their value from the fluctuations of those items, understanding that they were undoubtedly resources she had saved from her own cultivation to provide for her younger siblings. Him and Ling, according to account from the Ziyue Cave Heaven, the secret realm where Sister Mingwei has gone missing is not to be reopened for at least another 6 months. Lu Yu clenched his fists slightly. 6 months is neither excessively long nor remarkably short. It is imperative not to remain idle within the clan. He must devise a plan and personally visit the Ziyue Cave Heaven to assess the situation. However, Lu Yu cannot leave easily at present. The Lu family has yet to cultivate a second expert capable of guarding the family in Lu Yu's absence. Within the territory of the Great Zhou, Lu Yu can move about freely. Even when faced with danger, the clan can rely on the spiritual talismans refined by Lu Yu to eliminate adversaries. Yet if he ventures too far, the efficacy of the talismans diminishes significantly. Moreover, relying solely on talismans cannot compare to the presence of true experts, who can instill confidence in the hearts of the people. This is also why Lu Yu ultimately retained the 3 king-level experts from the Spiritual King's Mansion. Although external experts are not counted in the statistical hierarchy of the Ancient Gate, And no matter how many king-level individuals are recruited, it will not elevate the family's rank. The Liu family is currently in dire need of top-tier combat strength. With these 3 king-level experts present, they can alleviate some of Liu Yu's pressure. Furthermore, during the soul-searching process, Liu Yu left behind some subtle techniques within their sea of consciousness. As long as Liu Yu remains in the Great Zhou. Should these 3 king-level experts harbor any malicious intent, he can obliterate them with but a thought. Fortunately, Liu Yu gazed at the interface of the Ancient Gate upon his second return to the Ancient Gate. It had refreshed with new hints. Once the rank of the Ancient Gate is elevated to the king level, it can unlock the Ancient Space. The initial item slot of the Ancient Space is 1, allowing Liu Yu to carry an item not exceeding 3 ranks below the Ancient Gate's level, returning to the present from parallel space-time. This means that once he elevates the Ancient Gate to the king level, he will be able to bring back a treasure of imperial rank. Though not exceedingly high, it will suffice. Given the Liu family's previous foundation, even bringing back a top-tier puppet of imperial rank would allow them to dominate the Great Zhou. Not to mention the loyalty it would guarantee. However, to elevate the family to the king level, the Liu family must at least see the emergence of 3 quasi-kings, 10 divine bridges, and several dozen spiritual seas. Currently, the Liu family possesses only 2 spiritual sea experts, Liu Ming and Liu Linger. Relying solely on the resources of the spiritual king's mansion, it is insufficient to elevate the family to the king level, let alone the quasi-king level. In a short period, Liu Yu murmured softly, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the locations of Yuzhou and Yinzhou. 1 spiritual king's mansion is inadequate, but if he adds the Yu king's mansion and the Yin king's mansion, even if it does not suffice to elevate the family to the king level, achieving the quasi-king level should be within reach. Nevertheless, Liu Yu did not rush to act immediately. One must eat a meal 1 bite at a time. In the following days, he led the Liu family to take control of Lingzhou City. The 3 king-level experts from the spiritual king's mansion had experienced Liu Yu's strength firsthand after he forcefully searched their souls. While outsiders speculated that Liu Yu's power was merely at the mid-level of the heavenly king, slightly higher than the previous spiritual king, they sensed that Liu Yu's divine consciousness surpassed many heavenly kings. Looking across the northern frontier, perhaps only the king of Yuzhou could be deemed a worthy counterpart to the head of the Liu family. Realizing this, they harbored no lingering resistance towards yielding to Liu Yu. With their leadership, the Liu family's ascension in Lingzhou City to become its sovereign progressed remarkably smoothly, allowing Liu Yu to settle down and devote several days to cultivation, with the aid of divine medicines brought back from before the Ancient Gate. Although only a few days had passed, Liu Yu's cultivation achieved a breakthrough, smoothly transitioning from the mid-level of the king realm to the late level. His battle prowess surged once again. Now, even without invoking any extraordinary phenomena, he is more than capable of annihilating a perfected heavenly king. After consolidating his strength over these few days, the family also settled into Lingzhou City. It was time to embark on a journey to bring Yuzhou and Yinzhou under his command. Gently clenching his fist and feeling the surging divine power within him, a smile crept upon Liu Yu's lips. Rising from his meditation chamber, he found the 3 martial kings who had newly pledged allegiance to him waiting eagerly outside. Having sensed the fluctuations of his breakthrough, upon seeing Liu Yu emerge, they immediately bowed deeply, their eyes filled with reverence, that we congratulate our Lord on your advancement in cultivation. As they offered their congratulations, they secretly rejoiced. With Liu Yu's talent, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he holds great promise of achieving the imperial realm. At that time, would not those who had pledged allegiance early have a chance to rise alongside him? Such a master is undoubtedly far more promising than following the former spiritual king, Lei Lai. With this thought in mind, they quickly bowed again, urging Liu Yu, with your talent, not only in the northern frontier but throughout the Great Zhou, no one can compare. Yet the other 2 great mansions in the northern frontier, the Yu King's mansion and the Yin King's mansion, would surely not remain idle upon learning of the spiritual king's demise. My lord, you must prepare early. The 3 king-level experts spoke earnestly. They genuinely wished to rise alongside Liu Yu. That Liu Yu could sense their sincerity and nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I shall not remain idle. Seeing Lu Yu's willingness to cooperate, the three king-level experts breathed a sigh of relief. They immediately sought to take advantage of the moment, suggesting that Lu Yu emulate the former spiritual king, Lei Lai, and contact several princes vying for the throne, selecting one to ally with. They hoped to use their royal backing to intimidate the two great mansions, buying time for their own development. However, before they could propose this further, they witnessed Lu Yu soaring into the air, directing his escape light towards the Yu King's mansion. "My lord, what are you planning to do?" "Keep watch over Lingzhou. I'm headed to the Yu King's mansion." "What?" Lu Yu glanced at them. "Didn't you say we cannot sit idly?" "This is not what we meant." The three king-level experts were left in despair. Yet Lu Yu, uninterested in further explanations, thought to himself that with his strength, he could easily traverse the three states of the northern frontier. Had he not been reluctant to waste the imperial decree on a martial emperor, he would have long since made his way to the imperial city of the Great Zhou. Soaring through the divine light, Lu Yu sped towards Yuzhou City, the heart of the northern frontier and the seat of the Yu King's mansion. Within the Yu King's mansion, a middle-aged man in fine garments sat in the main seat of his study, propping his chin as he reviewed reports sent by his subordinates, a smirk of derision tugging at his lips. That Lei Lai, when he aligned with the fifth prince, was so ostentatious, practically eager for the entire Great Zhou to know that this dog had finally found a worthy master. And now, having just enjoyed the rewards bestowed by his new master, he was swiftly dispatched. The king of Lingzhou, Lei Lai, no matter how incompetent, was still one of the pinnacle figures in the northern frontier's hierarchy. Yet in the mouth of this middle-aged man, there was no hint of reverence for Lei Lai. Not even the news of Lei Lai's demise was of concern to him. Opposite this middle-aged figure sat another man in gray robes, who regarded the Yu King with a mixture of envy and awe. However, thinking of his own circumstances, his heart tightened, prompting him to speak. "Brother Yu, we must remain vigilant of Lu Yu, who killed Lei Lai. Should we arrange for someone to eliminate Lu Yu early, lest we harbor a tiger, to our peril?" The gray-robed man speaking was none other than Zhu Yu, the ruler of Yanzhou, which borders both Lingzhou and Yuzhou. However, when compared to the imposing presence of King Yu, this king of Yan seems remarkably timid. Yet, such behavior is not entirely unexpected. After all, the king of Yan has only reached the pinnacle of the king realm. Even Lei Lai, who had just broken through to the heavenly king realm, was decisively slain by Lu Yu. If someone of his caliber were to attract Lu Yu's attention, his demise would be swifter and more decisive than that of Lei Lai. Preparations must be made. But why should we rush to act? A subtle smile graced King Yu's lips. Since Lei Lai has become the lapdog of the fifth prince, it is only fitting that his master avenges him. Summon someone to send a message to the imperial city, informing our esteemed fifth prince that the dog he just acquired has been killed. With King Yu's command, a king realm guard at the door hurriedly bowed. "Yes. Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall convey the message at once." "Very well. With the fifth prince's intervention, we can eliminate this fledgling tiger, and the king of Yan can rest easy now." After arranging for the message to be sent, King Yu turned to the king of Yan, smiling as he spoke. The king of Yan nodded, yet unease lingered in his heart. What if the fifth prince chose to recruit Lu Yu instead of confronting him? He had previously attracted several scattered king realm cultivators. Securing Lu Yu would not be an insurmountable challenge. "Recruit Lu Yu? You jest, my brother." King Yu chuckled softly. That spirit king had pledged loyalty to the fifth prince and had performed a grand display of loyalty before the other vassal kings. Yet mere moments later, this loyal subject met a violent end within his own estate. Under such circumstances, our fifth prince would not only fail to avenge his loyal subject, but would instead seek to recruit the very individual who killed him. Once word spreads, which other vassal kings would dare to ally with this fifth prince? Indeed, my brother, you are truly exceptional. You are rightly regarded as the foremost figure of our northern frontier. Hearing King use astute analysis, the previously anxious king of Yan felt his heart settle. However, he could not shake the worry. What if Lu Yu was not satisfied with seizing Lingzhou and turned his sights on Yanzhou before the fifth prince could act? "Fear not, for I shall not allow my brother the king of Yan to fall into peril while I stand idly by." King Yu smiled gently. "If he dares to strike at you, Heedless of the consequences, we shall directly intervene and assist the fifth prince in clearing the way. Of course, should that occur, the vast and fertile lands of Lingzhou would be out of the fifth prince's grasp, belonging instead to our two houses. Indeed. At that point, my brother can assess which of his king realm subordinates will be suitable to govern Lingzhou, and together we shall petition for that friend to assume his post smoothly. The king of Yan's words were cut short as King Yu raised a hand to halt him. King Yu regarded the king of Yan with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. In times of turmoil in Lingzhou, with a populace hanging by a thread, it is not enough to simply appoint a king realm figure to stabilize the hearts of the people. Rather than merely appointing someone, wouldn't it be far more advantageous for our two houses to jointly seize control of Lingzhou? To occupy an entire state without authorization, my brother, should the imperial city become aware. The king of Yin gulped, genuinely taken aback. Supporting an individual to ascend as a vassal king is a vastly different concept from outright seizing a state. The imperial city would surely be displeased. But what of it? With the emperor trapped within the palace, his fate uncertain, and the princes merely heavenly kings amidst an unstable dynasty who would concern themselves with such matters. My brother, the times have changed. King Yu fixed his intense gaze upon the king of Yin. I refuse to believe that you have never contemplated the grandeur of the 5 heavenly kings of the Great Zhou. The 5 heavenly kings of the Great Zhou, who established the dynasty alongside its founding sovereign, have transcended the king realm. Each generation has produced a quasi-emperor to preside over them, their status unmatched save for that of the Zhou royal family. Currently, as the various vassal kings align themselves, the 5 heavenly kings remain aloof, observing the unfolding events. Regardless of which prince ascends to power, they can only seek their favor and must not offend them. King Yu's words laid bare his intentions, leaving even the king of Yan, however dim-witted, entirely aware of the implications. The king of Yan's heart raced, both exhilarated and apprehensive, rendering him momentarily speechless. Observing the king of Yan's expression, King Yu furrowed his brow briefly before relaxing, speaking softly. If my brother is hesitant, then I shall not press. After all, that Lu Yu, as audacious as he may be, would not dare to wreak havoc in my Yuzhou. Upon hearing this, the king of Yan's expression shifted, and after a brief pause, a glimmer of resolve appeared in his eyes. Your suggestion honors me. How could I possibly refuse? Let us proceed, as you propose. Henceforth, I trust you will look kindly upon me, my brother. With that, the king of Yin rose and bowed deeply to King Yu, adopting a stance akin to one paying homage to his sovereign. This elicited a broad smile from King Yu, who quickly helped the king of Yin to his feet. Ah, my brother, there is no need for such formality. Though we are not brothers by blood, we are closer than kin. Rise quickly. Rest assured, with me here, Lu Yu will not dare to disturb your realm, let alone cause chaos in Yinzhou. Should he even attempt a hint of rebellion in Lingzhou, I will employ swift and decisive measures. King Yu's assurances were yet unfinished when a tremendous pressure descended upon the royal estate. Accompanied by Lu Yu's indifferent voice, it resonated throughout the entire Yuzhou city. Where is the King Yu? Come forth and present yourself before me. If you do not appear within 10 breaths, do not blame me for being merciless. Within Yuzhou city, countless martial artists looked up in alarm. Each and every one wore expressions of disbelief at the sight of Lu Yu hovering above. Is that truly the Lu Yu who is said to have slain the spirit king Lei Lai? How dare he directly challenge our Yuzhou city and demand the King Yu to appear before him? Does he seek death? Within the city, the martial artists were left in a state of shock. As they beheld Lu Yu in the air, their expressions were filled with astonishment. When news had previously arrived from Lingzhou that Lu Yu had slain the spirit king Lei Lai, many in Yuzhou had been equally astonished. However, like King Yu, they had not taken Lu Yu seriously. After all, while the spirit king had gained some fortune, he was ultimately just a fledgling heavenly king. Any mid-level heavenly king could easily subdue someone who had merely recently attained a rank. Furthermore, King Yu was a late-stage heavenly king, a formidable presence who had honed his skills for over a decade. His terrifying prowess placed him among the elite of his realm. Even with 100-fold courage, Lu Yu would not dare to provoke Yuzhou city. Yet now, Lu Yu had not only arrived, but had specifically called out for King Yu to present himself. How could the martial artists of Yuzhou remain calm? Their anxiety mirrored that of the royal estate. King Yu's fury was palpable. In no time, he soared into the skies, bringing the king of Yin and over 10 king realm experts to confront Lu Yu from a distance. Despite the boiling rage within him, King Yu managed to suppress his anger, maintaining a degree of composure. Fixing his gaze upon Lu Yu, his expression oscillated between grim and uncertain. He clenched his teeth and spoke. Head of the Lu family. What brings you to Yuzhou? Surely, my Yuzhou has not wronged you. Though he spoke firmly in front of the king of Yin, he possessed a depth of character that matched his ambitions. Lu Yu's boldness in descending upon Yuzhou City to challenge him filled King Yu with a newfound wariness. Until he could ascertain the extent of Lu Yu's confidence, he was reluctant to sever ties with him and did not wish to expend effort on behalf of the fifth prince. In the depths of his heart, King Yu's thoughts flickered like lightning. Meanwhile, Lu Yu directed his gaze towards the figure of King Yin standing behind King Yu, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He had indeed not anticipated that he would seize such an opportune moment. One swift journey had resolved the issues of two prominent royal houses. Retracting his gaze, Lu Yu addressed King Yu with a calm demeanor, stating, "You have not provoked me, hence my disposition towards you differs from that of Lei Lai. Kneel now, submit to me, and acknowledge me as your sovereign, and you both may continue to reign as your respective rulers. Otherwise, you shall accompany Lei Lai on his journey." His words, delivered with an unshakable serenity, caused King Yu and the martial artists within Yuzhou City to change countenance, their eyes regarding Lu Yu as though he were a madman. King Yu, consumed by rage yet forced to smile, retorted, "Very well. I have spent these years cultivating my character, rarely engaging in conflict. It seems this has led the current youth to misunderstand my intentions." As he spoke, a frigid glimmer ignited within his eyes, his consciousness locking onto Lu Yu's figure with deadly intent. "Master of the Lu family, a young hero, I hold you in high esteem, but to expect me to submit based solely on the head of that useless Lei Lai is insufficient." As his words fell, King Yu's fingers splayed wide, a torrent of azure ice energy surging forth from within him, swiftly coalescing into an icy spear which he gripped tightly. The spear's tip aimed directly at Lu Yu's throat. "If you wish for my submission, then allow me to witness the prowess of the master of the Lu family." With a fierce roar, King Yu charged forward, hurling the icy spear with a force that shattered the air. Intertwining with the formidable runes of celestial energy, the barrage was overwhelming, freezing the very air in its wake, as the spiritual essence of the battlefield seemed to quaver under its might. The onlookers, countless martial artists in Yuzhou City, felt their techniques stifled, their powers diminished in the presence of such overwhelming strength. Awe filled their gazes. This was the might of a true king, capable of shaking the heavens with a single strike. Such power, they whispered, foreseeing the impending calamity that awaited Lu Yu. Yet, in the face of the whistling icy spear, Lu Yu merely raised a hand and flicked a finger. His fingertip descended. The overwhelming vitality of the Taichu's sacred body surged forth like a volcanic eruption. An indescribable force of divine power swept from Lu Yu's fingertip, consuming all in its path. Under the horrified gazes of the martial artists of Yuzhou and the kings Yin and Yu, the divine strength shattered King Yu's icy spear in an instant, continuing its relentless trajectory, crashing into King Yu himself and propelling him from the heavens into the very grounds of King Yu's estate. The Grand Palace, the highest edifice of the Yu royal house, crumbled under the force, reduced to ruins. Within the debris-laden palace, King Yu, disheveled and pale, struggled to cough, blood spilling from his mouth with each violent expulsion. Yet he had no time to tend to his injuries. As he beheld Lu Yu preparing to strike once more, he forced himself to his knees. "O King Yu, Mo Yu, unaware of your sovereign's might, I beseech thee for mercy, grant me my life. I vow to serve you loyally henceforth." "Very well," Lu Yu replied, nodding with indifference. "Then first, relinquish your consciousness." Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, King Yu's expression shifted momentarily. Yet he soon resigned himself to reality, offering a bitter smile as he complied, releasing the protection of his consciousness. Lu flicked his finger, sending a stream of divine consciousness into King Yu's mind, embedding himself near the core of King Yu's royal essence. From that moment forth, as long as Lu Yu remained in the Great Zhou, he would sense any stirrings from King Yu and act accordingly. With King Yu subdued, Lu Yu turned his attention back to the still-dazed King Yin and others suspended in disbelief. "Do you wish to test my abilities further?" At his words, the group snapped back to reality. Glancing at the already kneeling King Yu, who had pledged his loyalty, they dared not harbor any thoughts of resistance and hastily knelt before Lu Yu, professing their allegiance. However, Lu Yu did not relent. Their recent submission required time to ascertain its sincerity. Thus, he left restrictions within their consciousness as well. Observing the crowd of royal figures on their knees, a brief silence enveloped Yuzhou City before the assembled martial artists bowed deeply. Paying respects to Lu Yu, it was only when he entered the Yu royal estate that they collectively exhaled, rising from their positions, exchanging incredulous glances, as if awakening from a dream. Had the three states of the northern frontier truly been unified by this young master of the Lu clan? An 18-year-old sovereign, suppressing the late stages of a king with a mere gesture, rivaling the completion of a king's mastery. Such talent had not been witnessed even in the days of the Great Zhou's founding. Surely, the Great Zhou dynasty was on the brink of transformation. Yet Lu Yu remained unperturbed by the thoughts of the martial artists within Yuzhou. After subduing King Yu and King Yin, he issued orders for both royal houses to transport resources to Lingzhou for the use of the Lu clan's practitioners. King Yu and King Yin dared not oppose this command. They had already prepared themselves for such a fate upon their defeat. Their greater concern lay with the threat posed by the fifth prince. Once Lu Yu had completed his directives, King Yu and the others promptly sought an audience with him, warning of the need for preparedness against the fifth prince. "The fifth prince, you say? I understand. You need not worry about him," Lu Yu assured them, his mind untroubled by the prospect of the fifth prince. The various princes, at present, were only at the kingly level in their cultivation. The strongest among them, even when gathered, could only reach that threshold. The Great Zhou was not without its quasi-imperial experts. Each of the 5 great royal houses had a quasi-imperial figure stationed within. However, those individuals were astute in self-preservation and would not easily take risks until the final moment. After all, with their capabilities, even without choosing sides, they would not be deprived of their positions once the new emperor ascended. And with those quasi-imperials on the sidelines, once Lu Yu reached the late stages of kingship and employed the manifestation of a sacred body, he could even crush a beginning quasi-imperial practitioner, let alone the fifth prince. Even if all the princes banded together, Lu Yu felt no fear. Furthermore, Lu Yu surmised that the fifth prince's minions would likely never reach the northern frontier. Knowing he had unified the 3 states of the northern frontier, the other princes, who bore him no grudge, would undoubtedly seek to ally with him. For that reason, they would not hesitate to eliminate any subordinates sent by the fifth prince to the northern frontier, thereby demonstrating their sincerity. Indeed, mere days after Lu Yu's consolidation of the northern frontier, an unexpected visitor arrived, accompanied by 3 martial artists of the kingly realm, bearing the severed heads of their foes on a snowy night. "I am Zhou Rui, a wanderer under the first prince's command, here to pay my respects to the master of the Lu family. Might I request an audience?" Dressed in scholarly attire, Zhou Rui stood in the clouds, bowing slightly as he spoke. Yet upon hearing his name, the 3 kingly martial artists under the command of the Ling King, as well as the Kings Yu and Yin who had migrated with Lu Yu to Lingzhou City, could not help but change their expressions. Zhou Rui, he had actually allied himself with the first prince. Zhou Rui is an extraordinary figure of the Great Zhou dynasty, despite his humble beginnings as a loose cultivator. He possesses exceptional fortune and has frequently encountered fortuitous opportunities to be by the age of just over 50, he has attained the pinnacle of the heavenly king realm. Moreover, it is rumored that in his youth, he ingested a Tao-breaking pearl fruit. For other heavenly kings, the threshold of imperial authority looms like an insurmountable abyss. Yet for him, the challenge is considerably less daunting, and he is regarded by the martial practitioners of the Great Zhou as one of the few with the most potential to ascend to the quasi-imperial status within this millennium. Such a formidable individual is undoubtedly entitled to observe the shifting tides of power. Even if he were to take action, it would be unnecessary for him to hastily choose a side. However, he has not only committed himself to the service of the Crown Prince, but has also, with remarkable audacity, claimed the severed heads of 3 unyielding heavenly kings, figures well known within the Great Zhou for their status as rogue cultivators, who had previously been drawn into the service of the 5th prince. Now, they serve as trophies, presented to Lu Yu as a token of respect upon his arrival in Lingzhou City. This is not merely an act of allegiance. It is a demonstration of his willingness to exert effort for the Crown Prince, even to the extent of slaying 3 heavenly kings. What benefits could the Crown Prince have promised him to incite such loyalty? The 2 kings, Yu and Yin, exchanged grave glances, sensing that the situation was diverging from their expectations. Nevertheless, Lu Yu remained composed. He opened the city gates to allow Mr. Zhou Rui to enter for a discussion, adhering to the adage of not striking at a visitor who bears goodwill. Although Lu Yu had no intention of aligning himself with any faction, he would not be so prideful as to deny an audience to a guest bearing gifts. Upon hearing Lu Yu's invitation, Zhou Rui's smile broadened, and he proceeded, with the 3 heads in hand, into the grand hall of the Ling Wang's residence. Guided by Kings Yu and Yan. My intentions are clear, and I trust that the head of the Lu family can surmise them, Zhou Rui stated without further preamble. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince holds great admiration for your strength, and he is aware of the misdeeds committed by the Ling Wang in Lingzhou. Your slaying of the Ling Wang was an act of righteousness, a quest for justice on behalf of the people of the Great Zhou, which has earned the Crown Prince's utmost respect. Thus, I have come to present you with this Ling Wang golden seal. With that, Zhou Rui stepped forward, reverently placing a golden seal into Lu Yu's hands. Observing the seal, Kings Yu and Yin felt their breaths quicken. As masters of the royal way, they could discern its significance. This golden seal was not merely a token. It embodied the very essence of fortune and authority. Previously, when Lu Yu subdued Kings Yu and Yin, he had referred to them as grassroots kings. While that remark was somewhat derogatory, it was not entirely unfounded. Though both kings had been officially conferred titles by the Great Zhou royal family, their royal seals were privately crafted and served merely as symbols. In contrast, the Ling Wang golden seal bore an entirely different weight. With this seal in hand, Lu Yu would genuinely become the sovereign of Lingzhou, capable of harnessing the collective fortune of its populace for cultivation and warfare alike. It was akin to receiving a portion of the national fortune from the Great Zhou royal family, a privilege traditionally reserved for the 5 great heavenly king courts. No wonder Zhou Rui was willing to align himself with the Crown Prince. It was clear that the Crown Prince was generous indeed. The eyes of Kings Yu and Yin glimmered with fervor as they beheld the golden seal. Yet, Lu Yu's expression remained calm. It is merely a Lingzhou royal seal, he mused, and holds little significance to me. Not to mention the fortune of Lingzhou, even the combined fortunes of the entire Great Zhou would scarcely enhance his cultivation or combat prowess. After all, Lu Yu's innate talent was extraordinary. He was the Taichu's sacred body. It would be a formidable challenge for even the most powerful factions, such as the Ziyue Dongtian, to provide him with significant augmentation. Sensing Lu Yu's indifference, Zhou Rui's countenance shifted slightly. However, having come prepared as a negotiator, he took a deep breath and bowed again. Furthermore, should the head of the Lu family agree to serve my royal prince, once he ascends the throne, he would be honored with the title of governor of the 3 provinces of the northern frontier. You would oversee all military and political affairs there, and we would personally craft a governor's golden seal for you. Upon hearing this, Kings Yu and Yin could hardly contain their agitation that a governor's golden seal would signify the Crown Prince's intent to cede the 3 provinces of the northern frontier to Lu Yu, effectively allowing him to establish a nation within the Great Zhou. Such an arrangement would surpass even that of the 5 great heavenly king courts. Yet, Lu Yu merely smiled faintly. Is there anything else? This is all I have for now. However, the value of this title is evident when you consider your subordinates, Kings Yu and Yin. If you find the offer unsatisfactory, there is another proposal from the Lu's cultivators. Zhou Rui added with a mysterious smile, stepping closer to speak softly. Given your rapid growth, it is clear you have encountered remarkable opportunities. Unlike the foolish Ling Wang, My royal prince seeks merely to negotiate a sharing of these fortunes. Should you agree, once my prince ascends the throne, not only the 3 provinces of the northern frontier, but even additional territories would be within reach. Listening to Zhou Rui's words, King Zhu and Yan's eyes shone with longing. Realizing the potential behind Zhou Rui's proposal, and oh wonder the crown prince could attract someone like Zhou Rui. Such ambition dwarfed that of the 5th prince. However, Lu Yu simply smiled. Mr. Zhou speaks eloquently, but I must regretfully decline. He did not express anger. Even as Zhou Rui proposed sharing opportunities, Lu Yu remained unperturbed. Each party serves their own master, and Zhou Rui's offer was indeed sincere, yet their vision and ambitions fell far short of Lu Yu's. Thus, they failed to sway him. Were Lu Yu to express anger, it would diminish his standing. King Zhu and Yan, please escort Mr. Zhou to rest, and ensure he receives the utmost hospitality, Lu Yu softly commanded as he prepared to depart. King Zhu and Yan were taken aback by Lu Yu's refusal, but they recognized that their master had made his decision and was not merely negotiating with Zhou Rui. They dared not speak further, promptly moving to invite Zhou Rui to take his leave. Yet Zhou Rui's expression darkened. In his view, Lu Yu's stance was merely a fade of negotiation, a display of excessive pride. It struck him as rather greedy and unreasonable. For his conditions were already exceedingly generous. Unable to restrain himself, he stepped forward, exerting his pressure to halt Lu Yu. Head of the Lu family, please do not push your luck. Excuse me. Both King Zhu and Yan's expressions shifted, while Lu Yu paused, casting a cold gaze upon Zhou. Mr. Zhou, do you have further comments? Sensing the chill in Lu Yu's words, Zhou Rui's heart raced, yet he reminded himself of his own status as a consummate heavenly king. Nearly on the brink of becoming a quasi-emperor, he straightened his posture and replied coolly, I am here to present you with an offer that cannot be refused. With that, Zhou Rui waved his hand, and a crimson light shot forth from his sleeve, blazing like fire, its brilliance stark against the night sky. King Zhu and Yan reacted instantly, leaping to shield Lu Yu, fearing it to be a lethal weapon unleashed by Zhou Rui. However, Lu Yu's demeanor remained serene as he gestured for them to withdraw. There is no need for concern. That is not an assassination tool, Lu Yu spoke softly, casting his gaze towards the crimson radiance. Within the crimson glow lay a crimson jade talisman, approximately the size of a palm. At its center was a droplet of blood, mingled with flecks of golden light. Zhou Rui infused the talisman with a surge of spiritual energy. An otherworldly aura emanated from the blood, causing both King Yu and King Yan to momentarily freeze in astonishment. Zhou Rui regarded the two of them with a proud smile, confident that they had discerned the truth. He urged them to inform the head of the Lu family of the blood's origin. After a brief hesitation, Kings Yu and Yin bowed respectfully to Lu Yu. Whispering, my lord, this blood exudes the aura of the Grand Prince. It is undoubtedly his true blood. Lu Yu nodded, turning his attention to Zhou Rui. With his divine sense, he had already faintly perceived the essence of the blood, yet he chose not to reveal it. Allowing Zhou Rui to take center stage. So, Mr. Zhou, what is it that you wish to convey? Quite simple, Zhou Rui replied, a self-satisfied smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He raised his hand with a sudden flourish, and the talisman erupted with spiritual energy, igniting the droplet of true blood in an instant. And the moment the blood was lit, a wave of imperial pressure, characteristic of the royal domain, flooded the grand hall, causing both Kings Yu and Yin to change color in unison. Is this the aura of a quasi-emperor? They exclaimed in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. They finally comprehended why Zhou Rui had chosen to ally himself with the Grand Prince and devoted himself so wholeheartedly to his cause. While other princes were still in the mid to late stages of the Heavenly King realm, the Grand Prince had already reached the pinnacle of the Heavenly King realm. Although the quasi-imperial pressure emanating from the blood was faint, its very presence marked a monumental breakthrough from nothing to something. This indicated that the Grand Prince was on the verge of becoming a quasi-emperor. Once the Grand Prince achieved this status, the old martial emperor of the Great Zhou would undoubtedly solidify his position as heir apparent. After all, The cultivation level of a quasi-emperor implied that upon ascending to the throne, the Grand Prince would immediately benefit from the national fortune of the Great Zhou. Propelling his strength directly into the emperor realm, he would swiftly suppress the myriad heroes of the Great Zhou and stabilize the hearts of the people. Such influence was beyond comparison to other princes who were merely in the heavenly king realm. Indeed, it is the aura of a quasi-emperor. Observing the astonishment on the faces of Kings Yu and Yin, Zhou Rui's smile grew even broader. His gaze once again settled upon Lu Yu as he spoke languidly. The head of the Lu family ought to comprehend the sincerity of my lord. As my lord is poised to attain quasi-emperor status, he is still willing to extend such generous terms to you. Head Lu, the respect due has already been given. If you persist in your obstinacy, I fear it may not only jeopardize yourself, but also implicate your kin. Zhou Rui continued, his tone growing more intense. Let me not speak of anything else. I have heard that you, Head Lu, are quite fond of your sister, the young lady named Lu Ling. At merely 15 or 16 years of age, she has demonstrated remarkable talent. Should such a prodigy meet with an untimely demise, much like Miss Mingwei, would it not be an immense loss? Gulp. The aggressive words of Zhou Rui caused both Kings Yu and Yin to swallow hard. Gazing at him with a mix of fear and astonishment, they had not anticipated Zhou Rui's audacity. Yet, when they considered the droplet of true blood burning before Zhou Rui, releasing quasi-imperial pressure, coupled with his perfected heavenly king cultivation, they found themselves settling into a bitter realization. With the impending quasi-emperor as his backing and his own formidable strength, Zhou Rui, indeed, had the qualifications to act with such impunity. It seemed that their lord might truly need to bow his head this time. Both Kings Yu and Yin felt a pang of frustration, but at that moment, Lu Yu smiled. He regarded Zhou Rui with a slight curve of his lips, though his eyes betrayed no warmth. Mr. Zhou, are you threatening my family? Not at all. I merely speak the truth, Zhou Rui replied with a slight smile, devoid of any fear, even exuding a hint of provocation. To him, Lu Yu appeared akin to a wolf. One could not simply appease him with offerings. It was necessary to break his spine to ensure his future obedience to the Grand Prince. With this thought, Zhou Rui opened his mouth to speak again. But Lu Yu had already nodded. I understand. Zhou Rui was taken aback, not expecting Lu Yu to concede so readily. Nevertheless, he quickly adjusted his approach, enthusiastically stating, "Those who recognize the times are truly wise. Since the head of the Lu family acknowledges my words, let us first discuss the secret of your swift advancement." Before Zhou Rui could finish, he saw Lu Yu raise a hand, finger splayed, palm directed towards him. Before he could react, a tremendous force erupted from Lu Yu's palm, crashing into Zhou Rui with a resounding impact, creating a massive void in his chest. Zhou Rui struggled to lower his head, his eyes wide with disbelief and terror. As he lifted his gaze to meet Lu Yu's, he was filled with an indescribable shock and horror. As a perfected heavenly king, he had been confident in his strength, believing himself to be a match for Lu Yu, even feeling he might surpass him. Yet he could never have anticipated that Lu Yu would be capable of claiming his life in a single strike. His fingers trembled as he raised them slightly, his lips moving as if to point at Lu Yu and utter something more, but ultimately, they fell back down, laden with his unfulfilled resentment and regret. As his lifeless body collapsed heavily onto the Grand Hall floor, inside the Spirit King Hall, silence reigned supreme. Kings Yu and Yin stared wide-eyed at Zhou Rui, whose eyes were fixed in a deathly gaze. Their pupils trembled violently from sheer shock. A perfected heavenly king, on the cusp of quasi-emperor status, had been so effortlessly subdued by their own lord. What level of strength did their lord possess? Was he approaching or even rivaling that of a quasi-emperor? Kings Yu and Yin exchanged glances, seeing the astonishment mirrored in each other's eyes. Yu remained calm, not even casting a glance at Zhou Rui's lifeless form. Those who dared to threaten my family deserve death. My nature is one of benevolence, rarely inclined toward slaughter, but should my family be threatened, it becomes an entirely different matter. You must remember this point in the future. Do you understand? Returning to their senses, Kings Yu and Yin hurriedly bowed low. Rest assured, my lord, we shall heed your admonition. King Yu, emboldened, could not resist casting another glance at Zhou Rui's remains, swallowing hard before speaking in a trembling voice. However, my lord, by killing Zhou Rui today, we will undoubtedly become enemies of the Grand Prince. The other princes will surely grow wary of us. I fear we may no longer find favor with the great Zhou royal family. Then let them come to battle. Lu Yu's voice was calm, sending a tremor through King Yu's heart. Though he was ambitious, he only dared to play subtle games behind the scenes. Even the grandest boast he made was merely about occupying Lingzhou. He had never displayed such outright dominance as Lu Yu did now. Observing Lu Yu's confident demeanor, King Yu, who had felt compelled to bow his head, could not help but feel admiration that a true man ought to be like this. With a solemn expression, he clasped his fists in respect, declaring, "I shall obey." Having said that, he recalled a crucial point and spoke again. "I have one more word of caution. The Grand Prince will learn of our slaying of Zhou Rui. Even if he is occupied with his impending breakthrough to quasi-emperor, he will not act immediately. However, he will surely disseminate this news, branding us as traitors to the great Zhou. In that case, the northern 3 provinces will be thrown into turmoil, and many sects and families may choose to migrate, fleeing from our jurisdiction. That I humbly beseech your majesty to issue a decree, permitting me to lead a contingent to prevent them from departing the northern frontier." Having already been swayed by the enigmatic King Yu, I had begun to earnestly strategize for Lu Yu's benefit. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Had it not been for King Yu's reminder, he might have overlooked this crucial point. "You are correct. However, there is no need to hinder their departure from the northern frontier. You shall inform these fickle individuals that they may leave if they so wish. But they must relinquish all the wealth amassed from the plundering of the northern frontier's populace and the spiritual veins of the 3 provinces, should they be unwilling to part with it. They are to remain in the northern frontier and refrain from causing further turmoil. Yet, if they desire both to leave and to keep their spoils, then you shall provide them with a dignified farewell." "As you command." King Yu promptly bowed and set forth to fulfill the order. In the ensuing period, the entire northern frontier's 3 provinces were engulfed in chaos, just as King Yu had anticipated. Upon receiving news of Zhou Rui's demise, the crown prince wasted no time in disseminating the information. The other princes swiftly declared Lu Yu a traitor, yet with the position of crown prince vacant. Despite their fervent declarations, none were willing to take decisive action. It was no jest. Lu Yu had slain Zhou Rui, and his formidable strength was evidently beyond what these princes could contend with. With the 5 great royal houses' quasi-imperial figures absent, no one could challenge Lu Yu in light of the old Emperor Wu's seclusion. Mobilizing the 5 great kings could only await the ascension of a prince to quasi-imperial status to secure the crown prince's position. However, even though the imperial city had yet to act, the hearts of the people in the northern frontier's 3 provinces were already filled with anxiety and unrest. Many sects and powerful families began to prepare for relocation at the first opportunity. Nevertheless, with King Yu's prior suggestion, before they could leave their respective provinces, they were intercepted by King Yu's forces. "Surrender all resources from our treasury to leave the northern frontier?" What a farce! This is the legacy of our family spanning 5 generations. By what right does Lu Yu claim it for himself? With Prince Yu already recognized as the sovereign ruler of the northern frontier, your intent to betray him and ally with the Zhou provides ample justification for this claim. Does it not? King Yu scoffed, silencing the indignant masters of the northern frontier with a single retort, observing the overwhelming presence emanating from King Yu and weighing it against their own family's strength. The ranks of northern frontier experts ultimately complied and surrendered their respective family resources. Of course, some families and sects remained unwilling to relinquish their hard-earned legacies. They retreated to their cities, cursing King Yu under their breath. Such scenes continued to unfold in various locations throughout the northern frontier. Meanwhile, as King Yu led his team on this arduous endeavor, there was joyous news from the Lu family. After a period of secluded cultivation, the venerable elder Lu Yuan of the Lu family finally broke through the bottleneck and ascended to the spiritual sea realm. With Lu Yuan's breakthrough, the status of the Eternal Gate also experienced a significant elevation. Ding! The system detected that the host family now possessed 1 warrior above the 5th realm, 3 warriors above the 4th realm, 5 warriors above the 3rd realm, and held a martial heritage suitable for the majority of family members above the 5th tier. The conditions for family advancement have been met. Family rank elevated. The status of the Eternal Gate has risen. Current status of the Eternal Gate. 5th tier. Current maximum duration for residence in parallel spacetime. 10 days. Ding. The system detected that the host successfully elevated the status of the Eternal Gate and received a promotion package. Would you like to open it? Open. With Lu Yu's thought, a brilliant golden light erupted from the system interface. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9-star legendary reward, the Eternal Sword Embryo. Eternal Sword Embryo, a manifestation of the Tao, born of the sword. Those who awaken this physique possess an innate sword talent that eclipses the contemporary world. Any supreme sword technique appears as mere patterns in their eyes, allowing them to enter a state of sudden enlightenment swiftly, mastering and comprehending it. When engaging in combat, the power of the sword techniques unleashed is greatly amplified. As if they are the sovereign of the sword, invincible in battle. Would you like to accept the reward? Accept. Lu Yu smiled faintly and seamlessly accepted the 9-star legendary reward. Although it may not rival the previous primordial sacred body, it is still remarkable. The manifestation of the Tao signifies that even without the primordial sacred body, Lu Yu can navigate his cultivation journey smoothly to the quasi-emperor realm, relying solely on the support of this eternal sword embryo. Moreover, with the awakening of this eternal sword embryo, the direction for crafting his future divine weapon is now clear. Casting a glance at the cooldown timer of the Eternal Gate, Lu Yu smiled softly. Upon returning to the Eternal Realm tomorrow, he would send a message to the Divine Weapon Hall to forge a Divine Prince's sword, while Lu Yu was lost in thought at the same time. As his intentions settled, boom, Lu Yu felt an additional mysterious orb of light emerge within him. As his primordial ancient scroll activated, this orb rapidly merged into his being, empowered by the divine energy coursing through this orb. His body underwent yet another transformation. The first change to manifest was his comprehension. Under the baptism of the light from the eternal sword embryo, Lu Yu felt his spiritual awareness growing ever more ethereal. And the consciousness within his sea of awareness became increasingly clear. The sword techniques of the king and emperor ranks, which he had merely memorized before, were now fully comprehended by Lu Yu, allowing him to master them at the highest level with effortless precision. His physical body, meridians, organs, and even every bone and drop of blood were undergoing a remarkable perfection under the light's cleansing. The potency of the 30 divine herbs and the creation heavenly elixir that had been dormant within him ignited at this moment, fervently burning and rapidly being absorbed by Lu Yu, leading to yet another transformation in his cultivation and the manifestation of his sacred body. Almost simultaneously, as Lu Yu awakened the eternal sword embryo, the Yin King could no longer contain himself and sought out King Yu. Brother Wang, do you not consider your own circumstances? In the newly established residence of King Yu in Lingzhou City, the Yin King gazed at him, filled with confusion. Throughout this time, King Yu has diligently worked for Lu Yu, suppressing the 3 provinces of the northern frontier, thwarting those sects and families seeking to betray Lu Yu and ally with the Zhou. Initially, some sects and families attempted to resist, but after King Yu's ruthless actions eradicated several factions. The rest dare not show their faces. That it could be said that Lu Yu and the Lu family have been able to cultivate in peace during this period, allowing the Lu family to swiftly ascend to the 5th tier and enabling Lu Yu to awaken the eternal sword embryo. King Yu's contributions are undeniable. However, King Yu has also borne considerable blame. Although the orders originated from Lu Yu, the animosity directed towards King Yu equals, if not exceeds, that directed at Lu Yu. This, indeed, perplexed the Yin King and caused him great concern for King Yu. Brother Yu, even if His Highness possesses remarkable talent, is it truly necessary for you to exert yourself so tirelessly? To speak bluntly, the situation remains unsettled. Should you not consider your own well-being? The Prince of Yin could not help but counsel the King of Yu, stating that should Lu Yu ultimately face defeat, given the King of Yu's cultivation at the late stage of the Heavenly King realm, there would be a considerable opportunity for him to obtain clemency from the Imperial City, provided he yielded promptly. This applied not just to the King of Yu, but to all kings of similar stature. However, With the King of Yu now gambling his life, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. Considering the series of actions he had undertaken recently, even if the Imperial City wished to forgive him, the powerful clans and sect from the three northern states would implore the Imperial City to execute the King of Yu. In a bid to consolidate public sentiment, the Prince of Yin believed that the new crown prince would certainly be inclined to comply with such demands. Upon hearing the words of the Prince of Yin, the King of Yu smiled faintly, recognizing that the prince spoke from a place of genuine concern, born out of their years of friendship. Thus, he chose to be forthright in return. I understand the reasoning behind your words, dear brother Yin, yet I find myself wearied. I have spent my life as a feudal lord, and even if I were to submit now, my innate talents would preclude me from ever attaining the status of a quasi-emperor. Not only for myself, but neither my descendants nor disciples would have any hope of crossing that threshold. Having held the title of the foremost in the northern frontier for a millennium, I have grown utterly weary of it. In his eyes, a flame of ambition burned fiercely. He understood that the benefits of switching allegiance to the great Zhou would be exceedingly limited, at best. He would remain a king in Yuzhou, merely the head of the three northern states. Yet, those who have encountered true dragons would hardly wish to follow a mere wild serpent. Furthermore, in the eyes of the King of Yu, the so-called royal family of the great Zhou barely qualified as a wild serpent compared to Lu Waiyu. In light of our long-standing friendship, I urge you, dear brother Yan, to cease your hesitations and join the crown prince in his endeavors. The current darkness is but temporary. If we steadfastly follow his lead, the glory that awaits us could be unimaginably enduring. Even the pinnacle of the 16 kingdoms of the eastern wilderness may not be beyond our reach. As he observed the glimmering light in the eyes of the King of Yu, the Prince of Yin was momentarily taken aback, his expression filled with astonishment. The foremost of the 16 kingdoms of the eastern wilderness? Do you truly hold such a high opinion of the crown prince? The land of the eastern wilderness was vast and boundless. With only the martial emperor realm at its zenith, the great Zhou dynasty could only be considered a second-tier power on this expanse. However, the leader of the 16 kingdoms of the eastern wilderness was another matter entirely. The current ruler of the Great Flame dynasty was a veritable divine being, igniting the divine fire and capable of living for countless ages. Under his leadership, the Great Flame dynasty held a status so elevated that it was considered among the very top entities of the eastern wilderness, even the overlord of the eastern wilderness. The Purple Moon Cave Heaven would approach him with the utmost respect, refraining from any displays of arrogance. Yet, in the eyes of the King of Yu, the notion that Lu Yu possessed the potential to transcend even the ruler of the Great Flame dynasty, a divine master, seemed excessively far-fetched. The King of Yu shook his head, gazing earnestly at the Prince of Yin. I do not believe this is an exaggeration. Although the Crown Prince's cultivation may currently be somewhat lacking, have you not observed the terrifying pace of his progress? The world presumes that he has merely stumbled upon fortuitous opportunities to reach this point. But can one truly call it luck when he transformed from a wasted body into a divine bridge overnight? And what of his ascension to kingship within a month? Can that too be dismissed as mere chance? The Prince of Yin was momentarily at a loss for words, yet he still felt that the King of Yu's assertions were somewhat overstated. Just as he prepared to voice his thoughts, a resounding explosion echoed through Lingzhou City. Within the former residence of the Spirit King, now the Palace of the Feather King, a vast aura surged forth, breaking through the night and illuminating the mountains and rivers. This formidable pressure was felt by all beings across the entirety of Lingzhou, instilling a profound sense of reverence in their hearts. This phenomenon was triggered by the head of the Lu family, the Feather Prince, as he broke through his cultivation realm. Remarkably, just a few days after entering the late stage of the King realm, he had managed to achieve perfect mastery of it. Countless martial artists in Lingzhou were struck with astonishment, while the King of Yu and the Prince of Yin sprang to their feet, gazing in awe at the radiant pillar of light. However, their reactions diverged. The King of Yu was filled with joy and excitement, while the Prince of Yin was left utterly astonished. Brother Yin, do you still consider my previous words to be exaggerated? After a brief silence, the Prince of Yin inhaled deeply, refraining from directly answering the King of Yu's inquiry. Instead, he bowed solemnly. Brother, as you proceed to punish those who have betrayed the Crown Prince, Please allow me to accompany you to tea that moment. As the Prince of Yin resolved to take action, Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes, filled with exhilaration. The awakening of the eternal sword embryo had not only enabled him to successfully refine the potency of 30 divine herbs, but it also spared him the prolonged hardships of cultivation, allowing him to directly achieve the pinnacle of the martial king realm. Even the effects of the creation heavenly pill were absorbed, leading to yet another transformation of the chaotic seed golden lotus, reaching a state of great accomplishment. Naturally, his combat prowess surged once more, with the enhancement of the chaotic seed golden lotus at the level of great accomplishment. Lu Yu is now capable of contending even against a perfected quasi-emperor. Moreover, the effects of the creation heavenly pill extended beyond mere transformation. Aside from enabling my sacred body to evolve, it also allowed me to comprehend the principles of the heavenly king. Normally, to break through from the king realm to the heavenly king, one must grasp the principles of the heavenly king and understand the profound workings of the heavenly forces of the universe, thereby initially mastering them. This process, as exemplified by the King of Yu, MOU, during our previous confrontation, requires painstaking effort, as ordinary cultivation resources and divine herbs are often insufficient to aid in this endeavor. However, with the support of the creation heavenly pill, Lu Yu directly comprehended the heavenly king principles, completing the most challenging and time-consuming step of transitioning from the king realm to the heavenly king. That it is no exaggeration to assert that Lu Yu now stands merely a step away from the heavenly king realm. Indeed, one might say he is half a step away. However, as Lu Yu attempted to activate the primordial ancient scroll, he could not help but laugh wryly. With the divine herbs and the creation heavenly pill fully absorbed, Lu Yu estimated that if he continued to cultivate in this realm, even if he plundered the entire treasury of the great Zhou royal family, it would still take at least 3 to 5 years to cross that final half step and attain the status of a heavenly king. Fortunately, come tomorrow, I shall return to the eternal age. Lu Yu glanced at the countdown, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. He promptly assumed a meditative posture, continuing to cultivate in patience as he awaited the countdown's conclusion. Simultaneously, within the grand palace of the great Zhou imperial city, the dwelling of the eldest prince, his retinue of heavenly kings was filled with palpable tension. Their gazes were fixed upon the eldest prince, brimming with excitement. "Your Highness, are you preparing for your final seclusion?" The eldest prince, Zhou Yi, nodded slightly, a glimmer of anticipation surfacing in his eyes. This seclusion will last no less than 3 days, and at most, no longer than 10. On the day I emerge, I shall step into the realm of quasi-emperorship. Excellent. We have awaited this day for far too long. Within the prince's palace, Zhou Ye's retinue of heavenly kings was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Once the prince achieved quasi-emperorship, the position of crown prince would undoubtedly belong to him alone. At that juncture, the 5 great heavenly king houses would surely come to offer their allegiance. The prince would then lead them to eradicate the treacherous Lu Yu, using his head to declare to the world that the prince's authority is not to be trifled with. Hearing his subordinates speak of Lu Yu, Zhou Yi could not help but smile. Lu Yu and his ilk are merely insignificant clowns, unworthy of mention. Zhou Yi spoke casually, his tone laced with an overwhelming sense of pride and confidence. If Lu Yu had truly accepted Mr. Zhou Rui's conditions, I might have felt some trepidation, fearing he harbored grand ambitions and merely feigned compliance. However, his act of slaying Mr. Zhou Rui over a trivial dispute only serves to confirm that he is nothing more than a reckless fool who has stumbled upon some fleeting fortune. Such a person, even with countless opportunities, is merely a temporary custodian for me. With a commanding gesture, Zhou Yi proclaimed, "On the day I emerge from seclusion, there will be no need to contact any royal palaces. I shall take matters into my own hands, harnessing the fortune of the great Chu to capture and eliminate Lu Yu. Moreover, through his fortune, my position as the crown prince shall be solidified beyond challenge." Witnessing Zhou Ye's imposing demeanor, the assembly of kings were struck with awe, bowing deeply in submission, their eyes reflecting genuine admiration. "Your Highness indeed possesses extraordinary talent and vision, far surpassing us." In comparison, Lu Yu is but a mere jester, unworthy of mention. His fortune merely serves to illuminate your highness's glory. It is indeed his great fortune." At these words, Zhou Ye's smile deepened. With a graceful wave of his hand, he turned to enter his meditation chamber, commencing his seclusion. Meanwhile, the kings in his court swiftly spread the news of Zhou Ye's impending breakthrough to the realm, orchestrating a grand momentum for his ascension to the crown prince's throne. As the news spread, the northern frontier was once again engulfed in trepidation. However, this only filled the two kings, Yu and Yin, with immense delight. The greater the turmoil, the more valuable the catch. The more these individuals seek to flee, the more opportunities we shall have to achieve merit. While the two kings reveled in their fortune, accompanied by their retinues on patrol, Lu Yu finally received the long-awaited notification. "Ding! The cooldown for the Gate of Eternity has completed. Would you like to open it?" A subtle smile graced Lu Yu's face within the hall of the Feathered King. Open! In the next moment, the golden door swung wide, enveloping Lu Yu's form within. As he stepped through the threshold and returned to his Lihua Imperial Palace, he scarcely had time to absorb the wonders of the past before he felt the long-stagnant cultivation that had resisted progress in the mortal realm suddenly shift. The bottleneck loosening, revealing signs of imminent breakthrough. Although he recognized the vast disparity, this was nonetheless rather astonishing. Lu Yu shook his head with a smile, gathering his focus as he settled into a meditative posture. Beginning his seclusion to break through by the following dawn, a surge of kingly pressure erupted from the Lihua Imperial Palace, causing Lu Jinshan, who was hastening toward the palace with an elderly man clad in blue, to halt in disbelief and gaze upward, his eyes filled with astonishment. King level. How did this young man break through so swiftly? Is this truly the cultivation speed befitting the primal saint body? Lu Jinshan, accompanied by the blue-clad elder, hurried into the Lihua Imperial Palace, his expression a mixture of surprise and, soon after, profound shock. "You, young man, have completely refined that celestial transformation pill." Lu Yu nodded with a smile, offering no further explanation. The primal saint body, as the foremost among the 10 sacred bodies, was naturally expected to exhibit extraordinary phenomena. After all, the most recent primal saint body had originated from the twilight of the ancient times during the dragon and phoenix calamity. Only Lu Yu understood the true extent of its power. Indeed, seeing Lu Yu nod, Lu Jinshan could only shake his head in astonishment. The primal saint body is truly terrifying. At this rate, it won't be long before you surpass even me. With that, Lu Jinshan introduced the elderly man beside him. "This is the Saint King Ji Ming I mentioned to you earlier. Ji Ming, the grandson of the Taishu Emperor from the Ji family. Please get acquainted. Descendant of the Taishu Emperor." Lu Yu's gaze lifted to Ji Ming, warmth filling his eyes. The Taishu Emperor was the venerable ancestor of the Ji family who had selflessly sacrificed himself to rescue the 6th ancestor of the Lu family. With such a connection, Lu Yu naturally felt an instant kinship with Ji Ming that I have long admired the Taishu Emperor. "I hope, in the future, you will guide my cultivation, Senior Ji Ming," Lu Yu said, inclining his body slightly in respect. Feeling Lu Yu's sincerity, Ji Ming was taken aback. As a contemporary Saint King, he could surely sense the genuine reverence in Lu Yu's words toward his grandfather and the warmth directed at himself. He quickly returned the bow. "Your Highness is too courteous. It is I who should ensure your well-being henceforth." Observing the rapport between Lu Yu and Ji Ming, Lu Jinshan smiled, relieved, "Since you two are so well-matched, I shall rest easy. Saint King Ji, I trust you will oversee the safety of my son and the other saints while residing outside the Lihua Imperial Palace." With a solemn bow, Ji Ming assured, "Rest assured, I shall not fail in this trust. As long as I draw breath, I will ensure His Highness remains unharmed." Recognizing Ji Ming's capabilities and character, Lu Jinshan smiled gently, preparing to take his leave. However, before departing, he recalled something and relayed a telepathic message to Lu Yu. By the way, Saint King Ji possesses the Radiant Sun body, an extraordinary physical talent, and practices the Radiant Heavenly Furnace scripture, derived from the Primal Ancient Scroll. Should you encounter any difficulties while cultivating the Primal Ancient Scroll, do not hesitate to seek his guidance. It will greatly benefit your understanding. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's heart brimmed with joy. The primal ancient scroll was an unparalleled imperial law. Although Lu Yu, as a primal saint body, was exceptionally attuned to the scripture, he would inevitably encounter numerous challenges in his comprehension. However, having a saint king to guide him would make a world of difference. How fortunate that my uncle chose wisely, Lu Yu reflected, his gratitude toward Lu Jinshan deepening. In the days that followed, Lu Yu first communicated with the divine armory, expressing his need for a sword. He then traversed between the Li Hua Imperial Palace and the Emperor's Tower, dedicating half a day to consolidating his cultivation within the palace, and the other half to deciphering the primal ancient scroll and various sword techniques he was currently able to practice within the Emperor's Tower. Whenever he encountered difficulties, he could readily consult Ming nearby. Thus, in a mere 5 days, Lu Yu's strength experienced a remarkable surge. He successfully perfected the Royal Dao Scroll of the Primal Ancient Scroll, coming tantalizingly close to grasping its profound truths. His combat prowess also ascended significantly. Previously, when activating the Chaos Seed Golden Lotus, he had merely matched the full completion of a quasi-emperor. However, now, should he activate the Chaos Seed Golden Lotus again, he could confidently contend against even the most skilled of Emperor-level practitioners. Below the Emperor level, none could withstand Lu Yu's might. Such rapid advancement filled Lu Yu with exhilaration. However, the progression with the Primal Ancient Scroll had nearly reached its limit. To swiftly comprehend the essence of the Royal Dao Scroll and elevate it to the ultimate intent level, Lu Yu's current foundation still seemed insufficient. It was time to venture to the Imperial City and seek trials to undertake. The Primal Saint Body was born for battle. The Primal Ancient Scroll, as the foundational imperial law established by the original Primal Saint Body, was naturally intricately connected to combat. Tuoba rapidly grasped the essence of the Royal Dao Scroll. A wealth of battle experience was indispensable. Yet, this could not be achieved merely by sitting in the Emperor's Tower and listening to Ming's teachings. Before Lu Yu could set out for the Imperial City, he received an unexpected invitation from Lu Jinshan that in 3 days, a gathering of prodigies would be held in the city of Mingdao in the celestial domain that time. The entire Tianxian Dao continent will witness a plethora of young prodigies in attendance. And you have also received an invitation. You wish to see it for yourself? Lu Jinshan's smile was imbued with intrigue as he handed an invitation letter to Lu Yu. Lu was somewhat perplexed. His uncle had consistently advised him to focus on his cultivation, cautioning him against stirring trouble before reaching the imperial realm. Why then had he suddenly altered his stance and encouraged him to partake in a gathering of geniuses? However, upon seeing the signature on the invitation, a flicker of realization dawned in Lu Yu's eyes. It was, after all, a gathering hosted by the Jing family. The Jing family is one of the allied clans to the Lu family, as well as a close ally of the Tuoba family. In the original timeline, this clan, like the Tuoba family, had merely watched the 7 emperors' bloodbath unfold without lifting a finger. A gathering of prodigies from such a family would undoubtedly harbor no goodwill towards Lu Yu, who had recently slain a significant figure from the Tuoba family. Should Lu Yu attend, he would surely become a target, but isn't that precisely what I desire? Confident are we? Lu Jinshan raised an eyebrow. The protagonist of this Mingdao conference is quite extraordinary. Are you not concerned about potential setbacks? This protagonist, cultivated by the Jing family for nearly 3 decades, is a seed of enlightenment, that he hold a prestigious position among the younger generation of the Jing family. Known as the Young Divine, and is acclaimed as the foremost seed of enlightenment, he has long followed the Jing family's supreme leader, training within the sacred grounds. Although he is not yet 30, he has already grasped some of the principles of the imperial path. It is said that he has 1 foot firmly planted in the realm of the imperial path. Moreover, aside from him, several other prodigious seeds of enlightenment from the Tuoba family will also attend the Mingdao conference to support this young divine from the Jing family. While these seeds may not possess the status of divine children from either family, they are undeniably remarkable. Their cultivation may still be at the pinnacle of the heavenly king realm, yet their combat prowess allows them to engage with experts from the realm of quasi-imperial. The young divine of the Jing family has even achieved remarkable victories against early-stage quasi-emperors. The gap between the realms of principle is akin to a chasm. While the difference between the pinnacle of the heavenly king realm and early-stage quasi-emperor may seem minor, in reality, it is far more significant than the disparity between the completed king realm and the pinnacle of the heavenly king realm. Hence, it is precisely due to the young divine's ability to defeat early-stage quasi-emperors that he can firmly hold the title of the foremost seed of enlightenment in the Jing family. After introducing the prodigies of the Jing and Tuoba families, Lu Zhanshan continued to address Lu Yu. Furthermore, this Ming Dao conference, bolstered by the promotions from the Jing and Tuoba families, has attracted numerous prodigies from across the Tianxian Dao continent. Should you falter in presence at this Ming Dao conference, your reputation will be severely tarnished. Upon hearing Lu Zhanshan's teasing, Lu Yu smiled slightly. Is my uncle employing reverse psychology? Hey, don't speak carelessly. Your uncle is merely concerned for you. Lu Zhanshan waved his hands repeatedly, but soon his playful demeanor faded, and he spoke with gravity. All right, no more jesting. The reason I brought you this invitation is indeed to encourage you to attend the Ming Dao conference. You possess the Taichu sacred body, born for battle. Mere relentless cultivation is not the rightful path for such a body. However, it is also a fact that you're still quite young and your training experience is limited. If you feel that your foundation is insufficient, there is no harm in abstaining. Do not feel any psychological pressure. Feeling the concern in his uncle's words, warmth flowed through Lu Yu's heart as he smiled and replied, Rest assured, uncle, a mere assembly of individuals who have barely reached the quasi-imperial realm poses no threat to me. So audacious. Lu Zhanshan's brows twitched slightly upon hearing this. Lu smiled faintly. Does uncle not believe me? How about we make a wager? I still possess 3 supreme elixirs. If I do not prevail, these 3 elixirs will be yours. But if I succeed, I shall offer you 3 more. Uncle is the foremost sage of the Taishan realm, far surpassing me in strength by countless magnitudes. Betting against me, the stakes are at least 100 times more than what I have. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, Lu Zhanshan's eyes widened in astonishment. What a bold lad, 100 times more. Do you truly regard supreme elixirs as mere cabbages? If I were to lose 300 supreme elixirs, I would no longer be able to indulge myself. At most 10 elixirs. Take it or leave it. Very well. 10 it is. I shan't find it lacking. A promise is a promise. Lu Yu laughed heartily as he and Lu Zhanshan established the wager. After bidding farewell to Lu Yu, Lu Zhanshan stepped out of the Li Hui Emperor Palace, but could not help glancing back as he saw Ji Ming preparing for the Imperial Son's journey under Lu Yu's orders. A glimmer of anticipation appeared in Lu Zhanshan's eyes. He held high expectations for Lu Yu, but his utmost hope was merely for Lu Yu to defeat an early-stage quasi-emperor. However, witnessing Lu Yu's confidence, it seemed that not only early-stage, but even mid-stage quasi-emperors could be dealt with by this young man. It appeared that this Ming Dao conference would be particularly lively. 3 days later, atop the largest tavern in Ming Dao City within the heavenly domain, many martial artists gathered. They marveled at the young prodigies arriving in droves, overwhelmed by the grandeur of it all. These prodigies hailed from backgrounds that were, at the very least, rooted in divine-level lineages. With many cultivated by the sacred-level schools, in the past, ordinary martial artists would be fortunate to encounter even one of them throughout the year. Yet today, in Ming Dao City, such caliber of prodigies was merely commonplace. Rumbling, as they contemplated, the thunderous sound of war chariots echoed from the distant skies. Over a dozen golden war chariots, each drawn by 10 magnificent dragon steeds, enveloped in resplendent celestial mist, thundered forth, exuding an otherworldly presence. The sides of the chariots bore intricate ancient characters, remnants from the primordial era, comprehensible only to families with a long-standing heritage. This was the emblem of the Tuoba family. The Tuoba family had also sent their prodigies. Someone gasped in astonishment, unable to resist glancing at the golden war chariots. Among the 10 or so chariots, 3 stood out as particularly extraordinary, their dragon steeds even sprouting a pair of wings. The remaining chariots formed a protective circle around the 3, safeguarding the young prodigies within. These were the 3 seeds of enlightenment from the Tuoba family. Tuoba Hao, Tuoba Xian, and Tuoba Mo. Goodness gracious. 3 seeds of enlightenment arriving at once. The Jing family's influence is indeed formidable. A martial artist exclaimed in awe, just as they were taken aback from another direction in Mingdao City. A dozen beams of divine light streaked across the sky. A group of martial artists clad in Dao robes approached, each exuding immense power. All having reached the realm of divine emperors, they surrounded a young man as they made their way toward the center of Mingdao City. Their grand momentum capturing the attention of many martial artists. When they discerned the young man's features, several martial artists gasped once more that it was Nangong One of the Batian Dao. This figure ranked among the top 3 seeds of enlightenment in Batian Dao, rivaling the earlier 3 from Tuoba in strength. The martial artists were filled with astonishment. In the ensuing time, top-tier prodigies continued to arrive one after another. By the end, the martial artists in Mingdao City were left in a state of numbness as they gazed toward the center of Mingdao City, where the Mingdao Conference was set to take place, their eyes brimming with profound shock and reverence. A Mingdao Conference had managed to attract seeds of enlightenment from over a dozen immortal lineages, with countless prodigies from sacred and divine realms. The influence of the Jing family was indeed terrifying. Many martial artists nodded in agreement, their respect for the Jing family elevated to new heights. Furthermore, those familiar with the intricacies of the Mingdao Conference whispered, apart from the Jing family's influence, the protagonist of this Mingdao Conference is exceptionally remarkable, which is also a crucial factor. It is said that the young deity of the Jing family has emerged from seclusion, having comprehended a portion of the profound principles of the imperial path that he is set to address the participants at the upcoming Mingdao Conference, intending to share his insights and experiences regarding these principles with the assembled prodigies. Such an opportunity is coveted not only by these youthful aspirants, but even by those seasoned experts who have attained the imperial realm. If given the chance, they would surely wish to attend and listen. Upon hearing this, the crowd widened their eyes, their expressions brimming with envy. The insights of a seed of enlightenment regarding the imperial principles are incomparable to those of an ordinary sovereign's comprehension. Moreover, considering that the young deity of the Jing family stands as a paragon among the seeds of enlightenment, his understanding of the imperial principles is indeed remarkable. It is no wonder that such a multitude of prodigies is drawn to participate in this Mingdao Conference. The crowd nodded in tacit agreement. Then, a martial artist whispered, "In fact, I have heard another rumor. It is said that the Jing family has also invited a prince from the Lu family to this Mingdao Conference. If that prince attends, the stature of this event will surely be elevated even further." What? The prince of the Lu family. Is he also coming to speak at the Mingdao Conference? The Lu family holds an extraordinarily revered name in the contemporary Taishan realm. Each prince of the Lu family is undeniably a leader among the younger generation. The insights of such a prodigy are, without exaggeration, something that even experts in the divine path would aspire to hear. However, as soon as these words were uttered, someone scoffed. "I've heard this news too, but there's really no need to regard that Lu family prince with much esteem." The speaker clearly had some affiliation with the Jing family, and his tone was laden with disdain for Lu Yu. It is said that the invited Lu family prince is the recently appointed 9th prince, yet to reach the age of 20. What insights could he possibly share? It is merely the Jing family, in light of their familial ties with the Lu family, attempting to promote this Lu family prince by allowing him to attend and listen to the teachings of his elder brother. The young deity, upon hearing such disparaging remarks, many martial artists in the tavern furrowed their brows, feeling that the comments were somewhat excessive. Not to mention that the 7 emperors of the Lu family have made significant contributions to the lives of the Taishan populace. It is precisely because the 7 emperors guard the border wastelands that many masters of forbidden zones dare not infringe upon Taishan, allowing its people to enjoy 3,000 years of peace. Furthermore, the Jing family has flourished due to the support of the Lu family, which has enabled them to produce numerous supreme beings and establish their name as an immortal lineage, given this prior benefaction. Even if the young deity of the Jing family possesses greater cultivation than Lu Yu, he should not adopt such an arrogant demeanor. Your words are rather excessive, my friend. The young deity of the Jing family is indeed exceptional. But considering he is significantly older than the Lu family prince, even if he is at a higher realm, it is inappropriate to belittle the prince. Someone could not help but interject. Yet before he could finish, a cold snort echoed from outside the tavern. as the sound of cold disdain fell, an invisible pressure descended simultaneously. The martial artist who had spoken in Lu Yu's defense felt as if he had been struck by a heavy blow to the chest. Before he could complete his words, he was sent crashing out of the tavern by the unseen force, spitting blood as he fell heavily onto the long street. How dare a mere quasi-emperor mock his highness the young deity? This is but a minor reprimand. Should you dare to speak further nonsense, it shall not be so lightly dismissed. The assembled martial artists looked up in trepidation, only to see a Jing family quasi-saint standing proudly in mid-air, speaking coldly. Sensing the chilling undertone in the quasi-saint's words, the crowd was filled with trepidation and dared not speak further. Just as their hearts were gripped with fear, a series of swift movements were heard behind the quasi-saint. A group of Jing family members, clad in their distinctive robes and exuding terrifying auras, had gathered around a young man in a red robe who was striding through the clouds. The young man, strikingly handsome with an ethereal demeanor, stood there like a deity, evoking involuntary feelings of reverence. Undoubtedly, he was the focus of the Ming conference, the foremost seed of enlightenment from the Jing family, the young deity. As the young deity made his entrance, countless martial artists within Ming City, including those who had previously been intimidated by the Jing family's fierce demeanor, could not help but raise their gazes. Upon locking eyes with the young deity, the entire assembly of martial artists collectively inhaled sharply. They felt an exceptionally overwhelming life force emanating from the young deity. This life energy surpassed the confines of the royal path and even the imperial realm, comparable to that of a divine martial being capable of igniting the divine fire. Could it be that the rumors are true? Some martial artists murmured to themselves, their eyes filled with astonishment as they gazed upon the young deity. It is said that this young deity is a reincarnated god, born with a blazing divine fire within him. From his corporeal form to his ascent into divinity, the path that other martial prodigies must traverse, fraught with hardship, is a mere formality for the young deity. Had he wished, he could have ascended to divinity from the very moment of his birth. However, it was the Jing family's supreme beings who intervened, desiring the young deity to refine his flawless foundation and travel further along the path, sealing that divine fire for him. The title young deity thus originated from this. Initially, the world thought it was merely a legend. Yet now, witnessing the young deity's demeanor, all understood that it was likely not just a myth, but a veritable truth. Although the Jing family may be audacious, if the Lu family's ninth prince is indeed, as the rumors suggest, under 20 years of age and merely at the royal realm, he truly pales in comparison to the young deity. As the Ming conference commenced, upon seeing the young deity approach the venue and feeling the surging life force emanating from him, many attending prodigies expressed profound astonishment and trepidation, along with a hint of uncontrollable reverence. This only served to amplify the pride upon the young deity's countenance. However, at that moment, rumble! A booming sound resonated from the sea of clouds outside Ming City, accompanied by an extraordinary phenomenon that soared into the heavens. In an instant, it captivated the attention of numerous martial artists, including those gathered at the conference, under the watchful eyes of countless awed prodigies. A torrent of purple energy surged from the east, spreading across 800 miles of the cloud sea, with celestial mists rising to form the ethereal silhouette of a cool, silver moon. In comparison to such an astonishing spectacle, even the young deity's own divine fire seemed to pale somewhat. Who could this be, to invoke such an extraordinary phenomenon? Purple energy stretching 800 miles, celestial mist transforming into a silver moon. Such grandeur is truly inconceivable. Many prodigies could not help but exclaim in hushed tones. Meanwhile, the young deity abruptly lifted his head, casting his gaze towards the source of the phenomenon, but a flicker of anger ignited within his eyes. Although the Ming conference is ostensibly hosted by the Jing family, inviting powerful figures from the realms of Tianxin Daozhou to engage in discourse, in essence, it is merely a stage meticulously prepared by the Jing family to elevate the young deity's renown. For this purpose, the young deity has been preparing for years, even concealing the divine fire within him until today, to make a resounding impact and gain fame throughout Tianxin Daozhou and the entirety of the Taishan realm. Even if that ninth prince from the Liu family dares to attend, the young deity intends to stand atop him. However, before the Mingdao conference could officially commence, he found himself overshadowed by another. How could this not incite his fury? Yet upon seeing the newcomer, the anger in his eyes dissipated instantaneously, replaced by fervent anticipation, alongside a fleeting glimmer of greed that he had kept meticulously suppressed. Amidst the myriad of awestruck gazes interwoven in the air, above the sea of clouds outside Mingdao City, a majestic nine-headed phoenix gracefully traversed the celestial expanse, drawing a resplendent phoenix chariot. Surrounding the chariot, auspicious clouds billowed across the heavens. The extraordinary phenomenon of purple aura rising from the east and a moon ascending amidst the clouds emanated from within the chariot, in front and behind the chariot. Numerous exquisite quasi-saints formed a protective entourage, safeguarding the divine vehicle. However, when the beaded curtain of the chariot was lifted and the maiden within rose to step out, these stunning quasi-saints were instantly eclipsed. Rendered mere commoners in comparison, within the chariot, the young lady rose slowly. Her skin was like fine jade, her lips resembled cherry blossoms, her pearly teeth glimmered, and her bright eyes sparkled with allure. Though she appeared merely 16 or 17 years of age, her stature was remarkably tall, that a pair of black silks enveloped her long, graceful legs, while beneath her skirt, a perfectly proportioned expanse of creamy white was revealed as she stepped out of the phoenix chariot. All eyes in Mingdao City converged upon her. Countless female cultivators found their gazes dimmed, while innumerable male practitioners looked on with fiery eyes, filled with fervent admiration for the maiden. She was none other than the ninth princess of the ancient and immortal Great Chu Kingdom, Her Highness Chu Qingyao. Indeed, she was one of the 10 unparalleled beauties of our heavenly Xiandao continent. Beyond mere beauty, Princess Qingyao talents were exceptionally prodigious. It was said that she possessed the heavenly moon Dao body, and upon her birth, a purple aura radiated for 3,000 miles. Her innate understanding was unparalleled, and she had even received a strand of heavenly favor, granting her the ability to attract fortune and avoid calamity. Those who drew close to her would also benefit from this divine protection. Since the birth of Princess Qingyao, the fortunes of the Great Chu Kingdom had flourished increasingly, subtly positioning it among the top 10 immortal Dao lineages of our Taishan realm. One could only wonder who would be fortunate enough to marry Her Highness Qingyao in the future. Countless warriors felt a surge of excitement in their hearts, even within the venue of the Mingdao conference. The various prodigies and Dao seeds present cast fervent glances toward Chu Qingyao. Jing Yushin could not help but step forward eagerly. I truly did not expect that today at the Mingdao conference we would have the honor of Princess Qingyao's presence. It is indeed a surprise for me. Princess, please allow me to escort you inside. Observing the fervent expression on Jing Yushin's face, Chu Qingyao could not help but furrow her brows slightly. Possessing the heavenly moon Dao body, blessed by divine favor, her luck and comprehension were regarded as top tier, and she had the ability to discern good fortune from misfortune. Although she could not perceive hearts with absolute clarity, she could sense the concealed greed and covetousness lurking in Jing Yushin's eyes. Moreover, she was not here to support Jing Yushin. Your Highness, you are too courteous. I have heard that the 9th young master of the Liu family will also be attending today. I wonder if he has already arrived at the venue. Upon hearing Chu Qingyao's words, Jing Yushin's expression immediately darkened that I did send him an invitation. However, he is yet to arrive that I believe he has recognized his own cultivation is insufficient to participate in today's grand event and is too embarrassed to make an appearance. Nevertheless, I am confident that my strength and understanding will not disappoint you. Your Highness, is that so? Chu Qingyao did not heed Jing Yushin's subsequent remarks upon hearing that Liu Yu might not attend. A flicker of disappointment passed through her beautiful eyes. While Chu Qingyao possessed the heavenly moon Dao body, enabling her to attract fortune and avoid calamity, her mastery of it was still far from complete. She could only vaguely sense the approach of significant opportunities. Yet, just days prior, Chu Qingyao sensed that if she were to accompany Liu Yu to a certain secret realm she had already investigated, the potential gains could significantly alter her future. Such a clear premonition was unprecedented in her cultivation journey. leaving her immensely surprised and unable to find tranquility. After experiencing this premonition, she arranged for personnel to inquire about Lu Yu's whereabouts, hoping to meet him and confirm the accuracy of her intuition. However, it appeared that this time she would be left empty-handed. The disappointment in Chu Qingyao's eyes was evident to all. Jing Yuxian, feeling the sting of rejection, could not help but clench his teeth in frustration. Yet today was his grand occasion, and despite his anger, he could only endure it for now. Princess Qingyao, why rush to despair? Today, many prodigies are present. Not only am I here, but several of my brothers from the Tuoba family are as well. Even the Bushendeo has brother Nangong in attendance. Additionally, there are several celestial maidens from Xinxia Pavilion and Kola present. Everyone is eager to engage in discourse with you. Your Highness, if you leave hastily, would that not hurt everyone's feelings? Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyao's brows knitted slightly. Though she wished to depart, she understood that if she were to do so outright, it would equate to offending all the attending prodigies. A loss that outweighed the gain. With merely a day's time, she could not afford to delay. Contemplating this, Chu Qingyao nodded. Very well. I shall wait to listen to the discussions of my fellow Taoists. The term Taoist rendered Jing Yuxian's bones nearly weak with delight. The numerous prodigies gathered within the Ming Dao venue also radiated fervent light in their eyes as they welcomed Chu Qingyao into the assembly. Jing Yuxian ascended to the main position in the venue, cleared his throat, and prepared to commence his discourse. However, before he could utter a word, a tremendous sound reverberated through the air. Boom! From beyond the clouds of the nine heavens. A magnificent imperial might surged, sweeping across the firmament. In an instant, the entire Ming Dao city trembled imperceptibly. Countless warriors turned their gaze toward the source of the overwhelming pressure, their eyes filled with reverence. Jing Yuxian, who had been overshadowed, turned ashen with indignation. Yet at this moment, no one paid heed to his expression. All held their breath, focusing intently on the sea of clouds. One after another, supreme warships cleaved through the sky, accompanied by golden war chariots drawn by primordial beasts, roaring as they traversed the void. Each ship and chariot bore inscribed divine patterns, emanating formidable Tao might in the Jing family. They would suffice to serve as protectors for someone of Jing Yuxian's caliber. Yet, on these ships and chariots, they were mere foot soldiers. Even Jing Yuxian and other Dao seeds would bow and pay respects to the saints and lords aboard these vessels. At the center of this terrifying assembly of protectors stood a seven-colored divine ship. Towering above the others, resembling a colossal beast amidst the clouds, the grand flag emblazoned with the character Lu billowed in the wind, its banners fluttering an elder saint, exuding overwhelming aura as if a single glance could reduce the entire Ming Dao city to dust. Stood at attention beneath this flag, serving a young man. The youth, slightly older than Chu Qingyao, was tall and stood proudly in white robes, his appearance unparalleled and his demeanor transcendent. Surrounding him were intertwining strands of primordial divine light, accompanied by an intangible sword intent that seemed capable of piercing the heavens and shattering the firmament. All the prodigies instinctively held their breath, unable to muster the courage to meet the gaze of this young man. If Chu Qingyao's arrival rendered all the women of Ming Dao City dim, then the appearance of this young man in white transformed all the male cultivators into mere clay chickens and straw dogs. No one introduced the identity of the young man. Yet at this moment, everyone had already surmised his origin. He was none other than the legendary Taichu, saint body of the contemporary ninth young master of the Lu family. Lu Yu, at the heart of the Ming Dao conference venue. Chu Qingyao subtly lifted her beautiful eyes, gazing at the white-clad youth among the clouds, standing apart from the world. In her star-like eyes, a flicker of brilliance could not help but shine forth. Within the confines of Ming Dao City, an atmosphere of palpable tension enveloped the gathering as the martial artists collectively held their breath, their gazes filled with profound reverence for Lu Yu. Prior to this moment, they had encountered numerous prodigies from the celestial Xian Dao continent, including a fair share of those deemed seeds of enlightenment. From their perspective, the so-called Imperial Sons were not expected to surpass these seeds by a significant margin. Yet, now, beholding Lu Yu's extraordinary, otherworldly demeanor, they came to the stark realization of how naive and superficial their previous thoughts had been. In the presence of an Imperial Son, the seeds of enlightenment were rendered inconsequential. One martial artist could not help but express heartfelt admiration, prompting many others to nod in silent agreement. Within the Mingdao Assembly Hall, Jing Yoshin's countenance grew increasingly ashen as he observed the collective focus of the crowd being drawn towards Lu Yu. Even Chu Qingyao regarded Lu Yu with an eye full of wonder, a stark contrast to her previous attitude towards him. This shift ignited a flame of jealousy within Jing Yushin. He swiftly signaled a nearby protector of the divine emperor realm, who understood the unspoken command and ascended to the clouds, bowing respectfully to Lu Yu aboard the Imperial Son's warship. To our surprise, His Highness the Ninth Imperial Son has condescended to grace our Mingdao gathering, which fills us with immense joy. We initially believed that due to His Highness's perceived lack of cultivation and his prolonged absence, he would shy away from participating in this assembly. However, it seems he has mustered the courage to appear. The Divine Emperor, while offering a respectful gesture towards Lu Yu, infused his words with a palpable sarcasm that even the most oblivious could detect. All eyes turned to Lu Yu, eager to witness how the Ninth Imperial Son would respond. Yet, Lu Yu did not even cast a glance in the Divine Emperor's direction. Instead, Ming raised his hand, channeling a surge of sacred power that coalesced into a formidable force, which, in an instant, struck before the Divine Emperor. The latter's complexion shifted dramatically. Jing Yoshin's eyes widened in disbelief. They had not anticipated such overwhelming assertiveness from Lu Yu's protector. A mere utterance warranted such lethal intent. Just as the sacred force was about to descend, a leader from the Jing family intervened, skillfully manifesting a divine light that transformed into a whip, gently coiling around the Divine Emperor and pulling him back to safety, narrowly averting disaster. After ensuring the Divine Emperor's safety, the Jing exhaled a sigh of relief, but quickly turned his gaze towards Ming, his expression darkening. Your actions, King Ming, are exceedingly excessive to threaten a member of the Jing family over a mere comment. However, Ming paid no heed to his words. The very moment the Jing spoke, Ming raised his hand once more, delivering a decisive strike. Boom! A golden handprint surged forth with unparalleled might, reminiscent of a towering mountain. In the blink of an eye, it descended upon the head of the Divine Emperor, who, previously feeling fortunate to have escaped danger, was met with a devastating blow that obliterated him into a mist of blood, staining the clouds crimson. Only then did Ming's indifferent voice quietly resonate. A mere Divine Emperor dares to mock His Highness the Ninth Imperial Son. This is merely a minor chastisement. Should you dare to provoke again, I shall eliminate you along with your master. How can you be so tyrannical? The Jing stammered. Is there a problem with learning from your Jing family? Ming's voice was frigid, having long held disdain for the Jing family's conduct. With the backing of the Lu family, they had produced 3 supreme beings, yet the Jing family's increasingly tyrannical and brutal methods had led to the destruction of numerous celestial lineages over trivial matters, today daring to challenge their own prince. Ming would not let this affront pass unpunished. The Jing fell momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, countless martial artists within Mingdao City, who had previously regarded the Lu family as excessively domineering, now found immense satisfaction in witnessing the Jing's defeat. Particularly those who had witnessed his brutal methods in the tavern. They could not help but silently cheer, their admiration for Lu Yu and Ming growing ever stronger. Within the Mingdao Assembly Hall, as Jing Yushin realized he had lost a protector before even engaging in dialogue, the spotlight had been almost entirely seized by Lu Yu. The flames of jealousy in his eyes nearly materialized. Steeling himself, he leaped into the air, addressing Lu Yu through gritted teeth. Your Highness the Ninth Imperial Son holds a prestigious status, and King Ming possesses extraordinary powers. However, this Mingdao gathering is a platform for peer-to-peer exchanges and discussions. Since your Highness has chosen to attend, surely you do not intend to have your protector fight on your behalf. This time, Lu Yu stepped forward, gently ushering Ming behind him, and looked at Jing Yushin with a calm smile. There is no need for anyone to fight on my behalf. However, it would be rather dull to have only you participate. He then turned his gaze to the discussion arena below, fixating on the three prodigies from the Tuoba family. You three should join as well. Next, he addressed the figure from Abutian Dao. If you're on good terms with them, you may join in as well. I do not mind. I fear a one-on-one duel may prove too monotonous. At these words, the atmosphere in Ming Dao City shifted dramatically, with countless martial artists and prodigies turning pale, their eyes reflecting a mix of fury and disbelief directed at Lu Yu. Only Chu Qingyao, instead of feeling anger, looked at Lu Yu with an increasingly vibrant gaze tinged with anticipation. Though it was their first meeting, she did not perceive Lu Yu as arrogant. Such bold declarations indicated he must possess substantial confidence. Yet, she wondered what lay beneath his audacity. In the Ming Dao Assembly Hall, among the three seeds of enlightenment from the Tuoba family, Tuoba, Mo, the most tempestuous of the trio, could no longer contain himself. His eyes glinted with a chilling light as he gazed at Lu Yu. Your Highness the Ninth Imperial Son truly occupies a lofty position. Surely, you do not believe that a spoiled brat like Tuoba Ling represents my family's younger generation? With that, Tuoba Mo soared into the air, arriving in front of Lu Yu in the blink of an eye. Raising his hand, he unleashed a forceful strike towards Lu Yu, and no need for anyone else to intervene. I shall demonstrate to you that your strength ranks far below that of the younger generation. Return to the Lu family and practice diligently for a decade before daring to boast again. Rumble. As Tuoba Mo's palm descended, a fierce surge of spiritual energy erupted from his palm, transforming into a vast sea of flames that sought to engulf Lu Yu entirely. This was a signature technique of the Tuoba family, capable of incinerating even the most formidable of foes. Although Tuoba Mo had yet to attain such heights, the flames he conjured were still fearsome. Not even a heavenly king, let alone could withstand this overwhelming inferno without retreating. Yet Lu Yu did not flinch nor evade. He stood resolutely as the fiery tempest bore down upon him. Got you. Tuoba Mo's eyes gleamed with triumph. Seeking death, the other watching prodigies were momentarily stunned. But the next instant, their eyes widened in shock. Faced with the impending deluge of flames, Lu Yu merely raised his hand, clenched his fist, and casually unleashed a punch. An invisible fist imprint surged forth, cutting through the air with overwhelming force, effortlessly dispersing in the ethereal realm above. Lu Yu spoke softly, his gaze landing upon Tuoba Shen and Tuoba Hod. You still wish to approach one by one. Upon hearing Lu Yu's voice, countless prodigies roused from their stupor. As they beheld Lu Yu's expression, their emotions became intricate and difficult to articulate. Initially, Lu Yu had intended for the three Tuoba heroes to join forces with Jing Yushin for a battle against him. Many prodigies felt indignant, believing Lu Yu to be excessively arrogant, underestimating the world's champions. Yet now, witnessing the defeat of Tuoba Mo at Lu Yu's fist, their indignation dissipated entirely. Was Lu Yu truly arrogant? Far from it. With such formidable strength, his demeanor was not arrogance, but rather a rightful assertion of his prowess. Meanwhile, the Guardians were equally shaken. Tuoba Mo's strength could not be deemed weak. He practiced the Tuoba family's ultimate technique, the Crimson Fire Burning Heaven Palm. Enhanced by this powerful skill, he could contend with experts at the early stages of the quasi-emperor realm. Yet, even this level of power crumbled before Lu Yu's single strike. Did this not imply that Lu Yu's combat capability was at least on par with Jing Yushin? After all, Jing Yushin's most illustrious achievement was merely defeating a single early-stage quasi-emperor, Brother Xian. Brother Hao, do not hold back any longer. Let us strike together and suppress this fiend. Otherwise, after today, we may indeed become stepping stones for this individual. Jing Yushin recognized this truth, his gaze towards Lu Yu tinged with increasing trepidation. He immediately conveyed his thoughts to Tuoba Shen and Tuoba Hao through his spiritual sense. As he spoke, he resolutely launched an assault towards Lu Yu. Tuoba Shen and Tuoba Hao, realizing the gravity of the situation, understood that they could no longer concern themselves with the notion of quantity over quality if they were to engage in a one-on-one confrontation. Given Tuoba Mo's tragic fate, they feared they would each be subdued by Lu Yu, ultimately serving as a platform for his burgeoning fame. What a remarkable son of the Lu family! Indeed, his demeanor was extraordinary, and let us now collectively experience his prowess. Tuoba Xian soared into the sky, unleashing a myriad of spiritual lights that surged within him, weaving together in the clouds to form a mystical yin-yang mirror. Perched high above the clouds, the mirror illustrated both the yin and yang aspects, with the yin side morphing into a resplendent moon, and the yang side revealing a brilliant sun. As the mirror coalesced, the surrounding cloud sea transformed, presenting an extraordinary scene of half-night and half-day. The vital essence of heaven and earth circulating in that cloud sea also bifurcated into yin and yang, becoming even more wondrous and pure, moving in accordance with Tuoba Xian's will to enhance his myriad divine techniques and martial prowess. Harnessing the essence of heaven and earth to empower himself, this ability transcended the realm of kingly laws, an achievement only masters of the imperial domain could attain. Even though Tuoba Xian achieved this feat through the yin-yang mirror, it was already quite extraordinary. It further indicated that his strength surpassed the rumors, marking him as a seed of enlightenment who, like Jing Yushin, had grasped a portion of the imperial laws. Boom! Tuoba Xian raised his hand, and the yin-yang mirror emitted countless beams of yin-yang divine light, conjuring two dragons of black and white that soared forth with a fearsome roar towards Lu Yu's flanks. Simultaneously, Tuoba Hao made his move. Possessing the purple thunder divine body, he represented the pinnacle of divine physiques. Even without actively cultivating, merely through the natural rhythms of life, he could attain the utmost realm of divine cultivation, reaching the level of a divine emperor. At this moment, he unleashed 9 bolts of purple extreme divine thunder. Though he had not comprehended a portion of the imperial truths like Tuoba Xian, relying instead on the intrinsic might of his purple thunder divine body. The power of these 9 bolts was nothing short of overwhelming. Not to mention, Jing Yushin followed closely behind, summoning unparalleled divine might and the surging companion divine fire. Although constrained by the supreme shackles, limiting the full extent of the companion divine fire's capabilities, it remained formidable to that moment. He resembled a magnificent sun rising from the cloud sea, commanding the vital essence of heaven and earth around him. Appearing as a deity reborn, the 3 top-tier seeds of enlightenment united their strength in this instant, unleashing a formidable force that left all observing prodigies breathless, their eyes filled with shock and reverence. Such divine might would surely overwhelm even an early-stage quasi-emperor, let alone a mid-stage one. Was this the battle prowess of the foremost seeds of enlightenment? Truly terrifying. Moreover, they were not even scions of the immortal families. Nor were they quasi-scion, but merely the apex among the seed-level prodigies. The foundation of the immortal families was indeed formidable. Many martial artists were profoundly shaken, while those hailing from various divine dynasties and sacred lands felt their hearts stir with admiration as they looked upon Jing Yushin and his companions. Many could not help but glance towards Lu Yu, their expressions tinged with concern. The Jing family's methods were notoriously brutal. Many harbored the hope that Lu Yu could decisively suppress the arrogance of the Jing clan. Yet, alas, it seemed that this dragon crossing the river would be subdued by the local snake of the Jing family. Lu Yu, the Imperial Son, had become overly presumptuous. Indeed, the 3 foremost seeds of enlightenment stood as an insurmountable barrier to ordinary prodigies, viewed as an unbridgeable chasm. For such top-tier prodigies, to face 2 opponents was already a remarkable feat, yet Lu Yu sought to confront 3, or even 4 or 5. That was this due to his youth and inexperience. Underestimating the champions of the world, many martial artists shook their heads, lamenting. Within the venue of the Ming Dao assembly, the seed of enlightenment from the Nangong one also shook his head, disappointment evident in his eyes. What a pity he had intended to step in and challenge Lu Yu. But seeing the current situation, it was clear that the moment was not his. Princess, will you intervene? It seems that Lord Lu Yu may not withstand this. On the other side of the venue, a trusted maid beside Chu Qingyao whispered softly, her tone filled with concern for Lu Yu. Chu Qingyao's delicate face was tense. She nodded, then shook her head. Within her sleeves, her small hands had begun to gather spiritual energy, yet she hesitated to unleash it. Her rational mind informed her that Lu Yu was destined to lose, yet her intuition insisted that he was safe. devoid of any danger. But how could that be possible? Just as Chu Qingyao wrestled with her uncertainty, boom, Lu Yu made his move. As he faced the overwhelming threefold assault rushing towards him. His dark hair billowed as he suddenly raised his hand. A spirit sword at his waist was drawn with a resonant clang that, as the sword emerged, it emitted a sound akin to a dragon's roar, shaking the heavens and earth, causing all present martial artists to involuntarily hold their breath. Many sword practitioners felt their own swords vibrate in response, as though recognizing their sovereign, the ruler. They surged upward, seemingly bowing towards Lu Yu's sword point. What an extraordinary sight this was, as the sword was drawn. 1,000 swords came to pay homage. Was this sword perhaps the divine weapon of the Imperial Son, Lu Yu? The martial artists throughout the city erupted in astonishment, their eyes filled with curiosity and reverence as they gazed upon the spirit sword in Lu Yu's hand. Yet upon closer inspection, their expressions grew vacant, for it was merely an ordinary heavenly-grade spirit sword. Not even Lu Yu, this Imperial Son, would typically spare it a second glance, let alone the ordinary prodigies attending the Ming Dao assembly. Yet this very spirit sword had incited the phenomenon of 1,000 swords converging. Wait, they realized, it is not the spirit sword that summoned the multitude of swords, but the Imperial Son himself who has invoked such an extraordinary occurrence. Lu Yu, it seemed, possessed astonishing talent in the sword arts. Everyone's complexion changed dramatically. Even Ming and the other formidable guardians displayed expressions of astonishment as they gazed at Lu Yu, their eyes reflecting profound shock. Meanwhile, Jing Yushin and his companions, upon witnessing the extraordinary phenomenon of myriad swords converging, felt an intensifying trepidation. Yet, they remained unwaveringly confident in their own strength. What if myriad swords were to descend? Even if 1,000,000 swords were to surge forth? Today you shall not alter this situation. A mere boy in the early stages of the Heavenly King realm. Go back and cultivate for a few more years. With a fierce roar, Jing Yushin thrust his hands forward with great force. His internal spiritual energy erupted, transforming into a magnificent divine sun that enveloped the dual dragons of Yin and Yang summoned by Tuoba Xian, along with the ninefold divine thunder unleashed by Tuoba Hao. The dual dragons entwined around the sun, and the divine thunder intertwined this moment. The offensive might of the 3 top-tier prodigies truly fused into one. The resultant force was powerful enough to threaten to shatter the very fabric of the heavens and the earth. However, in the face of the approaching resplendent divine sun, Lu Yu merely smiled indifferently. As his thoughts flowed, the blood and energy of the primordial sacred body within him surged forth, and the ancient sword embryo awakened in synchrony. The vast spiritual energy of the world converged at this moment, responding to the call of the ancient sword embryo. Although Lu Yu had not comprehended the imperial laws, possessing the ancient sword embryo meant he did not require them. The ancient sword embryo itself was sufficient to mobilize the might of heaven and earth, summoning the myriad swords to descend. Boom! The vast spiritual energy between heaven and earth surged forth like a mighty tide, coalescing into a brilliant sword light. As Lu Yu struck with his sword, that beam of sword light awakened like a divine dragon, stirring the 9 heavens that collided heavily with the resplendent divine sun. And after a brief moment of stasis, crack, a sound of explosion resounded across the clouds. Under the incredulous gazes of countless martial artists and prodigies, that resplendent divine sun forged through the combined strength of Jing Yushin and his 2 top-tier companions, could not withstand even a single breath against the sword light that Lu Yu had unleashed in the blink of an eye. That sword light pierced through the radiant divine sun, striking heavily upon the 3 of Jing Yushin, who had not even reacted. The trio of Jing Yushin could hardly believe it in their wildest dreams. The most powerful attack they had unleashed together was utterly feeble. They were caught completely off guard, having failed to mount even basic defensive measures. Each one of them suffered the full brunt of the sword light's damage, screaming in agony as they were sent flying backwards like kites severed from their strings. Following in the footsteps of Tuoba, they plummeted from the clouds, crashing heavily onto the ground of the Ming Dao venue, leaving behind 3 deep impressions in the earth. Is this some kind of joke? Within Ming Dao City, All the martial artists were left speechless, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. With a single stroke, Liu Yu had suppressed the entire arena, decisively overwhelming Jing Yuxian and his companions. This completely exceeded their expectations. Nan Gongwan, the seed of enlightenment from the Butian Dao, gaped in astonishment, his pupils trembling slightly as he regarded the pitiable state of Jing Yuxian and his companions in the center of the arena. He felt a mix of horror and immense relief. He was fortunate that he had not stepped forward at the last moment. Otherwise, given the momentum of Liu Yu's final strike, he too would likely have found himself lying upon the arena floor. How on earth did this Prince Liu Yu accomplish such a feat? His cultivation was only in the early stages of the Heavenly King realm, was it not? Countless martial artists and prodigies involuntarily looked up at Liu Yu in the sky. Their eyes filled with incredulity. Was it due to his cultivation of some extraordinary sword technique? Perhaps the radiant sword light he had unleashed in that final strike indeed possessed remarkable momentum. Possibly a secret sword art handed down through the Liu family. Many martial artists engaged in animated discussions, believing that Liu Yu had triumphed owing to the Liu family's heritage. Of course, no matter how profound the Liu family's lineage, it still required Liu Yu to cultivate, master, and at least grasp the basics. The ability to manifest such high-level techniques with an early Heavenly King cultivation was ample proof of Liu Yu's extraordinary talent. Yet amidst the fervent discussions, Chu Qingyao's voice quietly emerged. Not quite. That was not the Liu family's secret art. If I am not mistaken, it should be the so-called Ascending Dragon Sword Classic. Ascending Dragon Sword Classic? With those words from Chu Qingyao, an uproar erupted throughout Ming Dao City. Countless martial artists and prodigies wore expressions of astonishment, still trying to comprehend what the Ascending Dragon Sword Classic was. However, their guardians, with extensive experience and insight, quickly recovered from their momentary astonishment and collectively trembled, gazing at Liu Yu with eyes as if they had encountered a ghost. Indeed, that sword light coiling like a dragon was precisely the manifestation that the Ascending Dragon Sword Classic should exhibit when unleashed. But if memory serves correctly, that Ascending Dragon Sword Classic was merely a divine fire tier sword technique. A host of divine realm experts and sacred realm guardians spoke with tremors in their voices due to their shock. The Ascending Dragon Sword Classic was from a minor divine sect that had risen in the celestial domain 15,000 years ago. Such divine tier sects flourished and fell within mere millennia. The sect that transmitted the Ascending Dragon Sword Classic, the Ascending Dragon Sword sect, was no exception. It had completely declined 3,000 years ago as a result. The techniques of the Ascending Dragon Sword Classic had scattered throughout the celestial domain. Not only the Liu family, but many sacred places and divine courts also possessed collections and studies of this sword classic. Yet no one had regarded this classic with any seriousness. Nor had anyone linked the sword light that Liu Yu had previously unleashed with the Ascending Dragon Sword Classic. It was only when Chu Qingyao pointed out that they awoke from their stupor. How could the shock within their hearts not be immense? Chu Qingyao's beautiful eyes were also fixed upon Liu Yu. She had seen many prodigies, yet she had never encountered one like Liu Yu, capable of manifesting an ordinary divine tier sword technique with an aura comparable to, or even subtly surpassing, that of top-tier secret arts. This ability to transmute the extraordinary into the mundane filled Chu Qingyao's gaze toward Liu Yu with admiration. This prince is precisely the person I sensed. Chu Qingyao felt an overwhelming joy in her heart, eager to approach and make acquaintance with Liu Yu. However, at that moment, in the center of Ming Dao City, Jing Yuxian, who had been struck flying by Liu Yu's sword, gritted his teeth and stood up once more. Liu Yu, you have thoroughly provoked my wrath. Jing Yuxian roared, his voice echoing like a primal beast's roar, nearly shattering mountains and rivers. As his voice fell, boom, a remarkably divine black chain of shadows erupted from Jing Yuxian's body. The chains, adorned with luminous runes of law, firmly locked onto the position of Jing Yuxian's heart. The moment the chains manifested, an indescribable, supreme pressure, as if it were the only ruler of heaven and earth, surged forth, causing the entire Ming Dao City to fall into a sudden silence. Was that the supreme shackles? Indeed, It was the supreme shackles left within Jing Yushin's body by the three supreme beings of the Jing family, intended to seal his innate divine fire. How did these supreme shackles manifest? No. Amidst the myriad of astonished voices, Jing Yushin once more raised his head and roared toward the heavens, his blood and energy surging as his spiritual power skyrocketed. The divine light erupted from his chest, resembling a radiant sun. Leaping forth from within him, this light emerged. Boom! Jing Yushin's aura surged instantaneously, breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm in an instant, and continued to ascend. Early quasi-emperor, mid-quasi-emperor. It was only upon reaching the late quasi-emperor stage that Jing Yushin's realm finally stabilized. Am I truly not dreaming? Instantly breaking through to the late quasi-emperor realm? Is this the might of the innate divine fire? Everyone was left dumbfounded, gazing at Jing Yushin with eyes filled with astonishment. No, this was not even the full extent of the innate divine fire's power. Look how little divine power has been expended by that flame. It might not even be 1%. Those with keen perception sense the fluctuations of the divine fire, their voices trembling uncontrollably. The fact that Jing Yushin, a seed of enlightenment, could ascend to the quasi-emperor stage of divine power without consuming even 1% of this divine fire's essence was indeed astonishing. This divine fire, it seemed, was far more terrifying than the rumors suggested. According to the tales, the divine fire accompanying Jing Yushin was merely of the lowest grade within the realm of divine path, a companion fire of the divine fire tier. Yet, upon closer examination, it was evident that this was no ordinary divine fire. Even the flames wielded by masters at the pinnacle of the divine path, at the divine emperor level, could scarcely match the intensity and strangeness of Jing Yushin's companion fire. The true grade of this divine fire was likely infinitely close to the realm of sanctity. As the crowd stood in shock, a resonant hum echoed from within Jing Yushin, as if a supreme shackling force trembled in response. The supreme runes constituting the shackles emitted a brilliant black light, and in an instant, they forcibly broke free, sealing the summoned companion fire back within. However, Jing Yushin paid little heed to this. He closed his eyes and attentively felt the changes within him. This breaking of the shackles and the resultant enhancement in power brought him immense satisfaction, even to the point of a bittersweet ache. Though the breakthroughs he achieved in transcending the heavenly gates and shattering 3 minor realms intoxicated him, Jing Yushin was acutely aware that the more realms he broke through now, the more potential he would exhaust for the future. This moment of impulsiveness could very well diminish his chances of entering the realm of enlightenment by a significant 30%. With this thought, Jing Yushin suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze fixated on the position of Lu Yu in the clouds. Within his eyes burned a chilling fury. All of this is thanks to you. Lu Yu, bow down obediently and repent for your arrogance. Jing Yushin let out a long howl towards Lu Yu, extending his hand with a powerful strike. The destruction seal of the underworld, a torrent of imperial divine power, surged forth, coalescing into a massive seal as dark as ink in an instant. This seal was inscribed with countless apocalyptic scenes, floods sweeping the land, divine fires consuming mountains and rivers, and numerous underworld deities towering in the heavens, their cold gazes slaughtering all living beings. This was one of the supreme arts passed down through the Jing family. When cultivated to its highest form, it could truly summon these underworld deities, recreating the apocalyptic visions of the underworld. One strike of this seal was sufficient to annihilate all creatures within a realm, turning them into desolate wastelands. Previously, Jing Yushin lacked the foundation to execute such a move. Yet now, empowered by the companion divine fire, he had reached the quasi-emperor stage and could initially activate this technique. Although it was merely an initial activation, it was still somewhat ethereal and insubstantial, as if it might dissipate at any moment. Nevertheless, the power of this strike was astonishing, carrying an overwhelming force as it bore down upon Lu Yu, causing countless onlookers to tremble in their hearts. The destruction seal of the underworld was indeed as terrifying as rumored. The enhancement from the companion divine fire was incredibly formidable. When considering the rules of the realm, Jing Yushin had effectively shattered 4 realms. For other prodigies, such a rapid breakthrough would undoubtedly result in a fragile foundation, the quasi-emperor stage. Being able to wield the combat strength of a mid-quasi-emperor was already commendable. Yet, Jing Yuxian exhibited no signs of a fragile foundation. He could even employ the destruction seal of the underworld. The foremost seed of enlightenment from the Jing family truly lived up to its reputation. The entire venue was in a state of shock. The elite protectors under Commander Ming also turned pale. They sensed that the killing power contained within that destruction seal of the underworld was approaching the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor stage. Though their prince was extraordinarily gifted, his cultivation was fundamentally only at the initial stage of the Heavenly King, which was nearly 10 minor realms shy of the complete quasi-emperor stage. Such a disparity made it impossible for them to remain passive. However, before they could advance, Ming acted first. Halting their movements, there's no need to rush. The fact that the prince remained silent indicated his confidence in handling this attack. Ming whispered, signaling his fellow saints to remain at ease. As the protector of Lu Yu, he retained a trace of Lu Yu's consciousness imprint within his mind. As long as Lu Yu willed it, he could communicate with him. Yet, Lu Yu had yet to utter a word, and the consciousness imprint remained tranquil. There was no sign of fear or dread, not even a ripple of disturbance. The destruction seal of the underworld that Jing Yuxian unleashed seemed utterly inconsequential to Lu Yu. Commander, the saints of the Lu family wished to persuade further, but upon seeing Ming's resolute gaze, they could only grit their teeth and suppress their urge to intervene. After calming the group of saints, Ming couldn't help but direct his gaze towards Lu Yu, concern flickering in his eyes. Faced with this destruction seal of the underworld, he simply couldn't fathom how Lu Yu would withstand it. Just as Ming's heart grew heavy, Lu Yu looked at the destruction seal of the underworld, his eyes alight with unexpected delight. Now, this was beginning to get interesting. He murmured softly, "Boom," behind Lu Yu. A towering golden lotus, suffused with boundless chaotic energy, erupted into view. Under the gaze of countless astonished eyes, the golden lotus trembled, unleashing a deluge of chaotic divine light. In an instant, it obliterated the destruction seal of the underworld that Jing Yuxian had summoned with all his might. The Chaos Seed Golden Lotus, one of the 10 manifestations of the primordial sacred body. With this magnificent manifestation, even true Imperial experts could contend with IT AS for the mere quasi-emperor peak. It could not withstand a single strike from Lu Yu. Before such terrifying divine power, the destruction seal of the underworld, which was only approaching the quasi-emperor peak, posed no threat to Lu Yu whatsoever. Continue. Is this all the strength you possess? In the clouds, Lu Yu stood upon the boundless chaotic divine light, the chaos golden lotus swaying in the wind behind him, displaying unparalleled grace. This left Jing Yuxian, who had just witnessed his strongest move being effortlessly shattered by Lu Yu, in an increasingly dire predicament. Damn it. Feeling the overwhelming divine might radiating from the chaos golden lotus, Jing Yuxian's heart was filled with terror when he beheld Lu Yu in the sky. Detached from the world, calmly surveying the turmoil, the flames of jealousy in his eyes burned fiercely, nearly driving him to madness. With a roar, Jing Yuxian's vital energy surged violently, his spiritual power crashing against the sealed position of the companion divine fire within his chest. He sought to activate the companion divine fire that had been sealed away, to manifest once more and empower himself. Buzz! Sensing Jing Yuxian's actions, the supreme shackles imprisoning his companion divine fire trembled and resonated. While suppressing the agitation within Jing Yuxian's companion divine fire, it also cautioned him not to act recklessly. Yet, how could Jing Yuxian remain calm at this moment? Especially when he saw that even Chu Qingyao's gaze was entirely fixated upon Lu Yu. The flames of jealousy within him could no longer be contained. With a roar, divine light erupted from his body as he directly burned his own vital energy. He was determined to forcefully break open the shackles and unleash his potential for a battle. Sensing Jing Yuxian's resolve, the supreme shackles responded as if they possessed a spirit of their own. After a resonant tremor, they finally relaxed their constraints as the supreme shackles loosened. Boom! Another surge of divine energy erupted from the companion divine fire. Entering Jing Yuxian's body, as this divine power descended, Jing Yushin felt a revitalizing surge within him. His boiling vital energy became increasingly refined, and the spiritual power within his dantian grew even more extraordinary. Even his realm seemed to show signs of imminent growth, as if breaking through a bottleneck to reach the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor stage. The companion divine fire was indeed terrifying. My heavens! This Jing Yushin seemed virtually indestructible. With this divine fire at his side, who among the younger generation could hope to rival him? It was simply inconceivable. Upon witnessing this scene, all spectators involuntarily changed color. Even Chu Qingyao displayed a look of astonishment, her gaze toward Lu Yu betraying a hint of concern. As the atmosphere shifted dramatically, Lu Yu's expression transformed as well. Yet, he was neither fearful nor apprehensive. Rather, a glimmer of excitement flickered within him, for, at the moment when Jing Yushin shattered the supreme shackles, awakening the accompanying divine fire, Lu Yu sensed that the holy body manifestation he summoned resonated with a deep yearning. The object of that yearning was none other than Jing Yushin. More precisely, it was the divine fire within Jing Yushin. This divine fire bore effects akin to the creation of heavenly elixirs, capable of significantly accelerating the metamorphosis of Lu Yu's holy body. Narrowing his eyes, he surged forward with fervor. Jing Yushin, taken aback by Lu Yu's audacity in approaching him, hesitated momentarily, only for a menacing smirk to emerge upon his lips. Dare to come closer? Empowered by the divine fire, Jing Yushin felt an overwhelming surge of strength. Even against experts at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, he felt emboldened. Let me demonstrate just how terrifying my power truly is. With a resounding roar, Jing Yushin unleashed boundless divine might, his hands weaving intricate seals, as a brand new nether god destruction seal swiftly took form. As he propelled his hands forward, the magnificent divine seal surged forth, accompanied by a tempestuous gale, crashing toward Lu Yu with immense force. However, crack! Lu Yu merely waved his hand, and the chaotic golden lotus emitted a resonating hum, obliterating the nether god destruction seal into a myriad of luminous fragments. What? Jing Yushin's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively retreated. Yet before he could back away, a faint silhouette emerged from the dispersing brilliance. Lu burst forth from the radiance, seizing Jing Yushin by the collar with a swift motion. Jing Yushin felt his perspective shift dramatically, and when he regained his senses, he found himself hoisted by Lu Yu, hurtling toward the ground with tremendous force. Puffed, blood sprayed forth, bones shattered. Jing Yushin felt as though his face had been ruthlessly crushed beneath countless mountains. The excruciating pain mingled with the acrid scent of blood, compelling him to stifle a scream. However, before he could utter a cry, Lu Yu flipped him over, and then, boom, the chaotic golden lotus, under Lu Yu's command, descended heavily upon Jing Yushin's chest, forcibly silencing any cries yet to escape his lips. His body was nearly rendered unconscious. Gulp. Observing Lu Yu's overwhelming dominance in subduing Jing Yushin, the multitude of onlookers could not help but swallow hard. Their eyes, filled with dread, turned toward Lu Yu. They had initially believed that Lu Yu was destined for defeat, that Jing Yushin, empowered by the divine fire, would successfully exact revenge. Yet, to their astonishment, Jing Yushin's fate after this second ignition of divine fire was even more tragic than the first. Having barely launched an attack, he was met with Lu Yu's overpowering suppression. Just as the crowd was struck with disbelief, Jing Yushin could no longer contain his agonized wails. With his cries, the pitch-black supreme shackles manifested prominently upon his chest. Capturing the attention of all, their eyes wide with shock. Could it be that Jing Yushin, under such circumstances, could still ignite the accompanying divine fire? This divine fire was astonishingly powerful, if it possessed such effects. Did it not imply that, until reaching the pinnacle of divine cultivation, none of the younger generation could hope to suppress him? The crowd was rife with uncertainty, perceiving Jing Yushin's strength as borderline excessive. Only Chu Qingyao, her beautiful eyes widening, gazed at Lu Yu with boundless astonishment and disbelief. No, it is not Jing Yushin. It is His Highness Lu Yu. It is His Highness Lu Yu who is extracting the divine fire from Jing Yushin. thus provoking the anomaly of the supreme shackles. What? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. All present were left speechless, instinctively believing that Chu Qingyao was speaking nonsense. The accompanying divine fire of Jing Yushin was nothing short of miraculous. It was said to be a remnant of a formidable divine emperor on the verge of transcending into the saint realm, encapsulating the essence of that divine emperor's lifelong cultivation, unparalleled in value. Not to mention the presence of the supreme shackles, crafted by the three great supremes of the Jing family. Even without the supreme shackles, such a great divine fire was far beyond the control of Lu Yu. A mere monarch realm cultivated put it bluntly, even in the absence of Jing Yushin, any ordinary monarch approaching the divine fire would be incinerated on the spot. How could it possibly be extracted? Yet, as time progressed, all could clearly observe that beneath the chaotic golden lotus, the radiance emanating from the supreme shackles upon Jing Yushin's chest surged with increasing intensity. The palpable struggle against the shackles was evident to even the blind. Moreover, as the tug-of-war persisted, the phantom of the divine fire sealed within Jing Yushin began to manifest, showing unmistakable signs of being forcibly drawn away by the chaotic golden lotus. Lu Yu, the Imperial Scion, had truly achieved this level of mastery. Countless martial artists stood in stunned silence. Those hailing from various divine courts, and even the seedlings of immortal lineages, such as Nangong Wenji, widened their eyes, no longer harboring even a trace of disdain for Lu Yu, their gazes filled with profound reverence. As the crowd remained in shock, Jing Yushin finally snapped back to reality from the excruciating pain. Realizing the peril facing his divine fire, Jing Yushin involuntarily shuddered. What had allowed him to ascend to such heights within the Jing family? Was it not his innate accompanying divine fire? If it were to be extracted, his status, women, and reputation would all be swept away like water flowing downstream. The mere thought of such a fate sent a bone-chilling dread coursing through Jing Yushin, compelling him to regain his composure. You wish to seize my divine fire? Dream on. Now calm, Jing Yushin wasted no time in channeling all his spiritual energy into the accompanying divine fire. Under his spiritual impetus, the divine fire surged with power. However, this time, instead of absorbing the energy, Jing Yushin redirected it entirely into the supreme shackles. With the infusion of this divine energy, the supreme shackles within Jing Yushin finally unleashed their supreme might. The unparalleled laws left behind by the three great supremes erupted at that moment, invigorating Jing Yushin's spirit and igniting a wild grin in his eyes. Not long ago, Jing Yushin had been profoundly vexed by the shackles left within him by the three supremes, which hindered him from fully unleashing his accompanying divine fire. Yet now, he was immensely grateful for their presence. Had it not been for the supreme shackles, his divine fire would have undoubtedly been extracted by Lu Yu. With a sense of relief flooding his heart, Jing Yushin propelled the supreme shackles forward, crashing headlong into Lu Yu's chaotic golden lotus manifestation. Boom! The force of the collision caused the magnificent manifestation of the chaotic golden lotus to tremble slightly. The previously swift extraction was abruptly interrupted, prompting a frown to crease Lu Yu's brow. At the same time, Jing Yushin, equally aware of this shift, could hardly contain his elation, erupting into boisterous laughter. What of the primordial holy body? Dream on if you think you can seize my accompanying divine fire. Lu Yu, I advise you to withdraw at once. Otherwise, if the shackles left by the Jing family supremes unleash their full power, even you, the imperial scion of this era, may find yourself drenched in blood. As Jing Yushin burst into laughter, the supreme shackles adorning him radiated an unparalleled aura of authority. These shackles, devoid of physical form, concealed genuine supreme laws within, boasting not one, but three distinct paths. With the backing of these three supreme laws, even if the shackles themselves lacked substance, the divine might they harbored could indeed obliterate masters beneath the sacred path if fully unleashed. Sensing the oppressive force emanating from the supreme shackles, all present instinctively held their breath. Feeling an overwhelming pressure that rendered them momentarily breathless, Ming and his companions furrowed their brows, expressions of regret flickering in their eyes. It seemed that the Imperial Son might have to concede for now. Though the primordial sacred body was invincible, the Imperial Son was still too young and far from maturity. Confronting the supreme laws was somewhat premature. Regrettably, should they manage to seize the accompanying divine fire, it would prove immensely beneficial for the Imperial Son. Would it not be prudent for us to intervene? A group of Lu Yu's guardians, standing behind Ming, could not help but communicate discreetly among themselves. A glimmer of temptation appeared in Ming's eyes. Yet before he could relay this to Lu Yu had already let out a cold laugh. Do you expect me to bleed here, merely a supreme shackle, and you presume to possess such confidence? Truly, you are utterly foolish. As his words fell, a resounding boom echoed as Lu Yu activated the primordial ancient scroll to its utmost limits. The golden primordial sacred blood surged and boiled, akin to a multitude of volcanoes erupting simultaneously. At that moment, the intense divine power was summoned by Lu Yu, converging within a chaotic golden lotus. In the instant of their convergence, an indescribable essence, reminiscent of the primordial rhythm of the universe, enveloped the boundless divine light of the great path, emanating from the towering golden lotus, the supreme shackles. Lacking in substance and existing solely as a manifestation of law, could be perceived, to some extent, as a kind of extraordinary phenomenon, an expression of pure great path principles. Although Lu Yu had not yet cultivated the chaotic seed golden lotus to the level of truth, the fully realized chaotic seed golden lotus already possessed a profound level of great path laws, subtly brushing against the cusp of enlightenment. If you were to channel the divine power drawn from the accompanying divine fire into yourself, I might indeed be somewhat troubled today. However, to direct that power against the supreme shackles. Standing amidst the clouds, Lu Yu, with the chaotic golden lotus looming behind him, appeared as an unparalleled deity, surveying the realm with disdain. Who bestowed upon you such confidence to believe that mere supreme laws could withstand the extraordinary manifestations of my primordial sacred body? In the next moment, the chaotic golden lotus quietly descended. There was no resounding roar, no rippling waves. Even the gasps of astonishment faded into silence. In that instant, all present seemed momentarily rendered speechless, their gazes fixed on the heart of the battlefield. There, the three supreme beings of the Jing family, who had joined forces to manifest the law shackles, crumbled before the overwhelming might of the chaotic golden lotus, shattering like glass without even a moment's resistance. With the protection of the supreme shackles gone, the accompanying divine fire was extracted before Jing Yoshin's despairing gaze and absorbed into the golden lotus. Boom! At the moment the divine fire merged with the chaotic golden lotus, Lu Yu felt an immensely potent stream of divine energy surge into his being. There was no need for him to actively cultivate or refine it. The influx of divine energy caused the vast spiritual power within his dantian to swell dramatically. His realm shifted abruptly from the initial stage of the Heavenly King to the mid-stage. Meanwhile, the chaotic seed golden lotus, which had only recently reached full maturity, began to show signs of transformation towards even higher levels under the nurturing of this divine fire. As he sensed the changes in the chaotic seed golden lotus, Lu Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, intently gauging the state of the accompanying divine fire. After a moment, when he opened his eyes again, the surprise was unmistakable. He had initially estimated that this divine fire could rival the creation celestial pill. Yet now he discerned that this divine fire contained the essence of a body-refining divine emperor's lifelong martial arts mastery. Moreover, the potential of that divine emperor was so vast that, had he not met an untimely demise, achieving the status of a saint or even a supreme being would have been well within reach. The divine fire left behind by such an existence surpassed the efficacy of the creation celestial pill by a considerable margin. No wonder the chaotic seed golden lotus was so agitated. Lu Yu mused softly to that moment. A thunderous roar erupted from the distant venue of the Ming Dao conference. The Lu family's Imperial Son is being excessively tyrannical. We demand the decree of the Supreme to suppress this villain and reclaim the divine fire. The protector of Jing Yushun, a quasi-saint of the Jing family, was nearly driven to madness. As Jing Yoshin's protector, he shared in both his glory and his downfall. Previously, While Jing Yushin had been igniting the accompanying divine fire, he had envisioned a bright future. Although Jing Yushin's potential might be slightly overextended, the opportunity to rise above a Liu family Imperial Son was invaluable. The Imperial Sons of the Liu family had never faced defeat in external conflicts. If Jing Yushin were to break this precedent, the Jing family would undoubtedly elevate him to quasi-emperor status. At that time, he, as the protector, would rise alongside Jing Yushin. Yet, to his utter disbelief, Jing Yushin had encountered such a grave setback here. Even igniting the accompanying divine fire proved futile, as Liu Yu effortlessly crushed him and seized the divine fire. With the loss of the accompanying divine fire, Jing Yushin's standing would plummet, and his protector would face severe repercussions, even possible expulsion from the Jing family. The thought of such a dismal fate incited the quasi-saint of the Jing family into a fury. Boom! In a fit of rage, he suddenly raised his hand, tearing open a decree. The decree unfurled. A torrent of overwhelming supreme power surged forth, transforming into a phantom of a law sword, hovering above the quasi-saint's head. The sword's tip pointed threateningly at Liu Yu in the sky. With a mere thought, the sword would descend in an instant. Sensing the overwhelming divine power contained within the supreme decree, the atmosphere in Ming City fell into a hushed silence. Everyone gazed incredulously at the quasi-saint of the Jing family. Taken aback by his apparent madness, Jing Yushin had been stripped of his divine fire and appeared wretched, yet no one felt sympathy for him. Those with discerning eyes understood that Liu Yu had never intended to seize his divine fire. It was Jing Yushin's relentless persistence, twice igniting the divine fire, breaking the shackles, and continuously provoking Liu Yu, that had led to this calamity. Moreover, in the context of competition, the victors and the vanquished were commonplace. Losing one's divine fire or even perishing in battle was not unusual. The Jing family's actions seemed excessively intolerant of failure, verging on shamelessness. Under the bewildered gazes of the crowd, the quasi-saint of the Jing family regained a semblance of calm and fixed his gaze upon Liu Yu. I implore you, esteemed prince of the Nine Emperors, to return the accompanying divine fire of my family's young god. Oh. Liu Yu glanced down at the quasi-saint of the Jing family, the vast supreme pressure seemingly non-existent to him. He coldly regarded the quasi-saint. And if I refuse? Then, please forgive my offense, your Imperial Highness. As he spoke, the Jun family's quasi-saint clenched his teeth fiercely, raising his hand to summon the sword of law conjured by the supreme decree, aimed directly at Liu Yu, ready to strike with a furious whistle. However, before the decree could draw near, Ming had already stepped forward from behind Liu Yu. A resounding cry of a phoenix echoed through the sky, accompanied by an indescribable aura of imperial might. Grasped tightly in Ming's hand was a red-gold phoenix-winged halberd. With a swift swing, a crisp sound rang out as he cleaved the sword of law. Along with the Jun family's quasi-saint, in half on the spot, how dare the Jun family threaten the Imperial Scion with a supreme decree? Were they seeking to annihilate their clan? Ming's voice was calm. Yet to all present, it resonated like thunder. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing upward in disbelief. The protector of the Imperial Scion had shattered the supreme decree. Was this a jest? That Ming should merely be at the Holy King realm. Ah, it was that phoenix-winged halberd. That was a Tao-creating imperial weapon, one of the three great imperial treasures of the Tai Su quasi-emperor. At last, a skilled observer recognized the halberd's origins, unable to suppress an exclamation. Even Liu Yu cast a glance at his venerable protector, surprise flickering in his eyes. He had truly not anticipated that his guardian harbored such depth, carrying a Tao-creating imperial weapon at his side, a foundation that was rather formidable. Sensing Liu Yu's astonished gaze, Ming smiled faintly, conveying through divine sense, "This was bestowed upon me by my ancestor, knowing that I became the protector of the Imperial Scion, instructing me to safeguard you." So it was the good intention of Senior Tai Xu. Liu nodded slightly, committing this kindness to memory. Meanwhile, the protectors of Jun Yushan were utterly terrified. They could hardly think of retrieving their leader's remains, let alone their master Jun Yushan. One by one, they prostrated themselves on the ground, incessantly bowing and pleading for mercy. That Ming's gaze was icy, Yet he did not further trouble these wretches. He allowed them to forfeit their cultivation and ordered them to return to the Jun family, dragging Junyu Shan along with them, as they witnessed the Jun family's dejected retreat. All eyes turned to Lu Yu, filled with reverence. The foremost imperial clan of the age was indeed terrifying. How could the protector of an imperial scion possess a Tao-creating weapon? It was simply unbelievable. Whispers of admiration filled the air, as spectators regarded Lu Yu with envious eyes. Yet it remained but envy. Following the battle in Ming Dao City, Lu Yu had already proven his extraordinary prowess. The Taichu sacred body was undeniably a force to be reckoned with. The title of Imperial Scion was truly well-deserved. As the crowd marveled, Chu Qingyao approached, slightly bowing to Lu Yu, her eyes brimming with unmistakable admiration as she softly spoke, "Your Highness Lu Yu, I am Chu Qingyao. I have long admired your esteemed name, and upon this meeting, your extraordinary presence is indeed undeniable. To be candid, I recently obtained a token for entry into the Xian Yuan ancient realm. Might I inquire if your Highness has the leisure to accompany me on an exploration of this realm? The Xian Yuan ancient realm is a place of inheritance left by a supreme being of creation, brimming with countless opportunities. Since its emergence in the world, each opening has drawn many prodigies to venture forth. Even the Lu family has had numerous imperial-blooded prodigies and quasi-imperial scions who once dared to traverse that ancient domain. This was due to the extraordinary prowess of the Xian Yuan Supreme, who, in his lifetime, had triumphed over the primordial royal clans at the Tao-creating level, despite the multitude of geniuses who entered the Xian Yuan ancient realm over the millennia. The core inheritance of the Xian Yuan Supreme has remained elusive. Thus, the tokens for entry into the Xian Yuan ancient realm are exceedingly precious. The emergence of a single token often incites great turmoil, drawing many Holy Land prodigies and celestial dynasty scions into fierce competition. Even a princess like Chu Qingyao, hailing from an ancient and immortal nation, would require considerable means to secure a token. Acquiring 2 tokens would demand significant resources and manpower. Nevertheless, Chu Qingyao openly expressed her desire for Lu Yu to accompany her, offering him one of the tokens, demonstrating her sincerity. Of course, for Lu Yu, should he require it, the Lu family could easily procure not just 2 tokens, but even tenfold more. However, such a comparison felt rather heartless. Moreover, the Xian Yuan ancient realm? Lu Yu murmured softly, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. The opportunities within the Xian Yuan ancient realm are numerous, yet Lu Yu cared little for such trivialities. What truly piqued his interest was a treasured artifact concealed within the depths of the realm. If memory served correctly, the legendary Han Yuan Dao fruit should still be hidden within some ancient formation deep in the Xian Yuan ancient realm. The Han Yuan Dao fruit is a supreme treasure, its value surpassing even that of the true Phoenix Nirvana fruit. In the original timeline, the Han Yuan Dao fruit hidden within the Xian Yuan ancient realm remained undiscovered until the end of the human Dao era. It was only after the conclusion of the human Dao era, in the early epochs of the ancient times, that an unnamed wanderer inadvertently stumbled upon the realm and fortuitously found it. With the Han Yuan Dao fruit in hand, this previously obscure wanderer attained unparalleled comprehension, despite possessing unremarkable talents. Relying solely on his extraordinary insight, he became one of the strongest beings of the early ancient times, achieving the 10th level of quasi-imperial status and an alternative path to enlightenment. Had it not been for the cataclysmic dark upheaval at the end of the human Dao era, which claimed numerous emperors and sovereigns, plunging the natural laws into silence, that wanderer, whose potential was merely to ignite the divine fire, would undoubtedly have used the Han Yuan Dao fruit to attain the status of an emperor. Contemplating the value of the Han Yuan Dao fruit hidden within the Xian Yuan ancient realm, Lu Yu felt a stirring in his heart. Although he possessed the Taichu sacred body and the myriad ancient sword embryo, the former endowed him with unparalleled physical combat prowess, while the latter enhanced his understanding predominantly within the sword path. Beyond the sword, Lu Yu's comprehension could only be deemed standard among his peers. Excellent, yet far from exceptional enough to overshadow his fellow imperial science. However, if he could merge with the Han Yuan Dao fruit, his understanding could indeed match the unparalleled might of his physical form, allowing him to stand proud among his peers. With this thought, Lu Yu nodded resolutely. Since the princess extended her invitation, I shall gladly accept. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, a glimmer of joy illuminated Chu Qingyao's eyes as she promptly replied. The Xianyuan ancient realm will open in about 10 days. Since your highness has agreed, I shall send word back to my country, instructing them to prepare in a nearby city for your arrival. 10 days, is it? Lu Yu calculated he could currently remain in the myriad ancient realm for only 10 days at a time. Given that he had 3 days remaining in this day, it seemed he would perfectly coincide with the opening of the Xianyuan ancient realm upon his next return. The timing was indeed fortuitous. Lu Yu secretly smiled to himself. With a month's preparation time, he could perfectly return to the present world and meticulously investigate the historical figure from the primordial era. One of the fortunate few who achieved enlightenment in an unconventional manner, he needed to ascertain the precise location within the Xianyuan ancient realm where the primordial Tao fruit was discovered, to avoid wandering aimlessly like a headless fly within its confines. Chu Qingyao, oblivious to Lu Yu's thoughts, was already brimming with anticipation for this journey into the Xianyuan ancient realm. Upon seeing Lu Yu's agreement, she immediately sent a message to the great Chu ancient kingdom, preparing to bid farewell to Lu Yu and set off towards the nearby city in wait for him. However, just as she was about to speak, Chu Qingyao hesitated. Gazing at Lu Yu's handsome visage, her heart fluttered. For reasons unknown, she felt a lingering reluctance to part ways with him that moment of uncertainty. Her guardian, a female sage from the great Chu ancient kingdom, gracefully approached. After offering a slight bow to Lu Yu, she turned to Chu Qingyao with a gentle smile. Your Highness, we have just received a message from the old ruler. Why has grandfather sent a message? Chu Qingyao was taken aback and quickly inquired, her eyes filled with concern. Is something the matter with grandfather? Not at all, the female sage replied, observing Chu Qingyao's innocent and endearing demeanor with a slight smile. She stepped closer and whispered into the princess's ear. The old ruler mentioned that since His Highness Lu Yu has agreed to accompany you, there is no need for you to rush to wait near the ancient realm. There are many opportunities within the realm, and since you wish to travel with His Highness, it is essential to be adequately prepared. As she spoke, the sage cast an admiring glance at Lu Yu, her eyes sparkling with appreciation. If His Highness agrees, my lord wishes for Princess Qingyao to stay with you for a time, allowing you both to become familiar with one another. This will facilitate your cooperation and understanding once you enter the Xianyuan ancient realm. May I ask if His Highness is amenable to this? Upon hearing her guardian's words, Chu Qingyao's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and her beautiful eyes revealed a struggle. She wished to nod in agreement, but feared that such a direct response might seem a tad too forward. Below, countless male cultivators and young prodigies in Ming City held their breath, their hearts racing as they beheld their goddess, their nerves taut with anticipation, though they no longer believed themselves capable of competing with Lu Yu. They were reluctant to relinquish hope until the final moment. Thus, they fervently prayed in their hearts for Chu Qingyao to withhold her agreement. As long as she did not acquiesce, they could convince themselves that a glimmer of hope remained. Yet, in the next instant, Lu Yu could faintly hear the sound of countless hearts shattering. Then in the coming days, I kindly request your guidance. Esteemed Prince Lu Yu, Chu Qingyao spoke softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Her face adorned with shyness. Gone was the aloof, ethereal grace she once possessed. She resembled a bashful bride on the threshold of marriage. Lu Yu smiled gently and stepped forward, tenderly taking Chu Qingyao's hand. Under the watchful gaze of countless heartbroken eyes, and amid the affectionate smiles of Ming and the female sage from the great Chu ancient kingdom, they boarded his divine vessel. However, just as Lu Yu prepared to return to his family, a radiant figure shot up into the sky within Ming City, arriving before his divine vessel. Ming and the other guardians furrowed their brows, ready to admonish the newcomer, but before they could utter a word, the young man who had soared forth spoke respectfully. I, Nan Gongwan, a seed of enlightenment from the Butian Tao, have witnessed the majesty of the prince today and am filled with admiration. If the prince does not mind, I wish to follow you from this day forth and serve as one of your subordinates. I humbly request this opportunity. With that, the young man took a deep breath, adjusted his attire, and, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, knelt before Lu Yu in reverence. My heavens, what am I witnessing? The seed of enlightenment from Butian Dao is actively seeking to become a follower of Prince Lu Yu. After a brief moment of silence, a cacophony erupted within Ming Dao City. Everyone looked at Nan Gongwen in disbelief, nearly rendered speechless by the shock that Butian Dao was a formidable, immortal lineage, rivaling the great Chu ancient kingdom. With a far richer heritage than the Jing and Tuoba families, which had risen within the last millennium thanks to the support of the Lu family. Consequently, Nan Gongwen, as the foremost seed of enlightenment from Butian Dao, surpassed the likes of Jing Yushin in both talent and strength. Even compared to Chu Qingyao, he would not fall too far behind. The fact that such a figure would voluntarily request to become Lu Yu's follower was astounding. This pledge of allegiance was not merely a verbal commitment. Once Lu Yu consented, Nan Gongwen's extraordinary fortune would be intertwined with Lu Yu's. Much like Ji Ming and the other guardians, he would share in the glory and disgrace of Lu Yu. Should Lu Yu face any misfortune, even a minor setback, it would adversely affect Nan Gongwen and his fellow followers, potentially shrouding their paths in darkness and hindering their progress. Moreover, as the leading seed of enlightenment from Butian Dao, while he may not represent the entirety of the sect, he undeniably embodied a significant faction within it. In essence, Nan Gongwen's allegiance would not solely reflect his own dedication, but would symbolize the loyalty of at least a third of Butian Dao's might. As soon as Nan Gongwen spoke, even the revered Dao protector, Chu Qingyao, was taken aback. Although she held a favorable view of Lu Yu and made every effort to facilitate her own princess's visit to the imperial palace. In her plans, as well as those of other high-ranking officials of the great Chu ancient nation, the notion of having her princess wholly devote herself to Lu Yu was to be approached with caution, requiring further observation before any decisions were made. Little did she anticipate that this seed of enlightenment, destined to mend the heavens, would be so resolute, willing to stake everything on Lu Yu's chariot after a single battle in Ming Dao City. Perhaps it was time to hasten their steps and contact the monarch. Once the Xinyuan ancient realm concluded, they would request the Lu family to allow the princess to remain by the side of the 9 emperors. The great Chu's female sage pondered. She did not harbor the delusion that her princess would qualify as Lu Yu's primary consort. After all, the status of the Lu family's imperial scion was unparalleled. His primary consort would undoubtedly be chosen from the most prestigious imperial lineages of the era. If they, as an ancient and illustrious lineage, did not seize the initiative and delayed too long, they might find themselves unable even to secure a position as a secondary consort. Lu Yu, however, paid no mind to the thoughts of the great Chu's female sage, observing Nan Gong when kneeling before him. He could sense the sincerity in his intentions to ally with him. Yet he did not rush to acquiesce. Instead, he responded with mild indifference. Weren't you previously on good terms with the Tuoba and Jing families? Nan Gongwen's expression turned somewhat bitter. After a moment of hesitation, he candidly replied, "To be honest, my connections with them are superficial at best. I only came to this Ming Dao conference to support them at the behest of the elders of my sect. However, when they engaged in a confrontation with your excellency, I did indeed entertain the thought of joining them in attacking IT that moment." Nan Gongwen felt compelled to act. He believed that if he did not seize the opportunity to fight alongside Jing Yushin and the others against Lu Yu, he would forever remain in Lu Yu's shadow, with no chance to spar with him again in this lifetime. Yet he had not expected that Lu Yu could suppress even the combined onslaught of Jing Yushin and his companions with a single strike. It was that display of prowess that utterly captivated Nan Gongwen. Sensing the sincerity in Nan Gongwen's words, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile. "Your honesty reveals your intelligence, and I, as the Imperial Scion, appreciate astute subordinates. From now on, you shall remain by my side and serve me." Upon hearing Lu Yu's affirmation, Nan Gongwen, who had initially felt apprehensive, was instantly overwhelmed with joy. He promptly performed a grand bow. Pledging his loyalty to Lu Yu, his vow solidified. A subtle yet profound connection formed between him and Lu Yu, akin to that which had bound Ji Ming and others who had previously pledged their allegiance. Henceforth, their fates would intertwine, and his loyalty to Lu Yu would be unwavering. However, such a binding of fortune came with its prerequisites. Point 1, either had to attain the level of the saintly path, or, like Nangong 1, be an extraordinary prodigy of enlightenment, born with immense destiny. Ordinary practitioners of the divine path, or those hailed as prodigies from imperial realms, lacked the qualifications to bind their fortunes in such a manner. Witnessing Nangong Wen's genuine pledge to follow Lu Yu stirred a commotion among the multitude of prodigies gathered at the Ming conference. Their gazes towards Lu Yu grew fervent, and a new wave of talented individuals surged forward. These were prodigies from sacred lands. Although they could not compare to the seeds of enlightenment, they were still considered exceptional among the younger generation, possessing their own share of promising destiny. Observing Lu Yu accept Nangong 1, they too wished to follow in his footsteps. However, Lu Yu held no interest in this group. As the Imperial Scion of the present age, he was not obliged to accept just anyone. He did not disdain the talent from sacred lands. Rather, he discerned that this particular batch was merely opportunistic. Had Lu Yu not attended the Ming conference, these prodigies would have been bowing and flattering Jing Yushin or Tuoba Xian and Tuoba. How instead? Lacking sincerity and not possessing talents as remarkable as Nangong Wen's, they sought only to exchange a few flattering words in hopes of rising alongside him. He was an Imperial Scion, not a saint. Rest assured, Your Excellency. Without needing further prompting from Lu Yu, Ming had already perceived his master's intentions. He stepped forward, and with a gentle shake of his gilded halberd, an invisible aura of authority stood guard before the group of sacred land prodigies. Esteemed guests, the Imperial Scion has grown weary and wishes to return to the Imperial Palace for rest. I kindly ask that you remain here, despite the audacity of some prodigies from the sacred lands wishing to speak further. A single glance from Ming sent chills down their spines, rendering them mute. Lu paid them no further heed, taking Chu Qingyao and Nangong 1 with him as he turned back towards his imperial vessel. Under the watchful gaze of countless awestruck onlookers, he returned to the Lu family's imperial court. Was this truly the imperial court? Above the Lu family's imperial city, within the grand imperial court, Chu Qingyao and Nangong 1 followed closely behind Lu Yu, their hearts racing as they beheld the majestic scene of towering palaces, swirling divine mists, and the overwhelming presence of imperial might. Both being exceptional individuals, the 9th princess of an immortal ancient nation and the foremost prodigy of an immortal lineage, they had previously visited other imperial tier sects with their family elders. Those sects had also exuded grandeur, yet in comparison to the Lu family, they felt as though they were worlds apart. The stark contrast heightened their unease, especially when they noticed the curious gazes of other Lu family experts from different imperial palaces directed towards them, causing their breaths to quicken. Sensing their apprehension, Lu Yu smiled gently and quickened his pace, leading them towards the Li Hua imperial palace. The warmth of his consideration enveloped Nangong 1 and Chu Qingyao, deepening their admiration for him. Upon entering the imperial palace, their eyes widened not in astonishment at the decor of formations, but the sight of a childhood idol. Zhen Shan dashing, Chu Qingyao and Nangong 1 hurriedly bowed. Their eyes filled with reverence as they gazed upon Lu Zhenshan, the embodiment of youthful glory in the annals of history. The remarkable feats of this unparalleled sage were well known among the young prodigies of the Taishan realm. Lu Zhenshan waved his hand, signaling them to rise, his gaze towards Lu Yu brimming with immeasurable pride. Well done, little one. You handled the affairs of Mingdao City commendably. He patted Lu Yu on the shoulder and gestured to a Lu family sage who stepped forward with a smile, placing a tray covered with red cloth upon a table in the imperial palace. Before the red cloth was removed, both Chu Qingyao and Nangong 1 could sense an indescribable, overwhelming pressure emanating from beneath it. What is this? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, Lu Zhenshan smiled mysteriously, gesturing for the Lu family sage to unveil the contents. Once the red cloth was lifted, Chu Qingyao and Nangong 1 simultaneously raised their brows. Astonished, beneath the cloth lay 3 vials of extraordinary supreme blood, each exuding an indescribable, vast aura of supremacy. An overwhelming surge of life energy radiated from the blood within those vials. Had it not been for the substantial quality of the jade bottles sealing them, they would have had no doubt that the potency of these 3 vials of blood could sweep through the entire imperial court, influencing even the Liu family's imperial city beneath the heavens. The exuberant fluctuations of life signify merely a singular possibility. These 3 vials of precious blood are the finest, directly extracted from the hearts of supreme beings of the highest order. Their value is so extraordinary that it could rival that of the blood of an ordinary emperor on the path to enlightenment. Both Chu Qingyao and Nangong, one could not help but swallow hard, their gazes towards Lu Yu increasingly filled with a the cultivation resource prepared for the prince of the imperial clan by the Liu family. The depth of the foremost imperial lineage in the world is indeed terrifying. Yet they could not fathom from which supreme beings this precious blood had been obtained, as Chu Qingyao and Nangong, when experienced a mix of shock and confusion. They pondered the implications of extracting blood from the heart. For supreme beings, such an event would be akin to a fate worse than death. The extraction of an entire vial of heart's blood could render millennia of arduous cultivation utterly meaningless, perhaps even jeopardizing their future path, making further advancement in this life impossible. Thus, should any supreme being sense that their heart's blood was to be extracted, they would surely resist to the death. To extract 3 vials of supreme blood would likely require the intervention of a creation-level supreme. At the very least, a quasi-emperor would need to preside over the operation to ensure success. However, they had not heard of any quasi-emperor from the Liu family recently emerging from seclusion, nor had they sensed any fluctuations indicative of a battle among supreme beings. Even if such a confrontation occurred beyond the realm of Taishan, the energies would still affect the very fabric of the Taishan realm. While Nangong Wan and Chu Qingyao were engulfed in perplexity, Lu Yu remained remarkably composed. After casting a brief glance at the 3 vials of blood, he returned his attention to Lu Jinshan and jested, "Uncle, these mere 3 vials of blood are, at most, equivalent to 3 supreme medicinal herbs. Yet you owe your grandson a full 10 herbs." Lu Jinshan chuckled, stroking his beard. "Rest assured, you shall not be deprived of your due rewards. Would your uncle still owe you for such a trifling matter? These 3 vials of blood are not included among the 10 medicinal herbs. Rather, they are a gift from your uncle, recognizing your commendable performance." As he spoke, Lu Jinshan flicked his fingers, causing the seals on the 3 vials to crack open slightly. Instantly, 3 extraordinary, vast auras of supremacy surged forth, filling the entire Lihua imperial palace. Upon sensing these remarkable energies, Chu Qingyao and Nangong Wen's eyes widened in astonishment, their expressions akin to those who had witnessed a ghost. Even Lu Yu could not suppress the flicker of surprise that crossed his features. Amidst the astonished gazes of the 3, Lu Jinshan pointed at the vials of blood and spoke leisurely. "In Mingdao City, there are those from the Jing family who dared to employ the edict of supremacy against you. I was aware of this at the very moment it occurred. However, since you had the protection of the sacred King Ming by your side, I refrained from intervening directly. Instead, I took a detour to the ancestral grounds of the Jing family, summoned their 3 supremes, and reasoned with them. Perhaps feeling a sense of guilt, they willingly opened their own hearts, and each offered a vial of blood." Lu Jinshan's words were delivered softly, yet they resonated like thunder in the ears of Chu Qingyao and Nangong Wan. The young lady instinctively covered her cherry lips, struggling to contain the tumultuous rise and fall of her chest. Nangong Wan trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief as he gazed at the 3 vials of blood. Even Lu Yu raised his brows, his eyes sparking with intensity. On this day, within the various factions of the Taishan realm, a clandestine message began to spread like wildfire. The 3 supreme beings of the illustrious Jing family suddenly declared yet another retreat, expected to remain hidden for several millennia. Accompanying this announcement, the once arrogant descendants of the Jing family lowered their heads, many of them directly confined by their elders and ancestors within the territory of the Jing family. As the news circulated, the various powers of the Taishan realm felt a minor tremor. In light of such a striking revelation, the acquisition of 3 vials of supreme blood by the prince of the Liu family seemed almost trivial. Lu Yu, too, found it unnecessary to squander the precious time left over from an era long past by focusing on the Jing family. In the following 2 days, it was uncertain whether it was due to the 3 vials of supreme blood or the divine fire originating from Jing Yaoshan. But with the aid of those vials, Lu Yu's efficiency in refining the accompanying divine fire soared dramatically. His cultivation advanced 2 realms, reaching the pinnacle of the heavenly king stage. Furthermore, through his discussions and exchanges of insights with Chu Qingyao, he successfully grasped the essence of the Taichu ancient scroll's royal pathway and refined a supreme-level sword technique, the pure yang slash, to a small degree of mastery. His combat prowess surged once more. Though he had yet to step into the realm of the Emperor, Lu Yu believed he could contend with even the strongest of initial-stage Emperor-level experts. Sensing the vigorous divine power radiating from Lu Yu, Chu Qingyao's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. While she could not ascertain the extent of Lu Yu's strength, she felt certain that she would not last even a single exchange in his presence. Regrettably, time was running short that a trace of sorrow flickered in Chu Qingyao's eyes. Beside her, Nangongwen could not help but exclaim, if only the prince had a bit more time, he would undoubtedly refine even more supreme blood and divine fire. At that point, upon entering the Xianyuan ancient realm, he would surely sweep through the competition and achieve renown across the world. Upon hearing their words, Lu Yu merely smiled. Time running short? Not necessarily. With the cultivation over the past 2 days, the 3 vials of supreme blood and Jingyao Shun's divine fire had already been preliminarily integrated within him, ready to accompany him back to the present world. This signified that Lu Yu had gained an additional month of refining time. Moreover, with these treasures assisting him, his cultivation would continue to rise steadily upon his return, preventing any loss of precious time due to the diminished cultivation environment of the ancient era. Additionally, with this month available upon his return to the present, Lu Yu could investigate the whereabouts of the fortunate individual who had acquired the primordial Dao fruit within the Xianyuan ancient realm during the early years of the ancient age. However, such matters pertained to Lu Yu's greatest trump card, and thus he would not reveal them, instead opting for a subtle smile and remaining silent as the countdown approached its conclusion within the imperial residence exclusively belonging to Lu Yu in the Li Hua Imperial Palace. He dismissed those around him, closed his eyes, and turned his thoughts inward. Boom! The golden gate of eternity burst open, engulfing Lu Yu's figure once more. 3 days hence, at the border of the great Zhou dynasty, a youth clad in white soared through the clouds on a shimmering rainbow, hastening towards the distant Sunyan mountain range. Witnessing the audacious actions of this young man, the multitude of martial artists gathered near Sunyan mountain could not suppress their astonishment. The Sunyan mountain range marks the boundary between the great Zhou and the great Xia dynasties, serving as the largest lair for ferocious beasts between the 2 nations, within this seemingly endless expanse of mountains. Traces of celestial king-level beasts have even been reported. Thus, martial artists traversing between the Great Zhou and Great Xia have traditionally employed spirit vessels, forming teams to navigate the treacherous terrain of the Sanyan mountain range. By utilizing the protection of these vessels and the collective strength of their numbers, they could intimidate the beasts within the mountains, ensuring a safer passage to their destinations. Yet, the term relative safety is applied cautiously, for the Sanyan mountain range harbors terrifying creatures. Even when faced with the formidable spirit vessels manned by hundreds of elite martial artists, these beasts could readily reveal their fangs, shattering the vessels and devouring the entire crew as sustenance. The risk of encountering danger is ever present, even for those traveling in groups aboard spirit vessels. To traverse the Sunyan mountain range alone on a sword is akin to a rare miracle if even 1 out of 10,000 survives. At the entrance to the Sanyan mountain range on the side of the Great Zhou, a middle-aged martial artist shook his head, a glimmer of pity flashing in his eyes as he observed the white-clad youth. It was a shame that such a promising young man would likely meet his demise at the jaws of the beasts lurking within the Sanyan mountain range. One could only wonder which family's descendant had ventured out for training without an elder to offer some words of caution. This middle-aged martial artist held a respectable position within the city, responsible for organizing martial artists to hire spirit vessels. Upon hearing his remarks, several martial artists echoed his sentiments, some expressing regret, while others scoffed at the white-clad youth's overconfidence. Amidst their discussions, a few merchants traveling between the Great Zhou and Great Xia suddenly looked up in disbelief at the retreating figure of the youth, their eyes filled with astonishment. Wasn't that the esteemed personage we encountered in the southern Xian city at the Shen family? One young merchant stammered, swallowing hard as he glanced at the leading elder merchant. The elder merchant, with a weathered face, was equally taken aback, slowly nodding in affirmation after a moment of contemplation. Indeed, it is he. What are you lot chattering about? How did you recognize that white-robed lad? The middle-aged supervisor, noticing the unusual expressions on the merchants' faces, furrowed his brow and inquired. The other martial artists turned their attention towards the merchants, amusement flickering in their eyes. Initially, they had speculated that the youth might be some reclusive powerhouse with an extraordinary background, playing among mortals. Though the likelihood seemed slim, it was still a possibility. However, seeing the merchants recognize him diminished the youth's standing considerably. Surely, once he entered the Sand Mountain range, he would be devoured by the beast before he could fly 100 miles. A martial artist chuckled quietly. Yet in the next moment his laughter was abruptly cut short as the middle-aged supervisor pressed for answers. The young merchants became somewhat anxious, while the elder merchant, maintaining his composure, hastily clasped his hands and lowered his voice. I dare not conceal from the supervisor, if this old man is not mistaken, that youth is none other than the head of the Liu family, His Highness Liu Yu. Those who had been mocking Liu Yu fell instantly silent, including the middle-aged supervisor, whose expression became particularly animated. Who is Liu Yu? In less than 3 months, he single-handedly slew the Spirit King, Ping Yuyan, and killed Zhou Rue, leading the Liu family to become the uncrowned king of the 3 northern states. Subtly establishing his own power, his reputation had already spread throughout the Great Zhou. For such a figure to traverse the Tsangyan mountain range, the dangers posed by the beasts were hardly worth concern. Indeed, it would be the beast that should pray for mercy to avoid crossing paths with this calamity capable of slaying even the perfected celestial kings with a single stroke. Yet, why did His Highness Liu Yu suddenly wish to cross the Tsangyan mountain range? What could he possibly seek in the Great Xia? Could it be that he intends to ally with the Great Xia to counter the Great Zhou? The middle-aged supervisor pondered, shivering involuntarily as he felt he had inadvertently touched upon a formidable scheme. If Liu Yu were to learn of this supervisor's thoughts, he would likely burst into laughter. With his current strength, he had no need for alliances with the Great Xia to supplant the Great Zhou. A single sword stroke would suffice. However, he currently lacked the time for such ambitions. The resources acquired from sweeping through the 3 northern states had yet to be fully processed by his family, making expansion unnecessary for the moment. More pressing was the need to uncover the precise whereabouts of the chaotic Dao fruit that had birthed the ancestors of the Yun family within the Xian Yuan ancient realm. Since returning to the mortal realm 3 days prior, Liu Yu had immediately visited the ancestral hall to consult the family's ancient records and inquired among the elders, including his grandfather, to see if anyone possessed knowledge of the Yun family's ancestors. Unfortunately, no one did. In a bid to accelerate his search for leads, Liu Yu had issued a bounty for information regarding the descendants of the Yun family across the 3 northern states. Shortly after the announcement, someone indeed arrived to claim the reward. None other than the subdued and loyal Mou, the Ghost King. According to Mou, during his youth, he had traveled through several nations in the eastern wilderness to break through to the King realm. In the Great Xia, he encountered a minor clan that claimed to be descendants of the Yun family's ancestor, who had achieved enlightenment in the primordial era. Upon receiving this intelligence, Liu Yu immediately conjured 3 spirit talismans to leave for his family. As Liu Yu ascended to the celestial king realm, the range of his spirit talismans also expanded. Though he could not venture too far from the Great Zhou, neighboring nations like the Great Xia posed no problem. With these preparations made, Liu Yu promptly set off for the Great Xia, leading to the scene witnessed by the martial artists at the entrance to the Tsangyan mountain range. Whoosh! The Tsangyan mountain range stretches for tens of thousands of miles. For ordinary spirit vessels to traverse this vast expanse, it would require over 10 days. Without a spirit vessel, even a perfected celestial king would find it challenging to sustain their spiritual energy for the entire journey on a sword, necessitating multiple stops to meditate and recover before continuing. Such a round trip would invariably take upwards of a month, something that was simply unimaginable. Yet for Liu Yu, even if the distance of the Scion mountain range were to increase tenfold, his spiritual energy would still suffice to carry him through the entire journey. In less than half a day's time, Lu Yu had traversed the distance that would typically take nearly 10 days to cover in an ordinary spirit boat. Ahead, amidst the sea of clouds, he could faintly discern several spirit boats that had embarked before him, shimmering in and out of view in front of Lu Yu, for spirit boats glided steadily through the cloudscape. However, despite sharing the same path, the distinction between them was stark and palpable, marked by clear hierarchies. Point one of the boats was evidently larger than the other three, radiating a resplendent purple-gold hue. This magnificent vessel led the way, its surface adorned with intricate flying array patterns that inhaled and exhaled the essence of the heavens, enhancing the boat's speed and stirring gusts of formidable wind. The three trailing boats were compelled to reduce their pace to avoid being swept off course by the turbulent winds. Such an overbearing display elicited furrowed brows among the warriors aboard the three boats, while the leader among them could not suppress his discontented gaze directed toward the purple-gold vessel, his eyes tinged with a hint of frost. Yet, upon catching sight of the figures standing upon the deck of the purple-gold boat, they were compelled to stifle their grievances. The warriors aboard the three boats were not natives of the Great Zhou, but rather formidable martial artists who had ventured from the Great Xia dynasty to the Great Zhou for exploration and trade. The young individuals gracing the deck of the purple-gold vessel were renowned figures within the Great Xia, celebrated talents among the younger generation. Leading them was a captivating young woman, whose beauty was akin to that of a goddess, the divine maiden of the Xianyin sect, Hua Emoli. Whispers circulated among the warriors on the three boats as they observed the enchanting figure engaging in playful banter with several of the Great Xia's prodigies, a glint of wariness flashing in their eyes. Although Hua Emoli was known for her flamboyant demeanor and infamous reputation, her noble lineage and formidable prowess were undeniable, complemented by her entrancing beauty that drew countless admirers. It was no surprise that she commanded such a grand purple-gold vessel, one spacious enough to accommodate over 1,000 martial artists, yet currently occupied by merely herself and her few loyal followers, totaling no more than a dozen when including her protectors. This audacious display not only incited feelings of frustration, but also garnered envious glances. Sensing the envious stares directed her way, Hua Emoli's smile grew ever more radiant. Her nature was one that reveled in ostentation, relishing the sight of others rendered speechless by their own resentment. In this moment, the warriors aboard the three boats unwittingly fulfilled her desires, leaving her in a state of sheer delight. With a mere glance at her chief protector steering the vessel, she signaled for a further reduction in speed. The captain promptly understood her intent and decreased the infusion of spirit stones into the vessel's flight array. As the speed diminished, Lu Yu, trailing behind the four boats, drew closer. Someone is daring enough to traverse the Tsang-Yin mountain range on a rainbow. Which expert possesses such audacity, upon sensing the aura emanating from behind? The warriors aboard the four spirit boats turned their attention. When they beheld Lu Yu's youthful and handsome visage, a flicker of astonishment danced in their eyes. Meanwhile, Hua Emoli's gaze ignited with a flame of desire. Unable to resist, she licked her vibrant red lips and addressed Lu Yu with a voice that was both alluring and teasing. "Dear little brother, why are you traversing the Tsang-Yin mountain range all alone? Are you not aware of the dangers that lurk here? You must be exhausted from your journey. Come aboard my spirit boat. It's quite spacious, and you can rest if you're tired. I can teach you many things you may not know." At the sound of Hua Emoli's enticing words, many warriors on the three boats felt their hearts stir. The expressions of those accompanying Hua Emoli darkened as they glared at Lu Yu, their eyes nearly igniting with fury. Yet, Lu Yu remained composed, seemingly indifferent to Hua Emoli's smoldering gaze. Though this was their first encounter, he had already discerned the nature of her interactions with the surrounding prodigies through his keen perception prior to joining them. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he had not reached the point of desperation where he would settle for something so unappealing. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I prefer to travel alone," he replied, his tone polite yet firm. Upon hearing Lu Yu's seemingly courteous but unyielding refusal, Hua Emoli's expression darkened considerably. Her gaze towards him now bore a hint of frost. "Little brother, are you rejecting my invitation?" she inquired, her voice laced with a chilling undertone. Before she could give the order, her protectors from the Xianyin sect leaped from the spirit boat. blocking Lu Yu's path. You have one more chance. Will you board the ship? Or will you continue on your own? Observing the Xian sect experts obstructing his way, Lu Yu could only shake his head in resignation, muttering to himself about the troubles that often accompany beauty. He then addressed the Xian sect warriors with a dispassionate tone. I am giving you an opportunity. Return to your spirit boat now, and I shall treat this as if nothing has occurred. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. How audacious! You dare to speak so boldly. The young prodigies surrounding Hua and Mo Li could not contain their outrage. Elders, swiftly take this brat down and bring him to face the divine maiden's wrath. But just as the situation escalated, a thunderous roar echoed from the mountains below. The commotion caused by the 4 spirit boats lingering in the air attracted the attention of ferocious beasts, their menacing auras locking onto the vessels. The warriors aboard the spirit boats turned pale as the Xian sect experts, realizing the impending danger, rushed back to their vessel, urging it to accelerate. With a swift maneuver, they left Lu Yu and the other 3 spirit boats trailing behind. Witnessing this, the warriors of the remaining boats grew anxious. The leaders among them hastily activated their spirit boats to hasten their escape from the rampaging beasts. However, as they passed by Lu Yu, they hesitated momentarily before calling out to him. Young friend, do not hesitate. Quickly board the ship. The beasts have sensed our presence. Do not remain stubborn. If you truly wish to travel alone, you may leave once we have passed through this perilous stretch. Indeed, any of our boats will suffice. Come aboard quickly so we can evade these beasts. The warriors from the 3 boats, who had previously faced oppression from the Xian sect, felt a sense of camaraderie upon seeing Lu Yu in a similar predicament. They urged him to join them. Seeing their gestures, a glint of coldness crossed Hua and Mo Li's eyes. Third elder, she commanded icily. Her chief protector immediately understood, assuring her, do not worry, divine maiden. Leave it to me. The third elder of the Xian sect let out a sinister laugh. Suddenly raising his hand, a surge of pure spiritual energy violently surged into the flight array patterns of the purple gold spirit boat. Boom! The flight array patterns immediately erupted with divine light, causing the speed of the purple gold spirit boat to increase dramatically at the same time. As the purple gold spirit boat accelerated, it stirred up a tempestuous gale, akin to a tornado, which violently struck the 3 spirit boats above, causing them to lose balance and their speed to plummet. The warriors aboard the 3 spirit boats were caught off guard. In the midst of the beastly assault, that Huang Mojili actually dared to employ such despicable tactics. This was no longer mere bullying. It was an attempt to doom them all. The eyes of the warriors aboard the 3 spirit boats instantly turned red with fury. The 3 leaders, all of whom were in the King realm, also changed color in unison. Without a moment's hesitation to summon Lu Yu, they swiftly moved to the flight array patterns of their respective spirit boats, attempting to stabilize them. However, the gale was incited by the 3rd elder of the Xian sect in the Heavenly King realm. With their cultivation levels, they could not quickly restore the balance of the spirit boats in such a frantic situation. They could only watch helplessly as hundreds of flying beasts surged from below, claws bared, charging towards their spirit boats. Damn it! Everyone, prepare yourselves. Activate the defensive and offensive spirit arrays. We must eliminate this group of beasts first. One of the 3 King realm leaders cursed under his breath before issuing a loud command. The warriors understood that they were facing a life-or-death crisis. Each one quickly took action, moving towards the array patterns and infusing them with spiritual energy. No one disobeyed the order. Yet, the gravity in the eyes of the 3 King realm leaders did not diminish in the slightest. The sudden onslaught of hundreds of flying beasts was far too daunting. Each beast had reached the quasi-king level, and among the strongest, some even possessed king-level cultivation. Even with the protection of the spirit boat's grand array, after such a fierce battle, at least half of the warriors aboard the 3 spirit boats would be injured or killed. If luck were to run out, even the 3 leaders could suffer severe injuries. Damn Xian sect. The 3 King realm leaders could not help but curse resentfully, just as they were about to strike. At that moment, swish, Lu Yu soared into the air, appearing before the 3 spirit boats, shielding them behind him, standing defiantly in front of the oncoming horde of beasts. Young friend, what are you doing? The 3 King realm leaders, as well as the warriors aboard the 3 spirit boats, were struck by disbelief. Even Hua Mojili and her companions aboard the purple-gold spirit boat halted their vessel, casting astonished glances at Lu Yu. Their eyes filled with confusion. Was this young man out of his mind? Did he truly believe he could single-handedly stand against such a multitude of beasts? The few prodigies beside Hua Mojili, who already harbored immense jealousy towards Lu Yu for nearly stealing their beloved goddess, could not help but sneer at the sight of him standing alone against the horde, while Hua Mojili felt a mix of satisfaction and regret. She lamented the loss of such a fine appearance. Had she known beasts were on their way, she would have had the elder act sooner, ensuring he could be captured and toyed with before being handed over to the beasts. However, despite her regrets, Hua Mojili did not utter a word to have her protector intervene and save Lu Yu. After all, the strength of those hundreds of beasts had surpassed what even the third elder of the Xianyin sect could handle. Only someone of quasi-emperor strength would dare to claim they could rescue Lu Yu from the clutches of such a horde. Yet, even the sect leader of the Xianyin sect was of that level. Such a figure, even if they were to stand beside Hua Mojili, would not dare to give reckless orders. While Hua Mojili felt regret, the leaders aboard the 3 spirit boats, along with their warriors, were equally perplexed by Lu Yu's audacity. However, they could not bear to see a mere youth standing in front of them. "Young brother, come aboard. We will face this together," one of the female martial kings, the highest in cultivation among the 3 leaders, called out to Lu Yu. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu turned around, revealing a gentle smile. The female martial king's heart trembled, and before she could regain her composure, she saw Lu Yu already raising his hand, drawing his sword. The celestial sword cry resonated like thunder, echoing through the clouds. Under the incredulous gazes of the assembled warriors, Lu Yu swung his hand, unleashing a magnificent sword light that surged forth like a sun rising in the sky, sweeping towards the horde of beasts. Wherever it passed, the beasts were as powerless as winter snow before the blazing summer sun. Whether quasi-king or king realm, none could endure even a breath before being reduced to ashes, vanishing into the void. What kind of sword technique is this? The warriors were left dumbfounded, their eyes filled with disbelief as they gazed at Lu Yu. Yet, Lu Yu remained composed. What he employed was the pure yang slashing Dao technique, which he had comprehended to a minor success level with the help of Chu Qingyao before returning to the present world. Although limited by his cultivation, this strike had not fully unleashed the potential of the minor success level of the pure yang slashing Dao technique. Its power was still not to be underestimated, let alone the hundreds of flying beasts that could be easily suppressed by quasi-emperors. Even if hundreds of quasi-emperor or king realm beasts were to come forth, Lu Yu's strike could still effortlessly wipe them out. The warriors' hearts surged with excitement. However, before they could calm down, the distant cries of the Xianyin sect experts, resembling the wails of slaughtered pigs, suddenly erupted, causing the tension in the hearts of the warriors to tighten once more. Third Elder turned the spirit boat around quickly. Ahead lies a horde of bloodthirsty demon mosquitoes. "Don't rush me. I'm doing my best," the Elder exclaimed, panic written all over his face. "That we're doomed. If the bloodthirsty demon mosquito horde reaches us, we will all perish." Aboard the purple-gold spirit boat, the previously aloof and composed Hua Mojili and her companions, who had been watching Lu Yu and the others desperately fend off the hundreds of flying beasts, now wore expressions of terror. Even the third elder appeared horrified, desperately channeling spiritual energy to steer the spirit boat toward Lu Yu's side. Behind them, a dark swarm, resembling a cloud of gray mist, was rushing towards them as they finally discerned the nature of that monstrous horde. The warriors aboard the 3 spirit boats were immediately filled with dread. It's the bloodthirsty demon mosquito horde. What on earth are the border guards doing? Why haven't they cleared out so many bloodthirsty demon mosquitoes? How could they allow them to form a beast horde? There was no time to ponder such matters. They had to flee for their lives. One of the leaders aboard the 3 spirit boats roared. Even the somewhat infatuated female martial king quickly regained her senses, promptly directing her warriors to turn their spirit boat around, preparing to escape. Though the individual bloodthirsty demon mosquitoes possessed low cultivation, generally only at the divine bridge realm, If they were to encounter a solitary bloodthirsty demon mosquito, or merely a few hundred or thousand of them clustered together, they would not be fearful. Any King Realm warrior could easily eliminate a swarm of bloodthirsty demon mosquitoes. However, when a number of gathered bloodthirsty demon mosquitoes reached over 100,000, the situation changed drastically. A congregation of over 100,000 bloodthirsty demon mosquitoes, starting from the divine bridge realm, could give rise to leaders that broke through to the quasi-king or even king realm, under the command of these leaders. A horde of over 100,000 bloodthirsty demon mosquitoes would be enough to send even quasi-emperor experts fleeing in terror, utterly unable to resist. This kind of beast horde could only be reported to the imperial city and request the emperor's intervention for any hope of annihilation. On 3 ethereal vessels, a multitude of martial artists gazed at the ominous tide of bloodthirsty demon mosquitoes. A chill coursed through their hearts, compelling them to desperately channel their spiritual energy, enhancing the vessel's escape velocity. Yet, the sheer number of the bloodthirsty demon mosquitoes was overwhelming. Even with the assistance of the purple gold spirit vessel commanded by the adept members of the Xianyin sect, led by Huang Malalai, which drew a significant portion of the onslaught, a considerable number of these fiends managed to breach its defenses, charging towards them with lethal intent. As the dark wave of bloodthirsty demon mosquitoes closed in, despair filled the eyes of the martial artists aboard the 3 vessels. Just then, with a swift motion, Lu Yu flickered into action. Each time he paused, he appeared behind one of the vessels, unleashing a powerful palm strike with an unparalleled precision that sent one vessel soaring thousands of feet away. Breaking free from the encirclement of the mosquitoes in the span of 3 breaths, Lu Yu executed 3 strikes, rescuing the martial artists from all 3 vessels at a speed that was almost beyond comprehension. The martial artists aboard felt the rush of wind roaring past their ears. When they regained their senses, they found themselves at a distance of thousands of feet away. Who was this young master? What divine being possessed such strength? They exchanged incredulous glances, their faces etched with disbelief. Even the 3 leading experts of the Wang realm appeared momentarily dazed, for Lu Yu was astonishingly youthful, certainly not exceeding the age of 20. Yet his prowess eclipsed theirs by unfathomable magnitudes, leaving them to contemplate whether their decades of cultivation had been for naught. Surely, such a prodigy could not belong to the great Xia, as they were still reeling from the shock. Lu Yu flickered once more, darting out of the encirclement of the bloodthirsty demon mosquitoes. Meanwhile, on the purple gold spirit vessel enveloped by the swarm, the voices of desperation rang out. "Young master, your highness, senior, we were blind to your greatness. Please, do not hold our ignorance against us, and save us. If you intervene, I, a humble maiden, pledge to be your servant, merely seeking a chance at survival." The elder, a 3rd elder of the Xianyin sect, proclaimed, "If you lend your aid, our sect shall forever remember your kindness." From the esteemed 3rd elder to Huang Malalai and the talented individuals surrounding her, they all witnessed Lu Yu effortlessly obliterating hundreds of flying demon beasts and rescuing the martial artists aboard the 3 vessels. Hope ignited in their eyes as they realized they had encountered a savior. They activated the defensive formations on their vessels, barely holding off the onslaught of the bloodthirsty mosquitoes while pleading for Lu Yu's assistance. Observing their pitiful and woeful displays, many martial artists aboard the 3 vessels furrowed their brows. Though they felt a mix of disdain and pity for the Xianyin sect, Lu Yu remained calm, not sparing a glance at the purple gold vessel. After rescuing the martial artists from the 3 vessels, he soared into the clouds, summoning a radiant sword light, preparing to leave the swarm of demon mosquitoes behind and continue towards the great Xia dynasty. Witnessing his actions, the Xianyin sect members aboard the purple gold vessel were utterly disheartened, and they could not help but curse Lu Yu. "You arrogant brat, such cold-heartedness will surely bring you retribution." Many began to scream at the bloodthirsty mosquitoes surrounding them. "Do not focus solely on us. Look at that departing youth. If you kill him, your power will surely advance." Watching their despicable behavior, the martial artists aboard the 3 vessels, who had initially felt sympathy for the Xianyin sect, turned pale with disdain, their gazes filled with contempt. It seemed the bloodthirsty mosquitoes, perhaps understanding the implications of the Xianyin sect's words, or simply unwilling to let go of such prime prey. Divided into a large faction and accelerated towards Lu Yu, intent on pursuing him. Upon witnessing this scene, Huang and her companions aboard the purple gold vessel erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Retribution has arrived. You are doomed, boy. Join us on our journey to oblivion. Meanwhile, the martial artists aboard the three vessels, having been saved by Lu Yu, watched in horror as the three Wang realm leaders exchanged glances. Their expressions shifting as determination flashed in their eyes. Almost in unison, they unleashed their escape techniques, racing towards Lu Yu while releasing their own blood energy to divert the attention of the bloodthirsty mosquitoes. Young master, hurry! Leave these beasts to us, they shouted. Though they were not particularly powerful, they believed they could draw away the bloodthirsty mosquitoes in gratitude for Lu Yu's earlier rescues. However, before they could reach him, Lu Yu raised his hand, summoning an even more formidable sword light than before, which cascaded down from his blade. In an instant, it reduced the approaching thousands of bloodthirsty mosquitoes to ashes. The three Wang realm leaders, who had steeled themselves for a desperate fight, were left momentarily stunned, their eyes trembling in disbelief. How could this young master, with a single strike, annihilate such a vast horde of demon mosquitoes, though it was not an attack from 100,000? The combined might of thousands was not something an ordinary emperor could withstand. Yet, this young man had shattered the assault with ease. Farther away, Huang and her companions aboard the purple gold vessel, who had been reveling in their earlier triumph, now stood dumbfounded. However, the Xianin sect's third elder suddenly recalled something. Gazing at the remaining bloodthirsty mosquitoes before them, a glimmer of wild joy ignited in his eyes. We are saved. Do not fear. Quickly, channel your spiritual energy into the formations. Suppressing his excitement, the elder transmitted his thoughts to Huang and the others, urging them to act swiftly. Though we may not be able to defeat the remaining mosquitoes, if we give our all, we can break through their encirclement. This is our final chance for survival. Before the elder could finish, he noticed the expressions of fear that erupted in Huang eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned around, his own eyes nearly bulging in horror. Under the desperate gaze of the Xianin sect's experts, Lu Yu smiled gently, aiming at the purple gold vessel they occupied, and flicked his finger. With a soft sound, a thread of spiritual energy shot forth like an arrow, striking the vessel's hull. As the thread connected, the vessel trembled violently. Though the hull remained intact, the protective, offensive, and navigational formations that adorned the vessel collapsed entirely under Lu Yu's flick. The defensive barrier that had shielded Huang and the Xianin sect's experts dissipated into nothingness as the swarm of bloodthirsty mosquitoes, their eyes glowing crimson with hunger, descended upon them. The Xianin sect experts could only scream in terror. Do not come any closer. Yet, driven mad by the scent of fresh blood, the bloodthirsty mosquitoes showed no signs of retreating. At that moment, the remaining tens of thousands of bloodthirsty magic mosquitoes took to the air in a frenzy. Amidst the cacophony of buzzing wings, the anguished screams of the members of the Xianin sect lasted but a few fleeting breaths before succumbing to utter silence. Having feasted sufficiently, the bloodthirsty magic mosquitoes could not resist casting their murderous gaze upon the three spirit boats behind Lu Yu. Yet upon catching sight of Lu Yu's figure, this swarm involuntarily trembled, preparing to flee under the command of their leader. However, how could Lu Yu allow them to escape? His prior leniency had been to enlist their aid in clearing away refuse. Now that the task was complete, Lu Yu would not hold back. With a swift and decisive strike of his sword, he sent the multitude of bloodthirsty magic mosquitoes to the underworld. Sheathing his sword, Lu Yu glanced at the three warriors aboard the distant spirit boats, along with the three team leaders of the Wang realm, all of whom stood with their mouths agape, their eyes reflecting profound astonishment. Though they were aware of Lu Yu's formidable strength, this level of combat prowess was astonishingly exaggerated. With such ease, he had quelled the tide of bloodthirsty magic mosquitoes. Such power could easily rival that of the sovereign of the great Xia dynasty. Who then was this young man? The three team leaders of the Wang realm pondered as they approached, intent on expressing their heartfelt gratitude for Lu Yu's timely rescue. Lu waved his hand dismissively, saying it was but a trifling effort. No need for thanks, that he held a considerable appreciation for these three leaders. Recognizing that not everyone would be willing to risk their life to repay a debt of gratitude, even if they were their savior. Moreover, from the tone of the trio, it was evident that they were all formidable figures from the great Xia dynasty, which piqued Lu Yu's interest. Although King Yu was aware of a Yun family within the great Xia dynasty, it had been far too many years since his youthful travels, and he could not ascertain whether the Yun family still occupied its former position. Thus, Lu Yu decided to inquire with the three individuals before him, asking, "Might you have any knowledge of the Yun family?" The Yun family? The three team leaders exchanged glances, and one of the female martial kings spoke up. "Young master, do you possess more detailed information? Simply mentioning the Yun family is a bit too vague." She continued, "In the great Xia dynasty, there are at least 5 or 6 families with the surname Yun that we are aware of." Lu Yu pondered for a moment before responding. "Is there a family with a long-standing heritage that can trace its lineage back to the ancient era?" Upon hearing this, the female martial king's expression brightened with recognition. "If it is that family you seek, then I am well acquainted with it. The Yun family you are looking for is located in the southern region of the great Xia, specifically in Qingzhou." As she spoke, the female martial king respectfully bowed and introduced herself. "I am Qiu Xian, the grand elder of the Huanling sect, the foremost sect of Qingzhou. If it pleases you, I would be honored to guide you to the Yun family." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's spirits soared, and he nodded in agreement. "I would be most grateful for your assistance, Elder Qiu." Subsequently, Lu Yu took his leave of the others, accompanied by Qiu Xian, while the group of warriors under her command was entrusted to the care of the other 2 team leaders, who readily accepted the responsibility. The 2 team leaders could hardly conceal their envy as they regarded Qiu Xian, recognizing that to befriend such a young master of imperial caliber was extraordinary luck indeed. Should they gain his favor, the entire Huanling sect would surely ascend to new heights. Qiu Xian, the martial king, and her Huanling sect were indeed fortunate, as they watched Qiu Xian and Lu Yu ascend into the skies. One of the younger team leaders could not help but express his envy. The older leader beside him chuckled, replying, "Compared to Qiu Xian and the Huanling sect, the Yun family is truly the fortunate one." They had already heard from Lu Yu that this mysterious young master of the royal realm was said to have a connection with a powerful ancestor of the Yun family. Before his master passed away, he had entrusted Lu Yu with the task of taking care of the Yun family lineage, considering the hardships the Yun family had endured over the years. It was remarkable that today they would experience a reversal of fortunes, leading to such auspicious encounters. Who could foresee such twists of fate? The 2 team leaders could not help but reflect on their thoughts. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, guided by Qiu Xian, quickly traversed the Tsangya mountain range and arrived in the territory of Qingzhou. Throughout the journey, thanks to Qiu Xian's insights, Lu Yu gained a clearer understanding of the Yun family circumstances. The Yun family situation bore some resemblance to that of the Lu family, albeit with considerably less fortune. Decades ago, the Yun family had also produced several prodigies, at one point boasting 5 or 6 experts on the brink of the Wang realm, and had even shown signs of dominating their former territory in Mingzhou. However, just as the Yun family was poised to assert its dominance, the ruling sect of Mingzhou, the Zhanyu sect, caught wind of their ambitions. Seizing upon a trivial excuse, they eliminated several of the Yun family's near-Wang experts. Had it not been for the foresight of the current family head, who decisively relocated to Qingzhou and sought refuge under the Huanling sect's protection, the entire Yun family might have faced annihilation. Now, the Yun family consisted of merely 2 or 3 divine bridge guardians, having long since lost their former glory. Comparatively, their ancestors were hardly worth mentioning. However, the family head did have a daughter named Yun Chan, who appeared to possess considerable talent and had gained a reputation in the vicinity of Nali City, where the Yun family was based. As Qiu Xian spoke, she gestured for Lu Yu to look ahead, that in the distance, a city emerged on the horizon. It was indeed Nali City, the stronghold of the Yun family. As Lu Yu followed Qiu Xian's direction, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Noticing Lu Yu's unusual expression, Qiu Xian turned to gaze at Nali City, only to find her own brow furrowing in concern. What was happening? Were the Zhanyu sect's people audacious enough to cross into Qingzhou to cause trouble? Above Nali City, a group of over 10 martial experts, clad in robes emblazoned with the character Zhan Yu, loomed ominously in the sky. Below them stood a middle-aged couple alongside a refined and graceful young woman, who stood resolutely in defiance against the Zhan Yu sect's formidable presence. Behind them, a throng of Yun family members gathered, their expressions filled with indignation and resentment as they faced the Zhan Yu sect's experts. This scene momentarily left Lu Yu in a daze, for it bore a striking resemblance to the recent plight of his own Lu family. As Lu Yu contemplated this unsettling similarity, a sudden tremor coursed through his consciousness. Landing upon the poised and elegant young woman in the white dress, a flicker of intrigue ignited in his eyes. This young woman exuded an aura of profound fortune. Since accepting Nin Gongwen as his follower, Lu Yu had developed an ability to sense the existence of his own fortune and could vaguely gauge the levels of fortune surrounding those nearby. However, this method of sensing was not precise. It only allowed for a rough estimation of those at the level of Dao seeds. Yet the white-dressed young woman before him radiated a palpable wave of fortune that unmistakably marked her as a genuine Dao seed-level prodigy, a being imbued with great destiny. It was astonishing that such a seemingly fallen family could still produce a talent of this caliber. It seemed the Yun family was indeed no mere pretender, and Lu Yu's journey had not been in vain. Across the vast expanse of ages, even the bloodlines of emperors might face the threat of extinction. What then could be said of a family of quasi-emperors? Thus, despite having received the unambiguous intelligence from King Yu, Lu Yu had nevertheless prepared himself for the possibility of a fruitless expedition. However, upon witnessing the white-dressed young woman, the weight upon his heart significantly lifted. It seemed this white-dressed maiden was none other than Yun Shan, the daughter of the current head of the Yun family. Lu Yu silently nodded. With his keen perception, he could naturally discern that Yun Shan's cultivation had already reached the divine bridge realm. On par with her parents, merely 17 or 18 years of age, akin to Lu Yu himself, she had achieved this level solely through the scant resources of the Yun family, without the aid of numerous rare treasures. It was indeed a testament to the fortune she possessed. Lu Yu, reflecting on this, found himself contemplating the idea of recruiting her. Such a prodigy, if she were to become part of his retinue, would not only bestow considerable fortune upon him in the present world, but would also greatly enhance the overall fortune of the Lu family. However, for the moment, the pressing issue of the Yun family's troubles needed to be addressed first. Lu Yu's gaze turned towards Nanli City. Before he could utter a word, Qiu Xian, unable to contain herself, offered her apologies to Lu Yu and immediately soared into the sky, arriving above Nanli City in an instant. She gazed at the numerous experts from the Zhan Yu sect, her eyes brimming with coldness. The Zhan Yu sect truly behaved tyrannically. One might mistakenly believe that they had already claimed dominion over the land of Qingzhou. On her way, Qiu Xian had confidently assured Lu Yu that should he be unable to intervene, the entire Huanling sect would be more than willing to assist him in safeguarding the Yun family from any danger. Yet, scarcely had those words left her lips when the Zhan Yu sect's group struck, slapping her in the face with their audacity. How could she not be enraged as Qiu Xian's words fell? The oppressive aura of a perfected king realm swept across Nanli City, leaving countless martial artists within taken aback, their gazes filled with astonishment. The members of the Yun family looked to Qiu Xian with surprise and gratitude. But more so, they were simply taken aback. After all, the experts from the Zhan Yu sect had made their way to Nanli City, inevitably stirring the various sects across Qingzhou, the dominant power in Qingzhou. The Huanling sect ought to have been aware of this long ago, yet they had taken no action, allowing this group to encroach upon Nanli City. Clearly, they had tacitly approved of the Zhan Yu sect's movements. So why had Elder Qiu Xian suddenly emerged to halt them? Upon hearing Qiu Xian's declaration, the experts from the Zhan Yu sect furrowed their brows in unison. The leader, a martial king, coldly remarked, "Elder Qiu Xian, we contacted the second elder of your Huanling sect before our arrival. The Huanling sect has consented to our actions. Are you now attempting to breach that agreement?" "What did you say?" Qiu Xian's brows knitted together at his words. She had previously led a group of martial artists to the Great Zhou for training and trade, having been away for months. She had just returned to the Great Xia and immediately brought Lu Yu to Nanli City, leaving her no time to communicate with her sect. Hearing this, her eyes filled with astonishment, but soon, her expression relaxed as a decision formed in her mind. Perhaps the sect had indeed agreed to the Zhan Yu sect's actions for some ulterior motive, but on one side stood the Zhan Yu sect, and on the other, the mysterious yet formidable Lu Yu, whose power likely rivaled that of a monarch. It was clear which was of greater significance. There was no need for further deliberation, as the elder of the Huanling sect. I cannot recognize any agreement made without my consent. You. The Zhan Yu sect leader's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Qiu Xian's words. What? Are you defying us? Qiu Xian shot the man a cold glance, unleashing her perfected king realm pressure upon him, forcing him and his entourage to stagger back several steps. The Zhan Yu sect's experts primarily consisted of those at the Divine Bridge and quasi-king levels, with the leader, Chun Yuan, being a martial king of only mid-level cultivation. Comparatively, he was far inferior to Qiu Xian. Well, since Elder Qiu Xian is so domineering, we shall take our leave. Just remember, you may come to regret this decision. Despite their reluctance, Chun Yuan and the Zhan Yu sect's experts dared not confront Qiu Xian directly. With a resentful remark, they retreated in disgrace. Witnessing the Zhan Yu sect's imposing arrival turn into a hasty retreat, the Yun family collectively exhaled in relief. They eagerly approached Qiu Xian, expressing their heartfelt gratitude for her assistance. Qiu Xian waved her hand, saying, "There is no need to thank me. I merely acted on someone else's behalf. It is young Master Lu Yu who truly intervened to save your entire clan." As she spoke, Qiu Xian gestured for Lu Yu to step forward. The members of the Yun family gazed at Lu Yu with astonishment, as he was remarkably youthful. Many young maidens in the Yun family, upon seeing Lu Yu's handsome features, could not help but be captivated. Even Yun Chan felt a blush creeping to her cheeks. Stealing glances at Lu Yu with shimmering curiosity in her eyes, she could hardly fathom how such a young gentleman had managed to persuade Elder Qiu Xian to come forth and protect the Yun family. Yun Chuan, the head of the Yun family, and his wife, Sun Ning, were equally curious. However, being more seasoned, they quickly approached Lu Yu after Qiu Xian's introduction, bowing deeply with their daughter and family members in tow. Our family of 73 expresses profound gratitude to young master for saving our lives. This debt of gratitude shall be eternally remembered by the Yun family, and if ever the opportunity arises, we shall repay you, even at the cost of our lives. Lu Yu could sense the sincerity in the couple's words. Nodding in acknowledgement, he waved his hand, releasing a stream of spiritual energy to assist them in standing up. Smiling as he said, "There is no need for such formalities. My assistance to the Yun family stems from a connection between a senior in my sect and your family's ancestors, before the elder passed. He entrusted me with the care of the Yun lineage, which is why I came to your aid." As he spoke, Lu Yu turned his gaze towards Yun Chuan, his eyes burning with intensity. "Moreover, I hold a keen interest in the history of the Yun family. Might I inquire if your family history is well preserved, and if so, could I perhaps borrow it for a time?" Yun Chuan and his wife, feeling the surge of spiritual energy Lu Yu had sent, were overwhelmed with astonishment. Although their own cultivation was merely at the Divine Bridge level, their forebears had produced a quasi-king expert, granting them discerning eyes. They could easily perceive the kingly pressure contained within Lu Yu's spiritual energy to encounter such a young master of kingly caliber, even if he were merely a quasi-king, was a rarity indeed. How could they not be excited? Though they were unsure of Lu Yu's intentions in wanting to borrow their family history, they were more than willing to comply. After all, due to the Zhan Yu sect, the Yun family had endured much hardship in recent years. They yearned for a tranquil life. Thus, Yun Chuan promptly led the members of the Yun family in respectfully inviting Lu Yu and Qiu Xian into their home, guiding Lu Yu to the ancestral hall where the family records were kept. Moments later, Yun Chuan returned with Yun Chan, who had evidently put in extra effort to present herself. She had donned a more formal palace dress, her graceful demeanor accentuated by a hint of cinnabar on her brow, enhancing her already exquisite beauty, resembling a radiant pearl, irresistible to behold. Yun Chuan respectfully bowed to Lu Yu before speaking earnestly. "Our family history is extensive, and even a young man of your remarkable talents may find it challenging to peruse it all in a short time. Perhaps it would be best if my daughter were to attend to you during your stay, serving you in every way possible. Though Yun Chuan was eager to express the Yun family's desire to follow Lu Yu directly, he hesitated, fearing that such overtness might intimidate Lu Yu. After considerable contemplation, he decided to present his daughter as a vanguard. Upon hearing Yun Chuan's words, Lu Yu's expression revealed a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated the Yun family's urgency. However, raising an eyebrow, he turned his gaze toward Yun Chuan. Standing behind Yun Chuan, I wonder what the young lady from the Yun family thinks, he mused. Although one can forcefully extract a fruit, it does not guarantee satisfaction. Lu, after all, was the 9th Imperial Son. A mere seed of enlightenment was insufficient to compel him to compromise his dignity. Feeling Lu Yu's gaze upon her, Yun Chuan trembled slightly, her ears growing increasingly warm. She hastily bowed her head, offering a graceful salute, and spoke softly, "It is an honor for Chaner to follow you, young master." Observing Yun Chuan's demeanor, Lu Yu could not help but smile, and no longer troubled. He nodded and said, "If that is the case, you shall accompany me from now on." Yun Chuan was taken aback, while her father, Yun Chuan, looked up in surprise. Lu returned his gaze with a reassuring nod. "If your Yun family is willing, you may also migrate with me to the Great Shu. With the protection of the Lu family, you shall certainly be spared the hardships of wandering." At this proclamation, both father and daughter were filled with unbounded joy. Although they were unaware of Lu Yu's exact strength and background, they could discern from the Grand Elder of the Illusory Spirit Sect's deference that Lu Yu's lineage was undoubtedly formidable, at the very least, not inferior to that of the Illusory Spirit Sect. With such powerful backing and relocating to the Great Zhou, separated from the Great Xia by the entire Tsungen Mountain Range, it was unlikely that the Zhanyu sect would trouble them again. Immediately, the pair bowed deeply, their voices brimming with emotion. To become the young master's follower is the honor of the Yun family. Should the young master not forsake us and grant us refuge, we, the Yun family, shall pledge our loyalty and shall not disappoint the grace of your acceptance. As their words fell, Lu Yu sensed a thread of fortune rising from Yun Chuan and enveloping him, enhancing his own luck. With the Yun family now under his influence, Lu Yu began to peruse the ancient history of the Yun clan. Soon, a glimmer of delight appeared in his eyes. The founder of the Yun family had not only left clues regarding the primordial Dao fruit, but also an unexpected surprise for Lu Yu. According to the records left by the founder, he had discovered, within the Xian Yuan ancient realm, not only the primordial Dao fruit, but also another precious opportunity in proximity to where the fruit lay dormant. Unfortunately, due to his insufficient strength at the time, he could not seize it and could only retreat with the primordial Dao fruit. He had initially planned to explore the Xian Yuan ancient realm further after refining the fruit. But shortly after he departed with it, a battle among experts from the Supreme Domain erupted nearby, shattering countless realms, and the Xian Yuan ancient realm was cast into the void, never to be seen again. The founder lamented this for the rest of his life, repeatedly venturing into the chaotic void in search of the lost ancient realm, but to no avail. Until his last moments, he did not forget to inscribe the coordinates of that great opportunity in the family genealogy, hoping that a sufficiently outstanding descendant of the Yun family would one day rediscover the Xian Yuan ancient realm and retrieve that opportunity, leading the family to renewed glory. Regrettably, after the founder, the Yun family failed to produce a new path-breaking figure for 3 consecutive generations, leading to its gradual decline, and now they had fallen to a state where not even a quasi-king existed. Thus, any hope of finding the Xian Yuan ancient realm had all but vanished. Gently closing the ancient history, Lu Yu felt a mix of emotions, his eyes betraying a hint of joy. The Xian Yuan ancient realm, which the founder could not locate, he, Lu Yu, could return to through the eternal gate and gather all the opportunities before it vanished into the void, just as Lu Yu reveled in his excitement. A respectful voice from outside the ancestral hall interrupted him. "Is young master Lu present? I have urgent matters to report. Please come in." "Elder Chiu," Lu Yu replied. Chiu Xian then entered the hall, bowing respectfully as she spoke with an apologetic tone. "I initially intended to wait until you finished reviewing the Yun family history before inviting you to visit our illusory spirit sect. However, I have just received word that there are changes within the sect, and I must return at once." "What has transpired within your esteemed sect?" Lu Yu inquired, noticing Qiu Xian's unusual demeanor. She shook her head, her own eyes reflecting confusion. The message was exceedingly brief, merely stating that there are changes within the sect, prompting the long-secluded ancestors to emerge from their meditations. All disciples and elders of the illusory spirit sect currently outside must return swiftly. Liu frowned slightly. Having just completed his review of the Yun family's ancient history, he was preparing to leverage the illusory spirit sect's influence to relocate the Yun family to the northern border of the Great Zhou. If the illusory spirit sect faced troubles, he would have to seek alternative channels. Just as Liu Yu was about to speak, intending to have Qiu Xian lead the way so they could head to the illusory spirit sect together, a sudden, overwhelming pressure descended upon the skies above Nanli City. In an instant, it engulfed the entire city. Sensing this formidable pressure, Qiu Xian's pupils widened in disbelief as she looked up into the sky, astonishment flickering in her eyes. This fluctuation is the aura of the ancestor. Oh, Liu Yu, Qiu Xian, and numerous martial artists from Nanli City, along with many experts from the Yun family, rushed out of their respective residences to gaze skyward. They beheld an elderly figure clad in resplendent silver robes. Furrowing his brow as he stood amidst the clouds, that a golden seal inscribed with the words "illusory spirit" hung at his waist, signifying his status as the strongest entity of the illusory spirit sect. Having reached the pinnacle of the heavenly king realm, beside him stood Li Wu, the second elder of the illusory spirit sect, whose expression was equally grim. However, upon seeing Liu Yu and Qiu Xian emerge side by side from the ancestral hall, Li Wu's face, though marred by disappointment and indignation, briefly flickered with a subtle glimmer of delight, a fleeting emotion that Liu Yu perceptibly caught, causing a smirk to tug at his lips. Li Wu, unaware that his thoughts had been discerned by Liu Yu, pointed at Qiu Xian and coldly reprimanded. "Grand Elder, you truly have an inflated sense of importance. Do you even comprehend the calamity you've brought upon the sect? Have you lost your senses over this trivial dalliance, neglecting the grand enterprise of our illusory spirit sect? Do you still deserve to hold the position of Grand Elder? Li Wu, cease your disrespect towards the young master." Qiu Xian's complexion changed upon hearing Li Wu's words, and she could not ignore the presence of the ancestor as she rebuked him. She chastised him. She could not help but glance at Liu Yu, fearing that he might take offense. Seeing Qiu Xian's reaction, even the illusory spirit ancestor felt a twinge of disappointment. Meanwhile, Li Wu, who had long coveted the position of Grand Elder, felt his heart swell with delight at the sight. Just as he was about to press his advantage further, he barely opened his mouth when, boom, Liu Yu's gaze fell upon him, and Li Wu felt a torrential wave of terrifying divine consciousness surge into his mind like a tsunami. Li Wu involuntarily let out a mournful howl, his very soul on the brink of shattering, unable to restrain the escape light beneath his feet. With a resounding thud, he plummeted from the clouds to the ground, his body undoubtedly suffering numerous fractures. Yet he could not afford to check his injuries. His gaze remained fixated on Liu Yu, filled with sheer terror. Meanwhile, countless warriors within Nanli City, particularly those from the Yun family, such as Yun Chuan and Yun Chan, were equally shaken. Although they had previously observed Qiu Xian's reverence towards Liu Yu, they had not anticipated Liu Yu's strength to be so formidable. A mere glance had rendered Li Wu a mid-stage king, utterly subdued. Such power could surely rival that of a perfected king. Liu Yu, at such a young age, comparable to our young lady, possesses such capabilities? Truly remarkable. The Yun family members whispered among themselves, their eyes exchanging glances of barely concealed astonishment. The ancestor of the illusory spirit, too, was taken aback by Liu Yu's prowess, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Qiu Xian, however, was unfazed. After all, even the 10,000 bloodthirsty mosquitoes could be effortlessly vanquished by Liu Yu. If he truly wished to act, it would be a trivial matter to annihilate Li Wu with a mere glance. For now, merely injuring Li Wu's spirit was already showing restraint. Fearing that her own ancestor might offend Liu Yu further, Qiu Xian interjected before the illusory spirit ancestor could speak. Sect Master, young Master Liu is a person of extraordinary talent and unparalleled strength. You must not show him any disrespect. Before she could finish her sentence, A terrifying pressure descended from the clouds. One after another, king-level experts clad in the robes of the Zhan Yu sect appeared in the skies above Nanli City, facing off against the members of the illusory spirit sect. At the forefront stood an elder adorned in a grand robe, bearing the golden seal of the ancestor. As his aura swirled, he captured everyone's attention the moment he descended. A person of extraordinary talent, unparalleled strength. Just how extraordinary! I wish to witness it myself. The Zhan Yu ancestor lowered his eyelids, standing amidst the clouds, and slowly spoke. His voice was measured, and as he glanced at Lu Yu, his eyes were filled with disdain. The imperial pressure emanating from him instilled dread in every warrior in Nanli City, including the experts of the illusory spirit sect who had followed the illusory spirit ancestor. They trembled, scarcely daring to breathe, their gazes reflecting deep-seated fear. Even Xiao Xian's expression changed slightly as she looked at the Zhan Yu ancestor with newfound understanding, and oh wonder the ancestor had personally come to Nanli City to take me away. The Zhan Yu ancestor has indeed attained the status of a quasi-emperor. The oppressive aura of the quasi-emperor swept across the entire city, feeling the overwhelming pressure from the Zhan Yu ancestor. Yun Xuan and Yun Shan were engulfed in utter despair. They had once believed that following Lu Yu would lead their family to a tranquil existence, yet it now appeared that their dreams were destined to dissolve into nothingness. Standing high above, the Zhan Yu sect master surveyed the despondent Yun family members below and let out a cold laugh. Without further ado, he addressed the illusory spirit ancestor directly. Illusory spirit ancestor, you are well aware of my intentions today. The city was filled with martial artists, all of whom were rendered speechless. Many could not help but pinch the legs of those beside them, only to receive a slap in return, which confirmed to them that this was no dream, but a stark reality. As for the venerable masters like the phantom spirit ancestor, there was no need for such physical reassurances. Their cultivation level was sufficient for them to perceive the truth clearly. Indeed, the ancestor of the slashing peak had truly attained the threshold of a quasi-emperor. However, it was precisely because of this that the astonishment in their gazes directed at Lu Yu intensified. After all, they too had noticed that Lu Yu's youthful appearance was not merely an illusion conjured by his cultivation. The vitality radiating from him could only belong to a lad of 17 or 18 years. In other words, here was a prodigious talent who, before the age of 20, possessed the ability to crush a quasi-emperor with his bare hands. Without hesitation, when Lu Yu's gaze fell upon them, the phantom spirit ancestor and the masters of the phantom spirit sect hurriedly bowed in respect. The phantom spirit ancestor and the members of our sect pay their respects to you. Young master, we have been quite disrespectful in the past. Please forgive us. As he spoke, the phantom spirit ancestor could not help but shoot a resentful glare at Li Wu. At that moment, Li Wu had finally regained his senses from the days caused by his spiritual injuries. Initially, he harbored some resentment, but upon witnessing Lu Yu's effortless annihilation of a quasi-emperor, he was utterly terrified. To crush a quasi-emperor at the initial stage with bare hands was a feat even mid-stage quasi-emperors would find challenging. The true strength of this youth had likely already reached the late quasi-emperor stage. In the Great Xia dynasty, much like the Great Zhou dynasty, aside from the sovereign, the masters of other significant factions were mostly at the quasi-emperor level, in the southern territories of the Great Xia. The strongest individuals were merely at the late quasi-emperor stage, barely able to stand alongside this youth. How could he have dared to speak insolently to such a person? Li Wu wished he could travel back in time and slap himself for his arrogance. The more he pondered, the more fear took hold of him, until he ultimately knelt on the ground, while the phantom spirit ancestor and the masters of the phantom spirit sect merely bowed. He directly begged for mercy, exclaiming, "Young master, spare my life. I was blind and foolish, speaking out of turn. Please grant me a reprieve. From now on, I shall speak cautiously and never again dare to utter reckless words." Lu Yu's expression remained calm. "Spare you?" Li Wu hurriedly looked up, his eyes filled with hope. But the next moment he saw Lu Yu gently wave his hand. Li Wu's body trembled as he felt his hard-earned foundation. The comprehension of the laws of the king's realm dissipate entirely with that single gesture, plummeting from the realm of kings back to the mortal plane that a century of painstaking cultivation had been rendered meaningless. You should start from your own sect's disciples and learn what it means to speak with caution. Feeling an unprecedented weakness within himself, Li Wu's heart shattered with despair. Yet upon hearing Lu Yu's final words, akin to an act of clemency, he could not help but feel a sense of relief. He forced a self-deprecating smile, inhaled deeply, and with a thud, knelt once more, respectfully bowing deeply to Lu Yu. Thank you, young master, for your mercy. I shall not disappoint your expectations, and will henceforth speak with caution. Lu Yu nodded noncommittally, his gaze shifting to the remaining masters of the Slashing Peak sect. Choose your fate, death or submission. Without a hint of hesitation, after witnessing Lu Yu's terrifying strength in effortlessly slaying their own ancestor, the remaining kings of the Slashing Peak sect found themselves devoid of any courage to resist. Even the thought of vengeance did not dare to arise. They promptly knelt in submission. Lu Yu wasted no words and immediately summoned Xian. The Slashing Peak sect, after all, had produced a quasi-emperor and was a force to be reckoned with. Their treasury was likely more abundant than the combined wealth of the three royal houses in the northern frontier under Lu Yu's command. Since he had encountered them, Lu Yu would not let this opportunity slip away. He promptly instructed Xian to arrange for the masters of the Phantom Spirit sect to journey to the Slashing Peak sect under the guidance of its members, to collect all the treasures and deliver them to the southern departure city, to be taken back to the Great Zhou's northern frontier. Xian, naturally, would not defy Lu Yu's orders. Meanwhile, the masters of the Phantom Spirit sect, having witnessed Lu Yu's prowess, were filled with profound respect for him. Being assigned tasks by Lu Yu was considered an honor. Without needing Xian to speak, a multitude of kings stepped forward, eager for their names to be noted. The Phantom Spirit ancestor assisted Xian by suggesting several diligent individuals. After sending off Xian and the others, the Phantom Spirit ancestor could not help but furrow his brow in deep contemplation. A powerful figure should not be insulted. Previously, Li Wu's arrogance and disrespect had provoked Lu Yu's ire. Though Lu Yu had ultimately crippled Li Wu's foundation and personally granted him mercy, the Phantom Spirit ancestor still felt something was amiss, that it was a rare opportunity to encounter such a golden opportunity. It would be remiss not to ensure that this young master held no grudges in his heart. After much deliberation, the Phantom Spirit ancestor finally recalled a piece of valuable information. He approached Lu Yu and bowed respectfully. Young master, now that you have subdued the Slashing Peak sect, there's an opportunity that should not be missed. Have you ever heard of the Void Spirit Tower? The Void Spirit Tower is an ancient relic unearthed a century ago in the southern territories of the Great Xia. Its origins are said to be incredibly ancient, possibly tracing back to the era before humanity. It may have been a treasure refined by masters of the human realm. However, this treasure has been buried underground for ages. The protective formations around it have long been eroded by the passage of time, leaving the treasure itself in a dilapidated state. Nevertheless, even in its diminished condition, the Void Spirit Tower remains extraordinarily mystical. Training within the Void Spirit Tower for a single day equates to 3 months of arduous labor in the outside world. A century ago, when the Void Spirit Tower first appeared, the various factions in the 5 southern states fought countless battles over it, ultimately establishing a rule. Every year, the king-tier sects in our southern territories could send 10 disciples or 1 master above the king's realm to cultivate within the Void Spirit Tower. The duration of training varied according to the sect's strength, lasting a minimum of 10 days and a maximum of 1 month. If my memory serves me correctly, the Slashing Peak sect has yet to utilize its allocation for the Void Spirit Tower this year. Now that you have subdued the Slashing Peak sect, the usage quota for the Void Spirit Tower naturally belongs to you. Listening to the words of the Phantom Spirit ancestor, a glimmer of surprise appeared in Lu Yu's eyes. Training for a single day surpasses 3 months of hard work in the outside world. In the primordial realm, the sacred body holds an extraordinarily high rank. The treasures that typically accelerate cultivation are barely capable of amplifying Lu Yu's prowess. However, should such a treasure, capable of enhancing the cultivation efficiency of ordinary warriors 100-fold, come into play, even a diminished effect could still elevate Lu Yu's cultivation speed by 2 or 3 times. Naturally, Lu Yu is unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away. Immediately, he instructed the Grand Ancestor of Illusions to lead the way. they journeyed to the site where the illusory spirit tower was unearthed. The tier of the illusory spirit tower was far too high. Even in its dilapidated state, it could not be refined by the experts of the southern region's 5 states. Even the sovereign of the Great Xia Empire, a master of the Imperial realm, had once attempted to refine this remarkable treasure, but ultimately returned empty-handed. Consequently, he could only dispatch royal prodigies to cultivate within the illusory spirit tower each year. If the sovereign of Great Xia was powerless, it went without saying that the other experts of the southern region's 5 states were even more so. Thus, the illusory spirit tower had remained atop the southern Huashan mountain since its emergence. This mountain, once unremarkable and inconspicuous within the southern region's 5 states, had over the past century become a gathering place for geniuses and experts from various sects, drawn by the presence of the illusory spirit tower. To maintain order, the various sects of the southern region had stationed masters at the vicinity of the tower. I could see this moment, upon seeing the grand ancestor of illusions guiding Lu Yu on a rainbow. A martial king stationed there immediately approached, blocking their path. Grand ancestor of illusions, your sect cultivation duration for this year should already be exhausted. Why do you seek entry into the illusory spirit tower? The grand ancestor of illusions smiled gently, gesturing towards Lu Yu. Although my sect's duration has run out, the half-month cultivation time of the Zhanyu sect remains unused. Furthermore, the Zhanyu sect has now pledged allegiance to the one standing behind me, young Master Lu Yu. Naturally, that cultivation duration should be at young Master Lu Yu's disposal. Hearing this, the martial king who had obstructed the two was momentarily taken aback. The other masters stationed nearby also turned their gazes towards them, their eyes filled with astonishment. The Zhanyu sect, they've pledged allegiance to this young man, grand ancestor of illusions. Are you jesting? The grand ancestor of Zhanyu is rumored to be on the verge of becoming an emperor. How could he possibly submit to this mere youth, who is not yet 20? At his age, he hasn't even attained the level of a quasi-king. In the face of their skepticism, the grand ancestor of illusions merely smiled, raising his hand to unveil a glimmer of golden light that blossomed in his palm. The assembly of martial kings widened their eyes, their voices filled with disbelief. This. The golden seal of the grand ancestor of Zhanyu? As they beheld the golden token, the expressions of the martial kings shifted dramatically. Their gazes towards Lu Yu were now laced with a newfound reverence. Lu Yu maintained a calm demeanor, speaking softly. May I enter now? Of course you may. Please proceed, young master. The martial kings hastily cleared the path to the illusory spirit tower. However, at that moment, several radiant figures descended rapidly from the northern side of southern Huashan, accompanied by an aged voice that resounded, "Hold on." The grand ancestor of illusions immediately furrowed his brow. The other martial kings also looked up. Upon seeing the newcomers, their expressions changed, and they hastily bowed in greeting. We pay our respects to the esteemed Mo Yang, and to the esteemed quasi-emperors. The 5 individuals emanated a quasi-emperor's pressure, with the leading elder exuding an even more formidable aura, embodying the peak of the quasi-emperor stage. He was none other than Mo Yang, the foremost figure of the Great Xia dynasty and the southern region's 5 states. Though aged, Mo Yang's eyes sparkled with vitality, and his face bore the pride of one accustomed to a life of privilege. He merely scoffed at the bowing martial kings, leisurely turning his gaze toward Lu Yu. So, this must be the renowned young Master Lu Yu. Such youth, yet you've slain the grand ancestor of Zhanyu, a newly ascended quasi-emperor. You are indeed remarkable. However, young master, do you not feel your aspirations a tad excessive? You wish to enter the illusory spirit tower and claim the Zhanyu sect's treasury. Is that not a bit greedy? As he spoke, Mo Yang's gaze shifted to the grand ancestor of illusions, his voice imbued with a hint of chill. And you, grand ancestor of illusions, do you not feel a sense of shame for bowing so low before this outsider? Young Master Lu, the grand ancestor of illusions, was momentarily speechless, his expression one of confusion. Why illusory, the sect merely happened to assist the young master. How could that be construed as shameful to the people of the southern region? He felt compelled to defend himself, but he was interrupted mid-sentence by Lu Yu. With a playful smile, Lu Yu regarded Mo Yang. Having already discerned the elder's intentions, it was evident that he had come to eye the legacy left behind by the deceased grand ancestor Zhanyu. Eager to pressure him into yielding, a cold smile graced Lu Yu's lips as he spoke. Do not mention any faults of the grand ancestor of illusions. I ask instead, what brings you, Mo Yang, to this place? What counsel do you wish to impart? Counsel? I would not presume, Mo Yang replied, interpreting Lu Yu's words as a sign of concession. That a smile spread across his aged face, and he waved dismissively. Though the grand ancestor of Zhang Yu provoked you first, he is dead now, and has thus atoned for his sins, as for the treasury of the Zhang Yu sect. You need not involve yourself. Regarding the illusory spirit tower, considering the arduous journey you undertook, you may enter and experience it for 2 or 3 days. The grand ancestor of illusion's expression changed in an instant, unable to contain his indignation on Lu Yu's behalf. How can it be merely 3 days? But before he could finish, Lu Yu silenced him with a gesture. Seeing this, Mo Yang's smile deepened, and the 4 quasi-emperors accompanying him breathed a sigh of relief. Before their arrival, they had worried that this young prodigy might not easily back down. Fearing a potential confrontation, to their astonishment, everything unfolded so simply, yielding to Lu Yu without resistance. Truly, it was all thanks to Mo Yang. Indeed, with elder Mo Yang present, even the mightiest dragon must bow. The 4 quasi-emperors exchanged silent sentiments through their thoughts. Yet, before they could finish their musings, a gust of wind swept through, prompting them to look up in unison. Their pupils dilating in shock. In the midst of their alarmed gaze, Lu Yu casually pressed his palm onto Mo Yang's head with a slight exertion. One moment, Mo Yang had been stroking his beard and smiling, brimming with pride. The next, he was obliterated into a mist of blood by Lu Yu's strike. He perished without ever grasping the reality of what had transpired. Is there anyone else who believes my aspirations to be excessive? The 4 quasi-emperors stood in stunned silence. Only when Lu Yu's calm voice broke the stillness did they awaken from their stupor. Gazing upon the lifeless form of Mo Yang, they fell to their knees without hesitation. It was all Mo Yang's decision. We were unaware. Please spare us, young master, the grand ancestor of illusions. Finally regaining his senses, stared in disbelief at the 4 quasi-emperors. Once, they had seemed unattainably high to him. Yet now, before Lu Yu, they appeared so humble and reverent. The renowned Mo Yang, the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor stage, lay slain by Lu Yu's hand. The magnitude of this scene left the grand ancestor of illusions momentarily dazed. Yet, Lu Yu remained unfazed. He casually flicked his fingers, casting 4 consciousness seals that landed in the minds of the 4 quasi-emperors. Once this was done, Lu Yu spoke, Grand Ancestor of Illusions. The Grand Ancestor of Illusions immediately regained his composure. Stepping forward with a bow, what commands do you have, young master? Lu Yu gestured towards the 4 kneeling quasi-emperors. Take them and proceed to seize the treasury of Mo Yang's family, as for the 4 individuals. Half of their family clan's treasury was appropriated and sent to Nanli City, entrusted to the Yun family for safekeeping. Will this be done properly? The ancestor of illusory spirits promptly bowed, assuring, please rest assured. Young master, I shall ensure it is accomplished at this moment. The 4 aspiring emperors felt their hearts bleed. How could they not feel pain at the thought of relinquishing half of their assets so easily? Yet, sensing the consciousness imprint within their minds, alongside the silent presence of the deceased Mozhang Shangren, they understood the gravity of the situation. Reluctantly, they followed closely behind the ancestor of illusory spirits, soaring away on their rainbows. Once the arrangements for the ancestor and others were completed, Lu Yu wasted no time and directly entered the illusory spirit tower. The moment he stepped inside, he felt an incredibly profound flow of spiritual essence circulating throughout his body, invigorating his spirit. The speed of the spiritual energy's movement in his dantian accelerated significantly, enhancing his efficiency by approximately 50% compared to his external training. Such an improvement on the first floor alone made him anticipate that reaching the 3rd floor would likely triple his cultivation efficiency. Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. The illusory spirit tower consisted of 10 levels, but only the first 3 were currently accessible. With each ascending level, the cultivation acceleration effect of the tower improved. But correspondingly, the pressure experienced during cultivation increased. However, this pressure was negligible for Lu Yu, whose strength was already comparable to that of an emperor. Thus, he proceeded towards the entrance of the second level. As Lu Yu entered the illusory spirit tower, a group of young individuals cultivating on the first floor turned to glance back. These youths, aged around 17 or 18, all possessed cultivation levels above the spirit sea. Among them, a few had even attained the divine bridge realm, clearly representing the elite cultivated by the various royal sects of the southern territories. Upon seeing Lu Yu approach, they displayed expressions of surprise. They had not anticipated the arrival of another prodigy from their generation. What a strange boy. Which sect did he come from? I've never seen him before, but he is remarkably handsome. Several young women, upon catching sight of Lu Yu's countenance, felt a ripple of excitement in their eyes, causing the young men accompanying them to subtly change their expressions in an instant. A young man clad in black stood up and swiftly approached Lu Yu. He clasped his hands together in greeting, wearing a smile that concealed his displeasure, evident to all. May I ask which sect and family you hail from? I am the chief disciple of the Yang sect, and upon seeing you today, I feel a sense of familiarity. How about we engage in a friendly spar? Before he could finish his words, Lu Yu's brows furrowed slightly, and with a mere thought, a surge of energy erupted from within him, gently pushing towards the chief disciple of the Yang sect. Boom! The so-called chief disciple of the Yang sect felt as if a heavy hammer had struck his chest, sending him flying uncontrollably, crashing against the wall of the first floor and spitting out a mouthful of blood. His aura visibly diminished, and his eyes were filled with terror as he gazed at Lu Yu. The surrounding young prodigies changed color, rising involuntarily to their feet. The foremost among them, those at the divine bridge realm, could not help but step forward to question Lu Yu about his excessive behavior. Yet before they could utter a word, they witnessed Lu Yu ascend the steps leading to the second level point. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Within moments, Lu Yu, unfazed, completed the ascent and entered an area that had traditionally only been accessible to those at the third realm of royal path. Beyond the heavenly king level. Am I seeing things? A heavenly king of our age. The previously disgruntled young prodigy's faces paled like tea that moment. The chief disciple of the Yang sect, who had just managed to rise from the ground, witnessed this scene. His already pale face turned as white as a sheet. Ignoring the shock and astonishment of the young prodigies on the first floor, Lu Yu ascended directly to the second level of the illusory spirit tower. Compared to the first level, the cultivation environment on the second level was considerably superior, with far fewer practitioners present. Only a handful of experts above the heavenly king level were engaged in their training. Upon seeing Lu Yu enter, these seasoned experts from the southern territories were visibly moved. Although Lu Yu had not yet made a move, his age was enough to instill a sense of awe in them. Such youth, yet possessing the strength of a heavenly king. Which family nurtured such a prodigy? Could he be a genius secretly guided by the national sovereign? The seasoned experts exchanged glances filled with astonishment. Paying no heed to their scrutiny, Lu Yu continued forward. Although the cultivation environment here was already commendable, he remained unsatisfied and pressed onward towards the third level. Observing Lu Yu's actions, the experts began to feel uneasy. Is he really attempting to reach the third level? The third level of the illusory spirit tower is a place even Mozhang Shangren cannot tread. Over the years, only the national sovereign has successfully entered. It is a domain meant for those of the martial emperor realm. Just as they were left dumbfounded, Lu Yu effortlessly ascended the steps leading to the third level. The overwhelming pressure of the stairs, capable of making aspiring emperors vomit blood, seemed non-existent to him. Witnessing this scene, the seasoned experts were utterly dumbstruck, and only when Lu Yu's figure vanished at the top of the third-level staircase did they regain their senses. Each one swallowed hard, their expressions akin to having seen a ghost. A heavenly king under 20 years of age was already astonishing enough. Yet the reality was that he was a being of the emperor realm under 20. What kind of prodigy has emerged in our dynasty? In the third level of the illusory spirit tower, while the experts on the second level were still in shock, Li had already settled into a meditative position, meticulously absorbing the various mysteries of the third level. Compared to the second level, the spiritual energy within the third level was far more concentrated. Even more remarkably, Lu Yu sensed a profound alignment with the principles of the great Tao here. Under the influence of these principles, not only could his cultivation efficiency be greatly enhanced, but it could also assist martial artists in comprehending higher-level imperial principles. This illusory spirit tower was truly extraordinary. The third level could aid martial artists in grasping imperial principles. If it were intact, the complete 10 levels of the illusory spirit tower would likely enable one to comprehend the ultimate Tao principles. Lu Yu's eyes gleamed with amazement. Undoubtedly, this illusory spirit tower, in its entirety, will be the most superior quasi-emperor treasure capable of assisting individuals in understanding the Tao principles. Its value surpassed that of 10 sex quasi-emperor weapons and was already comparable to some slightly inferior emperor weapons. Such a treasure, if whole, would have been an extraordinary boon even during the era of Lu Yu as the imperial heir of the Lu family. Regrettably, it was now in ruins. Lu Yu shook his head in lament. But suddenly he realized something that I recall the ancestor of illusory spirits mentioning that the sovereign of the Dayan dynasty had also come here, attempting to refine this broken illusory spirit tower, only to leave empty-handed. A spark of determination ignited in Lu Yu's eyes. The incomplete illusory spirit tower might seem trivial to the ancient Lu Yu, but to the present Lu Yu and the Lu family, it remained an unparalleled opportunity. If he could obtain the illusory spirit tower, it would significantly enhance the cultivation efficiency of the entire Lu family. Even Lu Yu, prior to igniting the divine fire, could receive considerable support from the illusory spirit tower. Without hesitation, Lu Yu closed his eyes, diligently seeking to comprehend the various mysteries within the illusory spirit tower, searching for the opportunity to refine it. Soon, Lu Yu opened his eyes, his expression alight with joy. He sensed it, at the very center of the third level of the ethereal spirit tower, a mystical rune of laws, perceivable only through divine consciousness, was suspended in midair. This rune was the key to refining the remnants of the ethereal spirit tower. Without hesitation, Lu Yu propelled himself forward, directly approaching the rune. Within his sea of consciousness, his divine awareness surged and settled at the heart of the rune. Boom! As his divine awareness entered, Lu Yu felt an overwhelming pressure crashing towards him from the rune, causing his sea of consciousness to tremble momentarily. And, oh wonder, the ruler of the great Xia gave up in despair. The pressure contained within this rune was beyond what even a sovereign realm expert could bear. Lu Yu took a deep breath, yet in his eyes there was not fear, but rather joy. His strength had already reached a level comparable to that of a sovereign realm master. Naturally, his divine awareness was no exception. Although the pressure within the rune was formidable, it could only cause a ripple within Lu Yu's sea of consciousness, failing to expel his divine awareness from a rune. This made things considerably simpler. A smile crept upon Lu Yu's lips as his thoughts flowed. Boom! Behind him, the manifestation of the chaotic seed golden lotus erupted with a roar. The celestial golden lotus, summoned by Lu Yu's will, descended into his sea of consciousness. Under the enhancement of this manifestation, the divine awareness he cultivated within his sea of consciousness was enveloped in a layer of golden light. What was once merely comparable to the early stage of the sovereign realm surged dramatically at this moment. And no matter how turbulent the pressure from the rune became, it could no longer shake Lu Yu's sea of consciousness even slightly. Instead, it was gradually refined and consumed by Lu Yu's divine awareness. 3 days later, Lu Yu opened his eyes once more. The manifestation of the chaotic seed, golden lotus, dissipated behind him, while the rune before him emitted a vibrating hum. With a swift rush, it flew into Lu Yu's sea of consciousness. The instant it entered, a torrent of information flooded into Lu Yu's mind, causing his body to quiver. This ethereal spirit tower was not an ancient relic, but rather a supreme treasure forged by the first generation of the ethereal Tao body during the twilight of the primordial era. Lu Yu murmured softly, his eyes filled with astonishment. The ethereal Tao body was one of the 72 physical manifestations of humanity. Although it could not rival the 10 sacred bodies, it was still a remarkably superior physique. Throughout the ages, the ethereal Tao body has made great contributions to humanity. The first generation of the ethereal Tao body, in particular, became legendary through the ages. Even during the later human Tao era, many noble families of humanity continued to honor this first generation of ethereal. They revered him as an emperor, equating his name alongside the great emperors of humanity throughout history. This reverence stemmed from the tumultuous end of the primordial era, when the three tribes of dragons, phoenixes, and Shilans suffered grievous losses due to the calamity. Yet a portion of their experts refused to accept defeat, unwilling to relinquish their supremacy over the myriad tribes. Thus, they allied with other tribes to launch an assault on humanity, which had begun to show signs of dominance. In this context, the first generation of ethereal Tao body, along with 8 other formidable human warriors of his time, without hesitation, led 300 supreme beings of humanity into the void to confront the united forces of the three tribes. After a decade of bloody conflict, the 9 quasi-emperors eliminated over 100 quasi-emperors of the myriad tribes and tens of thousands of supreme beings. They completely annihilated the last remaining emperor-level existence among the three tribes, instilling fear in the hearts of the myriad tribes, who no longer dared to regard humanity as mere prey. From that point, the human Tao era truly commenced. However, the 9 quasi-emperors, including the first generation of ethereal, along with the 300 supreme beings, all perished heroically, their remains buried in the void. The ethereal spirit tower was a seal left behind by the first generation of ethereal, intended for his disciples to inherit his legacy. Yet Lu Yu sighed softly, if he remembered correctly, shortly after the first generation of the ethereal and other formidable human beings faced off against the quasi-emperors of the myriad tribes. Many powerful sage-level experts from the United Forces also surged towards the human race left in the Taishan realm. The only disciple of the first generation of the ethereal, without hesitation, rushed to the battlefield. Fighting alongside his master in different theaters of war. One faced the quasi-emperors of the primordial, while the other clashed with the sages of the myriad tribes. Ultimately, both master and disciple sacrificed themselves on the eve of the human Tao era. In Lu Yu's gaze, there was admiration mixed with a hint of sorrow. After the primordial era, humanity flourished, even up to the present day. Eons later, humanity still stands at the forefront of the myriad tribes, their footprints extending far beyond the Taishan realm. Yet along this path, how many heroes and devoted souls had humanity sacrificed? The brilliance of humanity was equally heavy with the weight of their losses. Perhaps Lu Yu could not help but gaze towards the gate of eternity, his eyes gleaming with determination. Although the gate of eternity could currently only bind to the era of the 7 emperors. As its tier increased, Lu Yu would be able to bind to more timelines and venture into other parallel realms, before the ability of the gate of eternity to rewrite history was unlocked. At the very least, he could ensure that the history of humanity in other parallel realms would not be so fraught with burdens, allowing those ancient sages who led humanity through the thorns during the primordial era to have a more favorable conclusion. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yu calmed his tumultuous heart. Although the vision was enchanting, one must still proceed step by step. First, he needed to thoroughly digest the inheritance information. Taking another deep breath, Lu Yu directed his divine awareness to continue exploring the inheritance information. Gradually, he found himself growing increasingly frustrated. The ethereal spirit tower not only assisted in cultivation and comprehending laws, but also contained the ancient scrolls of the ethereal left by the first generation. Though the ancient scrolls were merely quasi-emperor level techniques, akin to the primordial scrolls, it was not difficult for Lu Yu to deduce that a complete ancient scroll of the ethereal absolutely had the potential to become an emperor-level scripture, and a first-rate one at that. However, the unfortunate reality was that the inheritance of the ancient scrolls resided on the 7th level of the ethereal spirit tower, yet the tower now only had 3 levels remaining. And thus the inheritance of the ancient scrolls had long since perished and faded with the passage of countless eons. Wait, just as Lu Yu was feeling disheartened, he suddenly thought of something after browsing the last piece of inheritance information. The ethereal spirit tower had seemingly not emerged into the world since it was buried by the first generation of the ethereal. Did that mean that if he returned to the time before the eons and found the right place, he could entirely claim the ethereal spirit tower for himself before the ages? Lu Yu murmured softly, his eyes shining with boundless brilliance, although the current ethereal spirit tower was still quite dilapidated. If he could return to the time before the eons, the situation would be different. A treasure for attaining the Tao. The mere passage of several 100,000 years from the end of the primordial era to the end of the human Tao era would not be sufficient to cause the spiritual essence within it to dissipate or the divine patterns to decay. In other words, Lu Yu could fully utilize the Gate of Eternity to acquire a complete treasure for attaining the Tao during his next return. Moreover, it would come with the legacy of the first generation of the ethereal. This was a monumental joy for Lu Yu and for the flourishing Lu family before the ages, far more precious than the previous true phoenix nirvana fruit. With this thought, Lu Yu's heart surged with excitement. However, there were still about 20 days until his next return. Suppressing the tumult within him, Lu Yu focused his thoughts. Buzz, the runes of laws on the third level of the ethereal spirit tower were fully activated by Lu Yu. Previously, the martial artists who entered the ethereal spirit tower could only passively accept the enhancement of their cultivation, failing to unleash the true effects of the runes. Yet, as the master of the ethereal spirit tower, Lu Yu could maximize this enhancement. Originally, the cultivation efficiency was merely tripled. Now, it surged beyond fivefold. Although it cannot rival the cultivation environment of the Li Hui Di Gong, considering the circumstances of the present world. The ability to enhance the Taichu Shengti to such an extent is indeed remarkable. Lu Yu nodded slightly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. With a fivefold acceleration in cultivation, coupled with the precious blood and divine fire within him, Lu Yu estimated that within a fortnight at most, he would achieve the realm of quasi-emperor. However, merely 10 days had passed when Lu Yu, who was in deep meditation on the third level of the Zuling Tower, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Boom! Within his dantian, the principles of the royal way, which had been comprehended and were emanating a silver divine light, at this moment surged forth from Lu Yu's tianling. Manifesting outside the Zuling Tower, golden light flickered around the light pillar of the principles. Outside the Zuling Tower, numerous masters from the southern region had gathered, preparing to queue for entry to cultivate within. Suddenly looking up, they beheld the extraordinary phenomenon of the light pillar of principles. Instantly, they widened their eyes, envy surging within them. The golden light of the royal principles indicated that a master was on the verge of breaking into the quasi-emperor realm. They were left wondering which senior from the southern region was responsible. Truly enviable. Even those originally stationed here to maintain order, the royal realm guardians, could not help but cast envious glances at the spectacle evoked by the light pillar principles. As the onlookers marveled in envy, Lu Yu, sensing the opportunity to break through, leapt from the Zuling Tower and sat cross-legged in midair, drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to comprehend the laws of the universe. At that instant, as Lu Yu emerged from the Zuling Tower, an invisible black hole seemed to materialize around him. The spiritual energy from 1,000 miles began to surge towards him, spurred by the Taichu ancient scroll, flowing unceasingly into Lu Yu's body. This not only strengthened his aura, but also made the golden divine light of the light pillar of principles behind him increasingly robust. T last, boom, amidst the intertwining gazes of envy and awe. The light pillar of principles behind Lu Yu trembled violently, transforming entirely into resplendent golden light, soaring like a great dragon, and re-entering Lu Yu's body as this royal principle returned to him. Lu Yu's aura was finally stabilized, signifying his official entry into the quasi-emperor realm. A quasi-emperor at such a young age. This individual, having just broken through with the manifestation of quasi-emperor principles, it is difficult to ascertain his age. Yet, I suspect he must be a reclusive senior. Indeed, a quasi-emperor under 20 years old is quite extraordinary. He must be a hidden elder of our Daxia. The southern region masters murmured among themselves, gazing at Lu Yu with a mixture of awe and reverence. A couple of quasi-emperor level experts regarded him with eager eyes, keen to recruit Lu Yu into their families or sections. However, at that moment, they suddenly noticed that the royal realm guardians, who were originally tasked with maintaining order, now bore expressions of astonishment. This left the southern region masters feeling somewhat unsettled. Fellow friends, what is going on? Surely a hidden quasi-emperor would not provoke such a commotion. Hidden quasi-emperor, the royal realm guardians, after a moment of silence, communicated telepathically. This individual is not merely a hidden quasi-emperor. His age is indeed under 20. Moreover, just before he entered the tower, he had effortlessly slain the provocateur, Mo Yang Shangren. With a single palm, 3 sentences rendered the group of masters pale. Their gazes towards Lu Yu were akin to those who had seen a ghost. Yet, Lu Yu had no time to concern himself with their reactions. After breaking into the quasi-emperor realm, he did not intend to linger. During the remaining time, he planned to take the Zuling Tower back to his family, enhancing the strength of his kin. Ideally, he hoped to elevate his family's status before the next return to the Wangu realm, allowing him to stay longer in Wangu. After all, there were numerous matters Lu Yu intended to address upon his next visit to Wangu. Setting aside the retrieval of the Zuling Tower, there was the matter of the Xian Yuan ancient realm. One sect held the precious opportunity of the Hun Yuan Dao fruit, while another harbored the cherished chance that the ancestral founder of the Yun family could never forget in his lifetime. If possible, it would be ideal to secure all 3 opportunities in one go to avoid prolonged uncertainties. With this thought in mind, Lu Yu immediately activated the Zuling Tower. The Zuling Tower resonated with a tremor. The martial artists still cultivating inside were directly teleported out. What is happening? I was supposed to have 3 more days of cultivation. I still had 5 days left. Why am I out? Who activated the Zuling Tower? The young geniuses and elder royal realm masters were suddenly transported out of the tower, their faces filled with anger as they looked towards the royal guardians responsible for maintaining order in the Zuling Tower. The royal guardians wore innocent expressions, simply gesturing towards the sky. Everyone was taken aback and then turned their gazes skyward. Suddenly, their eyes widened in astonishment. Is it that previous Tianwang Sr.? Is it the mysterious young man who had reached the 3rd level? The young geniuses and elder experts exclaimed almost simultaneously. Their words caused the expressions of everyone present to shift dramatically. The difficulty of the 3rd level of the Zuling Tower was well known to them. To breach the 3rd level of the Zuling Tower meant that Lu Yu possessed strength at least on par with the Daxiang monarch. Yet the question remained. He had only just broken into the quasi-emperor realm. The crowd exchanged glances filled with that a quasi-emperor under 20 was already terrifying enough. But judging by the current situation, this individual's talent and prodigious nature extended beyond that. He was capable of rivaling, or even surpassing, the seasoned royal experts like the Daxiang monarch. Wait, if he could send us out of the Zuling Tower with a mere thought, does that not imply? Finally, one master reacted, instinctively looking towards the Zuling Tower, seemingly affirming his thoughts. Almost simultaneously as he cast his gaze, Lu Yu also focused his thoughts. Whoosh! The Zuling Tower, which had remained immobile, even making the Daxiang monarch feel helpless, trembled with a hum and transformed into a wisp of golden light, shrinking to the size of a palm and landing in Lu Yu's hand. With a swift motion, Lu Yu stored it in his storage bag. The Zuling Tower has truly been refined by this young master. The assembly of masters stared blankly at Lu Yu as they witnessed and prepared to depart with the Zuling Tower. A quasi-emperor instinctively called out, "Young master, please wait." Lu Yu turned back, casting a calm glance at the speaking quasi-emperor. "Is there something you need?" The quasi-emperor immediately shivered, realizing that although he and Lu Yu were both quasi-emperors, this individual had surpassed the seasoned royal realm even before achieving the quasi-emperor status. Now that he had attained the quasi-emperor realm, how formidable must his strength be? Perhaps a mere finger could crush him. In nothing at all. "Please, travel safely, young master." The quasi-emperor quickly composed himself, forcing a smile. Lu Yu smiled indifferently. And amidst the multitude of awed gazes, he took to the skies, swiftly returning to Nanli City. Nanli City. The members of the Yun family had nearly finished their preparations. The assets of Mo Yang Shangren and the other 4 quasi-emperor sects had all been meticulously accounted for by the illusory spirit sect and were ready for delivery. Just as Lu Yu was about to lead the Yun family away, the illusory spirit ancestor hesitated for a moment before finally making a resolute decision. "Young master, might I be so bold as to ask if you could offer me, as well as the illusory spirit sect, an opportunity to follow you? If you would consent, the illusory spirit sect is willing to relocate in its entirety to accompany you to the Great Zhou. The migration of a sect is, for any spiritual lineage, an endeavor that incurs substantial costs. The Yun family finds themselves in such a predicament out of necessity. However, the illusory spirit sect in this Qingzhou is undeniably flourishing. Under these circumstances, the venerable ancestor of the illusory spirit still wishes to follow Liu Yu, which speaks volumes of his determination. Liu, for his part, would not decline this request. He promptly nodded and, accompanied by the members of the illusory spirit sect and the Yun family, set forth towards the Great Zhou. This time, their pace was considerably swifter. After all, they possessed a quasi-imperial spiritual vessel seized from the sect of the Mo Yang. Along with generous contributions of spiritual stones from several other quasi-imperial sects, Liu urged the vessel to its utmost limits, and within merely 2 days, they reached the borders of the Great Zhou. As they approached the frontier, simultaneously, in the imperial city of the Great Zhou, within the Grand Prince's residence, a resounding boom echoed that a pillar of light, akin to a dragon, soared into the sky. The golden laws of the imperial path blazed fiercely like the sun, casting a terrifying pressure that enveloped the area for hundreds of feet, compelling the experts throughout the imperial city to gaze upwards. There, the Grand Prince Zhou Yi emerged, drawing in that pillar of imperial law into his being. His aura surged dramatically, marking his complete entry into the quasi-imperial realm. Feeling the tremors of this power, the various experts in the imperial city could not help but gasp in astonishment. Subsequently, they hurriedly prepared carriages and gifts, racing towards the Grand Prince's residence. Within the Grand Prince's abode, those who had allied themselves with him wore expressions of unrestrained joy. Your Highness has attained the quasi-imperial realm today. The position of Crown Prince shall face no contention. We too shall achieve our aspirations and ascend alongside you. In the midst of their celebration, a palace eunuch soared in from the direction of the imperial palace. His Majesty has decreed that Grand Prince Zhou Yi must hasten to the palace for an audience. Upon hearing the eunuch's sharp voice, the experts in the Grand Prince's residence felt their joy intensify. It was evident that this eunuch was summoned to convey the bestowal of the Crown Prince title upon their master. Zhou Yi wore an eager expression. He landed lightly and followed the eunuch swiftly into the imperial palace. However, upon entering the palace, Zhou Yi found himself momentarily taken aback. Years ago, when the sovereign of the Great Zhou had entered seclusion, he was the one to personally escort his father into the chamber. That time, the aura of decay emanating from the Great Zhou's sovereign was unmistakably genuine. Yet now, seated in the grand hall of the palace, the sovereign's gaze was sharp and his aura profound, devoid of any trace of decline. Father, after a brief moment of astonishment, a glimmer of realization sparked in Zhou Yi's eyes. Have you broken through your bottleneck? The sovereign of the Great Zhou smiled and nodded. Indeed, last year, I successfully transcended my limits. After a year of consolidation, I have completely attained the status of sovereign. However, this news must not escape. The sovereign's gaze bore into Zhou Yi with intensity. I require you to undertake a task. Zhou Yi quickly knelt, exclaiming, Your son dares not refuse the edict of the emperor. Fear not. Your life is not required, the sovereign said, raising his hand to gently lift Zhou Yi. I command you to lead a force to annihilate the Liu family, who previously provoked you, and reclaim the 3 states of the northern frontier. Thereafter, seize the momentum to march southward and engage in battle with the southern families. Zhou Yi had no objections to the first directive. However, the second command left him unsettled. The quasi-imperial families of the Great Zhou, including the 5 great king houses, numbered 8 in total. The 5 great king houses were concentrated within the imperial city. Beneath the watchful eye of the Great Zhou sovereign, in contrast, the remaining 3 families were stationed in the southern 7 states. Over the years, taking advantage of the sovereign seclusion, these 3 quasi-imperial forces had, like Liu Yu, carved out their own domains in the southern states. The 3 quasi-imperial figures were significantly stronger than Zhou Yi, having cultivated their powers for at least a century. How could he, a newly ascended quasi-imperial, possibly contend against them? Father, I may not be able to triumph over the southern families. No, you can prevail. The sovereign of the Great Zhou smiled slightly, producing 3 imperial realm spiritual talismans and handing them to Zhou Yi. With these talismans, the 3 families in the south shall be unable to withstand your advance. Furthermore, upon your expedition, you must exhibit an arrogant demeanor, appearing dismissive and haughty. The more reckless, the better. You must let the world know that your youthful exuberance has exhausted all the Imperial realm talismans left by your father in your quest to extinguish the 3 quasi-imperial forces in the south. Upon hearing the sovereign's final words, Zhou Ye's eyes sparkled with understanding. His father intended to strike against the 5 great king houses. Indeed, the sovereign's eyes gleamed with a cold smile. Previously, I was merely at the Imperial realm and required the 5 great king houses as my wings. But now that I have ascended to the sovereign realm, there is no longer a need to retain them. It is time for a new generation to rise. Over the years, the 5 great king houses had indeed been restless. However, being rooted in the imperial city, they remained cautious, questioning whether the sovereign had left any contingencies during his prolonged seclusion. Thus, although they harbored ambition, they were reluctant to act. Yet, if they were to discover that Zhou Yi had exhausted all of the sovereign's reserves, the situation would be drastically different. The 5 great king houses, long harboring ambition, would never miss such an opportunity. Father, your strategy is truly brilliant, Zhou Yi could not help but exclaim. The sovereign chuckled, stroking his beard. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth. Perfect. The Liu family previously killed my retainer. I shall seize this opportunity to annihilate the entire Liu family in retribution for my fallen companion. Let it be known to the world that our great Zhou crown prince must not be insulted. On this day, the great Zhou was shaken. Within the imperial city, war drums thundered and banners fluttered. The newly appointed crown prince Zhou Yi led his 3,000 elite troops of the imperial city. Soaring towards the northern frontier, their murderous intent palpable enough to shatter the clouds above, they soon arrived at their destination, Lingzhou City, the stronghold of the new master of the northern frontier, the Liu family. Inside Lingzhou City, countless warriors stood ready, assembled under the command of King Yu and King Yan, poised for battle atop the city walls. The defensive array that had been meticulously arranged on the city walls shimmered with light, pulsating with divine power, exuding an impressive aura. However, when compared to the 3,000 elite troops of the imperial city and their newly ascended crown prince Zhou Yi hovering in the skies above, the potency of the defensive formation appeared significantly diminished. Can we truly withstand this against a quasi-imperial? The warriors gazed at the overwhelming imperial aura emanating from Zhou Yi, their eyes filled with trepidation and anxiety. Even King Yan was no exception. Although he had been persuaded by King Yu and remained fiercely loyal to Liu Yu, the latter was not present in Lingzhou City. Could the talismans left by Liu Yu suffice? As these thoughts crossed his mind, King Yan's anxiety deepened, and he could not help but glance at King Yu beside him. Brother, can we endure this calamity? King Yu's expression remained remarkably calm. Having come this far, what is there left to hesitate? At worst, it is but death. Moreover, King Yu reflected on the numerous glories left behind by Liu Yu throughout his journey, his eyes filled with fervent admiration. I believe our master will not let us down. As they conversed, Zhou Yi in the clouds arrogantly proclaimed, Where is the bandit Liu? Come forth and kneel in welcome. I may grant him a swift end. Otherwise, when the city falls, the entire Liu family shall be left with not a single soul. As he spoke, Zhou Ye's fierce gaze fell upon King Yu, King Yan, and the other experts of the northern frontier. As for you traitors who have allied with the bandit Liu, if you abandon the darkness and embrace the light now, this prince may consider sparing your lives. Now, make your choice. Upon hearing Zhou Ye's words, the King of Yan's expression shifted slightly, while the King of Yu merely smiled. Swish, his 5 fingers spread wide and then clenched tightly. As spiritual energy surged forth, his innate spiritual weapon materialized. The ice spear was firmly gripped in his hand, its tip aimed directly at Zhou Yi, who floated in the clouds. With this action, he conveyed his response. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Ye's countenance darkened instantly. What a king of you! Do you truly seek death? In Zhou Ye's view after he spoke, the King of Yu should have immediately knelt in surrender. After all, individuals like him and the King of Yan were mere reeds swaying in the wind, easily toppled by whichever way it blew. Yet now, in the face of his overwhelming forces, the King of Yu dared to resist stubbornly. How could such a grassroots king dare to consider that bandit, Liu, as someone destined by heaven? That prince was magnanimous enough to send you to join your master in the netherworld, Zhou Yi coldly declared. his eyes glinting with ferocity as he raised his hand. He commanded the entire army to attack, to breach the city of Lingzhou. Not only would the Lu family be slaughtered, but none of the King of Yu's clan would be spared. Kill! With Zhou Ye's order, his commanding 3,000 elite troops roared in unison, leaping forth like divine rainbows towards the besieged city of Lingzhou. They were unaware of the grand design of the sovereign of the Great Zhou. In their eyes, it would not be long before Zhou Yi ascended to the throne. Why not seize the moment and showcase their prowess before him? The 3,000 Imperial Guards possessed cultivation levels that had reached the Spirit Sea realm at the very least, with a significant number of experts at the Divine Bridge and quasi-king levels among their ranks. The formation they formed surged forth like thunder, already comparable to a quasi-emperor's strike, seeing such a powerful offensive. Both the King of Yu and the King of Yin clenched their teeth, raising their spiritual weapons in a low shout. Everyone gathered their spiritual energy into the formation, preparing to meet the impending assault. Just as their words fell, swish, a graceful figure swept past them, appearing directly outside the spiritual formation. Third miss, both the King of Yu and the King of Yan's expressions changed simultaneously. The girl standing before the 3,000 Imperial Guards was none other than Lu Ling. Third miss, do not act rashly. The King of Yu spoke, instinctively reaching out to pull Lu Linger back into the formation, though he suspected that she might possess the spiritual talismans left by Lu Yu. He was uncertain how many she had. Regardless of the quantity, such precious talismans should be activated at critical moments to ensure a decisive blow. Using them recklessly now could allow Zhou Yi to evade and prepare defenses. Resolving the crisis in Lingzhou would become far more complicated. However, before the King of Yu could reach out, Lu Linger had already raised her delicate hand, channeling her spiritual energy. Crack! The talisman left by Lu Yu in her hand exploded with a resounding blast. A talisman? Upon witnessing the explosion of the talisman in Lu Linger's hand, Zhou Ye's brow twitched, sensing a hint of unease. After a brief hesitation, he gritted his teeth and crushed a royal realm talisman. Boom! At the moment the talisman shattered, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth from Zhou Ye's hand, infusing the 3,000 Imperial Guards with renewed vigor, amplifying their assault yet again. A royal realm talisman. Zhou Yi had even brought such a treasure. How could we possibly withstand this? The sight of the talisman's enhancement caused countless warriors within Lingzhou to change their expressions. Even the King of Yu and the King of Yin felt a sudden tremor in their hearts, an involuntary flicker of despair in their eyes. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, feeling the enhancement from the royal realm talisman, could not help but smile smugly, his gaze towards Lu Linger brimming with mockery. The saying goes, a frog in a well cannot conceive of the ocean. A firefly dares to compare itself to the moon, and this is precisely the predicament of your Lu family. In your next life, do not be so arrogant. Boom! Before Zhou Yi could finish his words, a dazzling, radiant sword light, akin to the sun, filled his vision. Under Zhou Ye's stunned gaze, that radiant sword light, guided by Lu Linger, struck fiercely before her. Thus, the 3,000 elite troops, enhanced by the royal realm talisman, were swept away before they could even utter a cry, reduced to ash, vanishing into the ether. Only then did Lu Linger softly speak. Her gaze fixed on Zhou Yi, who had dared to insult her brother as a bandit, her autumn-like eyes glimmering with a chilling intensity. A firefly dares to compare itself to the moon? Are you now introducing yourself? Gulp. Feeling the coldness in Lu Linger's words, and witnessing the complete annihilation of the 3,000 elite troops, Zhou Yi involuntarily swallowed hard, his form trembling imperceptibly as he watched Lu Linger raise her hand once more. Even with 2 royal realm talismans still in use, Zhou Yi found himself devoid of any courage to continue fighting. With a swift turn, he fled in the direction he had come. Damn it! How could the talismans left by that bandit be so powerful? Not even the royal realm talisman bestowed by my father could withstand it. Does that not imply that the bandit has surpassed the royal realm and reached the level of sovereign? The more Zhou Yi pondered, the more terrified he became. His mind was consumed by a singular thought, to escape and report this intelligence swiftly to his father. However, as he glanced back at Lu Ling, she merely smiled coldly. Her demeanor was typically gentle, but that was only towards her brother. For one who dared to refer to her brother as a bandit, Lu Linger harbored no thoughts of tenderness. Only a desire to reduce him to ashes. Swish! Without hesitation, Lu Linger raised her hand and activated another talisman, and a mighty sword light surged forth once more, racing towards Zhou Yi in an instant. Ah, do not come near. Zhou Yi lost all semblance of princely composure, instinctively screaming as he crushed both of the remaining Royal Realm talismans simultaneously, hoping to use them as a barrier. Yet the lethal force contained within that sword light was far too terrifying. In an instant, it overwhelmed the might of the two Royal Realm talismans and, without mercy, struck Zhou Yi. Before the astonished gazes of countless warriors within Lingzhou, the newly appointed prince of the Great Zhou was reduced to ash. Following in the footsteps of his 3,000 subordinates, is this truly the end? On the walls of Lingzhou, the king of Yin and the other martial artists stared at the now tranquil exterior of the city, unable to regain their senses for a long while. Even the king of Yu remained in a state of shock for an extended period. It was not until Lu Linger returned that he finally reacted. His eyes filled with profound astonishment. He held unwavering faith and loyalty towards Lu Yu, yet even he had not anticipated that Lu Yu's strength would be so formidable, with just a single strike. He had obliterated 3,000 elite troops, along with 3 Royal Realm talismans. The speed at which the master has progressed in strength is rather terrifying. Just as the king of Yu and the martial artists of Lingzhou were in shock. Rumble, from the northern direction of Lingzhou, the Tsangyan Mountains, a golden spiritual vessel emanating quasi-emperor pressure cut through the clouds, slowly making its way towards them as it passed. The overwhelming divine might cause the warriors of the northern borders to instinctively look up. Upon realizing the direction from which the spiritual vessel was approaching, the warriors who had just begun to relax felt their hearts sink once more. The Great Zhou and the Great Xia had an agreement. Experts beneath the Imperial domain could traverse freely. However, neither warriors nor spiritual vessels could easily cross the boundaries of the Imperial domain. Now, with a quasi-emperor's spiritual vessel arriving from the direction of the Great Xia dynasty, how could the warriors of the northern borders not feel alarmed? Could it be that the Great Xia dynasty has become aware of the situation in the northern frontier and intends to exploit the opportunity to invade our 3 states in the north? The numerous martial artists of the northern frontier could not help but hold their breath. Within Lingzhou City, the martial artists were also stirred into a frenzy. Although there were the spiritual talismans left by Lu Yu, these talismans ultimately have their limits if the Great Xia dynasty were to launch a full-scale invasion without Lu Yu personally overseeing the defense. How long could we withstand their military might relying solely on these talismans? Just as their worries mounted, a resounding boom echoed from the quasi-imperial spiritual vessel. Lu Yu slowly rose, releasing his aura, which left the martial artists of the 3 states in the north momentarily stunned. Then joy flickered in their eyes. This aura belonged to His Highness, the Feathered King. The individuals aboard the spiritual vessel were not from the Great Xia dynasty, but rather their master had returned. The martial artists of the northern frontier, including King Yu and King Yin, could not help but gaze upwards as the spiritual vessel drew closer. They could finally discern the figures aboard it. The forefront was Lu Yu, clad in snow-white robes, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Behind him, led by the Grand Ancestor of Illusions, were the many martial artists from the Great Xia Kingdom who had been subdued by Lu Yu, standing attentively in his wake. Additionally, disciples from the Yun family and the illusionary spirit sect followed closely behind, their eyes reflecting a hint of anxiety as they gazed down at the northern frontier, though they had resolved to follow Lu Yu. Suddenly leaving their homeland for this unfamiliar territory made their hearts flutter with trepidation. Fortunately, just as they felt this tension, swish, Lu Ming, and other members of the Lu family, accompanied by King Yu, King Yin, and numerous northern frontier experts, rushed over to greet them. Although it was their first meeting, Lu Ming, Lu Linger, and the other members of the Lu family could sense the loyalty that the Grand Ancestor of Illusions and the others held for Lu Yu. Setting aside other considerations, the mere fact that they were willing to abandon their foundations in the Great Xia to follow Lu Yu to the Great Zhou was enough to endear them to Lu Ming and the others. However, not all the local experts from the northern frontier were pleased with the arrival of the illusionary spirit sect and the Yun family. For instance, King Yin, Zhu Yu, the Yun family, is trivial, but the illusionary spirit sect possesses formidable strength. King Yin squinted, observing the elders of the illusionary spirit sect, such as Qiu Xian, trailing behind the grand ancestor of illusions, a profound sense of crisis welling up within him. Yet, King Yu remained calm. Isn't this something we could have anticipated? With our master's strength, talent, and the increasing number of people who will follow him, they will only grow stronger if we do not strive for progress. Even if our master remains sentimental, we will inevitably be left behind. As King Yu spoke, his gaze turned towards Lu Yu, his eyes brimming with fervent light. Our master is advancing, and we must strive to keep pace. King Yin found himself momentarily speechless. He was not unwilling to exert himself, but his potential had its limits. Without significant opportunities, no matter how diligently he trained, it would be challenging for him to elevate his cultivation. Not to mention, King Yu's situation was quite similar. Without substantial opportunities, even with hard work, he would inevitably fall behind Lu Yu. I truly do not understand where your confidence comes from, brother. King Yin could not help but mutter. King Yu shook his head and softly replied, with our master's strength, the Lu family will only grow increasingly powerful. When the time comes, even a mere opportunity slipping through the cracks of our master's fingers will be enough for us to soar. Observing the fervor in King Yu's eyes, King Yin instinctively felt that his brother was being overly dramatic. The bottleneck of potential was not so easily overcome. However, just as he silently shook his head, Lu Yu, after settling the members of the Yun family and the illusionary spirit sect, flicked his fingers. The already refined void spirit tower within his storage bag transformed into a streak of light, soaring forth. Following Lu Yu's guidance, it directly descended onto the plaza in Lingzhou City. As the void spirit tower landed, boom! The spiritual energy of the entire Lingzhou region began to converge towards it, enriching the spiritual environment of the city several-fold. Is this the legendary void spirit tower? Within Lingzhou City, countless martial artists gazed in disbelief at the mysterious ancient tower. Lingzhou, being situated in the northern frontier of the Great Zhou and bordering the Great Xia, had frequent interactions with the martial artists from the southern regions of the Great Xia, the most renowned cultivation sanctum in the southern regions. The Void Spirit Tower was well known among the martial artists of the northern frontier. At this moment, the ancient tower summoned forth by their master bore an uncanny resemblance to the rumored Void Spirit Tower. Could it be that this truly is the legendary Void Spirit Tower? As they beheld the tower, radiating spiritual light and drawing in spiritual energy from all directions, creating an aura reminiscent of a cultivation paradise enveloping Lingzhou City, the elder Ming could not help but swallow hard. Looking towards Lu Yu with lips that moved for some time before finally uttering a question, Lu smiled and nodded. Grandfather, you are not mistaken. This is indeed the Void Spirit Tower. Speaking thus, Lu Yu turned his gaze towards his kin. From now on, members of the Lu family may freely enter the Void Spirit Tower to cultivate. As for the external clansmen, Lu Yu's gaze fell upon the illusionary spirit sect, the Yun family, and the two kings. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, external masters below the King Dao realm may enter for 3 months each year, while those above the King Dao realm may enter for 1 month each year. Furthermore, I would trouble grandfather to establish a merit system for the external masters of the Lu family. Those like King Yu and King Yin, who diligently serve the Lu family, quell dissent, and stabilize the states, should be rewarded greatly. These merits can be exchanged for additional time in the Void Spirit Tower for cultivation. In the future, they may also be used to redeem some precious cultivation resources from the Lu family treasury. Lu Yu spoke with a smile. During his time in the southern regions of the Great Xia, the number of people allowed to cultivate in the Void Spirit Tower and the duration of their stay were quite limited. However, upon returning to his own domain, such strictness was unnecessary. After all, in the southern regions, all powers above the King Dao realm could utilize the Void Spirit Tower. Here, only the Lu family and its loyal vassals could do so. Therefore, the conditions could naturally be relaxed. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, King Yu, King Yin, and the other external masters were momentarily taken aback. The grand ancestor of illusions, Qiu Xian, and the father-daughter duo of Yun Chuan and Yun Chan widened their eyes in astonishment. Some among them had personally experienced the wonders of the Void Spirit Tower, while others had merely heard of its remarkable effects on cultivation. But a day within the tower surpassed 3 months of arduous cultivation outside. Such a terrifying enhancement to the cultivation process, even if their potential had reached its limit, could still provide them with the means to break through their bottlenecks and comprehend higher levels of principles. Huff! Coming back to their senses, King Yin and the others all simultaneously bowed and knelt before Lu Yu, their voices tinged with tremors of excitement. "We thank our master for your generous grace." King Yin expressed with fervor, unable to resist glancing at his elder brother. He had already admired King Yu to the point of reverence, but upon this glance, he was taken aback. King Yu remained standing, having yet to kneel in gratitude. King Yin immediately panicked, hastily communicating through his mind, "Brother, do not dawdle. Quickly express your gratitude." Only then did King Yu come to his senses, looking at Lu Yu with increasingly fervent eyes. Despite the previous power of the spiritual talismans, each time he held high hopes for his master, he never expected Lu Yu to continually surpass his understanding of this extraordinary prodigy. King Yu's heart surged with emotion, and after several deep breaths, he finally subdued his excitement, nodding at King Yin behind him. Then, he directly knelt down, prostrating himself on the ground. "Thank you, Master, for granting this opportunity. I promise to live up to your expectations in this life. Willingly shall I traverse fire and water for my Lord's generation." Ding! The system has detected that there is an external expert, MOU, under the host command, whose loyalty has reached a maximum of 100 points. This external expert has automatically been accepted as a member of the host family. His strength will be factored into the host family S-rank assessment, and future enhancements in strength will also elevate the host family's rank. Upon hearing the system notification echo in his ears, Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback. Yet, soon after, a smile graced his lips, and his gaze towards the gentle-eyed MOU softened further. He truly hadn't anticipated that bringing back the illusory spirit tower would yield such unexpected joy. MOU's cultivation had already reached the heavenly king realm, and with the assistance of the illusory spirit tower, it was likely that he would soon break through to the quasi-emperor level. The Lu family was currently a 5th-tier family. To advance to the quasi-king tier, they required 1 expert above quasi-king, 3 above the divine bridge, and 5 above the spiritual sea. The quasi-king position would undoubtedly be filled by Lu Yu himself. As for the experts above the spiritual sea, the resources garnered through Lu Yu's unification of the northern frontier had allowed them to cultivate a considerable number. Thus, there was no need for concern there. The only challenge lay in gathering the 3 divine bridge experts, which was not easily achievable at the moment. However, with MOU present, the Lu family had effectively filled one of those vacancies. Moreover, with his strength, he could assist the Lu family in filling a strong position until they ascended to the divine fire tier. This was undoubtedly a significant boon. Moreover, Lu Yu's gaze drifted towards the kneeling figures of King Yin and others behind MOU. With MOU's loyalty now maxed out, Lu Yu's Eternal Gate had unlocked a new auxiliary ability, allowing him to perceive the specific loyalty levels of his subordinates, the members of the Lu family. Needless to say, had all achieved full loyalty at 100 points, demonstrating absolute fidelity to the family. The loyalty of other external experts, such as the illusory spirit ancestor and the head of the Yun family, Yun Chuan, hovered around 90 points. What surprised Lu Yu was the little girl. Yun Chan, if Lu Yu recalled correctly, his acquaintance with her was relatively brief. Yet this little girl possessed the highest loyalty among the external experts, second only to the fully loyal MOU. With a remarkable 98 points that it seemed she could break through to full loyalty at any moment. Upon sensing Lu Yu's gaze, Yun Chan, who had been sneakily observing him, was startled and hurriedly lowered her head, her earlobes burning red, as if they might bleed. Observing the steam almost rising from the top of her head, Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Having an inkling of the source of her 98 points of loyalty, well, it was indeed a good thing. Lu rubbed his nose and smiled, considering that Yun Chan's cultivation had also reached the divine bridge realm. If she could swiftly elevate her loyalty to 100 points, the Liu family's progress toward advancing to the quasi-king tier would accelerate. Furthermore, Yunshan's talent was not to be underestimated. She surpassed his younger sister, Liu Ling by a significant margin that, if nurtured well, she could, in the future, similarly contribute to the enhancement of the Liu family's rank, filling a strong position just like Mou. However, how to bridge that final 2 points of loyalty remained a dilemma for Liu Yu. Bestow favors. How might one bestow favor upon this little girl? After some hesitation, Liu Yu tentatively addressed Yunshan. Chaner, you should focus on your cultivation. If you require any resources for training, simply seek out your sister Linger. Your talent is remarkable, and I hold high expectations for you, so do not let it go to waste. Those brief words prompted the previously shy Yunshan to look up in alarm, her eyes filled with a mixture of surprise and nervousness. Young master, no, my lord, do you believe I could be of assistance in the future? Since you have grown accustomed to it, you may continue to call me young master, Liu Yu replied with an amused smile, gently patting her little head. With your talent, as long as you cultivate diligently, it is merely a matter of time before you can aid me. This is not mere consolation. It is the truth. Ding. The system has detected that there is an external expert, Yunshan, under the host command, whose loyalty has reached the maximum of 100 points. This external expert has automatically been accepted as a member of the host family. Her strength will be factored into the host family's rank assessment. And future enhancements in strength will also elevate the host family's rank. Liu Yu, hearing the system notification resonate in his ears once more and gazing at the nearly overflowing joy in his eyes as he looked at Yunshan, Liu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Although he was aware that elevating Yunshan's loyalty would be relatively easy, the efficiency of this enhancement seemed rather exaggerated. Shaking his head to dispel the distractions in his mind, Liu Yu turned his attention to Liu Ming and Liu Linger. Liu Ming, observing Yunshan, stroked his beard, his eyes filled with a maternal smile. However, Liu Linger's gaze was considerably more complex. The hint of jealousy in her eyes was evident even to Liu Yu. Linger, what are you thinking? You are my sister. My care for you will not diminish by even half due to Chaner. My expectations for you are no less than those for Chaner. As Liu Yu spoke, he gave his little sister a thumbs up. That I have heard of your exploits in using the spirit talisman to subdue Zhou Yi and others. Truly, you are my sister. Well done. You surpassed me by leaps and bounds at 16. Upon hearing her brother's praise, the youthful heart of Liu Ling quickly lifted, a smile blooming on her face. Yet, the competitive fire in her eyes when she looked at Yunshan was unmistakable. Observing his little sister's demeanor, Liu Yu shook his head, choosing not to intervene further. Allowing the two girls to compete with one another could, in some respects, be beneficial. After all, competition breeds motivation. All right, grandfather, I leave the arrangements in Lingzhou City to you. Mou, King Yin, ensure that you assist my grandfather in settling the illusory spirit sect and the Yun family. Rest assured, my lord, we shall not disappoint your expectations. Mou and King Yin immediately bowed, while Liu Ming nodded and smiled, inquiring, are you preparing to enter the illusory spirit tower for further seclusion? Not exactly, did Liu Yu chuckled upon hearing this, his gaze shifting towards the location of the Great Zhou Imperial City. His intention was to take action and fully bring the Great Zhou under his control. This single statement caused the breaths of all the experts present to momentarily halt. Although Liu Yu's display of the spirit talisman had already made them aware of his capacity to dominate the Great Zhou, none had anticipated his eagerness to act so soon. Even Mou, who was the most loyal to Liu Yu, couldn't help but swallow hard. And why, lord, could this be a tad too hasty? Liu Yu smiled nonchalantly. Long before he reached the quasi-emperor level, his strength had already been sufficient to contend with early-stage sovereign experts. The manifestation of the sacred body could even vanquish ordinary sovereign experts. The only reason he had refrained from striking against the Great Zhou royal family earlier was his urgent quest for clues regarding the chaotic Dao fruit. Now that the clues were in hand and his cultivation had advanced further, Liu Yu naturally had no intention of leaving the Great Zhou royal family unscathed. Although he had left behind his spirit talismans, which could handle even the Great Zhou's monarch if he were to confront them, the incessant buzzing of flies could become irksome. Furthermore, During his cultivation within the illusory spirit tower, he could also utilize various spiritual pills and herbs to further enhance his training efficiency. Ordinary king tier and emperor tier pills were of little use to Lu Yu. But for the members of the Lu family and the loyal external experts, the benefits would be substantial. Fully unifying the great Zhou and the resources gained would expedite the metamorphosis of the family S rank. Thus, in response to Mo Yu's concerns, Lu Yu merely smiled. There's no need for worry that he raised his hand slightly, his thoughts swirling within. Boom! The aura of imperial authority erupted from him with a thunderous force, causing the likes of King Yu and Lu Ming, the esteemed experts of the northern frontier, to widen their eyes in astonishment as they beheld the profound shock reflected in Lu Yu's gaze. Master, you have attained the realm of quasi-emperor? Lu Yu smiled and nodded. Now, you can rest assured. King Yu and Lu Ming inhaled deeply, their eyes brimming with unparalleled excitement. Previously, before achieving the quasi-emperor status, the power of a single sword strike from Lu Yu was sufficient to extinguish 3 Imperial Realm spirit talismans. Now that Lu Yu had reached quasi-emperor, who in the vast Zhou could possibly stand against him? Immediately, Lu Yu, amidst the eager gazes of his subordinates, ascended into the sky like a celestial rainbow, leaping onto the spirit vessel. He activated the quasi-emperor's spirit vessel, propelling it swiftly towards the capital of Zhou. In but a single day's time, the silhouette of the Zhou imperial city emerged within Lu Yu's sight. At this moment, within the Songming Palace of Zhou, the 5 great kings, who instilled fear in the heart of the Zhou sovereign, were gathered. Each of their presences was immensely profound, indicating that they had all cultivated to the pinnacle of quasi-emperor in the 16 kingdoms of the Eastern Wasteland. Such power would be sufficient to command a region and enjoy unbounded glory. Yet, the expressions of these 5 kings were exceptionally grave. Songming, you are the most powerful among us, and the one most likely to break through to the imperial realm. Speak up now. Should we take action? A king, impatient in nature, turned to the master of this place, King Songming. The other 3 kings could not help but glance over, awaiting King Songming's decision. King Songming furrowed his brow. Over the years, the old Zhou sovereign had kept a watchful eye on the 5 great kings' estates, suppressing them at every turn. Had it not been for the old sovereign's injury sustained during an external expedition, forcing him into seclusion, the blade of territorial reduction would have long since descended upon them. However, one could evade the initial onslaught, but not the relentless tide. The words of the impatient king were not without merit. For if they continued to delay, once the new emperor ascended the throne, brimming with youthful vigor and longevity, he would undoubtedly wield the blade of territorial reduction against them. Gradually, the 5 great kings would be stripped of their power until their estates lay in ruin. How could the 5 great kings, with a lineage spanning thousands of years and a history as venerable as the Zhou, resign themselves to such a fate? Yet, was it truly the right moment to rise in rebellion? A flicker of hesitation crossed King Songming's eyes. Witnessing this, the most impatient among them, King Lingu, could no longer contain himself. Songming, what are you waiting for? This is our best opportunity to rise. The old ghost is already withered. And with Zhou absent from the imperial city, even if he were to receive word of our uprising, he would be ill-prepared to assume the throne without the grand formation of the imperial city and the sovereign seal. The fortune he could gather would be limited, his strength barely that of a quasi-emperor. At that time, with the combined might of our 5 great kings, we could slay this boy, each of our families claiming 3 or 4 provinces to establish our own dominions. Gathering fortune to ascend to the imperial realm in the future, we could potentially transform the 16 kingdoms of the Eastern Wasteland into 20. This far more exhilarating than sitting here in trepidation, waiting for our doom. As King Lingu's words echoed, the other 3 kings' eyes glimmered with eager anticipation. Yet King Songming instead became more composed, shaking his head in response. Brother Lingu, the future you envision is splendid, but do not forget. That old dog is notoriously cunning. He has been in seclusion for years, and only Zhou Yi and his few trusted inner court officials know the true situation. Are you not afraid of suffering the same fate as the princes of his era? Falling victim to his schemes, the current sovereign of Zhou, in his youth before ascending the throne, had not distinguished himself among his peers. Thus, during the fierce competition for succession, he was largely overlooked. Who would have anticipated that, as the other princes fought to the bitter end, their forces decimated, the current sovereign would rise unexpectedly, leading the 3,000 hidden warriors he had nurtured to annihilate his heavily wounded siblings. Becoming the sole heir to the throne of the Zhou, recalling the events of those years sent a chill down even the usually impetuous King Lingu's spine, rendering him calm. Yet, an air of unwillingness lingered in his eyes. Shall we truly allow this opportunity to slip away? No need to rush. We can wait a while longer and arrange for someone to keep watch at the Imperial Palace. See if we can capture an inner court official to extract information about that old dog-ass situation. King Ming contemplated, devising his plan at that moment, as the 5 great kings conspired. Rumble, Lu Yu, piloting the quasi-emperor's spirit vessel, burst forth from the thick clouds, heading straight into the skies above the Dezhou Imperial City. As the spirit vessel approached the Imperial City, Buzz, the protective array of the Dezhou Imperial City, was instantly activated. Hundreds of threads of spiritual light erupted from various corners of the city walls, intertwining to form an enormous spiritual power net that intercepted Lu Yu's path. Such an array was of the highest grade. Even a perfected quasi-emperor would find it insurmountable. Yet, Lu Yu merely raised his hand nonchalantly and unleashed a seemingly unremarkable punch. Boom! The surging fist wind shattered the vast spiritual net with ease. The sound of fracturing array patterns echoed continuously against the walls of the Imperial City, sending tremors through all the martial artists present. Who dares to forcefully invade the city? My heavens, what do I see? A youth of 17 or 18 years has shattered the Imperial City's grand array with a single punch. Could he truly be Lu Yu, the head of the Lu family who had claimed 3 provinces in the northern frontier? But was he not already slain by Prince Zhou? Countless martial artists in the Imperial City looked up towards the walls, their eyes filled with profound astonishment at Lu Yu. Even the 5 great kings, who were gathered in the Songming Palace to plot, could not help but rush out, gazing in disbelief at Lu Yu standing amidst the clouds. The might of the Imperial City's grand array was terrifying. Even they, when united, could only hope to break it. Yet this formidable array crumbled before Lu Yu's punch. To what extent had his power reached? Was he truly only 17 or 18 years old? The 5 kings exchanged glances, suddenly feeling as though they had wasted their years in vain, just as they were in shock within the Imperial Palace. The 10,000 elite guards, led by 2 quasi-emperor inner court officials, surged forth from the palace, ascending into the clouds and forming a formation to confront Lu Yu from a distance. 10,000 elite guards, combined with the 2 quasi-emperor inner court officials, generated a force powerful enough to stir the clouds, causing countless martial artists below to struggle for breath. Yet, Lu Yu remained remarkably composed, gazing at the 10,000 elite guards before him. He spoke calmly. Zhou Yi is dead. The 3,000 elite guards he brought have accompanied him on his journey. Step aside now, and I shall spare you. However, should you persist in obstructing my path, you shall join Zhou Yi on his final journey. What did you say? Upon hearing Lu Yu's calm declaration, the 5 great kings below maintained their composure. For if Lu Yu could shatter the grand array of the Imperial City, slaying a newly ascended quasi-emperor like Zhou Yi would be child's play. However, the 2 inner supervisors were quite different. They were fully aware of Zhou Yi's true capabilities. While Zhou Yi himself might not possess exceptional strength, he still held 3 imperial spiritual talismans bestowed by their lord. If even these 3 imperial talismans were insufficient to subdue Lu Yu, or to ensure Zhou Yi's survival, then the 2 inner supervisors could not help but shudder at the thought. Looking at Lu Yu, they could not help but notice an undeniable glimmer of fear in their eyes. At that moment, a tremendous aura erupted from the Imperial Palace, shaking the entire great Zhou Imperial City. The 5 great kings and countless martial artists within the city felt the overwhelming presence and were all taken aback. Their gazes shifted from Lu Yu to the source of the aura, filled with astonishment that the realm of the sovereign. Countless martial artists within the great Zhou Imperial City widened their eyes, staring at the figure that emerged from the Imperial Palace. Shock filled their expressions as they beheld the great Zhou sovereign, who appeared to be on the brink of death and decay. now standing tall and vibrant, exuding an aura of royal energy so potent it could crush ordinary quasi-sovereigns, far beyond the capability of even the martial sovereign realm. It was as if he had reached the pinnacle of the royal path, a manifestation only the sovereign could possess. Under the countless gazes of awe, the great Zhou sovereign looked at Lu Yu with eyes filled with fervor and greed. I never expected, truly never expected, that our great Zhou could give rise to such a remarkable talent as you. Lu Yu, is it? I shall remember your name. Fear not, for after your demise, I shall seize your opportunities. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. It will become the cornerstone of my glory. The great Zhou sovereign murmured softly, regarding Lu Yu as though he were a rare treasure. Initially, he felt a twinge of regret over Zhou Ye's death. But after witnessing Lu Yu's prowess, the sovereign had long since cast aside any thoughts of Zhou Ye. He was acutely aware of his own potential. Without any fortuitous encounters, he would likely remain at the initial stage of sovereign for his entire life. However, if he could capture Lu Yu and obtain the opportunities that allowed Lu Yu to grow his power so rapidly, the great Zhou sovereign believed that reaching the pinnacle of sovereign, or even igniting divine fire to become an everlasting deity, would be well within his grasp. Within the imperial city, the 5 great kings, led by the Songming king, looked up at the great Zhou sovereign in the sky, all filled with relief. This old dog truly has a trick up his sleeve. He has concealed his capabilities so deeply. The 5 great kings broke into a cold sweat, secretly thanking their calmness that had prevented them from rashly taking up arms. Now that they had regained their composure, they began to comprehend the chain of events. Zhou Ye's departure from the imperial city to quell dissent was likely a bait set by this old dog to lure them into rebellion, providing him an excuse to strike. The Songming king and the others exchanged thoughts telepathically, and their gazes towards Lu Yu held a hint of gratitude. Had Lu Yu not arrived unexpectedly, they would have surely fallen into the great Zhou sovereign's trap and met a dire fate. Regrettably, this esteemed Lu Yu was destined to fall here. The Songming king sighed softly, his tone tinged with sympathy. The other 4 kings nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment. The great Zhou sovereign, unable to contain his impatience, wasted no time to as soon as he finished speaking, he made his move against Lu Yu. With a surge of his technique, the pure spiritual energy of the sovereign realm within him surged forth like a torrential tide. As the great Zhou sovereign's hand seals transformed, ethereal images of peculiar spiritual weapons rapidly coalesced before him. There were divine blades, long spears, arrows, sharp swords, and even a great halberd capable of splitting the heavens. A total of 365 spiritual weapon images materialized in an instant. Each weapon, as it stirred, caused the surrounding space to tremble ominously, as if to be cleaved asunder by the very presence of these spiritual weapon images. This was an unparalleled secret art of the great Zhou royal family, the pinnacle of martial arts known as the 100 weapons technique. Throughout history, even the founding ancestors of the great Zhou could only conjure a mere 108 spiritual weapon images at their peak. Yet now, the great Zhou sovereign had more than tripled that record, with 365 spiritual weapons converging. Even before they were unleashed, the overwhelming pressure emanating from them made countless martial artists witnessing this spectacle within the great Zhou imperial city tremble in their hearts. Boy, surrender at once. The great Zhou sovereign roared, and with the final hand seal completed, he thrust his hands forward. All 365 spiritual weapon images trembled in unison, trailing divine radiance as they hurtled towards Lu Yu. The instant these spiritual weapons surged forth, the air erupted with piercing shrieks. Many martial artists in the imperial city, caught off guard, found themselves bleeding from their mouths and noses, nearly fainting from the sheer terror of the onslaught. Such overwhelming might was a testament to the formidable power of the 100 weapons technique. The capabilities of an early-stage sovereign were truly unfathomable. Each of these spiritual weapons likely possessed enough power to severely injure even a fully realized sovereign. As the martial artists of the city gazed upon the images of the spiritual weapons, their eyes brimmed with palpable fear. Looking at Lu Yu, their expressions turned sympathetic, as if they could hardly withstand the sonic booms of the 100 weapons technique. They could scarcely imagine the tragic fate awaiting Lu Yu, who would face it head-on, Yet, in the face of the oncoming barrage, Lu Yu displayed not an ounce of fear. He activated the ancient scroll of Taichu. A surge of vitality coursed through him. Golden sacred blood transformed into a torrent of divine strength, intertwining with the spiritual energy in his dantian, forming a brilliant golden barrier. When the 365 spiritual weapons struck the barrier, they sent ripples cascading outward but could not penetrate even an inch further. What? The great Zhou's sovereign's pupils constricted, an instinctual sense of unease gripping him. He instinctively took a step back, channeling his spiritual energy once more. But before he could summon another wave of spiritual weapon images, Lu Yu had already made his move. Is this the power of a newly ascended sovereign? How utterly dull. Lu Yu murmured softly as he suddenly raised his hand. The spiritual sword at his waist soared into the air, firmly grasped in his hand, and with a gentle slash towards the front, a soft sound echoed. The great Zhou's sovereign felt a chill at his throat, and when he regained his senses, he found his perspective shooting skyward, piercing through the clouds. Below him lay a familiar headless corpse, swaying unsteadily. Who is that? Oh, it turns out to be me. The great Zhou's sovereign's lips moved as if to say something. But in the next moment, an abyss of darkness engulfed his consciousness. Under the astonished gazes of all the martial artists present, his head and body swayed in the clouds before with a resounding thud. They plummeted to the earth. After a brief silence, two loud thuds resonated as two exquisite blood blossoms erupted upon the ground of the imperial city. From this day forth, the great Zhou royal family would cease to exist. My Lu family shall take control of the imperial city and change the state name to Taichu. My Lu family shall become the new sovereign of the Taichu dynasty. In the skies, Lu Yu guided the spiritual vessel, descending slowly above the forbidden palace. His gaze calm, he surveyed the crowd and spoke gently. I have spoken. Who here is in favor, and who is opposed, within the imperial city? Countless martial artists exchanged glances. After a brief silence, a series of kneeling sounds echoed as the 5 great kings, led by the Tsangming king, decisively knelt before Lu Yu's spiritual vessel. We pay our respects to your majesty. May your majesty's martial path flourish. Long live for eternity. Time slips away, and in the blink of an eye, another month has passed. In the heart of Taichu Imperial City, the Zuling Tower stands silently. Countless martial artists within the Imperial City occasionally cast their gazes toward the Zuling Tower, their eyes filled with profound reverence. A month prior, Lu Yu had made a formidable entrance, vanquishing the sovereign of the Dazhou kingdom and instigating a dynastic change. Initially, some members of the Dazhou royal family harbored resentment. However, following the descent of the Zuling Tower, the remaining remnants of the Dazhou royal family had completely abandoned hope. With the Zuling Tower in hand, there was no need for Lu Yu to utter a word. Many factions within the Dazhou dynasty voluntarily pledged allegiance to the Lu family, expressing their intent to follow. They even captured and delivered the remnants of the Dazhou royal family to the imperial city for the Lu family to suppress and imprison. Lu Yu had long anticipated such developments. After all, the name of the Zuling Tower resonated far and wide. With such a treasure to aid in cultivation, it was only natural for the Lu family to easily win the hearts of the people. Yet, those who only pledged their allegiance when the situation became dire would naturally receive lesser treatment than figures like King Yu and King Yin. They need not even dream of opportunities to cultivate within the Zuling Tower, let alone expect to exchange for slightly more precious resources in the short term. Nevertheless, Lu Yu was not concerned that these opportunists would harbor grievances, with the Zuling Tower dangling as a tempting carrot before them. As long as these fence-sitters were not foolish, they would strive to ingratiate themselves with the Lu family, demonstrating their loyalty in hopes of gaining access to cultivate within the Zuling Tower. As for those forces that contemplated betrayal due to their inability to gain the opportunity of the Zuling Tower in the short term, with the aid of the Wangu Gate, Lu Yu could discern any fluctuations in their loyalty at any moment. He could easily anticipate their intentions and suppress them preemptively. However, as it stood, while the loyalty of these opportunists was not particularly high, generally hovering around 70, not a single faction had sunk low enough to harbor thoughts of betrayal with a loyalty below 60. Clearly, the deterrent effect of Lu Yu's previous battle in the Imperial City had been extraordinary. Shaking his head, Lu Yu withdrew his gaze from the loyalty interface of the Wangu Gate and could not help but look toward the first floor of the Zuling Tower. The cool-down of the Wangu Gate had long since concluded, yet none of the family members had broken through to the Divine Bridge realm. Consequently, the tier of the Wangu Gate had not increased. Therefore, Lu Yu was not in a rush to return to the Wangu Gate. Previously, he had been eager to return because remaining in the present world for cultivation, given his Taichu's sacred body's innate talent, was merely a waste of time. However, now, with the aid of the remnants of the Zuling Tower and the accompanying divine fire and supreme blood within him, although the progress in the present world had slowed down somewhat, it was not without rewards. Yet, as this month of cultivation progressed, Lu Yu distinctly felt that the enhancement effects of the Zuling Tower's third floor on his growth had become somewhat negligible. Continuing to cultivate here would not yield high efficiency. As Lu Yu pondered, he glanced at the first floor of the Zuling Tower, his brows furrowing slightly. Although the passage of time would remain exceedingly slow as long as he did not return to the Wangu era, Lu Yu did not wish to waste time idly. Just as he was feeling a bit troubled, a notification sounded. Ding! Detected that family member Lu Linger has successfully cultivated to the Divine Bridge realm, breaking into the 5th stage. Ding! Detected that the host family now possesses 1 warrior above the quasi-king level, 3 warriors above the Divine Bridge level, and 5 warriors above the Spirit Sea level. Along with a martial arts legacy applicable to most family members, the conditions for family advancement have been met, and the family's tier is being elevated. The tier of the Wangu Gate is increasing. Current tier of the Wangu Gate. Quasi-King. Current maximum duration of residence in parallel time and space. 20 days. Detected that the host has successfully elevated the tier of the Wangu Gate and received a promotion gift package. Would you like to open it? A series of system notifications filled Lu Yu's eyes with uncontainable delight. However, he truly did not expect that this time it was his younger sister who had made the contribution by being the first to reach the Divine Bridge realm. Had she been inspired by Chon'er? Lu Yu smiled and commanded with his consciousness. Open the gift package. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received a 1-star mythic level reward, the Array Character Secret, during the ancient era, when the Heavenly Heart imprint initially revived. The laws of the Great Tao evolved in the world, condensing into 9 great legacies known as the 9 Secrets. Attaining 1 secret offers the hope of enlightenment, while acquiring all 9 makes one invincible in the Imperial realm. The Array Character Secret, one of the 9 secrets, grants unparalleled mastery of the array arts to its possessor, rendering millions of great arrays as mere clouds in their sight, turning dire situations into fortuitous ones, and transforming death into rebirth. There is no array that cannot be entered or deciphered. Would you like to accept the reward? Accept. A profound surprise filled Lu Yu's eyes that he did not anticipate drawing a mythic-level reward this time. Although it could not compare to the Taichu's sacred body, a 1-star myth was still exceedingly rare. As Lu Yu willed it, he felt a torrent of vast, flowing memories of inheritance surge into his mind, as if an unparalleled master of array arts were imparting their lifelong insights to him. Not a full day and night passed before Lu Yu emerged from that mysterious state. When he opened his eyes again, they had grown even deeper. This day and night of receiving the inheritance made Lu Yu feel as if he had experienced a century within that brief span. Although his cultivation did not advance, it had directly allowed him to cultivate the Array Character Secret to a minor accomplishment level, with a minor accomplishment level of the Array Character Secret enhancing his abilities despite his cultivation being at the Emperor Dao level. His mastery of array arts had reached the level of supreme excellence, below the realm of enlightenment. Given sufficient time and resources, he could decipher and arrange all arrays. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Although the Array Character Secret did not provide a tangible increase in combat power, it would greatly aid both Lu Yu and the long-term development of the Lu family, saying nothing of the fact that with the enhancement of the minor accomplishment level Array Character Secret, if he had access to enough precious materials, Lu Yu could completely repair the flawed laws of the Zuling Tower in the present world, restoring it to its complete state. After all, whether it be the Zuling Tower or other top-tier treasures in the world, the core laws are fundamentally a variation of arrays. Not only the spirit weapons, but all the various rules and constraints within the great secret realms and ruins are merely different applications of arrays in Lu Yu's eyes. Given enough time, he could comprehend, grasp, and even utilize them for his own ends. However, to repair the Zuling Tower, even merely restoring the initial layers would require exceedingly precious materials, even with the foundation of the Taichu dynasty. It would be impossible to gather enough even if they emptied their treasury. But Lu Yu's gaze turned toward the interface of the Wangu Gate. Now that the tier of the Wangu Gate had reached the quasi-king level, should he progress further to elevate it to the king tier, Lu Yu would be able to open the Wangu space that 8T that time. He could bring back various precious treasures from the parallel time and space before the Wangu era. With the assistance of those treasures from before the Wangu era, not only could he rapidly enhance the strength and tier of the family in the present world, but it would also merely be a matter of time before the Zuling Tower was fully restored. The Wangu Gate shall be opened. Lu Yu gently clenched his fist, and with a commanding voice, the golden doors before him thunderously swung open. The world from eons past unfolded before Lu Yu's eyes. He inhaled deeply, a fierce determination igniting within his gaze. This time, upon returning to the ancient realm, he aimed to elevate his strength as much as possible, at the very least. He sought to attain a level capable of suppressing ordinary masters of divine fire. Then, upon my return to the present world, I shall venture to the Purple Moon Cave to seek out my elder sister's whereabouts. There are still no leads on my parents' whereabouts. However, I have discerned the direction regarding Lu Mingwe. Yet, at present, my confidence in approaching the Purple Moon Cave without the decree of the Emperor remains somewhat lacking. Thus, I must return to the ancient realm and further strengthen myself. The Lu family currently aspires to ascend to a royal family rank, requiring 1 royal-level expert, 3 quasi-kings, and 5 divine bridges. Above the royal level stands Lu Yu. The 3 quasi-kings can be addressed by the presence of Yu Wang, Moyu.I, in a little while. It is likely that Yin Wang's loyalty will reach its peak under Yu Wang's influence. As for the 5 divine bridges, we are still too short. However, with the assistance of the Void Spirit Tower, this gap can be filled within a month or 2. Therefore, it is evident that we need merely 1 more quasi-king. Lu believes that his elder sister is entirely capable of filling this role. As long as he can find her, with her innate talent, coupled with the family's current resources for cultivation and the support of the Void Spirit Tower, she will undoubtedly reach the quasi-king level within a month or 2. To put it mildly, not only for the family's ascension, but also due to the care and concern Lu Mingwe has shown over the years towards her seemingly useless brother. Lu Yu is eager to visit the Purple Moon Cave and uncover her whereabouts. He exhaled a breath of stagnant air, organizing his emotions. Discarding all distractions, Lu Yu strode forward and stepped into the ancient gate. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared in the tranquil chamber of the Li Hua Imperial Palace from eons past. Your Highness, upon witnessing Lu Yu emerge from the tranquil chamber, Nangong I, stationed outside to guard, immediately bowed in respect, his eyes reflecting curiosity. Although Lu Yu did not release any fluctuations of his realm, Nangong could sense a marked difference in his master's aura compared to before. Has His Highness's cultivation advanced once again? It has only been a few days, truly deserving of the title of the current era's prince. Yet I wonder how far he is from the quasi-emperor realm. Nangong mused inwardly, his gaze towards Lu Yu growing increasingly reverent. Lu gestured for Nangong to rise. Observing him, a thought crossed Lu Yu's mind. Nangong, you should still be at the completion of the Heavenly King level, correct? Indeed, Your Highness, came the reply. Lu nodded. While the completion of the Heavenly King level could allow one to venture into the Xian Yuan ancient realm, it was not entirely secure. Nangong was his follower. Lu Yu intended to bring him along on this venture. However, the Xian Yuan ancient realm imposed age limits and realm restrictions. Only young prodigies with less than 500 years of cultivation could enter, and their realm could not exceed the Heavenly King level. That if they surpassed this, they would be suppressed by the grand formations left by the Xian Yuan Supreme, limiting them to the completion of the Heavenly King level. Yet, the combat prowess of a normal completion level Heavenly King and one suppressed from the quasi-emperor realm would be vastly different. Rest assured, Your Highness, since you have given the order, I shall break through to the quasi-emperor today. Nangong, when immediately bowed LOWS, a prime seed of the Buxianto. His foundation was immensely solid. If he desired, not only could he reach the quasi-emperor today, but even directly break through to the completion level of the quasi-emperor without difficulty. However, such rapid advancement might lead to an unstable foundation and could affect future accomplishments. Thus, prodigies of Nangong, one's caliber typically lingered at a realm for an extended period, refining it to the utmost before attempting a breakthrough. Yet, filled with unwavering admiration for Lu Yu, Nangong when executed his master's command without hesitation. Whether Lu Yu instructed him to attain the quasi-emperor level immediately or even to reach the completion level, he would follow through without question. However, Lu Yu did not wish for his first follower, in the strictest sense, to have an unstable foundation. Nangong, do not be so hasty. I merely recalled that you also practice the sword path, and I thought to offer some guidance that if you can achieve the quasi-emperor level through this, that would be splendid. If not, you could still enhance your strength and gain further opportunities in the forthcoming Xianyuan Ancient Realm expedition. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, both Nangong Wan and Ji Ming, who had hurriedly followed behind him upon sensing his emergence, raised their brows in surprise. Their gazes towards Lu Yu were filled with astonishment. Nangong Wan, as the foremost seed of the Buxianto, despite his youth, had considerable talent in the sword path. While Lu Yu's sword talent was also remarkable, it likely did not surpass Nangong Wan's by much. How much stronger could this guidance truly be? As Ji Ming and Nangong Wan pondered, Lu Yu smiled slightly, flicking his fingers at a stream of spiritual energy transformed into a beam of sword light. Soaring from his fingertip and striking a nearby mirror wall before the Imperial Palace, with a soft crack, a sword mark appeared on the mirror wall. Nangong Wan turned his gaze towards the sound, and upon seeing the sword mark, he trembled. His vision seemed to plunge into darkness, with the sword mark created by Lu Yu becoming the sole source of illumination. The mark appeared unremarkable, yet when one focused their consciousness upon it, countless distinct sword techniques and the profound truths of the sword path could be comprehended from that single mark. The more he observed, the more Nangong Wan felt that the myriad difficulties he had encountered during his own sword training were effortlessly resolved in that moment. His mastery of the sword path experienced a remarkable leap forward. After a brief moment, Nangong Wan suddenly trembled, emerging from that state of profound enlightenment. His eyes reflected a sense of loss, along with surprise, as he struggled to understand why this moment of enlightenment had ended. Yet the very next second, he grasped the reason. Swish, with a thought, his spiritual sword soared from his waist into his palm, without needing to summon his own spiritual energy or laws. The surrounding spiritual energy surged forth, gathering around his sword. This phenomenon only indicated one possibility. My mastery of the sword path has already reached the celestial phenomenon level. The levels of martial arts, including the sword path, can be categorized from low to high as entry, foundation, minor success, major success, and completion. Beyond completion, there are three realms: human level, martial heart level, earth level, law earth level, and heaven level, celestial phenomenon level. Above the heaven level, there are three layers of intention realm. Under normal circumstances, even prodigies of martial arts such as Nangong Wan, who are regarded as seeds of enlightenment, would only reach the martial heart level before igniting divine fire. Merely condensing one martial heart, it is exceedingly rare for one to reach the earth level. Only prodigies of the caliber of Chu Qingyao, descendants of the Buxianto, could potentially elevate their martial arts mastery to the heaven level before igniting divine fire. Yet now, with merely a sword mark, Lu Yu had assisted him in leaping from the martial heart level to the celestial phenomenon level. What extent has His Highness's sword mastery truly reached? Could it be that he has already comprehended the realm of sword intent? Nangong Wan's heart trembled to its utmost limit. The gaze he cast upon Lu Yu was filled with disbelief. Beside him, Ji Ming was equally astonished. Although he had never practiced the sword path, his profound mastery in the spear arts was undeniable. With a single glance, he discerned that Lu Yu's swordsmanship had undoubtedly transcended the ordinary realm of intent, perhaps even reaching the second or third layers of intent. How could His Highness be so young, under normal circumstances, achieving the level of intent in martial arts? even if merely the first layer, required the enlightenment of divine fire and the cultivation of over 1,000 years. Even the other prodigies of the Liu family only elevated their martial prowess to the level of intent after the age of 30. But how old was Liu Yu? Not even 20. Liu Yu smiled faintly and said nothing further. Since he attained the quasi-emperor rank and deepened his understanding of the laws of the imperial path, his comprehension of the great laws of heaven and earth had significantly advanced. With the enhancement of the eternal sword embryo, his swordsmanship had ascended once more. The realm of sword intent, he had grasped it long before reaching the king realm. Now, his swordsmanship had already surpassed the third layer of intent. Reaching the level of domain, with just a thought, the surrounding spiritual energy would transform into an invisible sword domain, aiding him in vanquishing his adversaries. Within this sword domain, Liu Yu's combat prowess would soar dramatically. Moreover, this technique could synergize with the manifestation of his holy body, amplifying each other's effects. Yet Liu Yu would naturally refrain from disclosing this. This was one of his trump cards. The manifestation of his holy body was something anyone could surmise. But the sword domain could serve as his secret weapon, capable of astonishing the world when employed at a critical moment. Liu Yu maintained an air of calmness, while Nangong, one was stirred to the core. Once he regained his composure, he disregarded the numerous attendants traversing the imperial palace and, with a thud, knelt before Liu Yu, bowing deeply. Nangong expresses profound gratitude to the young emperor for imparting his teachings. This kindness shall remain etched in my heart for eternity. During this expedition to the ancient mystic realm, anyone who dares to provoke the young emperor shall be met with my sword. Witnessing Nangong Wen's fervent display, many attendants of the Liu family nearby were taken aback. Even those distant figures dwelling within the palaces of quasi-emperors and supreme prodigies couldn't help but cast astonished glances in this direction. They were followers and guardians of the Liu family's quasi-emperors and supreme prodigies, and they were not unfamiliar with Nangong Wen's title, the foremost seed of the path of mending heaven, supported by a third of the experts in that realm. It was indeed remarkable that such a prodigy would choose to follow the exceedingly youthful Liu Yu, and now, to bow in such reverence. They were unaware of the circumstances surrounding Nangong Wen's breakthrough in swordsmanship. But that did not deter the growing awe in their eyes towards Liu Yu. This ninth young emperor truly possessed extraordinary means, and the ability to garner loyalty was a skill of which they could only speculate the origins. Perhaps it would be wise to speak with my lord, for we are family, and in the future, it would be prudent to foster a closer relationship with this young emperor. The followers exchanged glances, silently communicating. However, Liu Yu remained composed, smiling as he assisted Nangong to his feet. There is no need for such fervor. How far do you believe you are from achieving the quasi-emperor rank? How could I be lacking? Nangong Wen responded, still brimming with excitement. Each time a martial artist breaks through the realm of laws, their affinity with the great ways of heaven and earth significantly increases, although the duration of ascending the realm of laws is brief. That moment is sufficient to elevate a martial artist's prowess considerably. Nangong Wen was determined not to miss this opportunity. He sought to deepen his comprehension of swordsmanship as much as possible before breaking through to the emperor realm. Thus, the enhancements he could achieve during the ascension would be even greater. Yet the best outcome he had initially envisioned was merely reaching the perfection of sword heart before breaking through, and then utilizing that opportunity to elevate to the entry level of the law domain. Yet, before even breaking through, under Liu Yu's guidance, he had directly achieved the celestial level of swordsmanship. What was there left to wait for? Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall begin my seclusion immediately, before the ancient mystic realm opens. I will certainly attain the initial stage of quasi-emperor and refine my cultivation to its peak. Very well, go forth. Liu Yu nodded with a smile. After watching his follower depart for the side palace, prepare for the followers adjacent to the imperial palace. Liu Yu chose not to return to the palace, with only a few days remaining before the opening of the ancient mystic realm. Even if he entered seclusion, he could not significantly enhance his strength in such a short time. Therefore, Liu Yu decided to take a trip to Luozhou before the realm opened in the heavenly domain of Luozhou. Following the ancient era, lay the site of the Nanhua Mountain, where the virtual spirit tower was unearthed. Time was of the essence. He would not prepare any imperial heirlooms for this journey. only allowing Ming, the Holy King, to accompany him. He did not anticipate that the complete value of the virtual spirit tower would rival that of Imperial weapons. Lu Yu pondered for a moment before taking a detour, bringing Ming to the front of the mountain-suppressing Imperial Palace where Lu Jinshan resided. "You rascal, why are you not diligently preparing for the journey to the ancient mystic realm? What business do you have in Luozhou, and why do you require my company?" Lu Jinshan regarded Lu Yu, his expression one of confusion that he glanced at Ming behind Lu Yu. "With Taoist Ming as your protector, that should suffice, should it not? Although Ming is merely at the Holy King level, with the Phoenix Feather Gold Halberd bestowed by his grandfather, the current quasi-emperor Jitai Su, in this era where the Supreme cannot be easily disturbed. Ordinary great saints would stand no chance against him. What are you planning, requiring him to accompany you?" Lu Yu smiled faintly. "Uncle, do you still remember my innate ability, the Taichu holy body?" "Wait, no." Lu Jinshan paused, and then a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes as he regarded Lu Yu. "You rascal, have you perhaps stumbled upon something extraordinary?" Lu Yu nodded with a smile, that if all goes well on this journey, I may very well be able to add another volume of imperial scripture to the family. "What?" Lu Jinshan's face was filled with incredulity. "The imperial scriptures of this era are exceedingly precious. The entire Lu family possesses merely 19 volumes. How could my grandson possibly add another volume to the family?" Yet, recalling the true phoenix nirvana fruit Lu Yu had previously discovered, anticipation flickered in Lu Jinshan's eyes. "Good lad. Then this uncle shall accompany you to see what this imperial scripture of yours is all about." At the foot of Nanhua Mountain in Luozhou, a multitude of young prodigies gathered, numbering no less than 10,000. Not only did they include the talents of Luozhou, but also young prodigies from over 10 nearby states had converged here. Their eyes were filled with eagerness as they gazed upon Nanhua Mountain. Today marked the day when the renowned Great Saint, the illusory Splendor Great Saint, would emerge from seclusion. This Nanhua Mountain was the sacred ground of the illusory Splendor Great Saint, according to the edict passed down before his century-long seclusion. Upon his emergence, he would select a young prodigy as his disciple to inherit his legacy. It was truly astonishing that a great saint would attract such a multitude of prodigies, martial artists from even more distant states. Witnessing the spectacle at Nanhua Mountain, were filled with disbelief. Upon hearing their exclamations, a young prodigy from Luozhou chuckled and said, "You are unaware, but the illusory Splendor Great Saint is one of the strongest great saints of our time. Since he attained the quasi-saint rank 3,000 years ago, he has fought in the borderlands nearly 1,000 times to protect the Taishian, slaying countless beings of the Forbidden Zone. After achieving the great saint rank, he has even recorded glorious victories against multiple great saints of the Forbidden Zone. Moreover, this illustrious saint of splendor hails from a lineage that once boasted a being of the Void Tao body. Thus he possesses a fragment of the Void bloodline within him. Not only does he cultivate the exceedingly rare path of space, but he has also mastered 2 legendary spatial divine abilities, Void Escape and Void Annihilation, to an extraordinary degree. Should he be favored by this individual and welcomed into the fold, he might currently be regarded merely as a disciple of the saint. But given time, the status of a disciple of a prospective emperor would be inevitable. Such a fortuitous opportunity begets such a grand spectacle. Is it not utterly reasonable? Upon hearing this introduction, the initially incredulous external experts were struck with astonishment. Many of the younger individuals, upon gazing towards the direction of Nanhua Mountain, could not help but reveal a flicker of fervent desire in their eyes. Observing their expressions, the once proud genius from Luozhou, who had been eager to share information regarding the Saint of Splendor, felt a sudden pang of regret. Oh no, why did I have to speak so freely? This competition was already intense enough. Why did I have to attract so many rivals? Moreover, many of the young prodigies who had been waiting at the foot of Nanhua Mountain now cast unfriendly glances at their loquacious compatriot. The chatterbox felt as if he were being pricked by 1,000 needles and instinctively shrank back, preparing to blend into the crowd, waiting for the Saint of Splendor to commence his trials before revealing himself again. Yet before he could hide, in the distant sky, whoosh, Lu Jinshan, accompanied by Lu Yu and Ming, soared in on a beam of light, arriving above Nanhua Mountain in an instant, upon seeing Lu Yu's arrival. The gathered prodigies before Nanhua Mountain were momentarily taken aback. Those external youths, who had been stirred by the chatterbox's words, were now momentarily dumbfounded at the sight of Lu Yu. The intense fervor they had felt in wanting to become disciples of the Saint of Splendor was suddenly doused by a bucket of cold water, leaving them utterly deflated. Many young talents felt their spirits extinguish the moment they laid eyes on Lu Yu. Devoid of any fighting spirit, it was not that they recognized Lu Yu. Rather, upon first glance, they sensed his transcendent, unparalleled demeanor. They understood that such a prodigy was far beyond their realm. Who is this peerless genius, perhaps a seed of enlightenment from an immortal lineage, here to seize the opportunity of the Saint of Splendor from us? Is this not a bit excessive? Even if he is not a seed of enlightenment nurtured by an immortal lineage, his bearing is undeniably exceptional. With him here, who among us could possibly compete? The once chatty prodigy, who had intended to withdraw into the crowd, now found himself peering out once more. Comparing himself to Lu Yu, he felt utterly disheartened. However, not all prodigies were engulfed in despair. At least among the 10 female prodigies present, upon witnessing Lu Yu's arrival, they were not disheartened. Rather, their eyes sparkled with excitement. What a handsome young man! Such a person is truly worthy of being a disciple of the Saint of Splendor. I no longer wish to become the Saint's successor. I would be utterly content to serve as this young man's maid. One by one, the goddesses in the eyes of the other prodigies glimmered with admiration, inciting further frustration and even madness among the male prodigies gazing at Lu Yu. Just as they lamented their plight, whoosh, a radiant beam of divine light surged skyward from the peak of Nanhua Mountain. Shortly thereafter, a vast aura of sacred might enveloped the heavens, causing the breaths of all present prodigies to momentarily catch in their throats as they turned their gazes towards the figure emerging from the summit. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. What does this mean? The figure that appeared before them was none other than the host of this gathering, the Saint of Splendor. Yet now, this Saint of Splendor strode forward, directly approaching Lu Yu, causing all the gathered prodigies to grow increasingly agitated. Although they understood that Lu Yu's demeanor was extraordinary and his presence unmatched, instantly recognizable as a celestial genius far surpassing everyone present. Could he not at least feign a semblance of formality? Must he bypass all pretense and accept disciples so directly? However, as they remained in a daze, the exalted Saint of Splendor, upon reaching Lu Yu, displayed no trace of seniority whatsoever. Instead, he performed a deep bow, humbly greeting Lu Yu. This caused the hearts of all prodigies, regardless of gender, to skip a beat. Surely, I must be dreaming. Did the Saint of Splendor just bow to appear? Could someone kindly slap me to ascertain whether this is real? The multitude of young prodigies congregated at the foot of Nanhua Mountain gazed up in disbelief at the sight of the Saint of Splendor bowing before Lu Yu. Each felt as though they were in a surreal dream. Yet, the Saint of Splendor could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. He bowed deeply, his voice brimming with delight. I, Splendor, have the honor of meeting the Prince of the Emperors. Why did you not notify me of your arrival in advance? I have failed to offer you a proper welcome. Senior Splendor, you are too gracious. I merely came here on a whim and was unaware that this place is your abode. I should be the one apologizing for intruding. Lu Yu replied with a smile, attempting to assist the saint in rising. Yet, how could the illustrious Saint of Splendor be lifted by him? He insisted on completing his greeting before rising, nodding in acknowledgement to Ming before turning to Lu Shan, saying with a smile, Brother Shan, if the Prince of the Emperors intends to visit, you should have informed me in advance so that I might prepare accordingly. Since entering the realm of the sacred path, the Saint of Splendor had frequently ventured to the borderlands, responding to the call of various emperors safeguarding those regions, having a portion of the void bloodline, and possessing exceptional talent. He stood on par with Chu Qingyao. Over the past 3 millennia, he had rendered remarkable service to the Taishan. However, this had also incurred the ire of beings from the Forbidden Zones that a century ago. During another campaign to the borderlands, he was ambushed by several celestial lords from the Forbidden Zones. Had it not been for Lu Shan's timely intervention, the Saint of Splendor might have fallen victim to their treachery. Consequently, he had taken Lu Jinshan as his brother and developed an extraordinary closeness to the Lu family. Lu Jinshan greatly valued the news regarding the current 9 emperor's heir, having heard a few whispers. Naturally, this led to immense respect for Lu Yu. Upon hearing the words of the Saint of Splendor, the gathered prodigies finally regained their composure. The previously dazed expressions relaxed as they realized it was the prince of the emperors. Making everything coherent, Lu Yu's previous confrontation in Ming City, where he subdued 3 seeds of enlightenment and forcibly extracted the accompanying divine fire of the Jing family's young deity to refine it into his own being, had already echoed throughout the entire Taishan. With such a figure arriving, it was only natural for the Saint of Splendor to come forth to greet him. However, once they regained their senses, the prodigies were left pondering. What could possibly warrant the Prince of the Emperor's personal visit? Not only were they perplexed, but the Saint of Splendor, after performing his bow, couldn't help but look at Lu Yu with curiosity. Might I inquire what brings the Prince of the Emperors to my humble abode? Is it possible that there is another incursion from the Forbidden Zones requiring my assistance? The Saint of Splendor inquired, excitement evident in his gaze. Lu Yu quickly waved his hand. Senior, you misunderstand. I came here merely because I sense that there is a great opportunity concealed within your abode, and I wish to try my luck in obtaining it. My abode, concealing a great opportunity. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, the Saint of Splendor was instantly bewildered. He glanced back at Nanhua Mountain, then at Lu Yu, and back at the mountain again, finally unable to restrain himself. Prince, I have been cultivating on this Nanhua Mountain for several millennia, yet I have never felt that there is any opportunity hidden here. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu smiled enigmatically. Senior, you may be unaware, but this opportunity has some connection to you. If you do not believe me, may I venture into the mountains for a brief search? Very well. The Emperor Child may proceed with his quest. I too am curious about what treasures lie within the mountains. Seeing this, the venerable Shuhua's curiosity deepened. He immediately waved his hand, dispelling the great formation of restrictions surrounding Nanhua Mountain, and took the initiative to lead Lu Yu into the skies above Nanhua Mountain. Lu Yu, not one to be polite, soared forth like a divine rainbow, arriving above Nanhua Mountain and gazing down at its magnificent splendor. In ancient times, Nanhua Mountain towered to an impressive height of 10,000 zhang, reaching the heavens and blending with the clouds. It was truly majestic. In stark contrast, the Nanhua Mountain of today stands only a few hundred meters tall, a disheartening difference that emphasizes the ravages of time. Time is indeed a formidable force. Under the relentless passage of the ages, even towering spiritual mountains could be reduced to mere heaps of yellow earth. It is no wonder that throughout history, mortals have diligently practiced martial arts in pursuit of longevity. A hint of sentimentality flickered in Lu Yu's eyes. Shaking his head, he gathered his thoughts, closed his eyes, and released his divine sense to perceive with great care. With experience in refining the remnants of the Void Spirit Tower in the current realm, he had an extraordinary sensitivity to the aura of the Void Spirit Tower. While the venerable Shuhua could not sense it, for Lu Yu, it posed no challenge at all. Moments later, Lu Yu abruptly opened his eyes, casting his gaze toward the foot of Nanhua Mountain, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Senior, forgive my boldness, but may I excavate the base of this mountain to explore further? Lu Yu looked toward the venerable Shuhua. The venerable Shuhua, intrigued, immediately waved his hand with enthusiasm. Excavate. Do not hesitate, even if it means hollowing out the mountain. I am equally curious about what treasures the Emperor Child might uncover. Lu Yu slightly bowed in gratitude to the venerable Shuhua and then raised his hand with sudden force. Boom! A beam of sword light surged forth, crashing down toward the base of Nanhua Mountain. The foot of the mountain, unprotected by the formation set by the venerable Shuhua, was instantly cleaved open, creating a chasm thousands of zhang deep. Within the chasm lay a profound darkness. The gathered elites, along with the venerable Shuhua, Lu Jinshan, Ming, and others in the air, instinctively directed their divine senses into the void. However, upon doing so, their expressions changed dramatically. They failed to discern any treasures within the darkness, as their divine senses were swiftly extinguished and shattered. Even Lu Jinshan was not exempt. What could be concealed within? A treasured relic left behind by the sovereign of creation? No. Lu Jinshan's brow furrowed. The expressions of the venerable Xu and others mirrored his astonishment. Just as they were grappling with their shock, a hue of earthy yellow light quietly emerged from the depths of the chasm. Accompanied by the intertwining of that light, an ancient tower gradually materialized from within the abyss. The ancient tower soared over 100 zhang, its entire body displaying an earthy hue indistinguishable from the mountain itself. Its aura was remarkably mundane, devoid of any exceptional fluctuations that it was hard to detect even with divine senses. To the naked eye, it appeared as merely a part of Nanhua Mountain, akin to a handful of yellow earth. Yet, as the ancient tower ascended slowly, liberating itself from the mountain's confines, a resonant hum echoed forth. The earthy disguise instantly faded away, and a brilliance of golden light erupted from within the tower. Moreover, intricate patterns of divine runes, resembling dancing dragons and phoenixes, were inscribed upon it. Each rune possessed the power to invoke the laws of heaven and earth, shaking the void, previously concealed by the earthy Ade. These divine runes now emerged into the world, resonating with the cosmos. Rumble, the entire celestial domain. No, the entirety of the Tianxiandao continent felt a tremor in their consciousness, compelling everyone to instinctively look toward the direction of Nanhua Mountain in Luozhou. There, an infinite array of auspicious colors descended from the heavens above Nanhua Mountain. Beneath the earth, golden lotuses surged forth, encircling the ancient golden tower. Furthermore, the sounds of divine music echoed, resounding from the clouds above. The countless elites gathered before Nanhua Mountain, upon hearing this celestial sound, felt their consciousness stir and their minds clear. All the perplexities they had encountered during their cultivation seemed to dissolve in an instant. Numerous fortunate individuals experienced breakthroughs in their comprehension of the laws of the Tao, ascending to a higher level of understanding. Their auras surged, allowing many to break through one or even several realms. This phenomenon could only signify one possibility. The location of a transcendent treasure of enlightenment had emerged, right here at Nanhua Mountain in Luozhou, the sacred ground of the venerable Xu. Immediately, the top-tier forces across the Tianxiandao continent, particularly the three major quasi-emperor factions neighboring Luozhou, the Qi family, Yuangu sect, and Shenluan clan, saw powerful beings of the Saint realm emerge from their retreats. Each wielded their most formidable sacred weapons and rushed toward Nanhua Mountain with utmost speed. Meanwhile, at the forefront of Nanhua Mountain, Lu Jinshan and the others widened their eyes, gazing at the Void Spirit Tower with disbelief, although it was their first encounter with the Void Spirit Tower. The power of the inscribed runes was sufficient to shake the void, evoking an overwhelming sense of might that could shatter space itself. In that instant, Lu Jinshan and the others recognized the name of this treasure. Have you truly discovered the legendary Void Spirit Tower? The venerable Xu, equally astonished, stared at Lu Yu and then at the Void Spirit Tower, his eyes filled with boundless shock and a hint of reverence. The Void Spirit Tower, a supreme treasure left behind by the primordial void at the end of the ancient era, was the ultimate legacy long sought after by successive generations of the Void Dao lineage. However, regaining his composure, the venerable Xu's expression grew complex and difficult to articulate. He had established his Dao platform on Nanhua Mountain for 3,000 years, coexisting with the Void Spirit Tower. Yet he had been entirely oblivious to its presence. Had it not been for Lu Yu's discovery today, he might have lived his entire life without realizing how close he had been to the first legacy cherished by successive generations of the Void. Xu, just as the venerable Xu was lost in thought, Lu Jinshan could not help but glance toward him. Sensing Lu Jinshan's gaze, Xu paused, then quickly comprehended the meaning behind Lu Jinshan's expression. After a brief moment of hesitation, the venerable Xu waved his hand with a wry smile. "Brother, please do not inquire further. I've been here on Nanhua Mountain for 3,000 years and have yet to discover the Void Spirit Tower. How can I claim this as my opportunity? Since it was uncovered by the Emperor Child, it rightfully belongs to him." With that, Xu let out a sigh of relief, as though he had laid down a heavy burden. And his thoughts became significantly lighter. He hastily advised Lu Jinshan, "Brother, do not delay. Swiftly send word to the family and summon the supreme beings to retrieve this void spirit tower." Lu Jinshan immediately felt a sense of relief. Although the void spirit tower had been discovered by Lu Yu, it was ultimately the domain of the venerable Xihua. If it had been any other opportunity, it would have been manageable. However, the void spirit tower was the pinnacle of enlightenment treasures. Closely aligned with the venerable Xihua, who possessed part of the void bloodline, that it would not be surprising if even blood brothers were to clash over such a treasure. While Lu Jinshan had no fear of Xihua, he did not wish to engage in conflict with a friend. Now that the venerable Xihua had willingly set aside his obsession, Lu Jinshan felt a twinge of gratitude. After contemplating, Lu Jinshan couldn't help but glance at Lu Yu. Before he could speak, Lu Yu smiled gently. "Uncle, rest assured," Lu Yu turned to the venerable Xihua with a smile, "that if the senior does not mind, you're always welcome to visit my Lihua Emperor's palace and enter the Void Spirit Tower to cultivate and comprehend the various legacies left by the first ancestors of the Void." Though the venerable Xihua was not yet a member of the Lu family, he had fought alongside them multiple times in the borderlands, serving under the 7 imperial ancestors of the Lu family. His relationship with the family was quite intimate. Moreover, considering his noble lineage, Lu Yu felt no hesitation in offering him the opportunity to comprehend the Void Spirit Tower. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, the illustrious Xihua, great sage, felt an overwhelming surge of excitement within his heart. After a moment's hesitation, he bowed deeply, declaring, "If that is the case, I, Xihua, would be honored to follow the esteemed Emperor's side, safeguarding your path and assisting you in attaining the Great Way." As these words left Xihua's lips, Lu Yu immediately sensed an immense force of fortune emanating from the great sage, a portion of which descended upon him. However, unlike the direct connection with Lu Yu's fortune that Nan Gongwen possessed, Xihua merely shared a fragment of his own fortune with Lu Yu. Yet this gesture was indeed remarkable. After all, despite Lu Yu's current exalted status, he had only recently embarked on his cultivation journey, yet to ignite the divine fire, and remained a junior among juniors. In contrast, Xihua, great sage, had long been celebrated. Should he have spoken, the other 8 emperors of the Lu family would have readily extended their olive branches. In light of this, Xihua's willingness to make such a declaration was even more commendable. "Then, I humbly request your guidance moving forward," as Lu Yu received that portion of fortune into his being. He distinctly felt that both his inhalation of spiritual energy and his comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth had become remarkably smoother. Joy danced in his eyes as he helped the great sage to his feet, and smiles broke out on the faces of Lu Jinshan and Ming. "Excellent. Now, we shall all be like family." Lu Jinshan clapped his hands in laughter, preparing to shatter the communication jade talisman to inform the Lu family to summon the supreme ancestor from his retreat. The treasures of the Tao, especially a supreme treasure like the Zuling Tower, were of immeasurable value. Once the news of this extraordinary phenomenon spread, many formidable beings were bound to arrive, given the tower's elevated rank. Neither Lu Jinshan nor even the supreme of the Lu family could hope to refine it initially. They could only employ their immense powers to relocate the entire Zuling Tower back to the family. Without sufficient Lu family supremes to oversee the matter, relying solely on Lu Jinshan, Ming, and even Xihua, great sage, would render them vulnerable to a supreme who might, in a moment of madness, conceal their identity and come to attack. Once or twice might pose no issue, but repeated occurrences could lead to disaster. Lu Yu had not anticipated this. He had assumed that with Lu Jinshan's strength, he would be able to refine the Zuling Tower and bring it back to the family. Alas, he had underestimated the extraordinary nature of this complete Zuling Tower. While awaiting a response from his family, Lu Yu could not resist approaching to admire the magnificent Zuling Tower. Unlike the remnants of the tower from later ages, which had only 3 tiers remaining, the current Zuling Tower, having only undergone a single era's transformation, remained intact. Its 10 tiers stood complete and resplendent, emanating an awe-inspiring might that could daunt the spirit. Ordinary experts below the sacred path would find it difficult to draw near, even from a distance. Their consciousness would tremble and stir in response to its presence. Yet, Lu Yu, fortified by the formidable physique of the Taichu sacred body, withstood the pressure and approached the magnificent tower. just as Lu Yu prepared to closely examine the Tao patterns inscribed upon the Zuling Tower. A resonating hum echoed as Lu Yu drew near. The tower vibrated, and a mysterious divine light cascaded down from its 10th tier, transforming into a radiant bridge in the astonished gazes of the assembled prodigies, including Lu Zhenshan, Xu Hua, and the others at Nanhua Mountain. It descended before Lu Yu, as if inviting him to ascend the tower and claim dominion over it. What is happening? Lu Zhenshan and the others were momentarily stunned. Their eyes filled with awe as they regarded Lu Yu. Even Lu Yu himself was somewhat bewildered. However, he quickly realized the source of the phenomenon. He immediately turned his focus inward. Upon doing so, his eyes sparkled with delight within the depths of his consciousness. As he approached the Zuling Tower, a previously ethereal and suppressed mark of the laws, hidden deep within Lu Yu's mind, began to emerge. A mark that even Lu Yu's true self had been unaware of. Now, stimulated by the complete Zuling Tower, it revealed itself. Although the aura emanating from this mark was but a flicker compared to the complete Zuling Tower. The fluctuations were indistinguishable from the tower's own energy, originating from the same source. That it was the very mark of the laws that Lu Yu had grasped when refining the remnants of the Zuling Tower in the present world. I had thought that this mark could not be brought back to the ancient times. Yet that was not the case. This mark of the laws had traveled back with Lu Yu to eons past. However, in that era, the remnants of the Zuling Tower did not exist, causing the mark to lie dormant in the depths of Lu Yu's consciousness. Yet now, as Lu Yu approached the Zuling Tower, the mark resurfaced, allowing the tower to sense Lu Yu's identity. Though the tower did not comprehend why Lu Yu was its master or why the mark appeared so incomplete, a mark could not be false. Hence, it actively released the radiant bridge, inviting Lu Yu to ascend to the tower's pinnacle and complete the fragmented mark of the laws, finalizing the recognition of its master with a deep exhale. Lu Yu suppressed his excitement and addressed Lu Zhenshan, Xu Hua, and Ji Ming. Uncle Ancestor Xu Hua and Senior Ji Ming, I'm grateful for your protection outside. Though Lu Yu possessed the mark of the laws from the remnants of the Zuling Tower, in the process of ascending the tower's pinnacle to complete the recognition of its master should carry no risk, the absence of danger within did not imply that there would be no trouble outside. Lu Yu surmised that it would not be long before the immortal powers and would-be emperors in the vicinity of Luozhou would gather. While the initial wave of individuals arriving to assess the situation would likely not include those from the Supreme Realm, formidable beings of the Great Sage Realm could indeed disrupt the process. Though they might not interfere with the tower's recognition of its master, they could certainly hinder a mere quasi-emperor like Lu Yu from completing the mark of the laws. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, Lu Zhenshan and the others regained their composure. Rest assured, with your uncle ancestor here, even a supreme cannot disrupt your recognition. Lu Zhenshan spoke solemnly. Although he was unsure how his grandson achieved this bond with the Zuling Tower, he certainly would not allow anyone to disturb such a beneficial affair for the Lu family. Ji Ming and Xu Hua had no need for further encouragement. Ji Ming summoned forth the phoenix-winged gold-leaf halberd, and with a gentle flourish, it magnified 100-fold, manifesting boundless quasi-emperor might, hovering above Nanhua Mountain like a resplendent sun, illuminating all directions and leaving no room for malice to hide. Meanwhile, Xu Hua, great sage, swiftly returned to the summit of Nanhua Mountain. With a single thought, arrays of prohibitions surged upward, intertwining with radiant light, enveloping the entire mountain in an impregnable fortress. Even if a supreme from the Supreme Realm were to arrive, they would be unable to breach the mountain. Nor would their divine consciousness perceive the actual situation within. As Lu Yu felt the arrangements of these three pinnacle sacred path experts, his heart was completely at ease. With a smile, he stepped onto the radiant bridge and ascended to the pinnacle of the Zuling Tower. Upon entering the 10th level of the Zuling Tower, Lu Yu felt a jolt, and when he regained his senses, he found himself amidst an endless void. The 10th level of the Zuling Tower was, in fact, an independent microcosm, as far as the eye could see. The space was suffused with deep purple divine light, that a closer inspection would reveal that within that divine light, intricate truths of the space Tao were inscribed. This was a supreme place of enlightenment left behind by the pioneers of the primordial void for future generations. Lu Yu meticulously contemplated the ethereal divine light, his eyes reflecting boundless astonishment. The Lu family possessed the supreme treasure, the Emperor Tower, which not only altered the flow of time, but also aided individuals in comprehending martial arts. Even the Emperor scriptures could swiftly guide the disciples of the clan towards mastery. However, the amplifying effects of the Emperor Tower were comprehensive. When it came to aiding the understanding of the spatial path, the Emperor Tower paled in comparison to the 10 layers of the ethereal tower before him, which provided a profound enhancement to the small world within. With the assistance of this ethereal tower, Lu Yu foresaw the possibility of concurrently cultivating the path of space alongside his swordsmanship. Both the path of the sword and the path of space were recognized as among the most lethal of the 3,000 paths. Furthermore, the path of space had an additional advantage. When mastered to a profound level, it allowed for both offensive and defensive maneuvers, enabling one to traverse the void and explore the vast seas by day and the towering peaks by night, covering 3,000 continents in a single day. This would significantly augment Lu Yu's overall strength. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yu calmed the tumult within him, directing his focus towards the central law imprint of the 10th layer of the ethereal tower's small world. This law imprint was considerably larger than the one in Lu Yu's consciousness sea, which was merely the size of thumb and glimmered faintly like a firefly that, in contrast, the complete law imprint stood the size of a human head, radiating brilliant light akin to a miniature sun, casting warm and harmonious golden divine light throughout the dark purple small world. Yet, Lu Yu could still sense an underlying killing intent hidden within this seemingly warm and peaceful divine light. Invisible spatial divine patterns intertwined within the areas illuminated by this divine light. If an ordinary person dared to approach recklessly, they would not only fail to refine this law imprint, but would likely be sliced into countless pieces by the spatial divine patterns before even getting close. However, as Lu Yu stepped forward, those spatial divine patterns retreated to the sides, as if bowing to their master, respectfully inviting Lu Yu to approach the law imprint. Buzz! As Lu Yu advanced, a thought crossed his mind, and the incomplete law imprint concealed in his brow flew forth. Like a fledgling swallow's returning to the nest, it eagerly descended into the complete law imprint that in that instant of fusion. Splash! Lu Yu felt an overwhelming torrent surge forth from the complete ethereal imprint, violently rushing towards his consciousness sea. The force was immense, as if it aimed to burst his very consciousness sea. Yet Lu Yu did not flinch. This was the necessary path to refining the ethereal tower, to fully acknowledge its ownership. Moreover, with the law imprint of the ethereal remnants in hand, Lu Yu believed that this imprint's power would not inflict substantial harm upon him. Indeed, once the torrent transformed from the imprint's power surged into Lu Yu's consciousness sea, it needed no encouragement from him. It naturally dispersed into countless rivulets, cascading into his consciousness sea. Nevertheless, Lu Yu did not relax. Although the power of the imprint had been scattered, it still required him to initially refine it into his consciousness sea. Otherwise, allowing this power to flood into his consciousness sea unchecked, no matter how proactive the imprint's power was, it would inevitably overwhelm him. Fortunately, this step had been greatly simplified by the cooperation of the ethereal tower. As Lu Yu sat cross-legged, channeling his divine sense, the complete law imprint of the ethereal tower was gradually refined and assimilated into his consciousness that moment, as Lu Yu was refining the ethereal tower. The outside world, as he had anticipated, soon witnessed a flurry of powerful figures arriving in Luozhou and its surroundings shortly after his entry into the ethereal tower. Ultimately, from both the northern and southern directions of Nanhua Mountain, several divine rainbows streaked across the sky, appearing at the edge of Nanhua Mountain with remarkable speed. The formidable aura of these divine rainbows caused the gathered experts and prodigies to tremble in their hearts upon their arrival. Among them were the renowned twin saints of the Qi family, Qi Yunlong and Qi Fenghu. Leading the northern contingent was none other than Yi Yu, the chief guest elder of the Yuangu sect, a prestigious quasi-emperor lineage. Countless experts below Nanhua Mountain could not help but look up, their eyes filled with profound admiration and reverence for these two groups. Both the Qi family and the Yuangu sect were well-known quasi-emperor lineages near Luozhou, their reputations resounding far and wide. The martial artists from Luozhou and surrounding states held an unwavering admiration for these two lineages. However, just as the crowd was murmuring, whoosh, 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 several beams of divine light descended from the west. Yet, when the onlookers discerned the figures emerging from these beams, their expressions shifted, revealing a deep-seated apprehension. Many martial artists even exhibited anger and hatred in their eyes toward these figures. Each of these figures, tall and slender, comprised both strikingly handsome men and alluring women. Yet behind them, vibrant wings unfurled, signifying their non-human lineage. They were the mighty saints of the divine Yuan clan, one of the 10 royal families of the primordial world. Within the vast expanse of the primordial races, there were countless beings, with over 3,000 qualifying for the royal lineage. Yet, only 10 clans were deemed worthy of being among the top royal families. The Divine Yuan clan was one of them. These 10 royal families held an extraordinary status, each boasting numerous, even double-digit, quasi-emperor experts in their ranks. Their profound heritage rivaled that of the ancient emperors of the primordial royal families. Consequently, the Divine Yuan clan was notorious for its overbearing nature. Prior to the rise of the Liu family, the Divine Yuan clan had rampaged through the 100-plus states surrounding Luozhou, mercilessly slaughtering cities and consuming the populace. Viewing the martial experts of the human race as mere resources for sustenance, it was only after the Liu family rose to prominence and claimed the celestial domain as their own that the Divine Yuan clan tempered their behavior. Nevertheless, many martial artists still harbored animosities rooted in ancestral grievances against the Divine Yuan clan. This moment, seeing their foes, they felt an overwhelming surge of resentment. Sensing the hostile gazes directed at them, the Divine Yuan clan saints merely chuckled coldly, paying no heed. Their eyes were fixed solely on the ethereal tower, glimmering with an insatiable greed. The ethereal tower was a treasure of unparalleled significance. The original void, in its time, had slain numerous experts of the primordial races. Now that its legacy had emerged, the Divine Yuan clan felt compelled to reclaim it, a means of avenging the blood debt incurred by the original void. One of the Divine Yuan clan saints licked his lips and whispered softly. The other saints of the clan also displayed fervent glances. However, despite their greed, they did not completely lose their rationality. Observing the formidable barrier array rising around Nanhua Mountain, they furrowed their brows, refraining from rash actions. Instead, they flapped their wings and soared into the sky, leveling with the peak of Nanhua Mountain, and spoke. Shuhua, this ethereal tower is a thing without a master. How can you claim it for yourself? Indeed, the treasures of the world are meant for those with fate. You, Shuhua, are merely a saint, fortunate to have stumbled upon this ethereal tower's emergence. But you are not truly fated to possess such a treasure. Release the barrier and yield the ethereal tower, or else you shall surely face divine retribution today. Upon hearing this, the Saint Shuhua atop Nanhua Mountain had yet to respond. Beside him, the Saint Yiyu from Yuan-Gu sect could no longer restrain his frown. Whether Shuhua is fated or not is one thing, but you Divine Yuan clan have the audacity to claim a connection to the ethereal tower? In the past, the original void wielded this tower to quell countless Divine Yuan clan experts. Do you not feel a tinge of shame when you utter such words? On the other side, the twin saints of the chief family could not help but chuckle. What Brother Yiyu has said is entirely accurate. The emergence of the ethereal tower marks a grand gathering for the various lineages in the southern celestial domain. Surely it is not a matter for your Divine Yuan clan to interfere. Although the Yuangu Gate and the chief family are envious of the Su Ling Tower, they naturally align themselves with the illustrious Sheng of the Shenhuan clan in the face of such grandeur, forming a united front. Witnessing this scene, the 3 great Shengs of the Shenhuan clan furrow their brows momentarily, only to soon relax and sneer. What you speak of is precisely the connection between my Shenhuan clan and this Su Ling Tower. On that fateful day, the master of this tower wielded it to slaughter many of my clan's beings. Today, as the Su Ling Tower emerges, it is as if its master, knowing from beyond, has sent this tower to our clan to atone for his past sins. 3 scruffy birds, if you have the audacity, say it again. Atop Nanhua Mountain, the Suhua Sheng could no longer contain his rage upon hearing the shameless words of the 3 great Shengs of the Shenhuan clan. As his voice resonated, boom, a myriad of formations erupted across Nanhua Mountain, intertwining to manifest a dark purple divine light in the shape of a blade, fiercely slashing toward the three great Shengs of the Shenluan clan. This was the pinnacle of spatial divine powers, the void annihilation. Some masters recognized this formidable technique and could not help but exclaim. The blade formed from the void annihilation cleaved through the heavens, creating a black fissure in its wake that, in the blink of an eye, it surged towards the three great Shengs of the Shenluan clan. The trio's expressions instantly changed. However, they were well prepared. The foremost middle-aged Sheng of the Shenluan clan let out a low shout, abruptly producing a small shield from his sleeve. As he infused his spiritual power into it, the small shield rapidly unfurled into a five-color divine wall, managing to block the impending void annihilation at the last moment. What? At this sight, not only Su Hua Sheng, but even Yi Yu and the two Shengs of the Longhu clan, who were merely spectators, could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat. The might of Su Hua Sheng's void annihilation had surpassed the sanctified realm, rivaling the prowess of a master at the highest domain, the Tianzun realm. Yet, this formidable offensive was actually blocked by a great Sheng of the Shenluan clan wielding a mere weapon. Wait, could that small shield possibly be the Shenluan clan's supreme treasure, the five-color scale shield? The elder among the two Shengs of the Longhu clan, Qi Yunlong, frowned tightly, astonishment flickering in his gaze as he scrutinized the small shield. Quite perceptive, sneered the middle-aged Sheng of the Shenluan clan. Behind him, the other two great Shengs also smirked coldly, stepping forward and waving their sleeves. Boom, boom, boom! Two more supreme divine weapons soared into the air, hovering above their heads, intertwining with the five-colored scale shield. That moment, the three supreme treasures emanated a divine might that directly suppressed Su Hua Sheng, Yi Yu, and the two Shengs of the Longhu clan. Supreme treasures, and they possessed three of them. The Shenluan clan had truly come prepared. Yi Yu and the two Shengs of the Longhu clan couldn't help but change their expressions, their eyes filled with apprehension as they regarded the three great Shengs of the Shenluan clan. Although they had also brought treasures, in their haste, they had only brought their respective great Sheng weapons. While formidable in their own right, they paled in comparison to these three supreme treasures, Su Hua. This is your final warning that if you wish to keep your dojo intact, release the restrictions and allow us to enter Nanhua Mountain. Otherwise, do not blame us for being unmerciful. The three great Shengs of the Shenluan clan sneered, urging their three supreme treasures towards Nanhua Mountain with a menacing advance. Yi Yu and the two Shengs of the Longhu clan, upon witnessing this, furrowed their brows tightly and exchanged glances before decisively raising their hands to summon their respective great Sheng weapons into Nanhua Mountain. Su Hua, we shall assist you. However, just as their great Sheng weapons entered Nanhua Mountain, intending to bolster the grand formation, the three human great Shengs were all momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of joy in their eyes. This aura was, the three great Shengs had previously been outside Nanhua Mountain, concealed by the formation left by Su Hua Sheng, preventing both them and the three Shengs of the Shenluan clan from sensing the true state within Nanhua Mountain. Yet, with the arrival of the great Sheng weapons, they immediately discerned the situation inside. The three great Shengs of the Shenluan clan were momentarily stunned but soon could not help but sneer. To be at death's door, yet still wish to play tricks and create illusions, they said, raising their hands, unwilling to waste any more time, and urged their three supreme treasures towards the peak of Nanhua Mountain with great force. With a resounding boom, the three supreme treasures collided violently with the protective grand formation of Nanhua Mountain. However, contrary to the expectations of the three Shengs of the Shenluan clan, the anticipated scene of the formation crumbling did not materialize. Instead, after a brief standoff, their three supreme treasures were, before their disbelieving gazes, sent hurtling backward by a surge of divine power. The three of them, who wielded those treasures, were equally affected, their faces paling as they spat out blood. Their eyes filled with terror as they gazed towards the peak of Nanhua Mountain. What is that? A supreme emperor weapon. Under the terrified gazes of the three great Shengs of the Shenluan clan, The grand formation set by Su Huasheng at the peak of Nanhua Mountain quietly dissipated, a golden halberd with phoenix wings, radiating like a brilliant sun, finally came into view for the three great Shengs of the Shenhuan clan, sending their previously arrogant expressions into utter shock and fear. How could Ming, the protector of the Lu family's 9 emperor's sons, be here? The three great Shengs of the Shenhuan clan were both astonished and enraged. Yet, Ming remained calm, holding the phoenix-winged golden halberd as he looked down at the three great Shengs of the Shenhuan clan. Although he was merely at the Saint King level, one tier below the three great Shengs. In this moment, with the halberd in hand, he seemed to embody a transcendent existence. Swish! He lightly swept the phoenix-winged golden halberd, and the three supreme treasures that had been knocked away earlier trembled, as if lamenting, then obediently returned to him. With a sweep of his consciousness, he erased the Shenhuan clan's marks from the treasures. Witnessing this, the three great Shengs of the Shenhuan clan felt their hearts bleed. Though the Shenhuan clan was one of the 10 royal clans, they were not so extravagant as to easily disregard the power of 3 supreme tier weapons. We can leave, but shouldn't these 3 divine weapons be returned to us? The leading middle-aged Sheng could not help but speak up that if you do not depart, we shall suppress you altogether. My Emperor Son is in need of 3 steeds to pull his chariot. Ming's eyes narrowed coldly as he replied, You dare act so tyrannically. The 3 great Shengs of the Shenhuan clan, upon hearing this, could not help but express their indignation, completely forgetting their previous shamelessness. As they spoke, one female Sheng among them could not resist glancing at Yu and the 2 Shengs of the Longhu clan. The Suling Tower, emerging in Luozhou, should naturally be the opportunity of our southern domain's 365 states. Even if the Lu family is domineering, they should not so rudely seize our chance, should they? Will you 3 simply stand by and do nothing? Yu and the 2 Shengs of the Longhu clan were not to be swayed by such crude attempts at sowing discord. The 3 merely scoffed, not even granting a glance to the great Sheng of the Shenhuan clan. Seeing this, the 3 great Shengs of the Shenhuan clan felt utterly despondent, and the middle-aged Sheng could only force a smile through gritted teeth, saying, Today, I have witnessed the tyranny of the Lu family's imperial lineage. Such a brazen theft of others' opportunities. The first imperial clan truly lives up to its reputation. Tyranny. Indeed, our Lu family acts with authority. But who told you that the Su Ling Tower belongs to you? The great Sheng of the Shenhuan clan, still forcing himself to speak fiercely, had just finished when a youthful voice emerged from within the Su Ling Tower, causing the gazes of the 3 great Shengs of the Shenhuan clan, as well as Yu and the 2 Shengs of the Longhu clan, to sharpen with surprise in the astonished eyes of these 6 great Shengs. The figure of Lu Yu floated down from the top of the Su Ling Tower, gazing at the 3 great Shengs of the Shenhuan clan with indifference, a mocking smile gracing his lips. The Su Ling Tower is an opportunity meant for this Emperor's son. It is not for you, Shenhuan clan, to prattle on. Is this spirit tower your opportunity? Young man, are you jesting? Do you believe yourself to be the void Tao body? The 3 saints of the Shenhuan clan had initially been intimidated by the name of the Lu family, merely wishing to utter a harsh remark before escaping. However, upon hearing Lu Yu's words, they could no longer restrain themselves from retorting. Yet before they could finish their statement, Lu Yu had already raised his hand and gently beckoned. Buzz! Under the incredulous gazes of the 3 saints of the Shenhuan clan, along with Yu, the 2 saints of Longhu, and the myriad experts who had gathered at the foot of Nanhuashan, the complete spirit tower trembled and shrank from its original height of 100 zhong to merely the size of a palm. It obediently flew into Lu Yu's sleeve. This scene could only signify one possibility. The young master of the Lu family, the 9th Imperial Son, had actually refined this spirit tower? Before Nanhuashan, the numerous experts present were left in a state of shock, staring at the spirit tower now ensconced in Lu Yu's sleeve, their mouths agape and unable to close. The 3 great saints of the Shenhuan clan had their eyes wide open, gazing at Lu Yu as if they had seen a ghost. That was the spirit tower, a supreme treasure of the Tao. Even a supreme being would find it difficult to refine and subdue such an entity. Yet Lu Yu, merely a quasi-emperor, and he managed to refine and control it. This was beyond their wildest dreams. Could it be that this young man was not the rumored Taichu saint body, but rather the void Tao body? The three great saints of the Shenhuan clan felt a tremor within their hearts. Even the great saint of illusory splendor could not help but exhale a breath of turbid AI, or that IT was not only the three saints of the Shenhuan clan who felt this way. Even he, had he not possessed a trace of the void Tao body's bloodline, would have doubted whether Lu Yu also possessed the void Tao body. Furthermore, the great saint of illusory splendor observed Lu Yu and sensed the imperial principles radiating from him. His admiration growing ever more profound, he could not help but turn to Lu Jinshan and whisper, "Brother Jinshan, the talent of His Highness the Imperial Son is truly terrifying at such a young age. He has attained the quasi-emperor level, utterly overturning the legend that the Taichu saint body's cultivation is arduous." However, as soon as the great saint of illusory splendor's words left his mouth, he noticed that both Lu Jinshan and Ming were equally filled with astonishment. The shock reflected in their eyes regarding Lu Yu was no less than that of the three saints of the Shenhuan clan. Brother Jinshan, the great saint of illusory splendor, could not help but voice his confusion. Awakened from his reverie, Lu Jinshan let out a heavy sigh and looked at Lu Yu, speaking in a low tone. "Young man, how on earth did you cultivate to such an extent? How did you reach the quasi-emperor level?" Lu Jinshan remembered all too well that just a few days prior, his grandson had still been at the heavenly king realm, with quite a distance yet to cover to reach the quasi-emperor level. Even though he had obtained the accompanying divine fire and 3 vials of precious blood, how could he possibly refine so much in progress so quickly in such a short span of time? Lu Yu turned back with a smile. "During this retreat, before heading to Nanwashan, I had a moment of epiphany and thus smoothly broke through to the quasi-emperor level." Lu Jinshan and Ming both felt their mouths twitch involuntarily. A moment of epiphany, a smooth breakthrough, such casualness. Is the Taichu saint body truly that formidable? Ming could not help but murmur. Historically, apart from the first Taichu, who was a prodigy achieving the Tao by the age of 100, the other Taichu saint bodies have all endured arduous cultivations of over 100,000 years to attain the quasi-emperor level. Could it be that the Imperial Son is capable of replicating the feats of the first Taichu? Ming's imagination conjured vivid scenes, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Even Lu Jinshan found it hard to calm the tumult within his heart. However, at that moment, Lu Jinshan noticed the 3 great saints of the Shenhuan clan had unknowingly retreated several thousand zhang away. When Lu Jinshan turned his gaze towards them, the 3 saints were preparing to take flight. "Wait." Lu Yu also noticed this scene and coldly spoke up. He held no goodwill towards the Shenhuan clan. Having encountered them, Lu Yu certainly would not let them leave easily. "You intend to depart just like that? 9th Imperial Son, what do you wish to do?" The expressions of the 3 great saints of the Shenhuan clan shifted slightly, but they dared not speak as arrogantly as before. Though their tone remained domineering, the underlying fear was palpable to anyone who listened. "What do I wish to do?" A cold smile curled at the corners of Lu Yu's mouth. "You were so brazen before, coercing the supreme weapons to forcefully invade Nanwashan. Yet I have yet to settle the score. But those 3 sect supreme weapons have all been suppressed by your guardian leader. Have they not? The 3 sect supreme weapons were trophies of the elder Ming and could not be considered compensation." Lu Yu replied nonchalantly, while Ming merely smiled, stepped forward, and waved his phoenix-winged golden halberd, showcasing his stance through action. The 3 great saints of the Shenhuan clan nearly choked. The middle-aged Shenhuan at the forefront gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, even if we were to discuss compensation. It is not for you, 9th Imperial Son, to dictate. This has nothing to do with me." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's smile deepened. "The great saint of illusory splendor has already pledged allegiance to me. His affairs are my affairs." The great saint of illusory splendor stepped forward, respectfully standing behind Lu Yu, displaying the demeanor of a follower. He even released his aura, causing the 3 saints of the Shenhuan clan's eyes to widen in disbelief. "What now? Do you have anything else to say?" Lu Yu said blandly. "Fortunately, I am not a cruel individual. Considering that you 3 have not caused any substantial damage, I shall be lenient in my punishment. You shall remain here and pull my chariot. Pull your chariot. What nonsense is this?" The three great saints of the Shenwan clan initially felt relieved upon hearing the lenient punishment, but upon hearing that they were to serve as Lu Yu's chariot pullers, they nearly jumped up in outrage. They were dignified great saints. Even a mere Shenwan would never accept such an insult. They would rather die than comply. Absolutely not. This condition is something we cannot. The three great saints of the Shenwan clan protested in unison, but before they could finish, Ming behind Lu Yu let out a cold laugh. Boom! The phoenix-winged golden halberd vibrated, and two phantasmal golden-feathered phoenixes soared from the weapon. The pressure from the bloodline level caused the three great saints of the Shenwan clan to collapse to their knees before Lu Yu. To be commanded by the Imperial Son to pull a chariot was an honor. If you disagree, then surrender your lives to atone for your sins. Ming advanced with gritted teeth, his fierce expression leaving no doubt in the minds of the three great saints that if they dared to refuse again, Ming would indeed wield his halberd to strike them down. We agree. We will serve. We will serve. Is that not sufficient? The three great saints of the Shenwan clan were on the verge of tears. Feeling utterly humiliated in their hearts, they were at the peak of frustration. Had it been anyone else, even if it were Lu Zhenshan himself, they would not have felt this way. But Ming, he was merely a holy king. Had any other individual of that realm approached them, the three great saints would not have given him a second glance, treating him merely as a source of blood and medicinal power. Yet now, they were being forced to kneel before a mere human youth, allowing this youth's other follower to inscribe slave seals upon them, binding their lives and deaths to Lu Yu's whims. Buzz! As the three slave seals were inscribed, the three great saints of the Shenwan clan fell into complete despair. The divine phoenix, with her eyes brimming with resentment, gritted her teeth and glared at Lu Yu. My phoenix clan shall not rest until we have justice. The Lu family must provide an explanation for this matter. Puffed. The great sage who spoke had yet to finish his words when Lu Yu cast him a glance, stirring his consciousness. The great sage was suddenly engulfed by a searing pain that coursed through his entire being, forcing him to cough up blood. His eyes now filled with terror upon looking at Lu Yu. Kneel, bow your head in apology. Lu Yu's voice was cold and unyielding. The divine phoenix trembled, raising her head in defiance. But before she could utter a word, she found herself compelled to kneel at Lu Yu's feet under the pressure of the slave seal. You dare to kill me. Slap. Lu Yu let out a cold laugh and struck down with his palm. A single resounding slap revealed the true form of the divine phoenix. With a flick of his sleeve, a golden war chariot materialized, ensnaring the divine phoenix at its forefront, binding her to the chariot. You two, come forward on your own. Do not make me take action again. Lu's frigid gaze fell upon the remaining two great sage phoenixes, sensing the chill in Lu Yu's eyes and the slight sting from the slave seal in their consciousness. Compounded by the pitiful sight of their comrade, the two great sage phoenixes finally dared not resist. Obediently, they revealed their true forms and willingly bound themselves to Lu Yu's war chariot. Uncle, did you witness this? How utterly wretched the Phoenix clan is today. Ancestor, your highness, the prince seeks vengeance for you. We have humiliated the Phoenix clan thoroughly. With the Lu family Imperial clan present, the wicked creatures of the Phoenix clan no longer dared to act ferociously. Beneath Nanhua Mountain, countless powerful figures from the southern human race gathered, their eyes filled with satisfaction as they beheld the three great sages of the Phoenix clan, subdued and suppressed by Lu Yu. Their gazes toward Lu Yu had transformed dramatically. This time, not only the women but all the men regarded Lu Yu with profound excitement, especially the young talents, who looked at Lu Yu with nearly fanatical admiration. Lu Yu had long since grown immune to such glances. After smiling and nodding at the crowd below, he turned his gaze to the not-so-distant figure of Ming, whose aura of menace had yet to dissipate, his eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. Senior Ming, truly this fierce. Although aware of his protector's aversion to evil and deep disdain for the internal parasites of the human race, Lu Yu had not anticipated such a domineering display against foreign foes. Forgive me for causing the prince to witness this. Many elders of our clan have fallen in the battles against the ferocious alien races. Today, my subordinate merely seeks to settle personal scores and must request punishment from the prince. Aware of Lu Yu's scrutiny, Ming quickly regained his composure, dispersing his menacing aura and speaking with an apologetic tone. This is no personal vendetta. It is merely a matter of reason. The T.O. request punishment would be overly formal. Lu waved his hand with a smile, a look of understanding dawning in his eyes. The nearby Su Hua, great sage, stepped forward, grinning as he spoke. It is said that in the early years of humanity, there was a supreme being who subdued 5 unparalleled divine birds to pull his chariot. His majestic presence struck awe in many ancient beings, causing them to falter before even engaging in battle. Your Highness today possesses a striking resemblance to that supreme figure. Hearing Su Hua's praise, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile, shaking his head in modesty. Senior, your words are overly flattering. That supreme being acted personally, while I merely borrowed the might of several predecessors. As he spoke, Lu Yu's gaze shifted toward the direction of the Phoenix clan. However, I have indeed emulated that predecessor's spirit. Yet Lu Yu refrained from revealing his true ambitions. That supreme being had merely subdued 5 supreme-level divine birds. Lu Yu's aspirations reached far beyond that. To subdue, he aimed to harness 5 ancient royal-level divine birds to pull his chariot. Now that would be true might. Lu Yu mused inwardly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, just as he was resolved. The 2 saints of the chief family, along with the great sage Yu from the Yuan-Gu sect, stepped forward. They faced Lu Yu, bowing respectfully. We pay our respects to your highness, and congratulate you on acquiring divine mounts. These 3 great sages were formidable in their own right. Though they could not compare to Su Hua, they were not far behind, having reached the pinnacle of the sacred realm. Yet they did not dare to display any airs of seniority toward Lu Yu, not merely due to his status, but also because of the influence wielded by Su Hua Great Sage. Su Hua's name carried considerable weight, and his strength ranked among the top 10 sages of the Tian Dao continent. While not matching the legendary title of the strongest sage in history, Lu Zhenshan, his reputation was still formidable. Not to mention, both the Qi family and Yuan-Gu sect made regular visits to Nanhua Mountain, attempting to invite Su Hua Great Sage to serve as a guest elder in their respective sects, even sending their quasi-emperor living fossils to express their sincerity on several occasions. Nevertheless, they had never succeeded in persuading him. Rumor had it that the 5 imperial princes of the Lu family had once sent emissaries to recruit Su Hua Great Sage, but to no avail. Yet now, this 9th prince had come to Nanhua Mountain and successfully recruited him. This naturally garnered the 3 great sages' admiration for Lu Yu. Furthermore, they couldn't help but cast furtive glances at Lu Yu's sleeve. To be capable of subduing and refining the Su Ling Tower at the quasi-emperor level was no mere feat of strength, but rather indicative of extraordinary fortune. However, this did not lead the 3 great sages to underestimate Lu Yu. Instead, it deepened their respect for him. Opportunity and fortune are integral parts of a top-tier prodigy's prowess. That Lu Yu could subdue the Su Ling Tower through fortune only underscored his remarkable luck, making him a worthy investment. With this thought, the 3 great sages were stirred. After exchanging pleasantries, the great sage Yu took the initiative to speak. Might I inquire, your highness, if you are in need of followers? Lu Yu turned his gaze toward great sage Yu slightly bowed. To be candid, your highness, I have a son named Yi, and although his aptitude is modest, he is earnest in his pursuit of martial arts. If your highness would grant him an opportunity, I assure you he will serve you with utmost loyalty. Yin, is he not the one who ignited his divine fire after a millennium of cultivation and attained the sacred path after 3,000 years? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, looking at great sage Yu. You are being overly modest, great sage Yu. In comparison to the prince, your son's accomplishments are truly insignificant. Yu bowed respectfully, and Lu Yu could see the goodwill in his eyes. However, considering the Yuan-Gu sect behind him, Lu Yu could not help but inquire, what of the Yuan-Gu sect? Rest assured, your highness, if the sect learns of your situation, they will only regret my insufficient recommendations, and will harbor no other thoughts. Yu assured fervently. Lu smiled and nodded. In that case, I must trouble you, great sage Yu, to convey the message to Yi, and upon hearing this, Yu was overjoyed, promptly bowing in gratitude to Lu Yu. Before he could convey the message, Qi Yunlong from the Qi family stepped forward eagerly. "Your Highness, to be candid, my sons may lack the aptitude, but my grandchildren are quite talented. I have a granddaughter named Lan, aged 28. Though her cultivation is modest, she possesses considerable grace and is diligent in her duties. If your Highness does not mind, I can send word for her to visit the Imperial Palace and remain in your service." "Attending to your needs, Lan? Is she not the renowned beauty of the Qi family? Goodness, is the Qi family truly making such a generous offer? She is indeed one of the most stunning figures in southern Tianyu. Moreover, it is said that the individual possesses remarkable talent. Being a person of the first rank among the seeds of enlightenment, think that the Qi family would be willing to offer such a person as a maid to the esteemed prince." Below, many experts from the southern region were left speechless upon hearing this. However, the two saints of the dragon and tiger cared little for such matters. Their gaze was solely fixed upon Lu Yu, filled with an intense eagerness. Having lived two lives, both ancient and modern, Lu Yu had long been accustomed to such scrutiny. Otherwise, he might not have been able to withstand the heat of their stares. "If that Lan is willing, I have no objections. Thank you, Your Highness, for giving Lan'er this opportunity." Qi Yunlong hastily bowed, with Qi Fenghu beside him also expressing gratitude. They had no concerns about Qi Lan's willingness. Prior to this, Lu Yu's display in the Battle of Mingdao City had already spread throughout the heavenly domain. Many curious onlookers had even captured Lu Yu's image, imprinting it onto memory stones for private sale. The clearer the image and the more complete the process, the higher the price of the memory stones. The highest price stone, touted as a limited edition, recorded the entire battle in Mingdao City and was even sent to an auction house, fetching a staggering price of 9,000 jin of divine essence. And the one who paid such a high price was none other than Qi Yunlong's granddaughter, Lan. A quarter of an hour later, having seen off the three great saints and agreed upon the date for Yi En and Qi Lan's arrival, Lu Yu ceased to waste time. Accompanied by Lu Zhanshan, Su Hua, and Ji Ming, he set off on his journey home. "Young man, you performed admirably this time. However, do not let it inflate your ego. Setting aside everything else, the Divine Wan clan will not easily relent." Lu Zhanshan clapped Lu Yu's shoulder, offering praise while also reminding him the Divine Wan clan was not to be underestimated. Although they had never produced an ancient emperor, they had certainly birthed many figures of quasi-emperor status and alternative paths to enlightenment. In this generation, two prodigies had emerged, possessing the bearing of an emperor. The bearing of an emperor? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. "Uncle, such titles should not be tossed about lightly." Lu Zhanshan laughed heartily, of course. "I understand, but the Divine Wan clan has been boasting for years. Let us concede that they might truly have two figures with the bearing of an emperor. Beside them," Su Hua solemnly added, "one must indeed be cautious regarding the prince. Whether those two prodigies of the Divine Wan clan genuinely possess the bearing of an emperor remains unverified. However, the accomplishments of one among them undoubtedly surpass those of an ordinary seed of enlightenment by a significant margin. This generation of the Divine Wan clan boasts two prodigies. Point 1 is shrouded in mystery, having never revealed themselves, well concealed by the clan. Yet, some of their experts, when traveling abroad, would sing their praises. That it is said that this individual has been cultivating for over 500 years, contemporaneous with the 8 previous princes of the Lu family. The other prodigy, whom Su Hua referred to as surpassing the ordinary seeds of enlightenment, is somewhat younger, having cultivated for just over 100 years. Barely contemporaneous with Lu Yu, this person is rumored to have awakened the unique bloodline of the Divine Wan clan. Unlike ordinary Divine Wans, their bloodline power is intense, naturally inclined towards the path of fire, and is known as the Burning Heaven Divine Wan. According to the claims of the Divine Wan clan's experts, when this Burning Heaven Divine Wan reaches full maturity, it can sweep aside quasi-emperors and subdue those of the 10th level of quasi-emperor status, as well as alternative paths to enlightenment. Whether this is true or false remains unknown, yet the achievements of this Burning Heaven Prince in several encounters have been nothing short of extraordinary. In a most recent display of power, they fought to a standstill against a master of the early Emperor realm, despite being at the initial stage of the Emperor realm themselves. Listening to Su Hua's introduction, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Lu Yu's eyes. However, There was no hint of fear within him, only a thrill of anticipation. The burning heaven divine one, while the divine avian of the ancient emperor realm may not be easily subdued. The prospect of taming some peerless divine avians to serve as steeds seems rather appealing, does it not? Although the avians I would personally subdue might not measure up to the 3 divine wand saints. The act of personally subjugating them would undoubtedly carry a certain flair. This notion is not entirely without merit, yet it may be somewhat challenging for the prince to encounter him. Su Hua was momentarily taken aback by Lu Yu's confidence. Clearly not expecting the prince to aspire to tame the burning heaven divine wand as a mount, assisting the prince in capturing these 3 divine wands. Could it be that he was merely cultivating a new hobby? It might be difficult, but recently, the Xianyuan ancient realm is set to open. Given the divine Luan clan's resources and their regard for this so-called burning heaven prince, they certainly would not fail to prepare a token for him to enter the ancient realm. Su Hua shook his head. This was certainly not the case. However, the burning heaven prince was currently in seclusion, attempting to break into the emperor realm. Although the Xianyuan ancient realm holds many opportunities, it is unlikely to entice the burning heaven prince to abandon his critical moment of breakthrough. The 10 great royal families represent the quasi-emperor lineage, and they are among the most elite. While the Xianyuan ancient realm is indeed extraordinary, it is merely a remnant left by the supreme of creation, for the burning heaven prince, who is highly valued by the divine Luan clan. Its allure is not substantial. Unless it involve a legacy of enlightenment, he is unlikely to forsake his breakthrough to attend. However, you need not be disheartened. You're in time. You will surely have the chance to meet him. Lu Zhanshan, standing nearby, chimed in with a smile. Yet before he could finish his words, a flicker of light from the communication talisman at his waist caught his attention, and a message of divine consciousness swiftly entered his mind. Lu Zhanshan's brow furrowed slightly, and a moment later, a strange expression appeared in his eyes as he regarded Lu Yu with newfound interest. I am unsure whether to say you are fortunate or unfortunate. The burning heaven prince will indeed be attending the Xianyuan ancient realm. Oh, is it because I subdued these 3 avians? Have they received news and can no longer sit still? Lu Yu was taken aback, then smiled. It is likely that this was part of the reason, yet it was not the crux of the matter. Hearing this, Lu Zhanshan couldn't help but chuckle before quickly waving his hand, his expression turning serious. The key lies in the opportunities presented by this Xianyuan ancient realm. According to the predictions of the Heavenly Machine sect, the legacy of the Xianyuan Supreme will be fully revealed this time. The Xianyuan Supreme is a master of the realm of supreme creation, who has even defeated quasi-emperor level primordial anomalies. His legacy is far more precious than almost all the opportunities within the Xianyuan ancient realm. To be classified as a legacy of enlightenment is certainly no exaggeration. However, the problem lies in Lu Yu's memory. The legacy of the Xianyuan Supreme remained unclaimed until the end of the human era, during the early years of the primordial age when the ancestor of the Yun family entered. There had been no one to claim it until then. Could it be that this time, the legacy of the Xianyuan Supreme has not yet manifested? Is the prediction of the Heavenly Machine sect erroneous? Lu Yu's mind began to race. The Heavenly Machine sect is a rather mysterious lineage within the Tai-Xian Dao continent. It is said that historically, they have produced more than one emperor-level figure. Although there is no emperor currently presiding over the Heavenly Machine sect, there exists an alternative path to enlightenment, a living relic supporting the sect. The masters within the sect are all experts in the art of divination. They possess the ability to predict the enemy's movements, seize good fortune, and avoid misfortune. Many of their predictions and prophecies have proven accurate. Among the most renowned prophecies of the Heavenly Machine sect passed down through the ages is the verse regarding the departure of the 7th ancestor of the Lu family and the return of the 6th ancestor. At that time, the Lu family merely believed that the 7 imperial ancestors would see one perish in battle. Considering the alliance of the 33 masters of the Forbidden Zones, such sacrifices seemed reasonable. Thus, the 7 imperial ancestors and countless heroes of the Lu family resolutely ascended the battlefield. Little did they expect that the prophecy would ultimately manifest in a far more tragic interpretation. Nonetheless, the predictions of the Heavenly Machine sect are not always correct. Therefore, Lu Yu speculated that perhaps the heavenly machine sect's predictions were erroneous, or that the circumstances within the Xian Yuan ancient realm had undergone some changes. Lu Zhanshan, unaware Lu Zhanshan spoke, his gaze towards Lu Yu filled with earnest anticipation. The news of the Tianji sect has now spread far and wide, prompting the emergence of prodigies from various esteemed Dao traditions. Aside from the Burning Sky Prince of the Shenwan clan, the Tianlang clan, also among the top 10 royal families, has dispatched a remarkable individual, renowned for possessing an imperial presence and a talent that surpasses the seeds of enlightenment. Having reached the realm of martial sovereign, as for those hidden within the mundane world, lacking significant backgrounds or illustrious lineages, yet boasting of their true dragon talents and extraordinary appearances, they too, upon learning of this news, will not miss this invaluable opportunity to bridge the gap of their origins. Thus, the competition within the Xian Yuan ancient realm will be tenfold more intense than in previous years. Are you prepared? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu smiled faintly. He has now attained the mid-stage of quasi-sovereign cultivation. Without employing the manifestation of his sacred body, he can effortlessly subdue experts at the mid-stage of Sovereign Lord. Should he activate the sacred body manifestation, even those at the late stage of Sovereign Lord would find it impossible to withstand a single strike from him. Furthermore, with his domain-level swordsmanship as his trump card, should he push his strength to its limits, he would be capable of suppressing even the perfected Sovereign Lords. That my only concern is that there may not be enough opponents, or that they may not be formidable enough.